Chapter 2781. It was unrealistic to train an artifact refiner himself. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required the accumulation of time. Maybe it would take decades or even centuries. High Heaven Palace had just been established, so how could it have so much time to train an experienced artifact refiner? If the sect was on the right track in the future, it would be possible to train an artifact refiner himself. But for now, Xianxia obviously also considered this issue and asked, "Palace Master, why don't we recruit an artifact refiner? Anyway, the sect doesn't lack source crystals now. Just name the price and someone will come." Xianxia nodded. "I'll leave this matter to you. Palace Master, I have a candidate in mind." Nan-Gate Daojuan suddenly interjected. "If it's that person, the trivial mountain ripple diagram is nothing." "You know an artifact refiner?" Xianxia looked at him in surprise. "In that case, invite him over. If this matter is successful, High Heaven Palace will not treat him unfairly." Nan-Gate Daojuan laughed awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, "This person is strong and his artifact refining skills are also very good, but he is a little troublesome. If I go alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to invite him." "So arrogant?" Xianxia was surprised. "You are also an array master who would dare not give you face." Nan-Gate Daojuan scratched his face and said, "Actually, I'm very approachable." Xianxia looked at him with disdain. They had known each other for a long time, so she had some understanding of Nan-Gate Daojuan's nature. It was also because the High Heaven Palace had shown great financial resources and strength, as well as Xianxia's example of destroying the Seeking Passion sect, that they were able to suppress Nan-Gate Daojuan, an array master. Otherwise, if it were someone else or another sect, Nan-Gate Daojuan would have taught them what it meant to be arrogant and haughty. Any artifact refiner, alchemist, or array master with a little bit of skill, which one of them wasn't arrogant? Only the palace master and Emperor Realm alchemist usually didn't show off. He was an anomaly. "Then let the chief steward accompany you." Xianxia waved his hand. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. The South Gate Great Army said embarrassedly, "I feel that this matter must be handled by you, Palace Master." Xianxia was amused. This Palace Master has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day and is busy with official business. Where would I have the time to run around? Xiaxia's face was also filled with anger. "I'm still the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace. Who would dare to look down on him? Could that person be an Emperor weaponsmith?" The Southern Gate Army's expression turned solemn as they nodded slightly. Xianxia's expression shook as he asked in surprise, "An Emperor weaponsmith? Not bad. So, Palace Master, it's best that you make a trip there personally to show your sincerity." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, his eyes turning. "If that's the case, indeed it's worth a trip." However, Daojuan, in your opinion, can this Emperor weaponsmith be used by our High Heaven Palace? The South Gate Army's expression suddenly became strange. "Palace Master, do you mean to recruit this guy into the sect?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded matter-of-factly. "From what you've said, this Emperor weaponsmith should be someone who doesn't belong to any sect. My High Heaven Palace is currently lacking talents in this area. It's rare to meet someone like this. How can we miss this opportunity?" "Oh." The South Gate Army suddenly felt a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Palace Master, if it's a short-term cooperation, then this Emperor weaponsmith will definitely help us. Once this person works with me to set up Mountain Ripple Map, I will chase him away. That person is indeed a very good choice, but if you want to keep him in Towering Palace, I don't recommend it." Xianxia laughed and said, "It's said that people of the same trade are enemies. You're an array master and he's a weaponsmith. Both of you are proficient in different territories. There shouldn't be any conflicts, right?" "That's not the problem. It's just that. AI Palace Master, if you see what that person looks like, you'll know what I mean." Regarding this Emperor weaponsmith, the South Gate Army seemed to be quite afraid and didn't explain it in detail. Xianxia asked too many questions and just wanted to let Xianxia see it for himself. He didn't want his words to cause Xianxia to have preconceived notions. However, since there was an Emperor weaponsmith who was like a wild crane, Xianxia could only follow the South Gate Army on this trip. Fortunately, there wasn't anything urgent to do recently. "By the way, is there still no news from Zhou Xian?" Before leaving, Xianxia suddenly turned his head and asked Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head and said, "Is Palace Master worried about her?" If you are, I'll ask Monster King to go and look for her. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. He casually threw a jade slip and said without turning his head, "This is the Star Soul Palace's decision on your punishment. Take a look." Hua Qingxi was shocked and reached out to take it. Her divine sense invaded it and checked it. Soon her nervous expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. The decision on her punishment in the jade slip was very simple. Hua Qingxi was still a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, but the Star Soul Palace would not interfere with her freedom. In other words, she could go wherever she wanted and it didn't matter even if she never returned to the Star Soul Palace. Although it was just a simple jade slip and not an official document of the Star Soul Palace, the jade slip contained Princess Lonsun's soul brand. With this jade slip in hand, even if Hua Qingxi still had the status of a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, it was equivalent to leaving the Star Soul Palace and she would no longer have to worry about it in the future. This was the result of the discussion between Yang Kai and Lan Xun a few days ago. Although Lan Xun was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and had a higher status than even the elders in the Star Soul Palace, Hua Qingxi was now a master in the Emperor realm. Even Lan Xun did not have the right to expel her at will. She gave Yang Kai face, and since she could not expel Hua Qingxi from the Star Soul Palace, she would no longer restrict her freedom. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the South Gate army threw out an object which suddenly grew in midair and turned into the shape of a small boat. He smiled and said, "Palace Master, please." Yang Kai glanced at the flying boat and raised his brow. "This thing is pretty good." This was obviously a flight-type artifact, and it was an Emperor artifact at that. Pretty good was more than enough to describe it. There weren't many Emperor artifact flight-type artifacts in the entire star boundary, and they were worth at least tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. The fact that the South Gate army could have one showed how rich they were. The South Gate army gave a hollow laugh. "I won it from a bet. I can't afford this thing." "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement and stepped up to the flying boat. This flying boat didn't look big to the naked eye, only about 10 meters in length, and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people standing side by side. However, when Yang Kai raised his foot, the South Gate army suddenly formed a seal. A vortex-like passage immediately appeared above the flying boat. Yang Kai stepped into the vortex and his vision suddenly changed. He was stunned in place. What he saw was no longer a simple flying boat. The interior space was actually incomparably large. There was a large hall in front of him that could accommodate at least a few dozen people without feeling crowded. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there were a few extremely luxurious rooms inside. There was even a staircase on the side winding upwards. The interior of the flying boat had 2 levels of space. It was clearly a huge ship with multiple towers. The South Gate army's figure appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "You won this treasure from a bet?" Previously, Yang Kai thought that this was just a simple flying boat artifact and estimated that it was worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, but now it seemed that this thing was worth at least hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. "I was just lucky." The South Gate army laughed dryly, his expression a little unnatural. Obviously, he didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he stretched out his hand and said, "Palace Master, you can find a place to rest. It's not far or near and will take about 3 days to get there. And thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where he randomly found a room, pushed the door open and glanced around. He found that this room was luxuriously decorated but also exquisitely. There was a sculpture of a monkey's head standing on one side, shading its eyes with its hand as it looked into the distance. It was a lifelike sculpture. Yang Kai frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that this monkey looked a little familiar. At that moment the flying boat buzzed and sped up. Its speed went from slow to fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was no slower than a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master rushing at full speed. This made Yang Kai sigh even more. This was a good thing. He flew onto his bed, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Along the way, the flying boat was extremely smooth and didn't even feel the slightest vibration. No one dared to block the way and rob them. But then again, with how fast this flying ship was, perhaps only a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would be able to stop it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying boat suddenly slowed down a lot, then it buzzed and came to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes and heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up and opened the door, only to see the South Gate army standing outside. He said, "We're almost there, Palace Master. We'll need to fly the rest of the way." "Are there any barriers blocking the flying boat?" Yang Kai asked. "That's not it." The South Gate army smiled awkwardly and explained, "It's just that we can't let that guy see this flying boat, otherwise it'll be a little troublesome." He didn't explain clearly, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and disembarked with the South Gate army. Immediately, the sound of the rising and falling waves could be heard. The sea breeze that carried a slight fishy smell could be felt, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking up, the sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. After flying all the way, they actually arrived at the sea. "That person lives on an island?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Yes." The South Gate army nodded and led the way. "This way." The two immediately flew away. Although the South Gate army had the Emperor Realm's cultivation, he wasn't good at fighting and his Emperor Qi wasn't very pure, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yang Kai followed behind him unhurriedly. Looking down, the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, some sea beasts would show up, which was quite interesting. After an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of seabirds. Yang Kai immediately understood that they should be arriving soon. In this vast sea, there were only a few islands where these ordinary birds would appear. Chapter 2782. Sure enough, after a short while, an island that was neither big nor small appeared before their eyes. It could be said to be a kind of visual enjoyment for an island with green mountains and clear waters to suddenly appear in this boundless sea. The island wasn't very big, only a few dozen acres in size. On the beach, the waves were breaking and birds were flying. Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army landed. "Huh." Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked at the Southern Gate army strangely. "Isn't that Grand Master from No Sect? Why are there so many people on this island?" When he scanned the island with his divine sense just now, he clearly found traces of people on this island. There were at least 20 people, and there were even 5 or 6 people from the Emperor Realm among them. If it weren't for so many people from the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai would have thought that this island was the base of some small sect. However, no small sect could have so many people from the Emperor Realm. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the Southern Gate army was about to explain when a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Obviously, it had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and came to investigate. "Palace Master, don't say anything later. I'll deal with it." The Southern Gate army hurriedly sent a message as if he was afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this trip was a little strange. The stream of light dissipated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who was exuding a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation. The man glanced at Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and asked casually, "Who are you?" He didn't care too much about 2 first-order Emperor Realm masters, so he wasn't too vigilant. When he asked the question, there was a faint trace of arrogance on his face. The Southern Gate army immediately gritted his teeth and replied, "We're here to collect debts." "Debts?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the Southern Gate army, only to find that he had a serious and resentful look on his face, as if he was a creditor. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was full of doubts, but he couldn't ask clearly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "So you're a kindred spirit. How much does that guy owe you?" The Southern Gate army did not even need to think. 5 million high-grade source crystals. "What about you?" The middle-aged man snorted, 20 million. If I find him, I'll definitely skin him alive." "How despicable." The South Gate army nodded in agreement. "Pulling out his tendons and flaying his skin is too easy. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely let him taste all the torture in the world." "Haha." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "Very good." The army at the South Gate asked, "Are the people here all here to collect debts?" "Not bad." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've also reached an agreement. If we can find that bastard, we'll stall him immediately and then warn him." The rest of the people immediately rushed over and made it impossible for that guy to escape. "Since the 2 of you are also here to collect debts, then I'll count you in. However, I have to remind you that there seems to be an extremely brilliant array formation on this island. Don't let go of anything suspicious." "Thank you." Daojuan cupped his fists. "It doesn't matter. We're all victims. We should help each other." the middle-aged man replied politely. He gave the army at the south gate a few more words before turning around and flying off into the distance. The army at the south gate watched him leave, then winked at Yang Kai before quietly moving to the other side of the island. What's going on with that artifact refining grandmaster? Yang Kai asked. So many people are here to collect debts. How much money does he owe? Who knows? The army at the south gate had a look of disappointment on his face. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, seeing how skilled you are in dealing with it, you seem to have expected this scene long ago. The army at the south gate said with a bitter face, that's why that guy is so hateful. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Yang Kai asked curiously, isn't he an artifact refining grandmaster? Shouldn't a few emperor artifacts be enough to pay off the debt? The army at the south gate sighed, no matter how many emperor artifacts he refines, he can't afford to gamble. This grandmaster actually gambles? Yang Kai said in shock. More than that, he's simply addicted to gambling. That's fine, but he loses every time he gambles, the army at the south gate said with a look of disdain. That's why I said this guy is a bit troublesome. Yang Kai was suddenly startled and asked, that flying boat emperor artifact, don't tell me you won it from this grandmaster? The army at the south gate blushed and said, I was forced to do it. It wasn't my will. With just a few words, Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this emperor artifact refiner he had never met before. Hey, this guy is really strange. He actually gambled with a flying emperor artifact worth hundreds of millions of gold coins and lost. No wonder so many debtors are blocking his door. Although he's an emperor artifact refiner, his life is really miserable. While talking, the two arrived at a mountain wall. The army at the south gate sneakily released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he suddenly took out a token and waved it. A ripple immediately appeared on a stone wall of the mountain wall, revealing a passage big enough for one person to enter and exit. The army at the south gate hurriedly rushed in and called out to Yang Kai at the same time. After Yang Kai entered, he closed the entrance. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the army at the south gate took the initiative to explain, I helped her arrange this spirit array. Without this illusion array, she would have nowhere to hide. You have a good relationship. Yang Kai chuckled. Palace Master, don't compare me to her. The army at the south gate had a look of disdain on his face. If others know that I know her, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Is it that serious? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. Southgate Daojuan poured out his grievances and said, Palace Lord, you haven't experienced her shamelessness. Back then I helped her pay off a lot of debts. Those creditors came to me one by one. Even now I still remember it vividly. As he said this, he actually shivered. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. It seemed that this Emperor Artifact Master had left a lot of psychological trauma in the army at the south gate. They walked all the way inside. After walking for several incense sticks worth of time, the front suddenly opened up. A huge karst cave appeared in their field of vision. There was nothing in the karst cave, but there were many forks in all directions. They didn't know where they led. Palace Master, please wait a moment. After the army at the south gate said this, he turned his head and looked at the forks. After a short while, his eyes locked onto one of the forks and he coughed lightly, Little Margie, come out. No one responded, only the voice of the army at the south gate echoing in the karst cave. Come out, do you think I can't see you? The army at the south gate's face darkened and he shouted. Don't come over or I'll die before you. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, but it was extremely weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury, and her words were full of self-abandonment. A woman. Yang Kai was stunned. Previously, when Nan Men Dejun introduced this Emperor Artifact Master, his face was full of disdain and disgust, and his words were like, this guy is a bastard. Yang Kai thought it was a man, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. This came as a surprise to Yang Kai, but he soon relaxed. It wasn't as if he had never met a female artifact refiner before. Yang Yen was a top artifact refiner and spirit array grandmaster. The army at the south gate's face darkened and he angrily said, Idiot, can't you recognize my voice? The woman hidden in the forks was silent for a moment, but Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of eyes observing this place. A moment later, a figure wrapped in a breeze rushed over and stood not far away. Dejun, it's you. The woman cried out in surprise. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that although this woman's appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of a nation, she was still quite extraordinary. She wore a long floral dress that gave her a cute and playful appearance, but her figure was full of maturity. However, for some unknown reason, her expression was somewhat dispirited. The woman was very happy to meet an old friend after a long separation, and after a short pause she rushed straight towards the army at the south gate. "What are you doing?" The army at the south gate was obviously prepared. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on her head, his emperor chi surging, firmly fixing her in place. The woman smiled flatteringly and said coquettishly, "Dejun." Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" The army at the south gate shouted angrily, his emperor chi surging in his palm as he tried to push her away. The woman resisted the pressure and took a few steps forward, rushing into the arms of the army at the south gate. She turned around and lightly landed on a smooth stone not far away, giggling. "My ring." The army at the south gate's face was dark as he touched his empty middle finger. When he looked up, he saw that the woman was holding the ring in her hand and waving it at him as if she was showing it off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Everything happened too quickly. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he still vaguely caught a trace of it. This Emperor Artifact Master was really fast. Even though the army at the south gate was prepared, she still managed to snatch away his space ring in an instant. Was she really an artifact refiner? "Give it back." The army at the south gate reached out to the woman with a cold face. The woman pouted her rosy lips and wiped away the soul imprint on the south gate Daojuan's ring. After searching for a while, she laughed and took out a few jars of wine from the ring. She said happily, "I knew you were the best to me." Saying so, she lay down on her side, tore open the seal and poured the wine into her mouth. The space ring, however, was silently bounced back to her. The army at the south gate took it with a sullen face, not saying a word. Only the sound of gulping wine could be heard coming from the cave. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Before, when he learned that this Emperor Artifact Master was a gambling addict, Yang Kai did not feel much, but now that he saw her acting like a veteran drunkard, he even felt like leaving. Damn it! Another woman who was drinking. Gao Shuiting's actions a few days ago after drinking had cast an indelible shadow over Yang Kai's heart. Now that he saw this woman drinking, he could not help but recall the tragic experience of that day. His heart was beating like a drum. Chapter 2783. After downing several jars of wine, the woman let out a loud burp. With a comfortable expression, she wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. "I'm finally alive." The dispirited look on her face was swept away and replaced with a rosy glow. There were still 2 jars left, but she didn't drink them and instead put them away in her space ring as if they were precious. Raising her head, she asked, "Dejun, are you here to save me?" Southern Gate Dejun smiled coldly. "What do you think? Then when will our wedding be held?" the woman asked. "Frem." The woman curled her lips and muttered something under her breath. Looking at her mouth, it seemed like she was cursing, but in the blink of an eye, she looked at Yang Kai and asked Southern Gate Dejun with a smile, "Who is this little brother? He has a good figure. Do you have money? Do you have wine?" "Don't be presumptuous." Southern Gate Dejun coldly snorted. "This is my High Heaven Palace's palace master. You stupid woman, quickly come and greet him." "High Heaven Palace?" The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment before giggling. "I've never heard of it. Where did it come from?" Southern Gate Dejun quickly said, "It doesn't matter whether you've heard of it or not. What's important is that this king is now the chief array master of High Heaven Palace." The woman's cheeky grin instantly froze on her face as she stared at the Southern Gate army in astonishment, then glanced at Yang Kai before stepping forward and reaching out to touch the Southern Gate army's head. "What are you doing?" Southern Gate Dejun vigilantly took a step back. "Are you sick?" the woman asked curiously. "You're the one who's sick." Southern Gate Dejun angrily rebuked. "Your whole family is sick." The woman giggled, turned around and landed on the shiny stone, then said condescendingly, "Since you're not sick, why did you join a sect? Didn't you always look down on those big and small sects before?" "Since I joined High Heaven Palace, I naturally have my reasons." Southern Gate Dejun hesitated for a moment before replying. The woman's face suddenly became serious. She had known Southern Gate Dejun for many years, from when they were still weak. They had cooperated many times and grown step by step to where they were today. Could be said that they knew each other very well. She was very clear about the attitude of the Southern Gate Army towards those sects. If the Southern Gate Army wanted to join any sect, it could be said that they could choose any sect in the entire star boundary. Even the sects of the great emperors were no exception. But in fact, the last time she saw the South Gate Army he was still alone. Now she suddenly heard that this guy had joined a sect called the High Heaven Palace. The woman was extremely surprised. Palace Master of High Heaven Palace? He was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how powerful could the sect he founded be? What was so special about it that could attract people like the Southern Gate Army? The woman tilted her head and carefully examined Yang Kai. It was as if she wanted to see a flower from him. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile, but deep down he was worried. He thought to himself, should I just go back? Such an unreliable Emperor Artifact Master? Even if I did recruit her into the High Heaven Palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. After a while, the woman clenched her fist and hammered her palm. With a look of realization, she looked at the Southern Gate Army in surprise. Dejun, after knowing each other for so many years, I finally know that you don't like women. No wonder you didn't want to marry me. You. The Southern Gate Army was furious. He pointed at the woman and said with a trembling finger, "Stupid woman." He turned to look at the ashen-faced Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Palace Master, this woman is crazy. Don't pay attention to her." "Who are you scolding?" The woman glared at him. Yang Kai took a step forward and said indifferently, "I heard from Dejun that Sir is a top-notch Emperor Artifact Master. This young master came with great sincerity and expectations, but now it seems, Tiski. What do you mean by Tiski?" The woman was unhappy. She rushed in front of Yang Kai and glared at him. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said angrily, "Explain yourself or you'll get it. Let go." The Southern Gate Army was startled and quickly shouted. He wasn't worried about Yang Kai. He was just afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and the woman wouldn't have a good time. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if the woman was strong, she was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and looked at the woman with disdain. He sneered, "Since you are a Grandmaster, you should act like one. I don't see a trace of a Grandmaster's demeanor on you. Instead, you look like a common woman. To be honest, this young master is very disappointed." The woman let go of his collar and sneered, "What a joke. Do you think that a so-called Grandmaster must be sanctimonious and serious? This old lady was born like this." Yang Kai chuckled, "So you think you are a Grandmaster?" The woman coldly snorted, "I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to artifact refining, no one can surpass me in this world." Such big words. Be careful not to bite your tongue. The woman sneered, her confidence overflowing in her words. "Anyone can talk, but I don't know what will happen when it comes to fighting." "You want to fight?" The woman glared at Yang Kai. Seeing his provocative look, she immediately became angry and said, Good, elder sister will let you die with understanding." She stretched out her hand and said to the Southern Gate Army, "Bring some materials." The Southern Gate Army glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. At this time he also understood what Yang Kai was planning. He obviously wanted to see the woman's artifact refining skills, so his words were so vicious. The woman did not fail to see Yang Kai's intentions, but being questioned in her own territory, she was naturally angry. Knowing that Yang Kai was using words to provoke her, she could only go with the flow. Seeing Yang Kai nod in agreement, the Southern Gate Army asked, "What materials do you want?" "Anything." Only then did South Gate Dejun start searching through his space ring. During this period of time as the Chief Array Master of Towering Palace, he had been busy with the matters of array formations. Setting up array formations required a large amount of materials, so there was a lot of materials in his space ring. Finding N or the size of a human head, he threw it to the woman. Yang Kai glanced at it and recognized that it was a piece of red feather corundum, which was famous for its toughness. When refining an artifact, if mixed with it, it could improve the toughness of the artifact. However, because of this, red feather corundum could only be used as an additive material, not as the main body of an artifact. But now that the Southern Gate Army had chosen such a piece of ore and no other materials, obviously he also intended to let the woman show off her skills. "Open your eyes and look carefully, little brother, and don't blink." The woman took the red feather corundum and smiled coldly at Yang Kai. Her 5 fingers danced flexibly, and the head-sized red feather corundum rotated in her hand in an instant. The woman did not rush to refine, but instead took out a jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. After putting away the wine jar, the woman opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of wine. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a burst of fire burst out and the temperature in the cave rose sharply. The fire was not a normal color but a faint white. It should be a special kind of heaven and earth flame. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Whether it was an artifact refiner or alchemist, the requirements for flames were extremely high. Having an excellent flame could often improve the efficiency and quality of alchemy and artifact refining. When the woman made this move, Yang Kai could see that she must be really skilled. Not to mention that she didn't even take out an artifact refining furnace. Obviously she was going to refine in the air. This kind of refinement had extremely high requirements for the refiner. Ordinary people simply could not do it. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the woman's control over this flame had reached a transcendent level. The spirit wine flame directly wrapped around Chiyugang stone, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit more, not a bit more. In the high temperature, the head-sized red feather corundum stone melted quickly. The woman held it with one of her jade-like hands and her 5 fingers moved nimbly. Drops of impurities were removed, and the red feather corundum stone continued to shrink. Just like when refining pills, one had to condense the medicinal liquid. When refining tools, one had to first remove the impurities. This was the most basic step and also the step that tested the skills of alchemists and tool refiners the most. It would directly affect the quality of the final product. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully examined the situation of Akabane adamantium. The result was astonishing. After spending about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the woman actually removed all the impurities from the red feather adamantium stone, leaving not a trace behind. In this segment she had already achieved perfection. Just this alone showed that she was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. Because of the various actions of this woman, his prejudice against her was slightly reduced. As long as she had real skills, some of the problems in life were not unbearable. After an incense stick worth of time, the head-sized red feather corundum stone had turned into a ball of pure mineral liquid the size of a fist. The woman raised her head and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Little brother, it's not too late to beg for mercy. As long as you can give me a few million source crystals, this elder sister will be merciful enough to forgive you for your previous rudeness." "Ha!" Yang Kai sneered. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I hate stubborn men like you the most." The woman grit her teeth as she spoke to Yang Kai, her hands not stopping for a moment. The fingers of her small hand that was holding the mineral liquid continued to move, forming a series of seals and branding them into the mineral liquid. At the same time, the white flame in her hand also fluctuated between high and low, obviously trying to control the temperature of the flame. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the mineral liquid was slowly elongated, gradually taking the shape of a sword. With the passage of time and the woman's movements, the appearance of the long sword became clearer and clearer. The edge of the sword flashed with a sharp cold light, and a complex pattern appeared on the hilt. This refining process was a bit boring and there was no particularly thrilling scene, but whether it was Yang Kai or the South Gate army, they all watched intently. About an hour later, the woman suddenly grabbed the wine jar again and drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time, the strange flame suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and bursts of light appeared on the long sword. "Finish." The woman threw the long sword into the air and after it fell straight down, it was firmly inserted in the ground, more than a foot into the ground. Chapter 2784. The ground of this cave was extremely hard, but now the red feather steel sword was able to sink a foot into the ground due to the inertia of falling from the air, which was enough to show how sharp this sword was. What was even more remarkable was that this sword was refined from a piece of red feather steel stone without any other materials, so although its toughness was good, it was definitely not known for its sharpness. This point alone allowed Yang Kai to have a general evaluation of this woman's artifact refining skills. Reaching out, the scarlet feather steel sword landed firmly in Yang Kai's palm. When Yang Kai pushed his emperor chi, the sword hummed and vibrated. With a shake of his hand, the long sword actually formed a wave-like trajectory as soft as a rope. Dao source grade low rank. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Ha ha ha. The woman stood on top of the rock, opened her arms and laughed wildly. All of you will submit to this old lady's magical and great artifact refining skills. The Southern Gate Army's face went black. Palace Master, why don't we just go back now? If the Southern Gate Army had made such a suggestion before this woman began her artifact refining, Yang Kai might have just gone with the flow, but after seeing this woman's artifact refining skills he had other plans. Although the woman in front of him looked extremely unreliable, she was very capable. Moreover, she wasn't just an ordinary person. Little brother, are you convinced now? The woman looked at Yang Kai triumphantly with a look of worship on her face. Not bad, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Not bad. The woman's expression became fierce as she said slowly, not wrong. Such a miraculous method was actually exchanged for a mere, not bad, evaluation? The woman's face turned cold as she waved her hand like she was swatting a fly. Go 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 go, you are not welcome here, get as far away as you can. Originally, seeing that this boy was a guest brought by the Southern Gate Army, the woman had to give him some face, otherwise she would not have deliberately shown her artifact refining skills. But now Yang Kai's indifferent evaluation made her burn with anger, so she directly tried to drive him away. She no longer had the slightest interest in talking to him. She hated this kind of guy who didn't know how to appreciate and pretended to know. Yang Kai smiled. Not bad indeed. The woman's expression turned cold and she said indifferently, little brother, be careful that trouble comes from careless talk. Don't look at me like this. I only need to say a word and you will die without a burial ground. Southgate Daojuan chuckled and said, little Mark, your words are too big. Be careful that you won't be able to clean up the mess. The woman snorted. I'm an emperor weaponsmith. If I really wanted to kill someone, would I be afraid that no one would do it for me? Don't look at how those fellows outside are jealous of this old lady's debt collection. If this old lady really wants to negotiate with them, they can all become hired thugs. The Southgate Great Army said indifferently, the palace lord is a pill emperor. The woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, then tilted her head to look at Southgate Daojuan, as if she could see traces of lying on his face. But the result made her extremely disappointed. Southgate Daojuan's face was serious and his expression was solemn. Furthermore, based on her understanding of the Southgate Army, he would never lie about something like this. Pill Emperor? Ziyang? The woman was a little frightened. However, she still stubbornly said, so what? Emperor Weaponsmith, Emperor Pill Emperor, everyone is about the same. Thinking about it, it was funny. This nameless island actually gathered an Emperor Weaponsmith, an Emperor Pill Emperor and an Emperor Ray Emperor. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. Most likely, any sect that saw this would have their eyes lit up and would try to rope them in at all costs. Yang Kai said, Grandmaster Ho, right? It seems that Grandmaster Ho is very dissatisfied with this young master's evaluation. The woman snorted, whatever, I'm not related to you in any way. How you evaluate is your own business. If this young master says it's not bad, that's because I've seen better weaponsmiths. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately jumped up and cursed, nonsense. How can there be a better weaponsmith in this world than this old lady? In the Tao of weaponsmithing, this old lady is number one in the world. She turned to glare at Southgate Great Army and gritted her teeth. Can I beat this kid? Southgate Great Army shook his head and said, what number one? In any territory, no one dared to claim to be number one in the world. Perhaps the wondrous Pill Great Emperors could boast so much in the Tao of Alchemy. But this woman obviously did not have such weight. You don't believe me, Grandmaster Ho? Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, revealing a subtle smile. The woman snorted, since you say so, then take me to find a better weaponsmith. This old lady wants to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where she is now. The woman curled her lips with a look of disdain, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. But Yang Kai changed the topic. If I can prove that there is someone in this world who is better than you in weaponsmithing, then what? What's the harm in marrying you? The woman sneered as she tugged at her floral dress, puffed out her chest and said, this old lady has face, breasts and figure. Even now I am still a virgin, so don't say you don't like me. Yang Kai glanced at Southgate Great Army, who stretched out his hand and put a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he had long since learned about this woman's shamelessness. Good. Yang Kai nodded before taking out an object from his space ring and tossing it to the woman. Then please take a look at this, Grandmaster Ho. The woman reached out and caught it, glanced over it and sneered disdainfully. An origin-grade artifact? Where did this toy come from? What's a battleship? An origin-grade artifact was something only an origin-returning realm cultivator could use. For someone at her level, it was indeed a toy that had no use at all. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, the simpler and lower the grade of an object, the better one's ability to refine it, isn't that so? The woman frowned slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view in a rare moment. You're right. Just like cooking, what tested a chef's foundation was not some expensive dish, but the simplest stir-fried potato shreds. The woman's expression suddenly became serious, and the contempt in her eyes disappeared, replaced by caution and surprise. She turned the small battleship over and over in her hand, her divine sense surging, apparently to investigate its internal structure. Palace Master. Do you really intend to recruit this woman into High Heaven Palace? Southgate Great Army quietly asked. You've seen what kind of virtue she has. If she really enters High Heaven Palace, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause. She's eccentric and does whatever she wants. It's just that she hasn't met anyone who can subdue her. Is Palace Master confident in subduing her? No. Yang Kai shook his head. If I want to subdue her, the only way is to defeat her in her territory. I don't have that ability. In this regard, Southgate Great Army deeply understood. The reason why he agreed to join High Heaven Palace was not because Yang Kai was sincere, nor was it because Yang Kai was good to him, but because there was something in High Heaven Palace that interested him in his territory that he could not decipher. This was the main reason. Although I don't have this ability, others do. Yang Kai showed a mysterious smile. This is an origin-grade ship? Southgate Great Army frowned, realizing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. An origin-grade ship for Yang Kai was far too low of a grade, but it was a battleship personally refined by Yang Inflammation, something Yang Kai had brought from Shadowed Star. Yang Inflammation's artifact refining skills were something Yang Kai had deeply experienced. If this Grandmaster Ho's artifact refining skills were even better than Yang Inflammation's, then Yang Kai would naturally have nothing to say. However, Yang Kai felt that this was unlikely. This could be seen from the dignified expression on the woman's face at the moment. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. A trivial origin-grade ship in the eyes of Yang Kai and Southgate Great Army was just a low-grade artifact, but in the eyes of this woman, it was an extremely exquisite artifact. Time passed slowly and the cave remained silent. The woman's expression became more and more dignified, a fine layer of sweat oozing from her forehead. This detail shocked and horrified Southgate Great Army. The woman's reaction was obviously because this origin-grade ship had given her a great shock. Although the Southgate Great Army did not acknowledge her claim to be the world's #1 artifact refiner, they subconsciously felt that in terms of artifact refining, there was basically no one in the entire star boundary who could match her. But now it seemed that in this world there was always a mountain higher than the other. Who had refined this origin-grade ship, and where had the Palace Master obtained it? How could it have such a magical effect? Activate it. The woman suddenly raised her head and ordered Yang Kai, her tone not polite at all. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and simply formed a seal with his hand, causing the palm-sized battleship to immediately swell up to 15 meters in length and pitch black in color. Yang Kai opened the hatch again and the woman entered the battleship in a flash. From the looks of it, she would need to carefully inspect the ship from inside out. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply waited outside with the Southgate Great Army. By this time, Yang Kai was already 80% sure that this was the case, so it all depended on whether the woman admitted it or not. Half an hour later, the woman suddenly walked out of the battleship with a dull look on her face. She was like a walking corpse, like a young girl who had been brutally ravaged by dozens of burly men. Even her footsteps were stiff and mechanical. Only her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her lips gently opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Yang Kai and the Southgate Great Army glanced at each other and tactfully chose not to disturb her. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day, one night. After a full 2 days, the woman suddenly changed. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she suddenly jumped up and clapped her hands. Ah, I understand, so that's how it is. She had actually gained something. Seeing this, the Southgate Great Army breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 days ago he had been very worried. Although after so many years of being together, this woman had often done some infuriating things, in the end they were still old friends. Seeing this woman's demonic appearance, the Southgate Great Army was really worried that she would become the demon race. But now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. This allowed the Southgate Great Army to feel relieved, but at the same time they also felt a little angry. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. With this woman's previous actions, it was likely that she would live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon, so what was the point in worrying about her? Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. Oh. The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good, huh?" Southgate Army commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right, although I have some small flaws in my character." Small flaws? Southgate Army commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. "Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope Grandmaster Ho won't take offense if I offended you before." He. The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk. Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear, it was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." Army commander can testify. Yang Kai smiled and added, "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the south gate. After careful consideration she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since army commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded. "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet. The stake is this battle arc." "That's your condition?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "That's right." The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the south gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This origin-grade boat refined by Yang Yen should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. Alright. Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. "If I win, so what? What's your bet?" "I have something to compensate you." The woman snorted and shouted, "Big or small?" Yang Kai glanced at the South Gate Army who said, "Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word." "Then let's bet big," Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an origin-grade boat. The Southgate Army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock and said, "I'll bet big too." The woman sneered at the Southgate Army, "Be careful not to lose everything." "Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed. Come, place your bets." A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain as if she had killed her father. "Cut off my hand." "How can it be big?" The Southgate Army calmly took back the space ring and said, "Little Marky, you owe me a total of 50 million source crystals." Keep the tap. The woman glared at him angrily before looking at Yang Kai. Sighing, she said, since you've lost, I'll give you something. While speaking, she reached into her clothes, grabbed something and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it without any warning, but after taking a closer look he almost had a nosebleed. The woman chuckled. Our corset. Still warm. Yang Kai's face darkened. What do I need this for? The woman said meaningfully, who knows? Yang Kai sighed and was about to return the exquisite corset to the other party when he suddenly frowned. He stretched out his hand and shook off the corset, spreading it on his palm to examine it carefully. The woman was planning to laugh at Yang Kai, but when she saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat and she quietly sent a message to the South Gate Army. Army, is our palace master a novice? Won't he eat me if I tease him like this? The South Gate Army smiled contemptuously. What's wrong with me? The woman suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai, on the other hand, saw a clue and looked up at the woman in amazement, asking in surprise, are you Master Monkey? The woman was stunned for a moment before blinking. Yes, my surname is Ho and my name is Yu. So you are Master Monkey. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to the monkey head symbol on the corset. Ho Yu understood what he was talking about and smiled slightly. So you were talking about this? Yes, I am the elusive artifact refining Grandmaster, Master Monkey. It's you. Yang Kai's eyes widened, but then he nodded slightly and said, I should have known. On the airship of the South Gate Army, Yang Kai saw a monkey head sculpture. At that time he vaguely felt that he had seen it before, but before he had time to think about it he was interrupted. At this moment, seeing the monkey head symbol on the corset again, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he took Qin Yu to an auction in Maplewood City a few days ago, he bought her a flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which cost a lot of high-rank source crystals. The flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a monkey head symbol on it. According to Qin Yu at that time, Master Monkey was a very mysterious artifact refining grandmaster, and no one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, the artifacts refined by Master Monkey were all high quality and could be sold at a high price. Master Monkey's name was well known in the southern region. However, no one would have expected that Master Monkey's true identity was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a strange woman who liked to drink, gamble and lose every time she gambled. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, Ho Yu's artifact refining skills were extremely good, and with the addition of Master Monkey's name, High Heaven Palace had profited greatly this time. Now High Heaven Palace had gathered Emperor Alchemists, Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Artifact Masters, and even dabbled in the Tao of puppetry. With 3 monster kings in charge and a space array connecting the territory, it was easy to imagine that no one could stop the rise of the sect. Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. This origin grade boat is a gift to you. In any case, for me it's just a token of remembrance. Really? Ho Yu was overjoyed and a smile spread across her face as she bowed to Yang Kai and said gently, then this mistress thanks Palace Master for the gift. Yang Kai was not used to her suddenly acting like this. In the blink of an eye, Ho Yu returned to her usual self and rushed to the origin grade boat, opening her arms and hugging it as if she was holding a peerless treasure. Yang Kai removed the soul brand and Ho Yu refined it again before putting it away solemnly. Palace Master, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can introduce me to the person who refined this battle boat. Ho Yu walked back and said with a solemn expression. There will be a chance. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go. Ho Yu sneered. I don't have anything on me. Years of gambling had caused her to lose almost all of her family's property. Although she was an Emperor Artifact Master, she was actually very poor. Then let's go, Yang Kai said. Please don't resist. Saying so, Yang Kai wrapped them in his space principles and Emperor Qi, and with a single thought they disappeared from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reappeared above the island. The South Gate Army was already prepared, so they did not feel anything, but Ho Yu was taken aback and asked in amazement, spatial teleportation? In an instant they had teleported from the cave to this place, breaking through many barriers and spirit arrays. Ho Yu did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using an artifact at all, so there was only one explanation for this. Palace Master, are you proficient in space principles? Our Palace Master's divine technique is vast. You will be amazed in the future. The South Gate Army grinned meaningfully. Hou Yu's heart trembled as he secretly rejoiced that he did not confront Yang Kai head-on before. Otherwise his strength would not be enough. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how terrifying would an opponent proficient in space principles be? Not good. Hou Yu's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she urged Yang Kai, "Let's go or it will be too late." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was worried about and said, "In the future my High Heaven Palace's name will shake the world, and as the chief artifact refiner of my High Heaven Palace, you will not be able to hide it. Instead of letting these people come to High Heaven Palace and ruin my High Heaven Palace's reputation in the future, it is better to pay off your debts now." "Palace Master Yu." Hou Yu showed a moved expression. But Yang Kai's next words shattered her feelings completely. "All the repayment today will be deducted from your future monthly salary. Stinking woman, you finally came out. Today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." At the same time a stream of light flew over from the distance, and at the same time, a warning whistle rang out in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared from the stream of light. It was the middle-aged man Yang Kai and the South Gate army met when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. This man's Second-Order Emperor realm aura was extremely powerful and unstoppable, and his divine sense was locked onto Hou Yu, making it clear that he would not allow her to escape. He pounced forward and stretched out his hand to grab Hou Yu. An astonishing pressure descended like a mountain, and Hou Yu could not help but turn pale. Even the South Gate army's figures swayed. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so facing an angry Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was naturally difficult. Chiefing even found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Yang Kai took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the pressure weighing down on Hou Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Hou Yu was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai's back in a daze. For a moment Yang Kai looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Hou Yu and the Southern Gate army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. "You?" The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. "Are you in cahoots?" The middle-aged man recognized Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them, but he had just taken Yang Kai's finger and witnessed Yang Kai's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what. Today you can either return the money or pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Hou Yu to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor realm. Other than the middle-aged man who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, the remaining 4 were all First-Order Emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man, but with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Hou Yu with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. "Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd before landing on the middle-aged man again. He said calmly, "Debts must be repaid. What she owes you, I will pay it back for her." "You paid it back for her?" The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, "Do you know how much she owes?" "I'll pay as much as she owes," Yang Kai said lightly. Hou Yu gulped and quietly poked the Southern Gate Army, asking, "Is our palace master very rich?" The Southern Gate Army glanced at her and sneered, "What does it have to do with you? Anyway, palace master will pay off your debt this time and deduct it from your monthly salary. I guess you will have to stay in High Heaven Palace for the rest of your life." Hou Yu heard this. Her pretty face suddenly changed as she grabbed the Southern Gate Army's arm and said, "Army, you can't abandon me. I joined the High Heaven Palace because of you. If you want to leave in the future, you can't go alone. You must take me with you." The Southern Gate Army continued to sneer and pulled his arm out. On the other side, hearing Yang Kai's bold words, everyone had different reactions. Some looked happy while others looked skeptical. After all, the amount of debt owed by this woman was not small, but this young man actually said that he would pay it back. Did he have the financial resources to do so? Those were not low-rank or mid-rank source crystals, but tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Even the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace would not be able to bear such a debt easily. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "With such amazing strength and the courage to boast so shamelessly, you can't be a nobody, right? It's just paying back the debt. Why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Southern Gate Army said, "This is the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai. You should be familiar with him, right?" "What? The High Heaven Palace's palace master?" "The High Heaven Palace that destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and took over the nest of a magpie? I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master is a young man, and his cultivation is indeed at the First Order Emperor realm. It seems." Hearing the Southern Gate Army's introduction, the group of people was shocked. While gasping, they began to look at Yang Kai again. The middle-aged man's face darkened and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It turned out that this was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, who had been the talk of the town in the Northern Territory recently. The destruction of the Seeking Passion sect had caused an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. Although the High Heaven Palace had just been established, its name was like the sun in the sky. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, so anyone with a little bit of information would be familiar with this name. To be able to destroy a deep-rooted behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of the High Heaven Palace could be imagined. It was rumored that there were 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace, and even the Seeking Passion sect's sect master Zhou Xian was destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But now, it seemed that High Firmament Palace didn't just rely on the 3 monster kings to succeed. This seemingly young palace master wasn't easy to deal with either. With just a First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to easily suppress Yang Kai. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many people who could do this. Fortunately, the conflict between them wasn't too deep, otherwise, there would be no place for Yang Kai in the Northern Territory in the future. Thinking so, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. Please forgive my rudeness." Seeing him like this, the others also hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Xiao Ho is a member of my High Heaven Palace. She has caused trouble for everyone during this time. And how many source crystals does she owe you? Everyone, please give me a price. This palace master will help her pay it all." Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Before they knew Yang Kai's identity, it was reasonable to doubt whether he had the ability to pay back the money, but now that they knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, They had a headache whether to collect the debt or not. After all, these debts were gambling debts, not serious transactions. If they offended the High Heaven Palace because of this matter, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses. But if they didn't accept it, they would be unwilling. This was not a small number. So, although Yang Kai was very sincere in wanting to pay back the money for Hou, no one spoke up. Yang Kai observed them carefully, so how could he not know what they were afraid of? With a thought, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I remember that Xiao Ho owes Your Excellency 2,000 high-rank source crystals, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and admitted. This was what he had told Yang Kai and the South Gate Army 2 days ago. "Then please count, the number is correct." Yang Kai casually tossed a space ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he confirmed that the number was correct. With things having reached this point, he could only say, "It is indeed 20 million. With this opening, the rest of the people no longer hesitated and one by one reported the number of source crystals Hou owed them or the forces behind her. The minimum was 1 or 2 million high-rank source crystals, while the maximum was tens of millions. More than 20 people, Yang Kai spent a total of 70 million high-rank source crystals to pay it all back. After receiving the money they owed, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Among them, the earliest ones had been here for a year, but they had not been able to find any trace of Hou, let alone get back the money they owed. But now that happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, they were all overjoyed. Getting back the money they owed meant that they no longer had to suffer here. The money has been paid back. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd indifferently. "This palace master has a small matter to attend to now and hopes that you can help." The middle-aged man leading the group wore a solemn expression and cupped his fists. Palace Master Yang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. The rest of the people also echoed in unison. Yang Kai smiled and said, "After you return, please spread a message for me. If any sect or person gambles with Xiao Ho again in the future, High Heaven Palace will not let them off easily." Everyone was shocked and Hou even shouted exaggeratedly, "Palace Master, just kill me." If this news were to spread, how could she gamble with others in the future? Suddenly she regretted joining this bullshit High Heaven Palace. Now even her greatest pleasure had been ruthlessly deprived of, causing Hou to feel a sense of despair. Damn it. The middle-aged man obviously breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "This matter is easy to handle, Palace Master Yang can rest assured. We did not know that this madam was a member of High Heaven Palace. If we had known earlier. There is no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai waved his hand. Having no intention of continuing to exchange pleasantries with these people, he turned to Hou and the Southern Gate Army and said, "Let's go." The Southern Gate Army immediately threw out the Emperor artifact flying ship and the three of them entered it one by one, soon turning into a stream of light and flying towards High Heaven Palace. "Do you want to gamble?" Inside the ship, Yang Kai looked at Hou, who looked like a frosted eggplant, and asked. Hou raised his head and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Pay back the 70 million high-rank source crystals first," Yang Kai grinned. "It won't take long, just 100 years." Hou's eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted to the ground. Chapter 2787. 3 days later, the three of them returned to High Heaven Palace. During this period, Hou tried to escape many times, but she was caught by Yang Kai every time. She didn't have the slightest temper. "I don't believe you can watch me for 100 years. When you're not careful, I'll have plenty of chances to escape." Hou sneered in her heart. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was ruthlessly shattered after returning to High Heaven Palace for an incense stick's worth of time. Monster King? And there are 3 of them? Hou looked at the 3 terrifying existences in front of her who were rolling demonic chi and exuding a terrifying aura. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't know that High Heaven Palace had such a heritage. After all, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How many masters could there be in High Heaven Palace? Along the way, she didn't have the chance to ask about the High Heaven Palace in detail. Now that she was here, she was shocked. With 3 monster kings in charge, their heritage was not ordinary. No top sect in the Northern Territory could compare to them. "This is my High Heaven Palace's newly recruited chief artifact refiner." Yang Kai introduced Hou Yu to the three monster kings. Just call her Xiao Ho. And Xiao Ho is a lively and active person, but this young master hopes that she can be more stable in High Heaven Palace, so... Ying Fei immediately said, Young Master Yang, rest assured. The three of us will take turns watching her. We definitely won't let her cause any trouble. Shi Lei and Xie Wei also expressed their positions. Hou Yu's face suddenly became extremely pale. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and cried out, how can this be? Being watched by three monster kings in turn, how could she live in the future? If that was really the case, forget about escaping. She might not even have the slightest bit of personal freedom. That's good. Yang Kai nodded gently. He said to Ying Fei, take her to the chief steward and register her name. Then arrange a place for her to stay. Yes. Ying Fei replied, extending his hand towards Hou Yu. Miss Ho, please. I don't want to. Hou Yu clenched his teeth and turned to run. Ying Fei glanced at Yang Kai and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ying Fei sneered. He turned into a stream of light and chased after her. In the blink of an eye, he caught Hou Yu and lifted her up like a chick. Then he flew into the distance at a moderate speed. Shi Lei and Xie Wei looked at each other and slowly hurried over. From afar, Hou Yu's cursing voice could be heard before it gradually faded away. Yang Kai took out his communication compass and left a message for Hua Qingxi. Then he looked at the South Gate army and said, about the Mountain Ripple map. Get it done as soon as possible. Don't worry, Palace Lord. With little Marquis help, the Mountain Ripple diagram won't be a problem. Also, tell the head chief to refine a flight-type artifact for me after I'm done with the Mountain Ripple diagram. I want it to be big and good, so there's no need to worry about the cost. Yes. The matter of the chief refiner had also been settled. Yang Kai was in a good mood. After a while, he returned to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. On Lingjian Peak, Yang Kai had just stood still when his expression suddenly changed. He looked to the side and saw that in the valley over there, a sneaky and dark little beast was curiously looking at this side. Its eyes were rolling around as if it was looking for something. However, because the place where the space array was located was hidden by Yang Kai with the power of the Lingjian Peak, in the eyes of the little beast, there was nothing special about this place. Yang Kai chuckled softly and recognized that this little beast was the one he had met in the wine jar before. It looked strange and somewhat like a puppy. It should be the native monster beast of Lingjian Peak. It was just that its strength was not strong. Anyway, Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from it. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. When his figure suddenly appeared, the little beast was obviously startled and crept back a few times vigilantly. Its round eyes stared at Yang Kai, flashing a trace of human-like vigilance. However, after recognizing Yang Kai, that trace of vigilance quickly disappeared. Instead, it stuck out its tongue and kept panting as if it was acting coquettishly to please him. Yang Kai found it interesting. He reached out and grabbed it, touched its head and sneered, "Are you lost? This is not a place where you can casually come." Although the level of the birds and beasts on Lingjian Peak was not too high, many of them could not be resisted by this little beast. Especially in this valley, there were still many powerful monster beasts. If it was really encountered by those powerful monster beasts, he was afraid that it would be swallowed in one bite. In fact, Yang Kai was also very curious. How did such a black dog-like little beast survive in Lingjian Peak? After being touched by Yang Kai's hand, the little black dog showed a trace of joy. Its eyes narrowed and it quietly climbed on Yang Kai's hand, motionless. Gently shaking his head, his figure flickered and he appeared outside Lingjian Hall. Bending down, Yang Kai placed the little black dog down, but he didn't expect that the little guy would actually cling onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai was suddenly happy. He bent his finger and flicked it on the little black dog's forehead. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The little black dog, which had been calm and well-behaved, opened its mouth without warning and bit Yang Kai's finger. One man and one beast, for eyes looked at each other. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Immediately after, Yang Kai furrowed his brow, because a trace of pain was transmitted to him from his finger. At the same time, a trace of violent power suddenly shook his dantian. His face changed and before he could think, the little black dog actually ran away with its tail between its legs without looking back. Its mouth was still whimpering as if it had been greatly frightened. Yang Kai raised his hand and examined it in front of his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Under the little black dog's bite, his finger was actually bitten open. There were several clear teeth marks that went deep into his bone, and golden blood quickly flowed out. Was it bitten open? How was this possible? Yang Kai's physical fitness was strong even in the Emperor realm. It could be said to be the best. Except for some gifted monster clan, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in terms of physical fitness. Not to mention a little beast that looked unremarkable, even if he was bitten by someone in the Emperor realm. Under the condition that he did not use his strength, his skin and flesh would not be bitten open. But in fact the little black dog did so. It looked like it was just a casual bite and it did not even use much strength. How could its little teeth be so sharp? Yang Kai frowned and his expression was strange. He vaguely felt that the little black dog was not ordinary. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that after the little black dog bit his finger, the ancient demonic qi that had been sealed in the dantian shook. One must know that the ancient demonic qi had always been sealed by the Xianxia's gold and silver powers, and was extremely stable. For so long, Yang Kai had not felt any abnormalities. But today it was unexpectedly triggered, and it was triggered by a little black dog. What was going on? Carefully examining the seal on his dantian, Yang Kai determined that there were no hidden dangers. That little riot just now seemed to be a sudden event, but with such a coincidence, Yang Kai couldn't help but associate it with the little black dog. He swept out his divine thoughts and soon found the little black dog in a cave not far away. At this moment it was hiding more than 100 feet underground, and for some reason it had fallen asleep. It was unknown what frightened it in its sleep, but its body was trembling. It had bitten someone, but it still pretended to be hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. He wanted to catch it back and check it carefully, but now he could only give up. What's going on? A cold shout came. Yang Kai looked up and saw Gao Shueting suddenly appear on the Lingjian peak. Her beautiful eyes swept around as if she was looking for something, and she asked, "What happened here just now?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he said with a blank face, "What do you mean?" Gao Shueting said, "I felt a familiar energy fluctuation, a very annoying energy fluctuation. Is there anything unusual here?" "What's unusual?" Yang Kai denied flatly, "I was just experimenting with my new divine technique." He had to admit that Gao Shueting's perception was extremely sharp. The ancient demon qi in his dantian had only moved for a moment, and it had already been withdrawn, but she had not noticed it. In the past, when Yang Kai was first eroded by the demonic qi and became the demon race, he had fought against 3 opponents: Gao Shueting, Chen Wenhao of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple. At that time Yang Kai was only in the Dao Source realm. Facing the 3 great emperors, he was under a lot of pressure. In the end he had to use his trump card after becoming the demon race to escape. Even now Yang Kai did not dare to confess to Gao Shueting. If she knew that he was the demon from back then, God knows if Gao Shueting would chop him with her sword. "Is that so?" Gao Shueting frowned slightly. Obviously her doubts had not disappeared. If Yang Kai was just experimenting with the divine technique, she would definitely not feel disgusted, but the energy fluctuation just now made her instinctively feel disgusted. It was just that the energy fluctuation lasted too short, and it disappeared before she could feel it clearly, so she could not remember where she had encountered it. Of course. Yang Kai's back was also covered in cold sweat, but his face was serious as he changed the topic. "Senior Sister Gao, Purple Bamboo Peak is very far from here. How did you get here so quickly?" Gao Shueting said, "I was just passing by. I just came from the temple master." After a pause she continued, "But then again, where have you been hiding? Why couldn't I find you when I came here the day before yesterday?" "I was still in the Northern Territory the day before yesterday, so of course you couldn't find me." Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai replied, "I went into secluded cultivation for a while." Gao Shueting looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai's evasive answer made her a little suspicious. But since Yang Kai did not want to talk about it, she did not want to get to the bottom of it. She just nodded and said, "Then do as you please. I'll take my leave first." "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai raised his hand and called out to her. "Is there anything else?" Gao Shueting paused and asked. Yang Kai said, "Senior Sister Gao Shueting seems to be in a hurry and you look worried. Did you encounter some trouble? Maybe I can help you." Gao Shueting said lightly, "This is a secret of the temple. You're just a guest elder, so you're not qualified to know too much. Well, if you're willing, Senior sister, don't say any more. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Yang Kai was already forced to become a guest elder of the temple, so how could he remove the word guest? After all, he was also a temple master. By the way, I'm going to go out soon. Go if you want, no one will keep you. Gao Shuiting's voice came and she disappeared. Chapter 2788. Brother Yang. In the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Kong Si-ran walked in with a beaming face and cupped his fists enthusiastically. Yang Kai got up and returned the greeting. Brother Kong. Sit down and talk, you and I are not outsiders. Kong Si-ran gestured, then turned around and saw a maidservant serving excellent tea outside the door. After closing the door, Kong Si-ran said, Brother Yang, did you come here to pick up the goods? And the 2-month deadline is almost up. How are your preparations? Kong Si-ran smiled and said, Brother Yang's business is big, so President Liu is naturally working hard. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades have been prepared. Saying so, he took out a space ring and put it on the table before pushing it towards Yang Kai. These goods are worth a total of 40 million high-rank source crystals. Brother Yang, please check them. No need, Yang Kai shook his head. If it was someone else doing this business, Yang Kai might have really checked to see if these goods were enough. But since it was Kong Si-ran, there was no need to do so. Kong Si-ran definitely wouldn't cheat him. In fact, the space spirit crystals and space spirit jades worth 40 million high-rank source crystals needed to be transferred from the major branches in the Southern Territory within 2 months. It took a lot of effort and a lot of manpower and financial resources were consumed during this period. Of course, with Lu Qi's full operation and Kong Si-ran's constant monitoring, they finally managed to gather enough. There was still some left, but they were all given to Yang Kai by Kong Si-ran. Compared to such a big business deal, these additional goods were not worth mentioning. How much do I have to pay? Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang previously paid a deposit of 10 million, and the other two 12th order monster cores are worth 13 million, so Brother Yang still needs to pay 17 million high-rank source crystals, Kong Si-ran reported. In addition, Vice President Liu said that if Brother Yang doesn't pay in source crystals, it's fine if he takes the 12th order monster cores. Yang Kai grinned. That's a good plan, President Liu. I'll pay in source crystals. Although he had a lot of monster cores, he couldn't take them out casually. Once there were too many 12th order monster cores circulating on the market, the price would affect the market. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't do something like digging his own grave. As for the source crystals, he could even pay off Ho Yu's 70 million gambling debt. What was 17 million to him? After completing the transaction, Kong Si-ran took out a document and the two of them left their soul marks on each other, indicating that this transaction had been successfully completed. Yang Kai said, I'll have to trouble Brother Kong to continue purchasing space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for me. Help me send it to Azure Sun Temple. No problem. Kong Si-ran nodded. Speaking of which, congratulations to Yang Kai for his promotion to the position of Elder of Azure Sun Temple. Just an honored guest elder. Yang Kai shook his head. Kong Si-ran said, the Chamber of Commerce also received an invitation last time, but this Kong was busy with space spirit crystals and space spirit jades and couldn't get away. I'm ashamed that I couldn't go and congratulate you. Brother Kong, don't be so polite. Let's not talk about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The transaction was completed, so the two chatted casually for a while. After asking about Kong Si-ran's recent situation, Yang Kai learned that he was now like a fish in water in the branch in Maplewood City. Originally, he only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm. He couldn't sit in the position of branch manager no matter what. However, because he was very familiar with Maplewood City, he was given an important position. However, before encountering Yang Kai's business, he had already reached the end of his career as a steward. It wouldn't be long before he was transferred out of Maplewood City, a place that was overflowing with wealth. At that time, he might even be sent to some remote place. But Yang Kai's huge business deal allowed him to turn over a new leaf, and he was highly valued by Lu Qi, a transaction worth 40 million, who could be so generous. Not to mention, Yang Kai also promised to bring 2 12th Order Monster Beast monster cores to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce every 6 months. This was a long-term business deal. Because of this, Kong Si-ran's position as a branch manager couldn't be replaced. After all, Yang Kai gave face to Kong Si-ran. That was why he made such an agreement with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Now, among the several branch managers, Lu Qi looked at Kong Si Ran in a new light, and many big customers were appointed to him. Especially after the branch manager named Gu Hong left Maplewood City, all the customers that belonged to Gu Hong were taken over by Kong Si Ran. Now, Kong Si Ran was the #1 manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Then Gu Hong left Maplewood City? Yang Kai was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't see him on this trip. Yes, since Brother Yang came last time, he took the initiative to ask to be transferred out of Maplewood City. President Lu naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately waved his hand and let him go. Kong Si Ran grinned from ear to ear. Originally, the competition between him and Gu Hong was fierce, and he had no hope of winning, but in the end he had the last laugh, and Gu Hong, who had the absolute advantage, took the initiative to leave. He probably felt that there was no possibility of him staying. This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran kept thanking him, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's credit. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly felt that he had grasped something, so he asked, "What was the situation when Gu Hong left?" Kong Si Ran didn't know why he asked this, but he still thought for a while and said, "He was in a hurry and he seemed to be in a bad mood, as if a disaster was about to befall him." "That scoundrel." Yang Kai slapped his thigh and coldly snorted. "What's wrong?" Kong Si Ran was startled. Yang Kai sneered, "I understand why he suddenly asked to be transferred out of Maplewood City. He was afraid that I would come to settle accounts with him." Kong Si Ran asked suspiciously, "How did Gu Hong offend Brother Yang?" Yang Kai said, "What kind of crime is selling a customer's information in the Chamber of Commerce?" Kong Si Ran was shocked when he heard this and said solemnly, "This is a serious crime, and if it is verified he will be executed immediately." "What does Brother Yang mean?" Yang Kai continued, "After participating in the auction in Maplewood City, I was stopped by the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongjing, when I was leaving the city. At that time I found it strange. How did this guy know where I was going? Furthermore, he was able to accurately intercept me. Now it seems that someone is behind this." "What? Lu Dong was killed by Brother Yang?" Kong Si Ran was taken aback. Kong Si Ran was aware of the news of Lu Dongjing's death. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and a big client of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran would naturally pay attention to this matter, especially after he took over Gu Hong's client. Lu Dong was originally Gu Hong's customer, and since Kong Si Ran took over, he naturally had to pay him a visit. But when he went to Broken Mountain Sect, he learned that Lu Dong's natal light had gone out, and he had obviously died an unnatural death. After Lu Dong's death, Broken Mountain Sect also scattered, and its thousands of disciples went their separate ways. After inquiring about the time, Kong Si Ran learned that Lu Dong died after the auction. Not many people knew about this matter, and Kong Si Ran did not know who killed Lu Dong, but now he understood that it was Yang Kai who did it. Although his cultivation was not high as the manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, his mind was extremely sharp, and from Yang Kai's words he was able to guess the truth of the matter. Obviously, after the auction, Gu Hong had revealed Yang Kai's whereabouts to Lu Dongjing, and then Lu Dongjing had wanted to intercept and kill him, but his skill was inferior and he had been killed instead. Yang Kai and Lu Dong had a grudge, and Kong Si Ran knew about it. The reason why Gu Hong targeted Yang Kai was even simpler. He was competing with Kong Si Ran for the position of manager, and when he saw that Kong Si Ran's position was stable because of Yang Kai, he naturally became anxious. Thinking so, Kong Si Ran said with a sullen face, "This matter is of great importance. Brother Yang, please wait for a moment, I have to report this to President Lu." Yang Kai said, "Forget it, since Lu Dong is dead and Gu Hong has taken the initiative to transfer, this matter ends here. There is no need to trouble President Lu. A trivial Gu Hong was nothing in his eyes, so there was no need for him to make such a big fuss." Kong Si Ran said, "Brother Yang, you don't know, the Chamber of Commerce values its reputation the most. Without it, the Chamber of Commerce would be finished. Gu Hong dared to privately leak information about our customers, which is absolutely unacceptable to the Chamber of Commerce. If we let him go this time, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause next time." Since he mentioned the Chamber of Commerce's reputation, Yang Kai could not stop him, so he said, "But there is no real evidence." Kong Si Ran said, "There is no need for evidence, this matter is obvious." I believe President Liu can see it. Saying so, he walked out. It could be seen that Kang Si-ran was not trying to take advantage of the situation. Although the competition between him and Gu Hong had been quite unpleasant, Kang Si-ran was not a narrow-minded person. His actions were obviously for the sake of Purple Source Chamber of Commerce. A piece of rat's droppings could occasionally spoil a pot of porridge. After a short while, Kang Si-ran returned. As for Gu Hong's fate and Lu Qi's punishment, Kang Si-ran did not say and Yang Kai did not ask. Kang Si-ran only expressed a slight apology on behalf of Lu Qi and said that if Yang Kai wanted to buy anything from the Chamber of Commerce in the future, he would give him a 10% discount. Obviously, this was Lu Qi's hush money. Gu Hong's actions were a disgrace to the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, it could not be spread outside. A 10% discount was very generous, especially since Yang Kai's business with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was extremely large. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. He went straight to Spirit Lake City. Halfway there, he took out the Elder Jade Plate and imprinted a message to Xianxia. When Yang Kai arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, Xianxia was already standing there with a smile. When he saw Yang Kai, he waved enthusiastically. Yang Kai walked over, and Xianxia directly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior brother Yang, congratulations on becoming an elder of our temple." Yang Kai said, "Brother, don't laugh at me. How is this a joke? This is a great thing for you in the temple." Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I heard that you have seen 2 of the temple's 3 great taboos." It would have been better if Xianxia did not mention this, but when Xianxia mentioned this, Yang Kai could not help but think of Gao Shuiting's heroic figure when she was drunk, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Xianxia laughed, "It's good to get used to it, it's good to get used to it." Chapter 2789. Xianxia warmly welcomed Yang Kai into his room. After the two sat down, Yang Kai asked about Bian Yuqing's situation. That woman successfully broke through to the Emperor realm half a month ago. The commotion she caused that day was not small. Xiaoxing's expression turned solemn. Broke through to the Emperor realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. This news was both expected and unexpected. Originally, according to Bian Yuqing's aptitude, even if she could enter the heaven-grade secluded area of the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate for 2 months, the possibility of her breaking through was very small. After all, her talent in the martial Dao was not very good, and she had been wasting so many years in the Dao source realm. Her spirit had long been worn away and she had lost the will to improve, so how could she make a breakthrough? If nothing unexpected happened, the Third Order Dao source realm would be the peak of her life. However, Ko Wu's death had greatly stimulated her, and with the help of Yang Kai as well as the large number of source crystals and emperor pills he had given her before he left, it was only natural that she would be able to make a breakthrough. In any case, this was a happy event, and it meant that the High Heaven Palace had gained another Emperor Realm Master. The Spirit Lake Palace had been established for many years and countless cultivators had broken through their shackles here, prying into deeper mysteries of the realm, but there were not many who broke through to the Emperor Realm here. The commotion caused by Bian Yuqing's breakthrough that day shook the entire Spirit Lake City, especially the cultivator who had been waiting in line to enter the Spirit Lake Palace. All of them seemed to have seen new hope and were full of enthusiasm, waiting for their turn to enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secluded area to cultivate. She has been stabilizing her cultivation for the past half a month, so she should be able to come out in a few days. Xiaoxing smiled faintly. As one of the 3 great deacons of the Spirit Lake Palace, he naturally knew Bian Yuqing's situation like the back of his hand, not to mention that Bian Yuqing was brought here by Yang Kai, so he would more or less take care of her. That's good, Yang Kai nodded happily. Junior brother, did anything happen recently? Xiaoxing suddenly changed the topic and asked. Yang Kai said, I need to go to Star Soul Palace. What orders does Big Brother have? Go to Star Soul Palace. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why Yang Kai was going to Star Soul Palace. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how long will it take? 1 to 2 months will do. If that's the case. He grinned and said, I want to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I don't know if Junior Brother is free. Brother, please speak. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Xiaoxing didn't say what it was. Instead, he turned to look at the room behind him. He said, Little Blossom, come out. You know Junior Brother Yang, so don't hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman in a palace dress walked out of the room. She was wearing a long dress that wrapped around her exquisite body. There was a smile on her face that made people's hearts ripple. Her eyes were watery and she seemed to want to say something. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in surprise. This woman was the palace master of Hundred Flower Palace, Hua Yulu. He had met her in Azure Sun Temple a few days ago. He didn't expect to meet her again here. That day Hua Yulu also inquired about Xianxia. It seemed that she came directly to Spirit Lake Palace after leaving Azure Sun Temple. Although Yang Kai had noticed that there was another person's aura in the room before, since she was hiding, he didn't investigate further. Now that he saw the real person, he was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. There seemed to be some adultery between this man and woman. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became meaningful. Hua Yulu seemed a little embarrassed, her cheeks blushing slightly. She walked closer and bowed softly, saying, "This concubine greets Elder Yang." Palace Master Hua is too polite. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his head. Not to mention that Hua Yulu's cultivation was similar to his, and she was a palace master. Just based on the unclear relationship between her and Xianxia, Yang Kai couldn't accept her courtesy. Yang Kai turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Brother, you said you wanted my help. Is it related to Palace Master Hua?" Xianxia smiled slightly. "Yes. It is indeed related to little Hua." He looked up at Hua Yulu and said, "Little Hua, you tell me yourself." Hua Yulu nodded slightly and opened her red lips, slowly saying, "It's like this. 3 months ago, when I went to the southern swamp to look for herbs, I accidentally found an ancient cave mansion." An ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. Hua Yulu nodded. "It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. That cave mansion has been around for a long time, and it exudes an extremely ancient aura. I don't know who left it behind. This concubine and 2 other people took the risk and went in to investigate. Although we tried our best to break through a few layers of old restrictions and obtain some benefits, in the end we were stopped in front of an even more powerful restriction. We couldn't enter." "Why are there 2 other people?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Yulu said, "Although the southern swamp is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. It is said that the southern swamp is the place where the ancient cultivator rose and gathered, so there are many good things hidden there. Moreover, the special environment there can also produce some peerless spirit herbs. Many experts will explore the southern swamp." When that ancient cave mansion appeared, there was a small commotion. If it wasn't for that, this concubine wouldn't have discovered it. The other 2 people were also attracted. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, vaguely understanding the situation at that time. Hua Yulu continued, "Among the other 2 people, one of them knew a little about restrictions and formations. According to that person's speculation, the restriction that blocked our way couldn't be broken through even if the 3 of us worked together, so we could only seek help from others. Therefore, the 3 of us agreed to find a helper each and meet in the southern swamp half a year later." "And you found Brother Xia?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Yulu smiled bitterly. "Although this concubine knows many people in the Emperor realm, there are not many that I can truly trust. It was not uncommon for a cultivator to forget righteousness in the face of profit and kill others to steal their treasures on the path of cultivation. When it came to finding people to cooperate in an exploration, it was natural to find people that were trustworthy. Otherwise, if they randomly found someone, they might die an unnatural death." Xiaxing said, "Junior Brother Yang, this brother really can't leave. The temple sent me here for a full 3 years. Before the time is up, I can't go anywhere. Otherwise, there would be no need to trouble Junior Brother. It's not a big deal. We're just going to explore an ancient cave mansion." Yang Kai waved his hand and looked at Hua Yulu. "It's just. Are you familiar with the other 2? Can you trust them?" Hua Yulu replied, "I'm not familiar with them. It was the first time we met, but they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. As for whether I trust them or not, since it was the first time we met, how could I trust them? However, I don't trust them and they certainly won't trust me. So when we separated, the 3 of us each made a great heart demon oath, swearing not to casually reveal the matter of this ancient cave mansion. We were only allowed to find helpers below the second-order Emperor realm, and each of us could only bring 1 helper. So it's like that." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. Although great heart demon oaths were just empty words, When one's cultivation reached the level of the Emperor realm, this kind of oath could not be made casually. Once broken, a heart demon might appear and affect one's future. Since they were bound by great heart demon oaths for the time being, they could trust that the other two would not casually leak the information. This matter was still a possibility. If I'm not wrong, those two will definitely find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm. Hua Yulu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and said, "If Elder Yang has any scruples, this mistress will think of another way." It wasn't that she couldn't find helpers at the second-order Emperor realm, but they really couldn't cooperate. Otherwise she wouldn't have found Xiaxia. Xiaxia was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple before the Emperor realm. Although he had just reached the first-order Emperor realm, if he really went all out, it wouldn't be easy for a second-order Emperor realm master to kill him. As for Yang Kai's strength, Hua Yulu had seen it with her own eyes on the day of the coronation ceremony. He could even injure an elder of Star Soul Palace. Although she was also heavily injured, her strength was definitely not simply at the first-order Emperor realm. She should be on par with Xiaxia. Xiaxia said from the side, "Junior brother, you can consider this matter yourself. Don't worry about me. I just mentioned it casually. It's up to you whether you agree or not." He was obviously afraid that Yang Kai would be worried about his face and reluctantly agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am also very interested in the ancient cave mansion." Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, "Does that mean Elder Yang agrees?" Yang Kai didn't answer but said, "That ancient cave mansion can make the three of you so obsessed, and you even went through so much trouble to find helpers to explore it. Presumably you obtained some benefits from it?" "There are indeed benefits." Hua Yulu nodded calmly. Even if Elder Yang didn't ask, this mistress was prepared to explain it. "The three of us didn't explore the ancient cave mansion deeply. Although we broke a few barriers, we only obtained a few benefits. This is the benefit this mistress obtained from the cave mansion." While speaking, Hua Yulu flipped her hand and took out a small flower drum. The small flower drum didn't look special, only about the size of a person's palm. It was unknown what it was made of, but as soon as it was taken out, a very special aura rippled out. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ancient exotic treasure. This flower drum was actually just like his mountains and rivers bell. It was a genuine primeval treasure that emanated a pure primeval aura. In ancient times, the world energy tide was very different from the present, so the various secret techniques and divine abilities cultivated by the ancient cultivators, and even the artifacts they used were very different from those of this era. But it was undeniable that ancient exotic treasures should not be underestimated. It was just that ancient exotic treasures were too rare. For nearly 10,000 years only the mountains and rivers bell seemed to be recorded. Perhaps there were other unknown ancient exotic treasures, but in the entire star boundary, there were definitely no more than 10. Now one had appeared in Hua Yulu's hands. Chapter 2790. This soul-absorbing drum can intimidate the mind. It's not very powerful, but it's good in concealment, making it impossible to guard against. As Hua Yulu spoke, she suddenly reached out and patted the small flower drum lightly. Strangely enough, there was no sound at all. At the same time, a silent force rippled outwards, like a sharp blade cutting towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Caught off guard, Yang Kai's mind moved. However, as Hua Yulu said, this soul-absorbing drum wasn't very powerful, so it couldn't break through the defense of his knowledge sea. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hua Yulu hadn't completely refined it and didn't fully activate it. Even so, it was still very impressive. Imagine when two people were evenly matched in strength and were fighting to the death. Hua Yulu suddenly activated the power of the soul-absorbing drum, and her opponent would definitely suffer. If this soul-absorbing drum was used well, it was definitely a weapon that could turn defeat into victory. It was more versatile than an ordinary emperor artifact. Good stuff. Yang Kai personally tested the power of the soul-absorbing drum and praised it generously. Hua Yulu said, "Elder Yang, you flatter me." Yang Kai said, "When the three of you went to explore, you got the soul-absorbing drum. What did the other two get?" Hua Yulu replied, "One of them cultivated a secret technique in the cave mansion. This mistress doesn't know what it is exactly. That person didn't show it, but judging from his expression at that time, it should be quite powerful. The other person's cultivation increased greatly in the cave mansion. Originally, that person's strength was the lowest among the three of us. He should have just broken through to the first-order emperor realm not long ago. However, when he left, his aura was already the strongest among the three of us. It can make one's cultivation soar. Yang Kai was shocked. It was rare to see an opportunity that could make one's cultivation soar in the Emperor realm. This showed that this ancient cave mansion definitely had a great background. The methods of the ancient Almighty were really extraordinary. After so many years, there were still so many opportunities hidden in that cave mansion. If they really explored it completely, who knew how many benefits they would gain. Previously, when he agreed to accompany Hua Yulu to explore the ancient cave, it was more or less out of respect for Xiaoxing. However, at this moment Yang Kai was truly interested. A cultivator's cultivation was not a closed door. Going out to gain experience was the most important path. Occasionally obtaining an opportunity was often better than cultivating in seclusion for many years. Since Elder Yang is interested, how about we meet in the southern swamp in 2 months? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and asked. All right. Yang Kai nodded, naturally not having any objections. He would take advantage of this time to go to Star Soul Palace and enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to cultivate. The two of them immediately exchanged contact information and each engraved their divine soul brand on the other party's compass. In this way, as long as they were not too far apart, they could communicate with each other. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll need you to take care of Little Blossom, junior brother. Xiaoxing smiled. Yang Kai said generously, brother, don't worry. I will definitely bring Palace Master Hua back in one piece. Xiaoxing smiled and declined to comment. On the other hand, Hua Yulu's cheeks flushed red. She secretly glanced at Xiaoxing and immediately showed a disappointed expression. Looking at the expressions of these two people, Kai Yang vaguely understood the relationship between these two people. I'll be staying in Spirit Lake City for the next few days. If Bian Yuqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know, brother. Don't worry. Xiaoxing said seriously, I will see her from time to time. Yang Kai said his goodbyes, but when he turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, by the way, Palace Master Hua, do you remember the barrier that blocked your way? Hua Yulu was startled and nodded, I remember. Does Elder Yang need it? I can draw it for you to see. That would be best. Hua Yulu immediately took out a blank jade slip, immersed her divine sense in it and recorded the brand she saw that day. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, this is the barrier. It should be an ancient spirit array. This mistress doesn't understand spirit arrays and can't see anything special about it. I just memorized it, but there shouldn't be any mistakes. At her level of cultivation, having a photographic memory was the most basic ability. I don't understand it either, but I can ask someone else. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Yulu's eyes lit up. Elder Yang knows someone who is proficient in spirit arrays? That would be best. This mistress was planning to go to the Gong family in Heavenly River Valley, but now it seems that there is no need. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was recognized as a master of spirit arrays in the Southern Territory. Hua Yulu was not an ignorant person, so she naturally couldn't completely trust the other two emperors. If she wanted to break this spirit array and enter the depths of the ancient cave mansion, she naturally had to investigate this spirit array. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was the best choice. However, with Yang Kai's words, she saved herself some trouble. After all, if she went to Heavenly River Valley and the Gong family asked about the origin of this spirit array, Hua Yulu could only lie. Leave this matter to me. Palace Master Hua, recuperate for the next 2 months. When the time comes, we will meet again in the southern swamp. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Yang. Hua Yulu nodded and thanked him. As soon as Yang Kai left, Xiaoxing stood up and said, Little Hua, you can do as you please. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Hua Yulu looked at him angrily. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid that I will eat you? The corner of Xiaoxing's mouth twitched and he said, Why would I be afraid of you? It's just that if I don't work hard to cultivate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as the eldest brother. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head and walked out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Stinky man. Hua Yulu puffed up her cheeks in anger, her face full of indignation. The host had already left, so as a guest, what was the point of her staying? She could only follow him and leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Kai Yang had stayed in an inn in Spirit Lake City for less than 3 days when Bian Yuqing, who was emitting a strong aura, came knocking on his door. In the room, 4 pairs of eyes met and Yang Kai nodded lightly. Not bad. Bian Yuqing stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. Bian Yuqing was also shocked. She thought that after breaking through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't feel any pressure when facing Yang Kai, but after meeting him this time she was shocked to find that she couldn't see through his depths. If she didn't know that he was also a first-order Emperor realm master, Bian Yuqing would have suspected that he was a third-order master. Why is the gap still so big? You can release it but you can't retract it. You haven't yet reached a stable realm, Yang Kai commented. Only when you retract your aura can you be considered to have completely stabilized. I will remember. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Bian Yuqing responded honestly, but she couldn't help but feel a little strange. More than a decade ago she was high and mighty in front of this young man, but after more than a decade the roles were suddenly reversed. It was all thanks to this person that she could survive and break through to the Emperor realm. Thinking back on the past she couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you are ready to join my High Heaven Palace. Bian Yuqing smiled. Does Palace Master not want me? Of course not. Yang Kai got up and said, let's go. After leaving Spirit Lake City and flying forward, Bian Yuqing constantly stabilized her newly broken through cultivation. After 2 days of this the results were very obvious. Her aura from the Emperor realm was obviously much more restrained. Palace Master, where are we going now? Bian Yuqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's leisurely appearance. I'll send you back to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai replied. Back to the palace. Bian Yuqing was startled and asked in surprise, but isn't the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory? The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If they flew all the way there it would probably take several years. If there were any delays along the way it wouldn't be strange to spend 10 years. Originally, Bian Yuqing wanted to persuade Yang Kai to speed up or use the space array to teleport a few times. This would save some time, but seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, Bian Yuqing didn't say anything. In any case she had now joined the High Heaven Palace so Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing for him to worry about and he had even saved her life. After 3 days the two arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. If I'm not mistaken this should be the Thousand Leaves sect, right? Bian Yuqing followed Yang Kai and landed on the ground. She then turned her head to look around and asked. It is indeed Thousand Leaves sect. Bian Yuqing sighed. The rise and fall of a sect is like the tide. Without strength one really can't survive. He seemed to have some thoughts. Looking at the destroyed Thousand Leaves sect, she couldn't help but think of Blue Feather sect. Speaking of which, the two sects had similar strength so their endings were almost the same. Come in. While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already stood on the space array in the mountain valley and called out. Although Bian Yuqing found it strange, she still obediently stepped forward. In the next moment the two appeared in this small world. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just led Bian Yuqing straight to Emperor Heaven Valley. After Bian Yuqing saw the territory crossing space array, a look of shock appeared on her face and she said in horror, This could it be? Yang Kai said, you can return to the High Heaven Palace through this. I have 3 jade slips for you to take back. Bian Yuqing collected her thoughts and took the 3 jade slips, asking, who should I give them to? Yang Kai said, give this one to a person called Hua Qingxi. She is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Give this jade slip to her and she will arrange it for you. As for the other 2, let Hua Qingxi pass them to the South Gate Army. Do you remember? Bian Yuqing nodded seriously. Yes, I remember. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing walked onto the array and stood there. Yang Kai's hand moved and many high-rank source crystals were accurately inserted into the grooves. When he urged his space principles, the array hummed and activated. With a flash of light, Bian Yuqing disappeared. Vaguely, before Bian Yuqing disappeared, her lips opened and closed as if she was thanking him. Yang Kai smiled and turned around to leave Emperor Heaven Valley. Destination: Star Soul Palace. Chapter 2791. There were not many great emperors' sects in the star boundary, at most 3. The Serene Soul Palace of the Great Emperors in the Eastern Territory, the Star Soul Palace of the Bright Moon Great Emperors in the Southern Territory, and the Shadow Killer Temple of the Night Shadow Great Emperors in the Western Territory, of course. Medicine Pill Valley and Spirit Beast Island were also considered forces of the Great Emperors, but they were not considered sects. After all, they did not recruit disciples. Whether it was Medicine Pill Valley or Spirit Beast Island, they were just places where the two great emperors lived in seclusion. Ordinary people had no chance of entering. And any of the great emperor's sects were the stabilizing force of the territory where the sect was located, the god of protection, awe-inspiring and inviolable. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had played such a role for tens of thousands of years, making hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory worship it. For tens of thousands of years, the source chi of all living beings had gathered, and the existence of Star Soul Palace was closely related to the fate of the entire Southern Territory. Someone once said that if Star Soul Palace was destroyed one day, the entire Southern Territory would be plunged into an abyss of suffering and suffering beyond redemption. However, with the Bright Moon Great Emperors in charge, it would not be easy to destroy Star Soul Palace unless there was another turbulence like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's era. When Yang Kai arrived at Star Moon Mountain, it was already 7 days later. Star Moon Mountain was extremely high, towering and precipitous, as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. One could pluck the sun and moon with one hand and cover the stars with a flip of the hand. A thick and vicissitudes of life rushed towards him, as if what in front of him was not a mountain range, but a living giant that had stood in the Southern Territory for tens of thousands of years, overlooking the rise and fall of the common people. Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced and had seen a lot of great sects. Not to mention a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, even Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were on par with it, but no sect could compare to Star Soul Palace. Standing here, it was as if one's entire being had obtained an indescribable sublimation, and it gave birth to an extremely subtle feeling of excitement and delight. In the mountains and fields, rare birds and beasts were frolicking about. Hidden in the clouds and mist, pavilions and buildings were faintly discernible. It was a scene of paradise that was too beautiful to behold. It was so enjoyable that one would forget to leave. "This is the sect of the great emperors?" Yang Kai murmured. "Who is it?" Yang Kai had only been standing there for a short while when he heard an angry shout. 2 streams of light flew over from afar and turned into 2 figures. Both of them were young men and their Dao Source Realm auras were vigorous and pure. At a glance, one could tell that they had a solid foundation and a promising future ahead of them. It was very likely that he would break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and become a master of his generation. Such an outstanding cultivator, if placed in any sect, would be fully nurtured as a successor. But looking at the appearance of these 2 people, it seemed that they were just guarding the mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Star Soul Palace was indeed Star Soul Palace. Only the Serene Soul Palace and Shadow Kill Palace, which were also great emperors' sects, could compare with them. This is Star Moon Mountain. Idle people are not allowed to trespass. Go back to where you came from or we will not let you off easily. Among the 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators, the one on the left who looked more stable shouted at Yang Kai. Although his cultivation was much lower than Yang Kai's, he didn't fear either of them. But whether it was him or the other person, neither of them showed the slightest fear, instead shouting at Kai Yang. This was the confidence of the disciples of Star Soul Palace. In the eyes of the disciples of Star Soul Palace, there were only 2 kinds of cultivator in the entire Southern Territory. One was from the same sect and the other was not. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the latter, so no matter how high or low his cultivation was, they didn't need to care too much. Glancing at the 2 people, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "This one was invited by someone and came to keep an appointment. Please don't be impatient." Invited by someone? The young man who spoke before frowned. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, he said, "Who invited you? Do you know your name? My brother will pass the message for you." Since this person in front of him was invited, it meant that he had some relationship with his fellow sect members. It wasn't good to offend him easily, so his tone softened a little. Yang Kai was about to tell the truth, but suddenly his expression changed and he smiled. "No need, someone is here to pick me up." When the 2 brothers heard this, they both turned their heads to look. They saw a colorful light approaching from afar. It came quickly and stopped not far away in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. "Brother Yang." Lan Sun greeted with a smile. In an instant the whole world seemed to have lost its color. Your Highness the Princess? The two senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded in an instant as they stared at Lan Sun, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes almost frozen. Originally, when they heard Yang Kai say that he was invited by someone, the two didn't care too much. It was nothing more than an outsider who had some relationship with their fellow sect members, but now it seemed that the person who invited him was actually the Princess of Star Soul Palace. How could it be Her Highness the Princess? Her Highness the Princess was outstanding. Not only did she inherit the bright moon body of the great emperors, but her talent in the martial Dao was also unparalleled. She was born with a heavenly fragrance and was easygoing and approachable. She was very popular in the entire Star Soul Palace and was the dream lover of many young talents. Even the arrogant disciples of Star Soul Palace were proud to be able to speak with Her Highness the Princess. There were very few people who could get this honor. Only Brother Xiaoqin, who guarded Her Highness the Princess all year round, could see the smile of Her Highness the Princess at all times. How could such a person who was regarded as a goddess by countless disciples of Star Soul Palace invite a man here? Shocked, the two of them could hardly think. Junior sister Lan, you came so fast. Yang Kai replied. When he came to Star Moon Mountain earlier, he contacted Lan Sun, but the other party only told him to wait a little. He didn't expect her to come so soon. She actually called him Junior Sister Lan. The eyes of the two disciples of Star Soul Palace widened even more. Seeing Yang Kai and Lan Sun's extremely intimate appearance, their hearts inexplicably clenched, and they felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reaction of Her Highness the Princess made them feel that life was worse than death. Brother Yang sent a message, so little sister naturally hurried over. Lan Sun smiled and gestured with her hand, "Brother, please." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the air. When he arrived next to Lan Sun took a step forward and led the way. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that the two disciples of Star Soul Palace looked at each other in a daze. When Lan Sun appeared earlier, she didn't say a word to them from beginning to end. She didn't even look at them. Instead, all her attention was on the outsider. What did this mean? This meant that Her Highness the Princess valued that person very much. Otherwise, the usually kind Her Highness the Princess wouldn't even give them a smile. Brother Xiao is in trouble. The junior brother, who had been silent all this time, said sadly. I don't know if Brother Xiao knows about this. If Brother Xiao knows, the Brother Xiao that the two of them were talking about was naturally Xiaoqin. Among the disciples of the same generation in Star Soul Palace, the one who had the most contact with Her Highness the Princess was undoubtedly Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was fine in other aspects, but he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to Lan Sun. If any brother spoke to Her Highness the Princess, Xiaoqin would hold a grudge against them and find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, Her Highness the Princess only treated him like an elder brother and never had any romantic feelings for him. But now it seemed that the outsider had the intention of poaching Brother Xiao. If Xiaoqin knew about this, what would happen? Brother Xiao is one thing, but the key is Brother Lei. At the mention of senior brother Lei, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the faces of the senior brother and junior brother, as if they had received a great shock. They hurriedly glanced left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, they hurriedly fled. At the same time, in the Hall of Stars, the core hall of Star Soul Palace, a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with stars and they were blazing. When he looked up, his gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, seemed to be able to pierce through the ninth heaven and reach the sky. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said in surprise, 9 stars to the moon? How could it be 9 stars to the moon? This king's name is Bright Moon and it's coming for me. This is an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Few people in the world knew that the great emperors of Bright Moon, whose name shook the star boundary and was like a guardian deity of the southern territory, actually looked like a young and inexperienced youth from the outside. As he spoke, he lowered his head again and formed an extremely strange seal with one hand. A strange aura spread out, while his other hand moved his 5 fingers, the tips of his fingers continuously pointing. After a short while, the young man pulled the corners of his mouth, loosened the seal and muttered, "Old man Tianji's secret technique is really nonsense. He can't calculate anything, yet he still has the nerve to claim to be able to discern heaven's secrets. When I see him, I will definitely pluck out his beard." After thinking for a while with his hand on his cheek, the young man said with flagging interest, "Forget it, it's just a small disaster not worth the trouble." After saying so he closed his eyes again and adjusted his breathing. "Brother Yang, stay here for now, on South Dipper Peak," Lon Sun said after arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation. Yang Kai asked, "Junior sister Lon, when can I enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" If he had not made an agreement with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai would not have been in a hurry. After all, this was the sect of the great emperors, so staying here for a while would not be a bad thing. Maybe he would even have some unexpected gains. However, with the agreement he was afraid of delaying. After all, even if he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he would still have to cultivate for a month. It would take time to travel back and forth, so he could not delay for too long. Lon Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, since father has promised you, he will not go back on his word. It's just that the 5-colored treasure pagoda will not open for another half a year, but since we have made a promise to Brother Yang, my Star Soul Palace will need to make some preparations, so it should open in 5 days at the latest." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lon Sun smiled and said, looking at Brother Yang's eagerness, "Could it be that you have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" She joked casually, but Yang Kai was startled and suddenly asked in surprise, "Do you really have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Don't talk nonsense, but there is indeed an agreement." Lon Sun smiled tenderly, "Brother Yang doesn't need to explain. And I'll go first. I'll inform you when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens." Chapter 2792. South Dipper Peak was a secondary peak of Star Moon Mountain, where Star Soul Palace was located, but the cultivation environment there was extremely good. The world energy here was rich, not inferior to the main peak of High Heaven Palace. The place where Star Soul Palace was located was where hundreds of millions of cultivator source qi gathered in the Southern Territory. Not only was it closely related to the Southern Territory, but it also suppressed the earth veins of the entire Southern Territory, so it was natural for it to have such abundant world energy. After arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation, Lon Sun left. For a time, South Dipper Peak was quiet, and Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to be affected a little, becoming extremely calm. Since no one disturbed him, he closed his eyes and meditated, cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhu Xian had taught him before she left. Time flew by and soon it was night time. Yang Kai, who was cultivating, seemed to feel something and suddenly opened his eyes, his figure flickered and he stood on South Dipper Peak. What he saw caused him to involuntarily open his mouth wide. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, there seemed to be a beautiful painting spread out in the sky above the Star Moon Mountain. Every star was emitting a dazzling light as if they could touch it with their hands. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that among the stars, there was a brilliant light that connected the heavens and the earth. The brilliance of the stars seemed to contain a magical power, making the world energy of the entire Star Moon Mountain more lively. The heavens and earth were filled with a kind of charm that could not be experienced during the day. It was ethereal, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The entire Star Moon Mountain at this moment looked like a paradise, making people forget to return. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, even forgetting to breathe, his mind unprecedentedly calm. This is the star tide, which occurs once a month. The great emperor said that the power of the star tide contains the great Tao of heaven and earth, and if one can learn a thing or two from it, they will benefit immensely. And in fact, many disciples of my Star Soul Palace have gained a lot of benefits from the star tide. They have broken through the shackles of their cultivation, or gained inspiration to comprehend the divine technique. Especially for those disciples of my Star Soul Palace who cultivate the Star Moon Divine Secret Art, the benefits are even greater. A person's voice suddenly sounded not far away. "I see." Yang Kai was not surprised at all. He was immersed in this starlight, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace. But even though he felt that this star tide was quite mysterious and marvelous, he didn't get any benefits. After a short while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at a sturdy young man with his hands behind his back. "What's your name?" The young man turned around and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Thunder." Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. "I have long heard of the 4 great emperors of Star Soul Palace. Among them, Great Elder Lei Hong is the strongest, far surpassing ordinary third-layer emperors. What is your relationship with Great Elder Lei? Lei Ting curled his lips as if he was not happy to hear Lei Hong's name, but he still answered truthfully, uncle and nephew. Yang Kai said, oh, so you're Elder Lei's nephew. Lei Ting's eyes turned cold. I prefer to hear you say that he's Thunderbolt's uncle. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, sorry, I have only heard of Great Elder Lei's fame. Lei Ting immediately snorted coldly, light blue arcs of lightning swimming through his hair, crackling as he said in a deep voice, I am in seclusion in Star Soul Palace all year round and rarely travel outside, so you naturally haven't heard of me. But it doesn't matter, you will often hear of my name from now on. Then Brother Lei. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not very interested in his boasting. Why are you visiting so late at night? Lei Ting's eyes drooped as a cold light bloomed from his eyes. I heard that when you came today, Her Highness the Princess personally came to greet you? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Lei Ting's aura surged. Gritting his teeth, he said, so you and Her Highness are very close? Not really, we've only met a few times. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said with a headache, I think I understand why Brother Lei is looking for me. It's good that you understand. Let's fight. If you lose, get out of Star Soul Palace immediately. You are not allowed to see Her Highness ever again. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master surged, as if the person standing in front of him was not the Yang Kai he had just met, but an enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. Yang Kai was stunned. You chose the wrong opponent, didn't you? Shouldn't your enemy be Xiao Qian? He is the biggest obstacle between you and Her Highness the Princess. Lei Ting sneered, Xiao Qian is nothing. If he dares to be disobedient, I will beat him until his father can't recognize him. Yang Kai was stunned. Xiao Qian was a rising star of the Southern Territory, and now he had even broken through to the Emperor realm. Lei Ting might seem stronger, but he was only a First-Order Emperor, so how could he dare to boast so shamelessly? However, Yang Kai had never heard of this Lei Ting before. He had always thought that this generation of Star Soul Palace was led by Xiao Qian and Lan Sun, but now it seemed that there was one more person. Thinking about what Lei Ting said before, Yang Kai quickly felt relieved. If he was in retreat in Star Soul Palace all year round and did not go out, it was not strange that he was not famous. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Lei, I think you have some misunderstanding about me. Lei Ting's attitude of finding fault with him made Yang Kai a little unhappy, but no matter what, he was still a guest. If he really had a conflict with Lei Ting, he might offend the higher-ups of Star Soul Palace, especially since Lei Ting's uncle was Great Elder Lei Hong. It would be bad if his plan to cultivate in the 5-colored treasure pagoda was ruined. Yang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lei Ting shouted in a low voice, Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight. As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and a dark purple bolt of lightning crackled, condensing into a lightning whip in his hand before sweeping it towards Yang Kai with great force, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. The rest of Yang Kai's words were stuck in his throat as his expression turned cold. As soon as Lei Ting made his move, he could tell that this guy was indeed stronger than Xiao Qian. Furthermore, Lei Ting was stronger than all the First-Order Emperor Realm Masters he had seen. It could even be said that Lei Ting was not inferior to an ordinary Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was the result of Lei Ting not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master might not be his opponent. Sure enough, he has some skill. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. As the lightning whip struck, Yang Kai summoned his myriad sword and held it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew. Although the lightning whip was blocked, the terrifying electric current was transmitted through the myriad sword to Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, electric snakes swam around Yang Kai's body, causing his hair to stand on end. His emperor qi shook, dispelling the electric current that invaded his body. Before Yang Kai could react, the lightning whip had already returned. In midair, the head of the whip twisted and transformed into a huge lightning python. Opening its bloody mouth, lightning and thunder crackled as it bit towards Yang Kai's head with a terrifying momentum. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and flicked his finger, sending out a moon blade. It cut through the lightning python's head and split it in two. Lei Ting was obviously very surprised. He had cultivated this thunder attribute secret technique for many years and only he knew how powerful it was. It was impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master to break it like this, but Yang Kai had split the lightning python in two with just a casual blow. Moreover, the divine technique gave off a very strange feeling. It actually contained fluctuations of space principles. The lightning python dissipated, but Lei Ting had already taken advantage of its cover and moved forward. In a flash, he was already within 3 feet of Yang Kai. He raised one of his fan-like palms. Electricity surged in his palm, crackling as it slammed down on Yang Kai. "That's enough." Yang Kai shouted angrily, raising his finger and pointing at Lei Ting's palm. If this finger landed, Lei Ting's palm would definitely be pierced through. Yang Kai might also be injured, but it wouldn't be too serious. Just as their fingers and palms were about to collide, Lei Ting's body suddenly trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. That palm that was slapping down also froze in midair in an instant. He didn't move and Yang Kai also stopped. He pointed his finger at Lei Ting's palm, condensing his power but not releasing it. "Damn Xiaoqian, you've ruined my plans." Lei Ting suddenly cursed, retracted his divine technique, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lei Ting turned around again and stared at Yang Kai seriously. "I haven't been here tonight. You and I haven't met before and we haven't even fought. Understand?" Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said leisurely, "The night is so alluring." "You." Lei Ting still wanted to say something, but it was obviously too late. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai, then his figure flickered, turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 breaths after he left, a ray of light fell on South Dipper Peak. Lan Xun looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, what could be wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "The night at Star Soul Palace is pretty good, so I came out to get some fresh air." "I heard Lei Ting came, did he cause trouble for you?" "Who is Lei Ting?" Yang Kai looked at Lan Xun in amazement, a blank expression on his face, but his erect hair betrayed him deeply. Lan Xun glanced at him and smiled. Yang Kai casually wiped his hair and said lightly, "The night wind messed up my hair." Lan Xun said, "Lei Ting has gone crazy from cultivating. He's a little unreasonable. Brother Yang, the next time you see him, let me know immediately. I will deal with him." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Okay. Then Brother Yang, you continue, enjoying the breeze, this little sister will go back first." Lan Xun covered her mouth and giggled, then turned and left. "Lei Ting." Yang Kai touched his chin, thought for a while and suddenly showed a smile. Not far from the side of South Dipper Peak, Lei Ting grabbed Xiaoqian's clothes and said fiercely, "You did it, didn't you? It was definitely you. If you hadn't informed little sister Sun, how could she have come here so coincidentally? You bastard, give me a little more time and I will be able to drive that guy out of Star Soul Palace. Let go of me and talk, don't drag me around." Xiaoqian lowered his eyes and stared at Lei Ting's big hand with a disgusted expression. Chapter 2793. Lei Ting snorted, but he let go of his hand and said indifferently, "I heard you fought with that guy before and didn't get the upper hand?" Xiaoqian asked with a serious face, "You also fought with him just now. Can't you see how strong he is?" Lei Ting's expression turned serious. He thought seriously for a while and nodded, "This person is a strong opponent." Xiaoqian said, "What's even more hateful is that Sun Er seems to see this guy in a different light. So Lei Ting, let's put aside our differences for now and work together to drive this guy away from Sun Er." Lei Ting sneered, "Work together? Do I need to work together with you? What a joke." Xiaoqian said, "Do you dare to talk to Sun Er? Do you dare to look into her eyes?" Lei Ting's aura suddenly disappeared. After a while and said indignantly, "Who doesn't have a weakness?" Xiaoqian sneered, "You don't even have the courage to look at Sun Er and talk to her. If Sun Er is with him, how are you going to deal with him? Then what do you think I should do?" Lei Ting was annoyed. Xiaoqian smiled and said confidently, "The 5-colored treasure pagoda will open in a few days. You and I will definitely go in. It will last for a month. Are you afraid we won't find an opportunity? Once we find an opportunity, we will give him an unforgettable lesson. At that time he will have no face left." "Work together to beat him up?" Lei Ting was a little hesitant. "That's not good, right? Bullying the weak with numbers is not something we do." Xiaoqian said, "Or you can fight him one-on-one. I will be in charge of restraining Sun Er and not let her disturb you." When Lei Ting heard this, he thought seriously for a while and nodded. Yes, that's good. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, then you will be in charge of Sister Sun. I will deal with that guy. So you agree to work with me? Xiao Chen revealed a hidden smile. Work together, work together. Since your junior brother has said so, as a brother I naturally have to cooperate. Lei Ting laughed. He was in a very good mood. Xiao Chen said with a sullen face, I'm too lazy to argue with you about brother and junior brother matters. As long as I can accompany the princess, I will have a chance to get close to her. As for you, you idiot. Just expel the enemy and don't worry about the rest. After the discussion, the two of them parted ways and went to conserve their energy. Ever since that night when Thunder came looking for trouble, no one came to Nandapeak to cause trouble anymore. The entire Star Soul Palace seemed to be busy with the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and even Lan Sun didn't come to find Yang Kai. With a rare few days of leisure, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion on the South Do Peak. He also consumed the 3 dragon blood pills refined by Jiying. The dragon blood pill was indeed amazing. After refining the 3 spirit pills, Xiao Chen was shocked. Yang Kai clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a little. Although it wasn't much at his level, every bit of improvement was valuable. If he had more dragon blood pills, he might be able to raise his physical body to a higher level. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. As for the dragon blood pill that Jiying said had the effect of purifying the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai didn't feel anything. After thinking about it, Yang Kai concluded that he wasn't a true dragon race descendant and had only obtained the golden divine dragon source. The effects of this pure dragon race bloodline naturally had nothing to do with him. 5 days later, Yang Kai had just finished refining the 3rd dragon blood pill. Feeling the improvement in his physical fitness, Yang Kai was still immersed in joy when he noticed someone flying in from outside. After a while, Lan Sun's voice reached his ears. Brother Yang. Yang Kai got up and walked out of the hall. Lan Sun said, today is the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Is Brother Yang ready? There's nothing to prepare. Then come with me, Lan Sun said and led the way. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the most important cultivation grounds in Star Soul Palace. It could be said to be an extremely large sealed world from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. A cultivator of all realms could experience it and obtain unimaginable benefits. It was rumored that the space sealed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a broken world, so a cultivator could easily comprehend the world principles inside. Although the world principles were broken, they were much easier to comprehend and had miraculous effects on a cultivator's cultivation. The existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror allowed the soul of the entire Azure Sun Temple's masters to surpass that of a cultivator of the same realm. The existence of the 5-colored treasure pagoda also allowed a cultivator of Star Soul Palace to have a far greater comprehension of the world principles. The deeper one's comprehension of the world principles was, the purer the cultivation of a cultivator would be. It would also be easier for them to cultivate. It could be said that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the foundations of Star Soul Palace. However, even Star Soul Palace couldn't open the 5-colored treasure pagoda casually. Every time it opened, it required a lot of manpower and resources. Not only did it require several great elders to work together, but Star Soul Palace also consumed countless precious treasures. Basically, Star Soul Palace would only open the 5-colored treasure pagoda once every 3 years to select disciples to enter. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter. In order to obtain an opportunity to cultivate, the disciples of all realms in Star Soul Palace would often have to participate in a large-scale martial competition half a year in advance. Only after obtaining a certain ranking would they be qualified to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This time, the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda was originally scheduled for half a year later. However, because of Yang Kai, it had to be brought forward. Of course, if Star Soul Palace had to open half a year later, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait. However, as the pillar of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had always kept its word and would not do anything that would damage its reputation. The early opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time caused the manpower and resources consumed by Star Soul Palace to increase exponentially. Yang Kai had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once before. When he arrived in Maplewood City at the beginning of the year, Xiao Yuyang had opened the entrance from afar and allowed all the Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City to enter for experience. Yang Kai had obtained a lot of benefits and had a vivid memory of this magical sealed world. The reason why he chose to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for a month instead of asking the great emperors the 3 questions was because of his previous experience. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was filled with a large number of broken world principles, which were not only of great help to Yang Kai's cultivation, but also of great help to the sealed world bead. Although the sealed world bead was a small world of its own, the world principles it contained had never been complete. Yang Kai had obtained them for many years but had never had a chance to repair them. Last time, inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of these broken world principles, allowing the sealed world bead to become much more complete. Later, in the Shattered Star Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a large number of broken world sources, allowing it to become more and more complete. If Yang Kai could absorb enough broken world principles from the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, or even absorb complete world principles, the sealed world bead would most likely become completely perfect. A perfect sealed world bead would truly be a small world, no different from the star boundary. Perhaps it would bring about unexpected benefits. Compared to asking the great emperors the 3 questions, Yang Kai was more willing to let the sealed world bead have this opportunity. This would be of unimaginable significance to his future comprehension of the world principles and his aspiration to become one of the great emperors. Last time in Maplewood City, Xiao Yuyang had joined forces with several people from the Emperor realm to open an entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had not seen the actual 5-colored treasure pagoda, but this time he was fortunate enough to witness it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was really a pagoda, towering into the clouds and exuding an extremely mysterious aura. When Lan Sun led Yang Kai to this place, he found that no less than 1,000 people had gathered around the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Among these 1,000 people there were cultivators from the Origin returning realm to the Emperor realm, and no matter what their cultivation was, each of them had a calm aura. Obviously they were all future pillars of Star Soul Palace. These 1,000 people were the disciples who would be entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience this time. When the 2 arrived, thousands of pairs of eyes stared at them. Every Star Soul Palace disciple, regardless of whether they were men or women, showed a look of infatuation, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their gazes were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, creating a stark contrast. Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these 1,000 people, but there were a few other sharp gazes that forced him to treat them seriously. In front of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, 4 people stood side by side, their auras as deep as the sea, like 4 towering pillars. These 4 people were the current 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang and Shuijing Mao, whom Yang Kai knew, were among them. The other 2 were old men, one with a ruddy face and a burly figure, while the other had white hair and was hale and hearty. Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly to Yang Kai, but Shuijing Mao, who had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands, snorted lightly. "This boy is Yang Kai?" The ruddy, burly old man looked at Yang Kai and asked. Xiao Yuyang said, "And he is Yang Kai. He is a dragon among men, but he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How did he manage to hurt junior brother Shui?" The burly old man frowned. Shuijing Mao's expression was a little unnatural as he said, "This boy is proficient in the Space Divine technique. Junior brother was caught off guard, allowing him to launch a sneak attack. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being injured by a junior like Yang Kai was really embarrassing. Even if it was a sneak attack, it is still very impressive." The burly old man nodded lightly. "Great Elder thinks too highly of him." Shuijing Mao looked indignant. "If we really fought, this old master would have taken his life in 3 moves. The burly old man was the great elder of Star Soul Palace, Lei Hong, known as the #1 Emperor Realm Master in the Southern Territory. Lei Hong chuckled. "It's not that this old master thinks too highly of him, but have you forgotten how Tan Junhao died?" Shuijing Mao snorted. "Didn't the news say that this boy had a monster king by his side? Tan Junhao must have died at the hands of that monster king. What does it have to do with him?" Lei Ting shook his head and didn't say anything more. He knew that Shuijing Mao was quite dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and if he continued to speak he might become angry out of shame. They were all fellow disciples and elders of Star Soul Palace, so there was no need to provoke him. However, it had been a long time since a young man could hurt a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Yiyang looked at Yang Kai, then at Xiao Qin, and sighed. Although he felt that his son was quite good compared to Yang Kai, he seemed to pale in comparison. Chapter 2794. Yang Kai and Lan Xun landed together, and Xiao Qin and Lei Ting immediately greeted them. Princess. Xiao Qin greeted with a smile, but Lei Ting, who had come with him, looked a little uneasy as he glanced around, as if he was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Xiao, brother Lei. Lan Xun smiled and glanced at the two. Oh. Lei Ting hesitated as his face suddenly flushed red, not even daring to look directly into Lan Xun's eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he looked at Lei Ting and then at Lan Xun, a playful grin appearing on his face. Brother Yang. Xiao Qin cupped his fists to Yang Kai, his demeanor amiable and easygoing, completely different from his previous overbearing demeanor. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Brother Xiao, brother Lei, we meet again. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Lei Ting snorted softly and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai didn't mind and said, "Are there only 4 of us from the Emperor Realm entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time?" Although there were many cultivator gathered here, it seemed that there were only 4 of them from the Emperor Realm. Although the 4 third-order Emperor Realm elders were also here, they definitely wouldn't enter. Lan Xun nodded and said, "And there are only 4 of us. The Emperor Realm cultivators from the Emperor Realm have to pay a high price to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and they will take up more spots, so there can't be too many people from the Emperor Realm entering each time." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Xun continued, "Brother Yang, although you have entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once for life experience, the situation at that time is different from this time. The 5-colored treasure pagoda has a total of 5 floors, and each floor has many broken spaces. Some of these broken spaces are connected to each other and can be entered and exited from, while others are completely sealed. The higher the floor, the more obvious the situation becomes. The first floor is suitable for Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, the second for Origin Kings, the third for Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and the fourth for the Emperor Realm. The top 5th floor can only be entered by the strongest masters from the Emperor Realm. Only then can you enter. Is there some kind of seal?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Lan Xun nodded, "And if you're not strong enough, you can't enter the next layer." The higher the floor, the more dangerous it was. More than 10 years ago, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, an ancient wood spirit appeared on the 2nd floor, killing many people in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang personally experienced this matter, so it should still be fresh in your memory, right? Yang Kai said seriously, "How can I not remember?" The wood spirit disaster had caused thousands of deaths in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had experienced the whole process and naturally remembered it clearly. Lan Xun sternly said, "Although the experience inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is of great help to a cultivator, it is also very dangerous. Every time the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens, some of my Star Soul Palace's disciples die inside. Can't guarantee their safety?" Yang Kai frowned. Lan Xun said, "There's no other way." It was said that the shattered spaces sealed within the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all ancient battlefields. Various worlds had been shattered. Although these worlds were shattered, they were still in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although these worlds are broken, many of the world principles still remain, allowing many ancient races with tenacious vitality to find a way to survive. Later, a powerful master collected these shattered worlds and refined them into the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda experienced many vicissitudes and passed through many hands before it was obtained by my father. However, even my father cannot fully control the countless shattered spaces inside." After a pause, Lan Xun smiled. "Of course, even if he can control them, my father probably won't interfere. If there is no danger in this experience, what kind of experience is it?" Yang Kai deeply agreed and nodded. "Junior sister Lan is right." Lan Xun smiled. "So when Big Brother Yang enters the 5-colored treasure pagoda, you must be careful. Don't be careless." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded seriously. At the same time, almost all the Star Soul Palace disciples participating in the 5-colored treasure pagoda experience had arrived. Great Elder Lei Hong lightly coughed and the noisy crowd below instantly quieted down as thousands of pairs of eyes focused on him. The 5-colored treasure pagoda will open today. All of you are the elites of my divine palace, the future mainstays of the divine palace. This old master and the elders hope that you can gain something from the pagoda. Of course, the premise is that you must protect your own lives. As fellow sect members, you should help and support each other in the pagoda. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Xun quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him about the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai committed everything to memory. Lei Hong did not speak much, only saying a few words before waving his hand and saying, "If you remember, then get ready to go in." As soon as his words fell, he and the other 3 elders glanced at each other before moving to the 4 corners of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, urging their secret arts and forming hand seals. As their emperor chi surged, the 4 of them stretched out their hands and pointed downwards. With a rumble, the doors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Although their movements were quick, the 4 great elders were sweating profusely at this moment. It was obvious that opening the pagoda was not a small burden for them. When the door opened, a slowly rotating pitch-black vortex appeared from within the door. It was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. When the vortex first appeared, it was not very stable, constantly twisting and changing, sending out waves of energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. But as the 4 great elders continued to pour in their strength, the vortex gradually stabilized, and the disturbing fluctuations gradually disappeared. This situation lasted for about an incense stick worth of time before the 4 great elders suddenly stopped, all of them pale and panting, their auras extremely weak. At this time, if a random second-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, they would not be their opponent. "If we don't go in now, then when?" Great Elder Lei Hong suddenly shouted. How could the Star Soul Palace disciples who had been eager to try hesitate? Their figures flickered and one by one they rushed into the vortex and disappeared. The modesty and courtesy of the disciples of great sects was reflected. Over 1,000 people moved out, and although each of them was as fast as the wind, there was no crowding or shoving, instead appearing extremely orderly. First, the Origin Returning Realm cultivators entered, followed by the Origin Kings and then the Dao Source Realm. In less than 50 breaths of time, almost all of the thousands of people had left, leaving only Yang Kai and the other 3 from the Emperor Realm. "Let's go," Lan Xun called out and took the lead to fly forward. Before rushing into the dark vortex, Lan Xun exhorted, "Brothers, take care of yourselves." "Your Highness, you too." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, showing a timely expression of concern. "Sun." Lei Ting stammered, but before he could finish his words, Lan Xun had already disappeared, leaving him with a frustrated look. "I'll make a move first." As Xiao Chen laughed, he charged into the whirlpool. Lei Ting turned his head and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai glared back at him. "Don't let me meet you in there or you'll die," Lei Ting coldly snorted. Yang Kai sneered and took the lead to rush into the vortex. His vision blurred and he did not fall into a broken world as Yang Kai had imagined. The moment Yang Kai rushed into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, a strange power fluctuation suddenly blocked his figure and he involuntarily mobilized his strongest strength to prepare for the unexpected. As the space principles fluctuated, Lei Ting felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton and was bounced back. What he saw next shocked Yang Kai. It was as if he was floating in a void. As far as the eye could see, there were balls of clouds and mist all around him. They were illusory. Moreover, these clouds and mist were of different colors. Some were colorful and pleasing to the eye, some were dim and lifeless, and there were even some that were pitch black, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Such existences were everywhere around Yang Kai, there were simply too many to count. What's going on? Yang Kai's head was a little dizzy. This was a little different from what Lan Xun had told him before. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 layers, each of which contained many broken spaces. Some of these spaces were connected to each other while others were completely closed off. The cultivator who entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda would be automatically placed into a suitable layer and space according to their cultivation. For example, an Origin Returning Realm cultivator would directly enter a broken space in the first layer through the gate of the pagoda. Another example would be an Origin King cultivator, who would enter a broken space in the second layer. A first-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai would definitely enter the 4th layer. There was no way to enter the 5th layer directly through the gate of the pagoda, so one had to find an entrance from the 4th layer. Yang Kai thought he would definitely appear in a broken space in the 4th layer, as Lan Xun had also said, but now it seemed that something was wrong. This was definitely not a broken space in the 4th layer because Yang Kai could not feel any principal strength here. What were those clouds and mist of different colors? Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai was both shocked and horrified, because he found that these clouds and mist were actually some kind of entrances to void corridors. After passing through these entrances, Yang Kai did not know where he would be sent to. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before suddenly waking up and looking behind him. What he saw was a huge dark vortex slowly rotating behind him. Isn't this the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda? How could it appear behind me? If behind me is the entrance, then in front of me is the way out. Am I in a buffer zone inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai's mind raced and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that these cloud-like entrances to the void corridors are? Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai identified a cloud that exuded a dazzling golden light, and his figure flickered as he rushed in. His vision turned upside down and the world spun as a strange principal strength lingered around him. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he had appeared on a vast plain. In this plain there was not a single blade of grass and gravel, looking extremely desolate. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but it was as bright as day. What a rich metal attribute aura. Yang Kai felt it for a moment and a look of shock appeared on his face. The world energy here was a bit strange and extremely rich, but it only had one attribute, not natural attribute but metal attribute. Chapter 2795. If a cultivator who cultivated a metal attribute secret art or secret technique were to come here, they would likely be overjoyed by such a cultivation environment. In such a place, the efficiency of cultivation would definitely increase by 10 or even 100 times. Is this the shattered space of the 4th layer? Yang Kai mused. Sure enough, it's a bit distorted. Lan Xun had said before that because the spaces inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda were fragmented and incomplete, even the world principles were broken. In some spaces, the world principles had become extremely distorted over the years. There might be situations where one or more world principles were extremely strong while the other world principles were weak or even missing. This was the case in this fragmented space. The metal attribute world principles had almost dominated the world, leaving no place for other world principles. This distortion was really fierce. Yang Kai had chosen an entrance that exuded a golden light to enter this place. In other words, the color of the clouds and mist should represent the world principles inside the fragmented space. The clouds and mist were the entrances to the fragmented spaces. Through the clouds and mist that exuded different colors, one could enter a fragmented space. Why was this happening? Yang Kai was sure that the other Star Soul Palace disciples had not encountered such a thing because if it had happened before, Lan Xun would have definitely mentioned it. Since Lan Xun did not mention this, Yang Kai's experience was unique. This was good news because in such a buffer zone, Yang Kai had the freedom to choose which fragmented space to enter, provided that Yang Kai could return to the buffer zone. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action. The space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore the void in front of him. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. He did not encounter much resistance. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was relieved. After all, this side of the world was fragmented and the world principles were not complete, so how much interference could it bring to Yang Kai? A void crack appeared and Yang Kai's figure flickered and entered it. When he reappeared, he was back in the buffer zone just like last time. An inexplicable force came and bounced Yang Kai back. Instinctively urging his space principles, he immediately stabilized himself in the magical buffer zone, surrounded by clouds and mist. So that's how it is. Yang Kai laughed. When he first entered this buffer zone, Yang Kai did not know what was going on, but now that he had come here a second time with the purpose of probing, he finally understood. Space principles. According to Lan Xun, when a cultivator in the Emperor realm passed through the gate of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they would be automatically thrown into a fragmented space in the 4th layer, which inevitably involved the world principles of the space principles. However, Yang Kai was someone who was proficient in space principles, so under the influence of his principles he was able to repel this attractive force, so the five-colored treasure pagoda had no way of throwing him into any of the shattered spaces. He could only let him stay in the buffer zone. "Now I can do whatever I want?" After figuring out the whole story, he said, "So I can't do anything I want now." When others entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, they could only rely on luck. If they accidentally entered a death zone, they could only blame themselves for not checking the almanac before leaving the house. But for Yang Kai, there were many things he could freely control. Once he had made up his mind, Kai Yang immediately began to look around. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to the dark clouds and mist filled with death chi. Entering them would definitely lead to death, and even the world principles would not be left. What he was looking for was the brightly colored clouds and mist. Because the color of the clouds and mist was directly related to the hidden fragmented space. The brighter the color, the more outstanding the fragmented space would be, and the more useful it would be to him. Not long after, Yang Kai identified a colorful cloud and rushed straight in. Sure enough, this was not the case. Although the laws of heaven and earth in this broken world were still broken, they were not distorted. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely rich, not inferior to that of the first-class sects in the Southern Territory. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense, he could not help feeling a little stunned. So small. He found that this fragmented space was extremely small, occupying only a few dozen square meters. The edges were filled with nothingness and chaos, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Such a small space was similar to Thousand Leaves Sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. There were some plants but no living creatures. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept out, nothing in this world could hide. So what if it was small? It was better than nothing. Yang Kai also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the sealed world bead after refining and absorbing the world principles of this world. He would just treat this as an experiment. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately summoned the sealed world bead, sat down cross-legged and placed his palms together, placing the sealed world bead in his palms. With a thought, the sealed world bead's entrance opened. Yang Kai immersed his mind into it, silently circulating his secret art while controlling the sealed world bead to devour the world energy and fragmented world principles of this world. In an instant, the surrounding world energy was continuously devoured by the sealed world bead, like a sea of water. At the same time, mysterious and almost unfathomable world principles poured into the sealed world bead through the entrance, filling up the small sealed world. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, suddenly feeling a hostile aura enveloping him from all directions. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that there was some danger here that he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection he found that things were not as he thought. There were no living creatures in this world, but the hostility was clear and tangible, as if it was everywhere, wrapping around him. Yang Kai instantly felt like he had fallen into a sea full of hostility. World force. Yang Kai's expression froze as he immediately realized what this hostility was. Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to refine and devour the world principles of this world, so naturally, it would cause this world to reject him. The heavenly way was constant and the heavens were unpredictable. Even if this was a fragmented world, it was still a world of its own. Amidst the thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning struck down from above. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was immediately struck, twitching all over as he hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to resist. Only then did he feel a little better. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was just a small sealed world that covered an area of only a few dozen acres, yet it was already so powerful. If it were a larger world, how strong would the repulsion and hostility be? Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen this fragmented small sealed world to experiment with at the beginning. Otherwise, if he had rashly tried to touch a larger world, he might have failed miserably. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yang Kai clearly felt a strong repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to squeeze him out of this world and prevent him from doing whatever he wanted. However, this repulsive force was not strong, so Yang Kai only needed to resist for a moment before remaining as steady as a mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared even more violently. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a look of indifference on his face as the lightning continued to fall from above his head. It was as if he was a rogue who had broken into the home of an unarmed old farmer and was about to rob him of everything. World Force. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Instead of feeling frightened, he felt somewhat happy. A few years ago in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai witnessed the shocking battle between the two great emperors, which allowed him to understand a kind of power called the World Force. It was a power that was even more profound than principal strength, a power that only the great emperors could control. Wasn't this World Force the World Force? Although the World Force of this side of the world was not strong, it was, after all, a legitimate seedling. Not only was it unable to harm Yang Kai, but it also gave him an opportunity to come into contact with and comprehend this power in advance. Faintly, Yang Kai gained some insights. However, good things did not last long. Only 3 hours later, the lightning and thunder suddenly disappeared, and even the hostility of the entire world was annihilated without a trace. This situation did not occur because the world had acknowledged him, but because the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of this side of the world. Even the remnants of the world force had disappeared, and this side of the world could no longer display any hostility or repulsion towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smacked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It was at this moment that the world suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in the sky one after another, as if a mirror had been smashed by someone. The ground also trembled and ravines suddenly appeared. Even the surrounding void also appeared, and the aura of chaos and nothingness emanated from it. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping from this side of the world and returning to the buffer zone. Just as he returned to the buffer zone, a cloud in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into dust and dissipating. This side of the broken world had disappeared just like that. Next, Yang Kai muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swam through the clouds. It didn't take long for him to enter another shattered world. There were many broken worlds here, and although they varied in size, there were still traces of them upon careful observation. Yang Kai did not dare to touch those worlds that were too big, so he only looked for those small worlds to start with. Following the same pattern, in just 3 days, the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of more than a dozen small worlds, completely shattering them. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there were some changes in the world inside the sealed world bead. The world force was undoubtedly more complete, but it was still some distance away from perfection. This made him very happy. During these 3 days, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood, but inside Star Soul Palace, outside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the 4 great emperors' 3-layer elders were all wearing worried expressions. Because after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened this time, some strange things had happened. Some strange things that had never happened before. 3 hours after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the 4th floor. At that time, the 4 great elders were all meditating near the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so when this strange event happened, all of them clearly saw it. Lei Hong was shocked and immediately went to investigate. However, he couldn't find anything. The remaining 3 great elders also couldn't find anything. Chapter 2796. Just as the 4 of them were trying to figure out the reason, the scene from before happened again. It had already happened more than a dozen times. For this to happen in the 4th layer, it was undoubtedly because the juniors from the Emperor realm had encountered something while they were in the 4th layer. Among these juniors, Yang Kai wasn't included, but Lan Sun, Xiaochen and Lei Ting were all descendants of Star Soul Palace's upper echelons, so no accident could happen to any of them. This matter was of great importance, so Great Elder Lei Hong didn't dare to delay it any longer and could only send a message to the Great Emperors to report this matter and ask the Great Emperors to decide how to deal with it. The Great Emperors still haven't given any instructions? Xue Jingmao paced back and forth impatiently before suddenly pausing and asking Lei Hong. Although none of the disciples in the 4th layer were his descendants, as one of the 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace, his life was tied to Star Soul Palace, so he was very concerned about everything in Star Soul Palace. If not for this, he wouldn't have bullied the weak that day and dealt with Yang Kai. Lei Hong just shook his head when he suddenly saw a white light rushing over from the distance. Immediately startled, he reached out and caught it, but after sensing it, his expression suddenly became strange. What did the Great Emperor say? Xiao Yuyang asked in a deep voice. Lei Hong glanced at the other 3 elders and replied, wait and see, how could that be? Xue Jingmao muttered, not expecting the great emperor's instructions to be like this. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before saying, "Since the great emperor said so, they naturally have their reasons. We can't interfere rashly." No one dared to disobey the great emperor's orders. Since the great emperors had clearly given instructions, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only obey. Everyone secretly guessed. Those juniors might not be in any danger in the fourth layer, so the great emperors weren't worried. Half a month later, in a broken space, Yang Kai frowned. During this half a month he had shuttled through various broken spaces and urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of these broken spaces, gaining a lot. Not to mention that he had some understanding of the power of the world. Just the number of laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had absorbed was unimaginable. The shattered worlds were completely annihilated, and each annihilated world represented the laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had completely devoured. And every time Yang Kai would encounter rejection and hostility from those worlds. There were big and small worlds, and there were strong and weak enmity. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning strikes were common occurrences. There were even some hidden ancient species in the broken worlds. Every one of them was powerful, and they were driven by the will of the world. These ancient remnant beasts came one after another to fight Yang Kai to the death, all for the sake of driving away the external enemy. No matter how well Yang Kai hit, he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, this was only the fourth level. Even if there were remnants of ancient remnant beasts, their strength would not be too terrifying. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult to deal with them. If it was the fifth level, which was the highest level, perhaps it wouldn't be the case. However, it was impossible to enter the fifth floor directly from the buffer zone. He could only find the entrance from some of the shattered spaces on the fourth floor. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had destroyed dozens of shattered spaces, and Yang Kai had killed countless ancient remnant beasts. However, Yang Kai had never found the entrance to the fifth floor. He didn't know if it was because his luck was too bad or because there were too few entrances. After half a month of hard work, his harvest was naturally not small. However, Yang Kai now encountered a difficult matter. He could clearly sense that the sealed world bead had devoured enough laws of heaven and earth. Not only was it enough, it had even reached the point of saturation. However, it still hadn't evolved from quantitative to qualitative. It seemed that something was still missing, and the sealed world bead was unable to take that final step. This inevitably made him feel a little conflicted. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Yin and Yang become the 5 elements. The 5 elements become one. The world begets 5 elements. 5 elements. As he muttered, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had vaguely grasped something. A moment later he suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand and tore space, returning to the buffer zone. His eyes exuded a sharp light as he searched through the countless clouds. After a while his eyes flashed, found it. His figure flickered, and he rushed directly into a cloud exuding a dazzling golden light. The next moment his figure appeared in the world distorted by golden laws. This was the first shattered world Yang Kai entered half a month ago. Since he lacked the 5 elements, he would make up for it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't lack these things. Summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai opened the entrance and devoured the laws and metal attribute aura here with all his strength. Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to be vigilant of his surroundings. Having done this kind of thing many times, Yang Kai also had the experience of dealing with it. In any case, this world would definitely not stand by and let him seize its laws. It would definitely interfere and reject him. It was just that depending on the world and its laws, the methods of interference and rejection would also be different. There were no signs of clouds gathering in the sky, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During this time he had been struck by lightning many times, and whenever he heard an explosion he would tremble. Fortunately, the golden laws here were distorted and there was no place for other laws, so naturally no lightning would appear. However, the hostility and rejection of this world was unprecedentedly fierce. If it weren't for Yang Kai's solid foundation and strength, he would have been pushed out long ago. What could it be? Yang Kai's expression was not nervous, but instead a little excited. This kind of experience of being an enemy of an entire world was not something that everyone could experience. Every time one resisted, one could grow. The worlds Yang Kai had searched for before were all worlds with a mixture of different elemental laws. This was the first time he had encountered a world with a single elemental law, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Xing. A clear cry suddenly sounded like a sword being unsheathed. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and suddenly raised his brow. Not far away, a sharp blade exuding a golden radiance suddenly took shape and floated in the air. The long sword rotated slightly, its tip pointing towards where Yang Kai was. Golden sword. Yang Kai grinned, a bit interesting. Xing. Clear sounds rang out one after another, interrupting Yang Kai's soliloquy. In the next moment, hundreds of golden swords suddenly appeared from all directions, each one seeming to have been carved from the same mold. Moreover, each of these golden swords exuded an extremely sharp aura, as if they could split mountains and sever seas. Gulp. Yang Kai could not help but gulp, his expression becoming a little difficult. With so many golden swords appearing at the same time, each one filled with a strong hostility, Yang Kai really could not be happy. Not only that, there were even more golden swords condensing. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai seemed to be wrapped in a sea of golden swords in the sky and on the ground. Being in such an ocean, he was like a lonely boat, in danger of capsizing at any time. After the countless golden swords appeared, they did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, they moved together and gave him a warning, gathering a shocking sword intent that seemed to want to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai was unmoved, but his expression was solemn as he waited. After 3 breaths, the golden swords began to tremble and quickly rotated at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, breaking through the barriers of space and instantly bombarding Yang Kai. The myriad sword had already been summoned and the supreme sword intent erupted. Yang Kai waved the long sword and defended himself like an impregnable fortress. But this defense only lasted for a breath before it was broken. With a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying, Yang Kai opened up and more golden swords came at him, as if they wanted to crush Yang Kai to pieces. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he did not underestimate the power of these golden swords, he still underestimated them. In a hurry, he hurriedly urged the 5 elements indestructible sword chi to surround himself, but it was broken in an instant. Chi. With a series of soft sounds, Yang Kai was soon in rags and looked extremely embarrassed. There was even a bloody wound on his cheek, revealing his white bone and blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a round of attacks, the golden swords calmed down a lot and did not launch another attack. Heaven's way was to take away what was surplus and make up for what was lacking. For the world will of this side, it would not be so extreme as to force Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai had experienced such a scene countless times and was naturally familiar with it. Therefore, although he had suffered a slight setback, he had no intention of stopping and instead urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles here. The world was furious. The countless golden swords exuded an even more astonishing sword intent and began to rotate more and more violently. With a soft sound, the golden swords attacked again. Yang Kai was already prepared and quickly shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The power of the golden divine dragon source suddenly appeared and a huge golden dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai and entered his body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure soared and his body, which was already a little taller than an ordinary person, suddenly grew to more than 10 meters. Scales began to appear on his exposed skin and a bulge appeared on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. His hands became dragon claws and were incomparably sharp. A dragon tail appeared on his back and the flying great ink dragon armor was draped over his body, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. During this period, whenever he had free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating the true dragon transformation secret technique. With the help of the golden divine dragon source, this secret technique was twice as fast with half the effort. Today, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique seemed to be even stronger than the last time. The last time he had dragon transformed in front of Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai remembered that he was only 6 meters tall, but now he was already 10 meters tall. If he continued to cultivate, he would likely grow even taller. If it were not for the Emperor artifact, the flying great ink dragon armor, Yang Kai would likely be naked again. The dragon transformation only lasted for an instant before the thousands of golden swords arrived in front of him. Stretching out his dragon claws, Yang Kai grabbed a dozen golden swords and exerted a little force. With a crack, these golden swords turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Chapter 2797. 2 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open, and his body was covered in blood, as if he had experienced hundreds of life-and-death battles. His dragon transformation secret technique was still maintained, and except for the places covered by the flying great ink dragon armor, there were wounds everywhere. Hundreds and thousands of wounds of various sizes were extremely terrifying, and even a section of the dragon horn on his forehead was broken. Although his aura was weak, his fighting spirit was as hot as fire. In front of him, a giant golden blade more than 100 feet long stood in the void, facing him from a distance. The terrifying sword intent seemed to be able to cut space apart. For 2 days Yang Kai had fought desperately with this metal-type world. He had used all his means and taken countless pills, and he had finally persevered until now. If it were not for his strong foundation and outstanding physical fitness, he would have been excluded or killed by this world long ago. It was really satisfying to be an enemy of the world. However, Yang Kai was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and correspondingly this world was not much better. For 2 days, the sealed world bead had been devouring the world's world principles and world energy, wearing down the world's spirituality. If it were not for Yang Kai's huge consumption of energy, this situation alone would have been enough for him to conquer this world. However, it was almost time to end it now. Come, let's see who lives and who dies with the final blow. Yang Kai stared at the giant golden blade and laughed. As if responding to his provocation, the giant golden blade buzzed and chopped down at Yang Kai. This blow was the final blow of this world's power. This blow was also the final display of hostility from this world. Such a terrifying blow was enough to overturn rivers and seas. It was enough to shatter the void. A huge pitch-black mark appeared in the sky. It was like a wound that could not be healed. Yang Kai roared and did not retreat. Instead he moved forward, swinging his dragon tail, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. A loud dragon's roar sounded, and the giant golden dragon's figure appeared, wrapping Yang Kai's body. The giant dragon's body was more than 100 feet long and lifelike. When it shook its head and tail, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as violent energy ripples swept out in all directions. The space within a radius of 100 miles shattered inch by inch. 2 dazzling golden lights exploded in midair, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The whole world was filled with a golden ocean. Crack! At the same time a crisp sound was heard. A huge crack appeared on the golden blade. Soon, with this crack as the origin, dense cracks covered the golden blade like a spider web. Crash! Like a broken mirror, the giant golden blade suddenly shattered and turned into specks of fluorescent light. It filled the world. Yang Kai left quickly. His return was also quick. His entire body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing straight into the ground. Even the giant dragon projection covering his body suddenly shattered. Yang Kai fell heavily to the ground and bounced back up. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was so weak that he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He lay motionless on the ground. Only the sealed world bead continued to devour the nomological laws and spiritual energy in this place. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a groan and moved slightly. He felt pain all over his body as if all his bones were broken. Taking out spirit pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai forced himself to sit cross-legged and silently operated his secret art. Half a day later, Yang Kai slowly got up, his face still pale. The previous battle had consumed too much of his strength and he would need to rest for a while. However, he could not stay here any longer. He clearly felt that this world was showing signs of collapse and the surrounding space had become unstable. Taking back the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took one last look at this side of the world before returning to the buffer zone. Another day later, Yang Kai rushed into a cloud of dazzling green light and entered a world with distorted wood attribute nomological laws. In this world, Yang Kai encountered an old acquaintance, the wood spirit. Not just 1 or 2 wood spirits but tens of thousands of them. The vitality of the wood spirits was extremely strong, and their seeds had the ability to parasitize. Any wood spirit was in existence that was difficult to kill. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yang Kai. The wood spirits were most afraid of fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai now cultivated the space divine technique, when he first entered the martial Dao, he had cultivated a fire attribute secret art and his conflagrated knowledge see. The wood spirit could be said to have encountered its natural enemy. In this world, Yang Kai's situation was much better than in the world with distorted metal attribute nomological laws. Defending his position alone and enveloped by his conflagrated knowledge see, the wood spirit could not approach him at all. After another 2 days, the sealed world bead had completely devoured the nomological laws of this world. Returning to the buffer zone, Yang Kai did not stop, unwilling to waste a single moment as he purposefully searched for the nomological laws of the 5 elements. The monstrous waves of the water attribute world, the ocean cage, the earth stone mongoose of the earth attribute world, each of which had the power to destroy a country, were all cut down by Yang Kai's sword one by one. 25 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, in the fire attribute world, Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he swung his myriad sword, pouring all of his emperor chi into it to break through the ancient flame demon's body. Space principles fluctuated and hidden in the sword light, the shattered space turned into a vortex, forming a dark black hole that sucked in the ancient flame demon's body one by one. The ancient flame demon let out a mournful howl as if unwilling to accept such a fate, but it was still unable to escape the devouring of space and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. The ancient flame demon he encountered in the fire attribute world was not as sharp as the one in the metal attribute world, its defensive power was not as strong as the one in the earth attribute world, it was not as flexible as the one in the water attribute world, and it did not have as many wood spirits as the one in the wood attribute world. The most troublesome thing about this ancient flame demon was its almost immortal body. No matter how serious its injuries were, as long as it absorbed some fire attribute energy, it would be able to heal. Fortunately, Yang Kai's space divine technique allowed him to banish this ancient flame demon into the endless void, otherwise he would not have known how to kill it. With the ancient flame demon banished, the greatest threat to the fire attribute world had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt relaxed and focused on urging the sealed world bead to devour the fire attribute world principles here. According to his previous conjecture, the reason why the sealed world bead had not been able to take the final step was because the 5 elements were incomplete. Since the 5 elements were incomplete, Yang Kai had to make up for them. Yang Kai put this conjecture into action. The 5 element principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all devoured. Now the sealed world bead was filled with a magnificent 5-colored brilliance that connected the heavens and the earth. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, circulating endlessly, seemingly undergoing some magical transformation, giving Yang Kai more confidence in his conjecture. A day later, the fire attribute world principles were completely devoured, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead but did not have time to investigate what kind of changes were taking place. Instead of returning to the buffer zone like he had done several times before, his figure flickered as he flew off in a certain direction. There was a void corridor there. It should be the entrance to the 5th layer. Over the past 20 days or so, Yang Kai had shuttled through dozens of broken spaces and had finally found an entrance, so naturally he would not let it go. He wanted to know what was inside the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai plunged into the void corridor and immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. However, he soon landed on solid ground, and before Yang Kai could observe his surroundings, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he circulated his emperor chi and looked up, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Brother Lei?" The person staring at him was actually Lei Ting. Yang Kai was quite surprised to encounter Lei Ting here. "You really came to the 5th layer." Lei Ting was not surprised at all and instead grinned as if he had expected this. "My 10 days of waiting for you here was not in vain." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Brother Lei was waiting for me? Why?" Lei Ting was furious. "Don't play dumb, we haven't finished our battle yet. Don't tell me you want to be a coward." Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before he burst into laughter. "I thought we were done fighting." Lei Ting snorted. "How can we be done without a victor being decided? Why do we need to decide a victor?" Yang Kai asked back. Lei Ting said, "Of course." At this point he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry so much, we'll talk about it after the battle." As soon as his words fell, Lei Ting threw a punch towards Yang Kai, lightning crackling around his fist, giving off a terrifying aura. Kai Yang indifferently took a step forward, and without any change in expression he stepped forward to greet him. Lei Ting's fist instantly stopped in front of him, the electric arcs making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. "What are you doing?" Lei Ting glared at Yang Kai. "Do you know that if I don't withdraw my fist in time someone will die?" Just now when he threw a punch Yang Kai did not retreat, but Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of condensing his strength, letting him hit him as if he did not resist at all. This made Lei Ting feel like he had punched cotton. Although he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson, what was the point of fighting if his opponent did not fight back? What he needed was a real battle, a fair and square victory. Yang Kai said lightly, "Brother Lei's strength is profound, this one humbly admits defeat." The veins on Lei Ting's forehead throbbed, he felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest as if it could erupt at any time. Yang Kai, however, turned a deaf ear to Lei Ting's words, glanced ahead a few times, then looked back and asked, "What is this place? Why is there a corridor?" It was not until this moment that he discovered that he was in a long corridor. The place where he appeared was a space array, and the end of the corridor was pitch black like a beast with its mouth open. Lei Ting said in a muffled voice, "Between the 4th and 5th layers after crossing this corridor, you will reach the 5th layer. As for what lies on the other side it depends on your luck." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "It's a bit similar to the 4th layer." The 4th layer also had a buffer zone but not everyone could enter it. Only he who cultivated the space divine technique was able to repel the suction force so he could stay in the buffer zone. Chapter 2798. The corridor in front of him was a buffer zone for the 5th layer and anyone could come in, provided that they could find the entrance to the 4th layer. No wonder Lei Ting had been waiting here, it turned out that he had already expected him to come to the 5th layer. "Brother Lei doesn't want to go in and take a look?" Yang Kai glanced at the dark entrance and asked. "There's no hurry," Lei Ting replied lightly. Yang Kai counted on his fingers. "If I remember correctly, this 5-colored treasure pagoda adventure will end in a few days, so if we don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Lei Ting sneered, "That's only for you." He was the nephew of Star Soul Palace's great elder and one of the leaders of Star Soul Palace's younger generation. The 5-colored treasure pagoda opened once every 3 years, so as long as he wanted to, he could enter almost every time. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to explore the 5th layer. On the contrary, Yang Kai had obtained this opportunity by chance, so if he didn't seize it he might not have another chance to come to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the future. "That's true," Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled. "In that case I'll take my leave first." "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Ting roared, his aura firmly locked onto Yang Kai, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to move. Yang Kai frowned and said somewhat impatiently, "Brother Lei, you and I have no grievances, so why be so aggressive?" Lei Ting sneered, "We do have no grievances, but you are a rare opponent, so I can't just let you go." Yang Kai thought for a moment before looking at him seriously and saying, "Is this just an excuse? The biggest reason is Her Highness the Princess?" Lei Ting blushed and waved his hand. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned, "I can see that. Brother Lei cares for Her Highness the Princess and admires her. Brother Lei is afraid that my appearance will arouse Her Highness' interest, so you want to use force to show off your strength and make Her Highness look at you differently?" Lei Ting wore an embarrassed expression. "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai pointed at his eyes and said, "I'm not blind." After being exposed by Yang Kai, Lei Ting seemed to be more at ease. He relaxed and said, "You're right. Sun Er and I grew up together. I've never seen her treat any man so passionately before. You give off a very dangerous feeling, so I have to treat you seriously." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He smiled and said, "That would be an honor. But Brother Lei, you're mistaken." He shook his head as he spoke. Lei Ting was startled. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai sternly said, "Your Highness is indeed an outstanding beauty with an easygoing temperament. But with Your Highness's status and vision, how could you casually fall in love with a man? It was a matter between men and women. Not only do they have to be in love with each other, but they also have to be of equal social status." Lei Ting thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, you're right." Yang Kai continued, Brother Lei and your highness are childhood sweethearts. You should understand her temperament the best. Moreover, you and Great Elder Lei are uncle and nephew. Great Elder Lei is the Great Elder of the Divine Palace. Under the Great Emperors. With Brother Lei's status, you're barely worthy of your highness. Being of equal social status is naturally not a problem. As long as Brother Lei can capture the heart of your highness, you'll naturally achieve good things. Lei Ting laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly changed the topic. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words? Yang Kai was stunned. He sighed and said, Brother Lei, oh Brother Lei, I just want to tell you. I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is someone else. Lei Ting snorted. Who? Yang Kai blinked and said, who else could it be? Xiaochen. Brother Lei, don't you know that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first? When you and I are confronting each other here, I'm afraid Brother Xiao is accompanying Her Highness the Princess. Moreover, Xiaochen's cultivation and background are not below yours. I have seen Xiaochen accompanying Her Highness the Princess several times, taking care of her every need. Men and women are different. After interacting with each other for a long time, love will naturally develop. Let me ask Brother Lei, are you afraid? Lei Ting sneered. Xiaochen, he kissed him. Who does he think he is? Lei Ting can kill him casually. But you... Well, Sun Er's attitude towards you is very unsettling. While speaking, he clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. He approached Yang Kai with a grim smile. Don't worry, I won't take your life. At most I'll cripple you. As long as I get rid of you, you won't have the face to appear in front of Sun Er. Then Sun Er will be mine. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Brother Lei, do you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Is it really okay to say such irresponsible words? Lei Ting curled his lips and said, there's no need to say anything more. Hurry up and fight. It turns out that to Brother Lei, I'm actually in your bag. A clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind Lei Ting. Lei Ting's ferocious face instantly stiffened and his hair stood on end. His fighting spirit seemed to have been drenched from head to toe by a basin of cold water. Swallowing hard, Lei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He mechanically turned his head and saw Lan Sun and Xiaochen standing side by side on the space array. The former looked at him indifferently while the latter had a look of ridicule and schadenfreude on his face. When Lei Ting was horrified and felt his heart sink, as if he would fall into the depths of purgatory and never be able to turn over again. He kept wailing in the depths of his heart. It's over, it's completely over. Sun Er heard what I said. I'm afraid she won't give me any face in this life. What was most unbelievable to him was that he didn't notice when two people appeared behind him. If not, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It's Yang Kai. He's deliberately diverting my attention. That's right, he used the law of space just now. I thought he was on guard, but now it seems that he's not on guard at all. He's clearly interfering with my judgment. Waiting. How can you say that? Quickly apologize to Her Royal Highness. Xiaochen was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and shouted angrily. Lei Ting's face instantly flushed red and he said helplessly, Lan Sun slightly raised her chin and stared at him as if waiting for him to explain. Lei Ting couldn't say a word at all. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and rushed directly to the entrance in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lei Ting, come back here. You want to leave without explaining clearly? Xiaochen was furious. Knowing that Lei Ting couldn't come back, he still kept shouting, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a subtle arc. Lei Ting was completely out of the game. He was not good with words in front of Her Royal Highness, and now that he was cheated by Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Her Royal Highness in the future. His love rival had been eliminated. Xiaochen was very happy in his heart as he slowly glanced at Yang Kai. He was different from Lei Ting. Although Yang Kai was a bit of a threat to him, he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai's words were right. The pavilion closest to the water could catch the moon first. After this experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would leave Star Soul Palace. He didn't know if he would have a chance to meet Her Royal Highness again in the future, so how could he be a threat? Only an idiot like Lei Ting would believe his bewitchment. Isn't it a bit cruel? Yang Kai looked in the direction Lei Ting left and rubbed his chin as he asked himself. Lan Sun said, "It's Brother Lei who is pestering you. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much about it." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Well, if he can understand the word love, his future achievements will be higher. Just treat it as a test." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. "Brother Yang, you seem to be speaking from the bottom of your heart." Yang Kai coughed lightly. "My life experience is a bit richer." Xiaochen watched coldly from the side. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, he knew something was wrong and quickly jumped out. Brother Yang also found the entrance. "Congratulations. It's just a coincidence." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang looked at them suspiciously and asked, "But you two, why are you together?" Xiaochen smiled faintly. "Fate." After entering the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had been looking for Lan Sun. During this period he had gone through more than a dozen broken spaces and finally found her a few days ago, taking on the role of a flower guardian. Lan Sun said, "There are only a few days left before the 1-month deadline. The 5th floor is right in front of us. Brother Yang, do you want to take a look?" "Of course." Yang Kai nodded and said, "But what is the difference between the 5th floor and the 4th floor?" Lan Sun said, "Of course there is a difference. Answer me." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Xiaochen interrupted, "The space of the 4th floor is a shattered world. The laws of the world are imperfect. Although there are many spaces in the 5th floor, they are not like the 4th floor. They are independent secret realms." "Secret realms?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiaochen said, "Yes. Those secret realms were born from the broken worlds of the first few floors. When the ancient Almighty refined the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they merged the many broken worlds together to form the first 4 floors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As for the secret realms left behind in these broken worlds, they were extracted and placed in the 5th floor." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the secret realms in the 5th floor may be related to one of the broken worlds in the first 4 floors?" "Exactly, but the connection is not big. The many secret realms in the 5th floor are all different, just like the countless broken worlds in the first few floors. Which secret realm to enter is based on luck and cannot be freely chosen." Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is really amazing." Before understanding the truth of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai only felt that its existence was of great significance to Star Soul Palace. But now that he understood all aspects, he realized that it was simply a treasure. Millions of cultivators in the star boundary cultivated, and what they sought was opportunities. And where did opportunities come from? Secret realms were the biggest source. Chapter 2799. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find a sealed world. Many cultivators would never have the opportunity to enter a sealed world for life experience and treasure hunting, but on the side of Star Soul Palace, there were countless sealed worlds waiting to be explored. Did the sect of the great emperors have such a terrifying heritage? Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, "Brother Yang, do you remember the golden armored heavenly book?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not old yet. This thing was taken away by Lan Sun not long ago, so how could Yang Kai forget?" It was also because Lan Sun took away the golden armored heavenly book that Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. Something that happened not long ago was naturally fresh in Yang Kai's memory. However, when she mentioned the golden armored heavenly book at this time, it was obviously not a casual remark. But Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is the golden armored heavenly book related to the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Yes. The golden armored heavenly book was taken out by Martial Uncle Tan Jun Hao from the sealed world in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Not only is it a powerful emperor artifact, but it is also the key to opening that sealed world." Yang Kai was shocked. In other words, that sealed world was originally in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but because Tan Jun Hao took out the golden armored heavenly book, Star Soul Palace's disciples can enter that sealed world without needing to go through the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Exactly. Lan Sun nodded. That sealed world originally existed in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter it, they would have to pass through the 4th layer and have some luck. But since Tan Jun Hao took out the golden armored heavenly book, disciples can enter and exit it at will. Tan Junhao's luck is not small. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Lan Sun smiled lightly. According to my father's master speculation, there should be many sealed worlds in the 5th layer like that one. They have their own keys. As long as they can find that key, they can open the entrance to sealed world at any time and allow disciples to enter it for life. Yang Kai shook and exclaimed, "There is such a thing?" Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quietly whispered to Lan Sun, "Your Highness, you've said too much." This matter was a secret of Star Soul Palace, and although it wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually revealed to others. However, Lan Sun's identity was different. No one could blame her for saying this. Lan Sun shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that key is not something that can be found easily. My divine palace has been searching for so many years, but we have only found the key to one sealed world." Yang Kai pondered seriously for a while, then cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, "Talking so much has wasted a lot of time. Brother Yang, let's go to the 5th floor first." Yang Kai nodded, "All right. Junior Marshal Sister Lan, please." Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she exhorted, "There is one thing that Brother Yang should know. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. You must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, the three arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking around, at the end of the corridor was a rotating nebula, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. A strange aura came from the nebula, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. "Brother Yang, this little sister will go first. Take care, see you outside." After Lan Sun said to Yang Kai, she jumped into the nebula. She disappeared. Xiao Chen stood in place and sighed. He seemed a little depressed. This time he found Lan Sun on the 4th floor with great difficulty. Originally he wanted to accompany her until the end of the training. Who would have thought that Lan Sun would insist on coming to the 5th floor? Now they had to part. Glancing at Yang Kai leisurely, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to talk to him and also jumped into the nebula. Soon only Yang Kai was left in the same place. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai naturally did not hesitate. Anyway, since Lan Sun and Xiao Chen had both gone in, he naturally had to follow. The moment he stepped into the nebula, Yang Kai immediately urged the space principles, trying to see if he could stay in a buffer zone like on the 4th floor. If so, then he could have a lot of room to control and he could choose a sealed realm that was suitable for him to experience. But this time he was a little disappointed. Under the urging of the space principles, there was no reaction at all. When his vision was restored, Yang Kai immediately heard an anxious shout in his ears. "Anya, wake up, the beast tide is attacking, wake up quickly, what are you in a daze for?" At the same time, there seemed to be a big hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it vigorously. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what was going on. His face sank as he reached out to grab the other party's big hand. But who would have thought that the other party's reaction would be so fast? Just as Kai Yang was about to make a move, the other party had already grabbed his wrist. An unimaginably violent force was transmitted from the other party's hand, instantly suppressing Kai Yang's brute force, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's expression changed again. While he was shocked by the strength of the other party's strength, he immediately urged his Emperor Qi and then, there was no reaction at all. His body was completely empty without a trace of Emperor Qi. In an instant, Yang Kai was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul almost left his body. Before entering the 5th layer of the sealed realm, Yang Kai was still quite confident. After all, his current strength was not to be underestimated. More than 1/3 layer Emperor Realm Master had died at his hands. Even Lan Sun, Xiao Chen and Lei Ting dared to enter the 5th layer of the sealed realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. He felt that even if he encountered any danger, his life would not be in danger. With the space principles, even if he could not win, he could still escape. But this sudden change left him at a loss. Why was his Emperor Qi gone? Without his Emperor Qi, was this still the Emperor realm? He was not even a beginner cultivator. What was going on? While he was still in shock, Lan Sun's words echoed in his ears. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded, and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human, and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. Seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming, did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly. "I heard you. If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again? I'm Ahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo? Anyo. Your mother Nyo." He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away there was also a burst of beast roaring which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. In other words, she was carrying the stone with only the strength of her body. There were also some obviously underage children who seemed to be in their teens, but they all picked up weapons. Their childish faces were full of a common enemy and an expression of facing death with equanimity. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. Everyone was in a hurry, converging in a certain direction. Everyone was wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin. Even the simplest clothes couldn't be seen here. Yang Kai looked down and found that he was the same. His exposed skin was as white as snow, which was a sharp contrast with Ahu's dark skin. Forget it, this is just a small matter," Yang Kai comforted himself. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away, there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, A 30-feet-long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. Quick, quick, quick. Ahu pulled Yang Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence and stretched out his hand. He threw Yang Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Ahua, I'll leave Unyo to you." The woman called Ahua glanced at Unyo. Her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Ahu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing." Ahua muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yang Kai and said concisely, "Arrow." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yang Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Unyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. "Arrow, are you deaf?" Yang Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ahua could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ahu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yang Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yang Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Each of the wooden arrows was over 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. They looked extremely frightening. Reaching out to pick them up, Yang Kai was surprised because these wooden arrows were incomparably heavy. They were not inferior to the arrows made of fine iron. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person without yuan qi would be able to control them. "Your task is to deliver these arrows to me." Ahua looked at Yang Kai seriously and shouted, "Do you understand?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded obediently and took the opportunity to look at the woman called Ahua. The villagers here were generally rough and old, but this woman called Ahua had delicate facial features and a hot body. Her chest was wrapped in animal clothing, revealing deep cleavage. Her waist was enchanting, her lower abdomen was flat, and her buttocks were round and round. Well, if she was not so tall, she would be an extraordinary beauty. However, in this kind of environment where natural selection was the rule, it was destined that no one would be able to give birth to a pretty girl. Mortals without power were destined to die. Ahua's appearance had a different kind of beauty. Once the arrow was in her hand, Ahua immediately pulled the bowstring. The huge bow was instantly pulled into a full moon shape, which made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. This huge bow was able to shoot an arrow that was 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. One could imagine how big the bow was, but in Ahua's hands, it was as light as a feather. Buzz! At the same time, the arrow spun and rushed forward. Yang Kai could clearly see that in front of the arrowhead, there was a burst of air. The power of this arrow was terrifying. A huge beast that was flying in the air was nailed into its eye socket by the arrow. The 10-feet-long arrow pierced through the beast's skull, bringing with it a spray of blood. The huge beast fell heavily to the ground and struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Amazing. Yang Kai praised sincerely. Ah Hua looked at him coldly and stretched out her hand. Yang Kai quickly picked up an arrow from the ground and handed it to her. Ah Hua pulled the bowstring again and the arrow flew out. Every arrow could kill a huge beast. Ah Hua's archery was extremely accurate. Almost all of the arrows were shot at the eyes of the beasts and directly pierced through their skulls. Could be said that none of the arrows missed their targets. On the fence there were more than 10 archers like Ah Hua. Each of them was excellent at archery, which made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. In such a harsh environment, if the villagers did not have such rare skills, they would not have been able to survive. The battle on the fence wall was relatively peaceful. Ah Hua and a dozen other archers drew their bows and arrows in an orderly manner. There was no need for them to fight the giant beast head-on. However, outside the village, there were hundreds of villagers holding all kinds of weapons, fighting the giant beasts to the death. The roars of the beasts and the angry voices of the people were intertwined. Blood splattered everywhere and flesh was torn apart. One by one the beasts fell and one by one the villagers died. In front of this nameless village there was a fierce battle of life and death. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. Only when one side was destroyed would the other side be satisfied. On the battlefield, there was an old voice playing an ancient melody. A stooped old man holding a walking stick strolled on the ground covered in blood and flesh. Accompanied by his rhythmic shouts, the walking stick flickered with an inexplicable brilliance, as if it had a mind of its own, and flowed into the bodies of the villagers who were fighting. Every villager who was shrouded in the brilliance suddenly became very brave and powerful. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their skin suddenly turned red, and there was a layer of dark red light on the surface of their bodies. In the midst of their angry roars, they knocked the beasts to the ground. The strange thing was that although the hunchbacked old man looked weak, he was walking on the battlefield defenseless. The giant beasts ignored him as if they couldn't see him at all. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he cried out, "Barbarian technique. Barbarian tribe? Ancient barbarian tribe." He did not know what this primitive and ancient village was, but after seeing the old man's magical skills, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and vaguely realized something. It was said that in ancient times, before the cultivator was popular, natural and man-made disasters were endless. In order to survive, humans fought against the heavens. Barbarian technique was born because of this. The ancient barbarian tribe focused on the cultivation of the physical body. It was said that when the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, one could almost become a saint. They were immortal and were not inferior to today's great emperors. In that era there were no endless secret techniques, no dazzling secret treasures. The only thing people could rely on was their own strength and their own flesh and blood. The humans of that era were called the ancient barbarian tribe. They were the ancestors of today's human race. Among the barbarian techniques, the most famous and the most practical one was the bloodthirsty technique. Just like what the old man was using now, it stimulated the power of the human body with an inexplicable force, and burned the essence of blood to obtain a leap in power. However, the bloodthirsty technique had a lot of hidden dangers. Once it was used, not only would it cause a long period of weakness, it would also affect one's lifespan. If it was used too many times, it might even cause death. This was because the bloodthirsty technique burned the innate essence of the human body. No wonder the villagers here looked so rough and old. It seemed that this was not the first time they used the bloodthirsty technique. When the innate essence of blood was consumed, the person would undoubtedly age faster. In the ancient barbarian tribe, only a small number of people had the opportunity to master the barbarian techniques. Most of them could only cultivate their physical body. Those who could practice the barbarian techniques were called wizard. The barbarian techniques were also called wizard techniques. The old man was undoubtedly a wizard. However, Yang Kai did not know what level of wizard he was. After all, these things were from a long time ago. Yang Kai had only occasionally heard about them after wandering in the astral world for a long time. How would he know the division of power in ancient times? It was actually the ancient barbarian tribe, it was actually the wizard technique. In other words, where he was now was the ancient era. How was this possible? The ancient era was far too long ago. It had long been annihilated in the long river of history. However, in this secret territory there was a complete ancient style. Was this place real or fake? Was his name really Anyo? Then what was the matter with Yang Kai? Was he dreaming? The village chief is a wizard. You only found out today? What have you been doing all these years? After hearing Yang Kai's words, Ah Hua could not help but scold him. Her spittle flew towards his face. You better remember that the village does not raise useless people. Fa Hu had not been giving you food, you would have starved to death. Today you must prove your worth to me. Don't embarrass Ah Hu. Chapter 2801. After a short pause, Hua's face turned cold and she said, If you can't prove it, then jump off the wall yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow directly killed the giant beast in midair, but the cold and disdainful eyes were still staring straight at Kai Yang's face, not shifting from beginning to end. Trash. Yang Kai murmured. He looked down at his own body and then looked at the bodies of the villagers on the fence. Well, this body type was indeed trash in this era. However, the old man with the crooked body was the village chief, which surprised Yang Kai. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft the village chief used to make those giant beasts ignore him, it was definitely not because of his good luck. As for the wizard, from the name it should be the lowest level of existence, right? It seemed that in this ancient era there were very few wizards. On the fence, Yang Kai and Hua worked together. After experiencing the initial discomfort, Yang Kai also calmed down and was no longer at a loss. No matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Maybe this was a test of this mysterious land. One by one, Yang Kai passed the arrows to Ah Hua, and the pile of arrows at their feet decreased at an extremely fast speed. But soon, a brute race youth came over with spare arrows to replace them. This boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was obviously underage, so he couldn't go into battle with the giant beasts and could only do some logistics work. However, even if he was only 13 or 14 years old, he was still more burly and majestic than most of the people Yang Kai had come into contact with. His bulging muscles were simply not something a person his age should have. In the village, there were many underage barbarians like this boy who were busy working. Time passed slowly. With the village chief's bloodthirsty spell, the attacks of the beasts were greatly suppressed. The villagers paid a very small price to kill the beasts and there were many casualties. Every villager was extremely excited as if they saw the hope of victory. Hua's bow was drawn again and again. There was a burst of sound in the air. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Unlike the optimism of these ignorant villagers, Yang Kai felt that the situation was very unfavorable for the village. On the surface, the giant beast seemed to be suppressed and there were many casualties. However, in reality the villagers had consumed too much energy. After a long and high-intensity battle, it was difficult for the villagers to continue. Just look at Ah Hua. In the beginning her arrows were like the wind, one after another, almost without stopping. Every arrow could kill a giant beast. But now, she was unable to fully draw the bowstring and her hands were trembling slightly. There were several times when she needed 2 arrows to kill a giant beast, and the interval between each arrow was getting longer and longer. Ah Hua was like that and so were the other shooters. The situation of the villagers outside the village was even more worrying. They who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique by the village chief had overdrafted their innate blood essence. Once the bloodthirst technique loses its effect, when the aftereffects occur, the hundreds of villagers who were fighting outside the village would instantly be covered by the giant beasts, and they would not be able to resist at all. On the other hand, although the attack of the beast tide was still fierce, Yang Kai clearly sensed that the beast tide was stalling for time. It was as if there was a superior being commanding the countless beasts to quietly hibernate, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. It was time to act. Yang Kai did not act rashly at the beginning because he did not understand the situation he was in. He did not know what kind of changes would occur if he acted rashly. However, after watching for so long, Yang Kai had been infected by the enthusiasm of these barbarian villagers. The inexplicable identity of Nyo seemed to have become more real, and he had a faint sense of belonging to this strange village. These barbarians were admirable. It was they who stubbornly survived in ancient times, resisting natural and man-made disasters, allowing the human race to flourish and become the mainstream of the world. It was they who passed down their power generation after generation, allowing the human race to gain a foothold in this world. Protect this land, protect this village. My name is Nyo. The blood in his body boiled in an instant. Yang Kai bent down and picked up a giant bough beside him. This giant bough originally belonged to another villager, but its head was bitten off by a giant leopard that pounced on it. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. With a clang, it was as if a war drum was beating in his heart, making him involuntarily have the desire to charge forward. Arrow. Ahua stretched out her hand, her red eyes staring straight ahead, flashing with the light of hatred. However, she did not receive any support from Yang Kai. Ahua suddenly turned her head and was about to open her mouth to curse, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yang Kai and the giant bow in his hand and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "You should rest. You're too tired." Ahua's outstretched hand was trembling non-stop. Her fingers were full of cuts and blood was dripping. It was a ghastly sight. Their eyes met and Ahua suddenly exploded. "Rest? There is no time to rest. Do you know what will happen to the brothers and sisters below without the support of us archers?" "I know." Yang Kai was still smiling. He reached out to pick up an arrow and put it on the bowstring. He tilted his head and looked at Ahua. "So leave it to me." "You." Ahua still wanted to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened and her face was full of shock. God, what did she just see? Anyo, who was called trash in the village, actually pulled the bowstring? How could he pull the bowstring? How could he have so much strength with such thin arms and legs? Ahua instinctively thought that she was seeing things because she clearly remembered that during the last training, Anyo was extremely difficult to even pick up the giant bow and arrow, let alone pull the bowstring. But now what happened in front of her completely overturned her understanding of Anyo. Anyo in front of her did not seem to use much strength because Ahua did not feel the explosive strength from his muscles at all. It seemed that he just pulled the bowstring casually, but the bowstring that made her feel a little tired was actually pulled completely by him. The bowstring was full and the arrow was released. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ahua could not help but look at the arrow's flight path. In front of the arrowhead, the airflow of the explosion was clearly visible. It was obvious that Anyo's arrow contained a huge amount of power, and it was not inferior to her own attack. Such an attack was enough to penetrate the body of any giant beast. Inexplicably, Ahua had a trace of confidence in the trash in front of her. She felt that with this arrow he could definitely kill a giant beast. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the body of a giant beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the villager who was fighting with the giant beast was shocked because at that moment, if the arrow had been a little bit off, it could have killed him directly. Ahu turned his head and looked at the people standing on the fence. He shouted, "Ahua, watch it." Ahua opened her mouth and her face was full of grievance. How could such a lousy arrow be shot by her? Even if she closed her eyes, she would not make such a mistake. It was obviously Anyo who did it, okay? After feeling wronged, she was angry. She turned around and stared at Yang Kai. She was blind to have confidence in this trash. "I have a feeling." As Yang Kai spoke, he picked up another arrow and put it on the bowstring. "This is not a place for you to play. If you don't want to help me, get out of here." Ahua shouted angrily. Although Ahua was surprised that Anyo could draw the bowstring fully, what was the use of shooting without accuracy? It was better to go down and fight with the giant beasts directly. At least he could be of some use. Excellent archers had gone through thousands of training and countless life and death battles to train. Anyo obviously did not have such experience. "Trust me." Yang Kai looked at Ahua seriously. His hands were as steady as a rock as he pulled the bowstring. Ahua's face was full of anger. She sighed and said, "Shoot at a place where there is no one." Compared to his previous performance, this time he could pick up the bow and arrow and share some of the pressure of the village's pressure. His way of doing things was acceptable. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This time it won't happen again." The target was still the giant beast that was fighting with Ahu. When the arrow was shot, Ahua almost did not dare to look at it for fear of seeing Yang Kai accidentally injure Ahu. But in fact, when the arrow was flying, the giant beast jumped into the air and opened its mouth to roar. The 3-meter-long arrow poured into the giant beast's mouth and shot out from its tail. The horrible power of the arrow stirred the giant beast's internal organs into a mess. It fell to the ground and whimpered. Blood flowed out like a fountain. "Did you really do it?" Hua stood rooted to the ground, a little dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Anyo couldn't even pull the bowstring before, let alone shoot an arrow. In other words, this should be the first time he really shot an arrow. Although the first arrow was a little off, which gave people a false alarm, the second arrow was very accurate. What was wrong with this trash? While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai picked up another arrow. Without any pause, he pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. A giant beast in the distance was killed in an instant. Although Yang Kai could not feel any trace of Emperor's qi in this secret realm, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Although the giant bow and arrow were difficult to control, it was nothing to in the Emperor realm. The first arrow was just an experiment. With a standard in mind, the next thing was simple. None of the arrows missed their target. A bundle of 10 arrows was shot out by Yang Kai in less than 3 breaths. Except for the first arrow, which did not work, the other 9 arrows all killed. Brother Ainyo, you are so powerful? The barbarian boy in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows and saw the scene of Yang Kai's great power. He immediately admired him. Master Ainyo was despised by all the master, saying that he was the trash of the village. He did not contribute at all and wasted food. Many masters suggested that Ainyo should be banished from the village and left to fend for himself. If it were not for the kindness of the village chief, Ahu would have given his food to Ainyo, and Ainyo would have starved to death. Ainyo, who was called trash, was actually so powerful. He was not inferior to Sister A Hua, who was the best archer in the village. The boy was confused. Chapter 28:02. It was snowing heavily. No one knew when the snow started to fall in this ancient and primitive world. The sight was dyed white, and the red blood on the ground was even more shocking. Despite the extremely cold environment, the villagers seemed to be unaware of it. Everyone's exposed skin was steaming hot. Outside the village, hundreds of villagers were holding stone axes, stone spears, and other primitive weapons to fight the beasts. On the fence, more than a dozen archers were providing strong support with their exquisite skills. The hunchbacked village chief was still running in the battlefield. His black walking stick would burst out 1 or 2 weak lights from time to time. He was using his poor wizard skills to resist the invasion of the beasts. The blood on the villagers who had been affected by the bloodthirsty spell were getting dimmer and dimmer. That was a sign that the bloodthirsty spell was about to lose its effect. Once the bloodthirsty spell lost its effect, these villagers would fall into a long period of weakness and would no longer have the power to fight. If the beasts were not defeated before then, there was only one fate waiting for the village: destruction. Hundreds of the strongest warriors would become food for the beasts during the winter, and the old, weak women and children in the village would not be able to escape the fate. At that time, the beasts' iron hooves would trample the earth, and the earth would groan. If the beasts did not retreat, the villagers would fight to the death. Behind them was their home, and no one would retreat. Whoosh! Yang Kai's arrows missed 3 times, and the 3 giant beasts were instantly killed. Ahua was dumbfounded by his miraculous skill. If the fact that Kai Yang had pulled the bowstring and not missed his target had shocked her, then the scene that she had just witnessed had left her speechless. Her mind was completely blank. Bow and arrow could be used like this. As the best archer in the village, she had her own pride. Competing in archery skills. No one in the whole tribe could compete with her. But Yang Kai's archery skills of missing 3 times in one shot was something she had never heard of or seen before. They could win. They could definitely win. Anyo's sudden outburst made Ahua see the hope of victory. As long as he could maintain his current state, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Sister Ahua, Brother Ainyo. Oh no, we don't have many bows and arrows left. These are the last 5 bundles. Aunt Lee asked me to tell you to use them sparingly. The young man who was in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows in his arms. With a shout, Hua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bundle of arrows meant 10 arrows were lost, and 5 bundles meant 50 arrows. Taking everything into account, he could only kill 50 giant beasts. However, how could the beast tied below be calculated by a mere 50? Hua's face turned pale. If they did not have the support of the archers, Tiger and the others who were fighting below would definitely die. She turned around and glared at the young man. How can there not be many left? Where are the arrows in the storehouse? Didn't you take it out? The youth said with a sullen face, I've taken them all out. But you're using up too much energy. Auntie Lee and the others are working on it now, but they still don't have enough time to replenish it. Fast consumption? It wasn't that it was fast, but that it had taken too long. There had never been a beast tide that lasted so long. The giant beast had paid such a heavy price, but they still didn't back down. This was completely different from the beast tides they had encountered before. Looking up at the sky, the snow was falling like goose feathers. The biting cold wind carried the sound of the wind horn, echoing in the forest. It was winter, and the beasts had to stock up on food to survive the winter. Otherwise, the cold environment would make them starve to death in the cave. What should I do? What should I do? Hua was shocked by this despairing news. She was on the verge of collapsing. She bit her pale lips so hard that they almost bled, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned her head and looked out of the village. Looking at the villagers who trusted their backs to her, Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. I'll leave this place to you. Hua was stunned when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Unyielding and asked, "What?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and put down the giant bow in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Hua. "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the fence and rushed toward the battlefield that was full of blood and internal organs. Hua's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to shout, but her shout was drowned out by the whistling cold wind. She didn't know if Anyo heard her or not. He was courting death. Although Anyo's performance was not bad since he was able to pull the bowstring to kill the beasts, long-distance shooting and close combat were two different things. Fighting with the beasts that were 30 to 40 feet long required extraordinary physical fitness and courage to face death with equanimity. Regardless of Anyo's courage, his physical fitness was obvious. His body was even smaller than that of the underage children in the village. Even if such a person went to the battlefield, what could he do? He was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts. Getting off the fence, Kai Yong picked up a stone axe. Braving the biting cold wind, he stepped on the strange monsters that were a mixture of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the crowd of beasts. He was like a sheep that had just been born and rushed into a group of tigers. His body was drowned in a moment. Hua couldn't bear to see it anymore. She reached out and picked up a bow and arrow. She secretly decided to avenge Anyo. "Sister Hua, look." The young man hadn't left yet. He suddenly pointed his finger and said excitedly. Hua looked in the direction he was pointing at. She saw that the giant beasts were sent flying into the air one after another. They flailed their arms and legs in midair before falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They had all died in an instant. Even more giant beasts exploded in midair. Some were even split in two. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beasts gathered in one place were swept away. A figure that was not very tall and strong stood there like a javelin. The stone axe in his hand was full of blood and pieces of internal organs. How could it be? Hua was dumbfounded. More than a dozen excellent archers on the fence were also dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue to support with their bows and arrows. They all stared at the weak body in a daze. This body, which they had criticized in the past and even despised to the point that they wanted to banish, was actually as tall and mighty as the god of berserkers on the battlefield that was forged from blood and flesh. He stood there as if he could block all the storms, giving people an unprecedented sense of peace. There seemed to be a laugh coming from there. The wind was too strong to hear it clearly, but everyone clearly saw that Anyo's face was full of excitement and joy. The movement here soon alarmed the other beasts. Pairs of red eyes looked in this direction. Vaguely there was a low roar. Immediately, some of the beasts that were besieging the villagers moved closer to Yang Kai to surround him. With the axe in his hand, Yang Kai's momentum was rising steadily. His sharp eyes swept over the beasts, which made them pause slightly and stop moving forward. Beasts had instincts. Their instincts told them that the person in front of them was not a pushover. The low roar hidden in the cold wind came again, and the beast started to move again. There was an incomplete body of a villager next to him. Until the moment of his death, the villager was still holding his stone spear tightly and stabbing it into the soft abdomen of a beast. He died with the beast, but half of his head was bitten off by the beast. The blood had already coagulated. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone spear. He twirled the spear and the axe in his hand. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet on the ground. Like a thunderclap, he rushed into the crowd of beasts like lightning. Pick, chop, chop, lift. Like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, Yang Kai's movements were simple and boring. The weapons he used were also the simplest stone spear and stone axe. But in the hands of the Emperor realm, whose power was suppressed, these two simple weapons had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Not a single giant beast could withstand its attack. One by one the giant beasts were flipped over and slashed to the ground. Each of the giant beasts had shocking wounds on its body. Those wounds were enough to kill. Whimpering sounds rang out continuously as the giant beasts were forced to retreat again and again. The encirclement formed by hundreds of giant beasts was directly torn apart by Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai rushed out, 1/3 of the beasts had already fallen. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man who had used countless methods to hide his presence and figure looked like he had seen a ghost. His turbid eyes stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen him for the first time. Because his mind was too unstable, a flaw appeared in his wizard's spell. His hidden figure was exposed and the beasts next to him opened their mouths to bite him. If there was an accident, this old man would definitely die in the beasts' mouths. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot the beasts to the ground. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and saw Hua nodding slightly at him from the other side of the fence. "Village chief, give me one." Yang Kai was covered in blood, and the internal organs of the beast were still hanging on his body. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, but he grinned at the old man. The old man inexplicably shuddered, but he still raised his crutch as he was told, and an obscure voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of the crutch, a ray of light hit Yang Kai's body right in the middle. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil as if it was on fire. A thick layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, making him look solemn and dignified. The shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger, as if a stormy sea had been set off. His turbid eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. "This is the bloodthirst spell." Yang Kai took a light breath and clearly felt the increase in his strength. However, this bloodthirst spell seemed to have some drawbacks. While it strengthened his strength, it also weakened the senses of the people's 5 senses. Only Yang Kai, who had the foundation of the Emperor realm, could ignore this kind of weakening. Ordinary people like Ahu would definitely not be able to resist. It was no wonder that these villagers who were affected by the bloodthirst spell were not afraid of death when they fought. Of course, their courage played a part, but it should also be the bloodthirst spell's credit. Their senses were deprived, so they could not feel much pain or fear. Naturally, they were braver than others when they fought. However, the layer of golden light on Yang Kai's body was a bit of a crane in a flock of chickens. When the others were affected by the bloodthirst spell, their bodies were glowing red, but he was the only one who was golden. It could not be helped. The bloodthirst spell stimulated the congenital blood in the human body, and his blood was golden. Chapter 2803. Village chief, take care of yourself. Don't run around at your age. Go back and rest. Yang Kai grinned at the old man, turned around and rushed into the horde of beasts again. The old man's mouth twitched. While he was shocked, he did not forget to cast a concealment spell on himself. He was the village chief and a highly respected wizard. Everyone in the village respected and loved him. In the past, Anyo did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Why did he dare to talk to him like that today? Anyo did not contribute anything to the village in the past. He even took away food and shelter. He had thought of doing what the villagers said and banishing Anyo, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Anyo was still alive, a villager. The village chief always felt that Anyo would grow up one day and play his role. But in fact, Anyo's performance over the years was really disappointing. Until today, Anyo was shining so brightly that no one could look at him directly. God of barbarians bless us. God of barbarians bless us. The village chief opened his mouth and mumbled to himself. He saw Yang Kai return to the horde of beasts and destroy the horde of beasts that had gathered into a sea. He was like a sharp sword in the hands of the god of barbarians. He moved freely in the battlefield and was invincible. Even the thick snow could not hide the glaring golden light. The golden light dashed left and right on the battlefield, quickly plowing open areas of the battlefield one after another. The giant beasts screamed in fear and slowly retreated. The villagers became braver as they fought. 3 people formed a wall and 5 people formed a shield. It was the simplest combination attack. They chased the beasts out of their homes with unnecessary bravery. Yang Kai had already changed the stone axes and stone spears in his hands. Finally, when the sound of the wind died down and the snow weakened, the horde of beasts retreated. They left behind corpses and blood all over the ground. The villagers chased them for dozens of feet before they slowly stopped. Then they let out roars that shook the sky. The roars were like the roars of beasts, causing the fleeing giant beasts to panic even more. We won. We won. The villagers cheered. They were in high spirits because they were able to survive the horde of beasts. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they jumped and shouted. Anyo, it's really you. Ahu ran out of nowhere, covered in blood. It could be seen that he was not seriously injured, but his abdomen seemed to have been bitten. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I thought I was seeing things. How could he be mistaken? In the entire village, only Anyo had such a physique. Although Ahu had noticed the existence of Yang Kai before, he couldn't believe it until he saw him face to face. Only then did he confirm it. The surviving villagers also looked at Yang Kai curiously. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. At the last moment, if Yang Kai had not rushed into the horde of beasts and turned the tide, the fate of the village would have been obvious. The world of the barbarian race was very simple. The strong were the kings. This rule had lasted until today, but it lacked the simplicity of the ancient barbarians. This is a gift from the barbarian god. The old village chief trembled as he walked up, holding the black walking stick in his hand. Yang Kai said in his heart that this was his contribution, and it had nothing to do with the barbarian god. However, he definitely could not say this out loud. Otherwise, no matter how much he had contributed to the village, he was bound to become the enemy of the entire barbarian race. Blasphemy against the barbarian god. It was the biggest sin in the ancient barbarian race. Village chief, we killed so many beasts this time, shouldn't we celebrate? Ahu looked at the village chief excitedly, and the other villagers were also full of expectation. There was a shortage of food in the village. This time hundreds of beasts had died in the horde, which was enough for the village to eat for a long time. A few days ago the village chief was still worried about the food for winter. Every winter many villagers would starve to death, and this year would be no exception. But he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. With the corpses of these beasts he didn't have to worry about food this winter. The village chief smiled and was about to speak when Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "Village chief, don't you think that the horde of beasts this time is a bit strange?" The village chief frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "You also noticed it." Yang Kai was stunned. "Village chief, what did you notice?" The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "Savage beast, there is a savage beast that is commanding the horde of beasts." When he said this, many of the villagers' faces changed. Savage beasts were very powerful existences and only those wizards could deal with them. Flesh and blood were nothing in front of a savage beast. So it's called a savage beast. Yang Kai followed the words. What he felt was just a monster beast that didn't have any intelligence, and that was why it was able to command the horde of beasts, making it so difficult to deal with this time's horde. Winter is coming. Those wild beasts must be looking for food. Although we have repelled them this time, if we don't eliminate them completely, they will definitely come back. The villagers' faces changed again. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. If there was no savage beast, those beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there was a savage beast commanding them, then the situation would be different. If the horde of beasts attacked again one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. The village had lost enough warriors today, and they might not be able to deal with the next horde of beasts. "Village chief, why don't we ask for help from the tribe?" Ahu suggested. The village chief shook his head. "If we ask for help, then we will have to give more than half of the spoils we got today to the tribe. Are you willing to do that?" When the villagers heard this, they all shook their heads. So many people died to get these spoils of war. No one would agree to give more than half of it away. In this place, food was the foundation of survival. Then what should we do? Ahu frowned. Yang Kai said, "I'll go and kill it." As he spoke, he turned and chased in the direction where the horde of beasts retreated. Ahu was shocked. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "Anyo, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with a savage beast." Yang Kai gently opened his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a savage beast. You just wait for the good news." Ahu was startled because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? "I'll go with you," Ahu said and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yong disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Onyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Onyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Onyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Yang Kai went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person in a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Yang Kai continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Kai chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon's snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Yang Kai's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Yang Kai grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day, their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages. But they never thought that one day the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. He took the stone axe from his waist and stepped forward to meet the horde of beasts. A moment later, the slaughter resumed. Wherever the golden light passed, the beast hordes collapsed like bubbles, falling into pools of blood one after another. Yang Kai's pace was fast and firm as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the canyon. Roars and howls rang out one after another. Soon the canyon was filled with a thick stench of blood that was extremely pungent. The stone axe in Yang Kai's hand was shattered. He simply abandoned the weapon and punched the beasts, breaking their bones and tendons. Chapter 2804. At dawn, Ahu appeared outside the village with a pale face. He had not recovered from the bloody battle yesterday. Especially the aftereffects of the bloodthirst skill. Even if he was one of the best warriors in the village, he would be weak for at least a few days. It was impossible for him to fight again in these few days. He raised his head and asked a big tree at the entrance of the village, "What did you see?" A head popped out from the crown of the big tree. It was the barbarian boy who was in charge of logistics on the fence. "Brother Ahu, I didn't see anything," the boy replied. Ahu frowned. His face was full of anxiety. Anyo went to chase after the savage beast yesterday and did not return for the whole night. Everyone in the village was worried about him. The boy hid in the crown of the tree for two reasons. First, he was on guard. Second, he wanted to investigate Anyo's whereabouts. But the boy's answer disappointed Ahu. Didn't the village chief say that Anyo is protected by the barbarian god? What are you worried about? Ahua appeared behind Ahu with a longbow on her back. Ahu said. Anyo was blessed with the bloodthirst skill. Now that a night has passed, the bloodthirst skill must have disappeared. You know what the consequences will be. Even if the barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn, no barbarian could ignore the aftereffects of the bloodthirst skill. Once he was surrounded by a herd of beasts in a weak state, he would only end up as food for the beasts. It's useless to worry. Believe in the barbarian god and Anyo. Ahua patted Ahu's shoulder and turned to enter the village. Although the battle yesterday did not affect the village, there were still many things to be done. Brother Ahu, I saw a person. At this moment, the barbarian boy suddenly shouted. Who? Ahu raised his head. He asked nervously. I can't see clearly. The barbarian boy replied. Open your eyes wider. Ahu roared. The boy was speechless. He thought that it was not something that could be seen clearly by opening his eyes wide. But soon he exclaimed, it's a savage beast. In his field of vision he could clearly see the body of the savage beast approaching them at an extremely fast speed. What? Ahu and Ahua turned pale with fright. They looked at each other and a horrifying thought involuntarily appeared in their minds. The village was finished. The savage beast had left and returned. The fate of Anyo who was chasing after it could be imagined. The bloody battle yesterday had caused most of the warriors in the village to lose their strength to fight again. Now that the savage beasts were attacking, who could defend against them? No. The young man changed his words again. His voice trembled with surprise. It's brother Anyo, it's brother Anyo. Ahu did not know how to scold him anymore. He said weakly, did you see clearly? Was it Anyo or a savage beast? One was a human and the other was a beast. How bad would one's eyesight have to be to confuse them? Ahua did not say a word. In a flash he dashed out and used both his hands and feet to quickly climb up the big tree. He stood on the crown of the tree and looked into the distance. As a sharpshooter, her eyesight was unquestionable. Just because the young man couldn't see clearly didn't mean that she couldn't see clearly. Ahu stood there uneasily, craning his neck and waiting. A short while later, Ahua lowered her head and smiled. It's Anyo. Anyo is back with his beast. Ahu was stunned. Anyo killed a savage beast? Ahua had already come down from the tree. She swung her long braids behind her back and nodded. Yes, Anyo killed the savage beast. Ahu smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately laughed out loud and then laughed wildly. He turned around and shouted to the village, come out everyone. Anyo killed the savage beast and came back. Anyo killed the savage beast. The villagers who were busy were all stunned. They could hardly believe what they had heard and quickly put down their work. They all gathered at the entrance of the village and asked each other. Did Anyo really kill the savage beast? Who saw it? Ahu, you're not lying to us, are you? How can a good-for-nothing Anyo be so capable? He is not a good-for-nothing now. Thanks to him yesterday the beast tide was defeated. He couldn't even pull a bow before. Why did he suddenly become a different person? The village chief said that the barbarian god gave him the power. Yang Kai carried the useless monster beast. Before he reached the entrance of the village he saw a large group of people gathering there. They were all pointing in his direction. In front of the crowd, a pale Ahu waved and shouted at him with a smile on his face. Ahua said that it was Ahu who had always given him food in the past so that he would not starve to death. Although Yang Kai did not personally experience this kind of thing, this body of his in this era had received Ahu's kindness. Yang Kai could also feel the care that this young barbarian had for him. He replied and lifted the savage beast from his shoulder. He raised it high and showed it to the villagers from afar. The next moment, the villagers shouted and rushed over to welcome the return of the hero. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Every one of them patted his shoulder warmly. Their eyes were full of worship and gratitude. Then they made way for Yang Kai to move forward. Yang Kai did not understand if this was some kind of etiquette, but every time they patted his shoulder, Yang Kai could feel the respect of these villagers. At the entrance of the village, the old village chief leisurely appeared with his walking stick. His hunched body was trembling and he was about to die. Yang Kai walked in front of the village chief with countless villagers behind him. He put the monster beast on the ground and said with a grin, "Chief, I killed the savage beast." The village chief looked at the savage beast seriously and nodded, "Well done." There was not much praise, but it seemed more simple and friendly. Xianxia was still grinning. At this time, many young barbarian boys and girls gathered around and looked at the savage beast on the ground. It was as if it was the first time they saw such a savage beast. Their eyes were full of curiosity. There were a few bold ones who wanted to touch it, but they were pulled back by their parents. At this time, a young girl walked out from the crowd with a bowl of turbid liquid in her hand. A faint wine fragrance filled the air. The young girl walked in front of Xianxia and looked at him shyly. Her cheeks were slightly red, but she did not look away. Her burning gaze made Xianxia somewhat at a loss. Strictly speaking, barbarian girls did not meet Xianxia's aesthetic standards. However, this young girl was somewhat different from other girls. Although she was also very tall, Xianxia was somewhat stunned by her beauty. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at the village chief curiously. The village chief said, "Only the most outstanding warriors in the village are qualified to drink this bowl of barbarian god wine. You can drink it." This was really wine. Although he smelled the wine fragrance, if the village chief did not say so, Xianxia would not be sure that this bowl of turbid liquid was wine. Xianxia took the stone bowl from the young girl and drank it in one gulp. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his abdomen. A strange power spread from his stomach and slightly shook his meridians. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, but before he could carefully feel it, he was grabbed by the surrounding villagers and lifted up high. The villagers shouted Unyielding's name, threw him up and caught him, then threw him up and caught him again. God knows how many women's hands took advantage of Xianxia, touching his exposed muscles and vital parts. Barbarian girls had always been so unrestrained and direct, making Xianxia's face turn red. It was fine if those young girls took advantage of him, but there were also some old women. Why did they come to join in the fun? The whole village was in high spirits as if it was the new year. After a long time, the villagers put down the dizzy Xianxia. Xianxia staggered for a while, only feeling that the aftereffects of the bloodthirsty technique were not so strong. The village chief smiled and stretched out his hand to the side. The boy who was on the lookout immediately took off the stone dagger from his waist and handed it to the village chief. The village chief bent down and dissected the barbarian beast. It could be seen that the village chief was proficient in this field. After a while, he took out a rolling fingernail-sized thing from the barbarian beast and handed it to Xianxia. "Soak it in wine and you will become stronger." Countless villagers showed an envious expression as they stared at the blood-stained ball. "Isn't this an inner core? Moreover, it is a low-level inner core." Xianxia reached out and took it. It turned out that the ancient barbarians directly consumed inner cores. Thinking about it, in this era martial arts were not popular. The art of alchemy must be in a state of ignorance. How could they refine spiritual pills? Directly consuming a monster beast's inner core could increase one's strength, but there would also be hidden dangers. The inner core was the essence of a monster beast. Not only did it store the monster beast's source of strength, it also contained the monster beast's bestial nature. If a human consumed it, it could affect one's temperament. This barbarian beast is your spoils of war. Take it back too. Consuming it for a long time will also make you stronger. The village chief pointed at the barbarian beast that Xianxia brought back and said, "Okay." Xianxia did not refuse. Although he had only been here for a day and did not have time to carefully appreciate the ancient scenery, Xianxia could feel that these villagers were a very sincere and simple group of people from their straightforward way of doing things. After pausing for a moment, Xianxia said, "By the way, village chief, in the valley where I killed the barbarian beast, there are more than 300 corpses of wild beasts. Should I ask someone to bring them back? If necessary, I can lead the way." Hearing this, many villagers were overjoyed. The village chief said, "Of course we can't give up on precious food. But let's wait for a few days. Everyone is too tired." Ahu smiled and said, "Village chief, Anyo is back now. We also have food for the winter. Shouldn't we celebrate today?" As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out. Although the other villagers did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the village chief. "You only know how to eat." The village chief raised his walking stick and lightly knocked Ahu's head. Ahu did not dodge. After being hit, he rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly, looking very shameless. The village chief said, "Okay, today we will let everyone eat until they are full." The villagers immediately cheered. Chapter 28:05. Food was the most important thing for the people. This was an unchanging truth. In ancient times, being able to eat until one was full was definitely the most extravagant enjoyment. The barbarians' cooking method was extremely simple, and that was roasting. Large chunks of beast meat were skewered on wooden sticks. Bonfires were lit all over the village. The villagers roasted the beast meat on the fire. The golden color and the crackling oil made people's mouths water. Although they had gotten the beast meat yesterday, the entire village, including the village chief, did not eat a single bite. Because everyone was waiting for the hero's return. Now that Unyielding was back, it was naturally time to celebrate. The aroma of barbecued meat soon filled the village. There were no complicated seasonings, so they directly grabbed the meat and tore it into their stomachs. Some of the meat even had traces of blood on it, indicating that it wasn't completely cooked, but the villagers still enjoyed it and ate it with relish. In front of Kai Yang was the fattest part of a wild beast's body. This treatment was something that even the most respected village chief didn't get to enjoy, because he was the one who repelled the beast horde and killed all the wild beasts. Naturally, he received the best treatment. Yang Kai planned to just casually deal with it. After all, at his level of cultivation, it would not matter much even if he did not eat. But when the smell of roasted meat floated to the tip of his nose, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. He actually felt hungry. How could this happen? He was in the Emperor realm and had long passed the time to eat. Normally, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body's needs. But in this strange place, he actually felt hungry. And a trace of fatigue. This world was so real. He did not think too much. Influenced by the villagers, he also reached out to grab the roasted beast meat and ate it in big bites. The village women took out the preserved dried fruits, and the village chief also ordered people to bring out the sealed fruit wine. The entire village was filled with an extremely lively and celebratory atmosphere. Even so, the security was not lowered. There were still villagers standing guard outside the village to prevent the smell of roasted meat in the village from attracting the attention of the wild beasts. There was a whole day of celebration. Yang Kai didn't know how much food he had eaten and how much fruit wine he had drunk. In the end, he actually felt a little tipsy. He staggered back to his cabin and fell asleep immediately. Vaguely, he felt that someone had entered his wooden house. Although he was tired, although he was drunk. However, Yang Kai still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes in an instant and shouted, "Who is it?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a burning hot body burrowing into his animal skin quilt, reaching out to hug his waist, and burying a head into his chest. A delicate fragrance instantly lingered at the tip of his nose. His cheeks were tickled by her messy hair. There was no hostility. On the contrary, the breathing of the person in his arms seemed to be rapid and nervous, and she was trembling slightly. Yang Kai suddenly woke up and leaned his head back. With the help of the hazy moonlight coming through the window, he saw the face of the person in his arms. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai looked at the girl in astonishment. It was actually the tall girl who had toasted him during the day. Yang Kai could more and more feel the amazing elasticity of the girl's body in his arms. "Brother Unyielding." The girl murmured and looked up at Yang Kai. There was a hint of boldness in her shyness. Her red lips squirmed. It was extremely seductive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little confused. He subconsciously said, "What are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, he knew that he was being stupid. She had made it so obvious. What else could she do? Sure enough, the girl whispered, "Brother Unyielding, I'm 15 years old today." There was not much explanation, but Yang Kai vaguely guessed what 15 years old meant to the barbarian girl. It should mean that she had become an adult, which meant that she had become a woman. On her 15th birthday there should be a good gift. And it was the girl's decision to give herself to the most outstanding warrior in the village. After realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. If this was the real world, it would be fine. The barbarians should be very open about this kind of thing. They were not as rigid and conservative as the women in the mortal world. At most, it was just a brief love affair. No one would feel that they had lost out. But the problem was that this was a secret place. Even now, Kai Yang couldn't tell if this was real or if he had fallen into an illusion. If it was the latter, then what was the meaning of all this? At most, it was just a dream. Just as Yang Kai's mind was spinning, the young girl once again snuggled into his arms. Her hot body pressed against him as if wanting to melt him. She whispered softly, "Brother Unyielding, do you like Anai?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Yes, I do." Everyone loved beauty, not to mention such a pure and beautiful girl full of ancient charm. And I smiled brightly. She turned around and sat on him. She reached out and pulled, and the simple animal skin clothes on her upper body fell off. Under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful and perfect curves were clearly visible. Yang Kai suddenly had the urge to have a nosebleed. How many years had it been since he last touched a girl's skin like this? Since they left the territory of the hometown star, it seemed that they had been hanging together like shadows. Seeing such a stimulating scene for the first time, even though Yang Kai's mental cultivation was good, he still couldn't bear it. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly said. What's wrong? And I looked at him curiously. Yang Kai's mind turned quickly. He swallowed and said, I'm injured. Seriously injured. And I covered her mouth as if she was frightened. She asked worriedly, Are you okay? Yang Kai said awkwardly, It's nothing serious. Then it's okay. And I reached out to take off Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai held on tightly. Deep in his heart he was in a dilemma. He said, and don't be impulsive. And I paused and looked at him in disbelief. She said, Brother Anyo, do you hate me? No, I don't. Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Then why? And I pursed her red lips as if she had been hit head-on by a giant beast and suffered great damage. I just think that we should be more cautious about this kind of thing. Yang Kai said seriously. And I looked at Yang Kai seriously. After a while she turned around and grabbed the clothes that had been thrown aside. She turned over and jumped off Yang Kai's body. With tears in her eyes she rushed out of the door. Yang Kai called out, but there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost. After being disturbed by the girl, Yang Kai's sleepiness was completely gone. He simply got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind was a mess. It took him a while to calm down and think about what to do in this sealed world. This strange place had completely suppressed and sealed his emperor chi, so he could only rely on his physical strength. Previously, when he was chasing the monster beast, Yang Kai also tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but found that his spiritual energy was sealed just like his emperor chi. He could not feel the slightest trace of it. There were only 5 days left until the 1-month deadline, and he had already stayed in this village for 2 days. In other words, there were only 3 days left before he had to leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda. What could he obtain from this sealed world in these 3 days? But no matter how he looked at it, what could this dilapidated and ancient village give him? At his peak he could probably destroy dozens or even hundreds of such villages with a single blow. Subconsciously thinking about his secret art, Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. He actually felt a trace of power flowing through his meridians. Although it was very weak and could even be said to be illusory, it was definitely his emperor chi. Why did his emperor chi suddenly appear? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered that today when he returned from killing the monster beast, I toasted him. After drinking the bowl of barbarian god wine, he vaguely felt a trace of abnormality in his meridians. At that time he wanted to check it but was interrupted by the enthusiasm of the villagers. Was it the effect of that bowl of wine? At today's celebration banquet, although he also drank wine, it was not the same as the bowl I toasted him before. The bowl I brought was definitely specially given to her by the village chief. This discovery made Yang Kai a little overjoyed. A bowl of turbid wine could make his meridians produce some emperor chi, so what if he had more of that wine? Could he recover some of his strength? Or even recover to his peak? He could not wait to ask the village chief for more wine to confirm his thoughts. Although he had not encountered any danger since entering this sealed world, Yang Kai had to take precautions. In this ancient era there was the existence of shamans. The powerful shamans were not as lame as the village chief. They were experts who were not inferior to the warriors of the present day. Turning his head to look out of the window, Yang Kai sighed. Everything could only wait until tomorrow. He did not know when he fell asleep again. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai woke up immediately and walked out of his wooden house. Many of the villagers had already woken up early and were busy in the village. When they saw Yang Kai, they showed respect and nodded slightly, but when they turned around they could not stop laughing. A few of them even gathered together and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. 1 or 2 of them would not be a big deal, but the key was that all the villagers he met were like this. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the village chief's house was, but he did not know where to start. What was going on? Yang Kai was confused. I heard that and I went to your house last night and then came out very quickly? Who appeared out of nowhere and asked Yang Kai with a sneaky smile. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? Who couldn't stop laughing. He pointed his finger and said, everyone knows that. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. No wonder these villagers behaved so strangely. It turned out to be because of this. How did everyone know? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. It did not matter to him, but he did not know if it would affect Unnie's reputation. After all, the village was not big. Once this kind of news spread out, it would definitely be known by everyone. Ahu said, someone on night duty saw it. Then she moved closer to him mysteriously and whispered, are you impotent? You're incapable. Yang Kai was angry. Ahu laughed. Chapter 2806. Village Chief, good luck. In the old wooden house, Yang Kai met the only wizard in the village. Although the village chief was old, he still woke up early. At this time he was holding a bowl of noodles and drinking with relish. Hearing the voice, the village chief glanced at Yang Kai. After he finished the food, he put down the stone bowl and said, Anyo, what's the matter? I want to ask you for some barbarian god wine. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Barbarian god wine. The village chief was stunned. He stood up and asked with his cane, what do you want it for? It's delicious, I want to drink another bowl. Yang Kai replied. The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched, but soon he seemed to have realized something. He looked Yang Kai up and down, his turbid eyes shining with an astonishing light as he asked in a trembling voice, Did you awaken the power of a shaman? What? Yang Kai was stunned. The village chief's thought process was too fast for him to keep up. Give me your hand. The village chief excitedly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was suspicious, he did not refuse. He let the dull hand grab his wrist. The next moment he felt a weak force invade his meridians and spread up his arm. The village chief trembled even more. His old face was red as if he had aged a few decades. He said in surprise, It really is the power of the wizard, it really is the power of the wizard. My Tsangnan village has a successor. You mean this? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He activated the little emperor's core in his body and a light burst out from his fingertip. The village chief stared at it and nodded repeatedly, This is the power of the wizard. This is the power of the shaman. As he spoke, the shaman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he walked out of the wooden house and knelt on the ground. His face was full of sincerity. He put his hands together and said, Thank you, barbarian god, for your blessing. Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked forward to help the village chief up. He did not want the village chief to die from being too excited. The village head took a deep breath. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, Anyo, you are now a member of the wizard. I'm very happy. Yang Kai said, But I'm very confused. Village chief chuckled. There's no need to be lost, the barbarian god will guide you in the right direction. You came to find me because you felt this power, right? Is that why you came looking for my barbarian god wine? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and stuck his head into the house to take a look. Although he was the village chief, there were only 4 bare walls in the wooden house. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Yang Kai didn't see any trace of the barbarian god wine. There's no more barbarian god's wine. The bowl from yesterday is the only one left in the village. The old village chief seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions and explained, The barbarian god wine was originally brewed for us barbarians to activate the power of the wizard. It requires a lot of materials and the brewing process is extremely complicated. That bowl was also left over from the ceremony 2 years ago. Ceremony? Yang Kai frowned. Village chief said, Did you forget? 2 years ago you, Tiger and the other young people in the village all participated in that ceremony. It was a ceremony to determine if you have the qualifications to become a wizard. Unfortunately, none of you passed at that time. Yang Kai vaguely understood what he was talking about. I didn't expect you to have the power of the wizard now. The village chief said with a relieved expression. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Is there really no more barbarian god wine? Yang Kai didn't give up and asked. He still wanted to see if he could use the barbarian god wine to restore part of his power. But he didn't want to hear this bad news from the village chief, which made his plan fail. Previously he also tried to use his cultivation method, But it didn't increase his power. The spiritual energy of this era seemed to be different from that of his era. It was somewhat incompatible with what he learned. Village chief shook his head and said, "There's no more. And since you already have the power of the wizard, the barbarian god wine has no effect on you. Whether it has any effect or not, I'll only know after I try it." Yang Kai complained in his heart. Village chief suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Using a bewitching tone, he asked, "Anyo, do you want more power? Do you want to become a more powerful wizard?" Yang Kai immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Village chief laughed and looked like a child who could be taught. He waved his hand and said, "Come in." The two of them entered the house one after the other. They saw the village chief rummaging through boxes and cupboards. Soon he found something that looked like a tortoise shell in the corner. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Practice according to the instructions on it. In time you will become a wizard or even a great wizard. I'm old, but you're still young. In the future the village will be handed over to you." Yang Kai took the tortoise shell with a solemn expression. It was as if he had received a mission in the face of danger and was responsible for the safety of the world. It was as if his whole body had been cleansed and sublimated. His body suddenly became a lot taller. Then he scratched his head and asked, "Village chief, what is this?" Village chief looked at him in astonishment and explained, "This is the wizard's practice method." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the tortoise shell in his hand in disbelief and said in astonishment, "This is the ancient wizard's practice method? What do you mean by ancient times?" Village chief shook his head. "If you practice according to the instructions on it, you will soon become more powerful." "But I can't understand it." Yang Kai helplessly looked at village chief. On the tortoise shell there were some densely packed small characters, but they were completely different from the characters that Yang Kai knew. He couldn't recognize any of them. Village chief's mouth suddenly opened wide. After a long time he sighed and said, "It seems that we should start from teaching you how to read." For the whole day Yang Kai was holed up in village chief's house. He didn't come out until evening. In one day village chief explained the wizard's practice method recorded on the tortoise shell to Yang Kai. Then he taught him many ancient characters. Originally Yang Kai was not very willing to learn this. Anyway, as long as village chief explained the practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, there was no need to learn any ancient characters. But village chief's words made him dispel the idea in his heart. When you become more powerful, there will be more methods for you to choose from. At that time you won't be able to read, so how can you practice? Yang Kai thought that village chief's words made sense. Anyway, there was no loss in learning more things, so he calmed down and carefully studied. Kai Yang's perception was so high that it made the village chief overjoyed. That practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, village chief had studied it for 3 years before he could completely understand it. But now in just one day Yang Kai had already mastered it. Even with village chief's guidance, this child called Anyo's high comprehension ability was unprecedented. Originally Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. He had come into contact with countless secret techniques. He had almost reached the realm of understanding one technique and understanding all techniques. It was just a practice method of the ancient wizard, and it wasn't very profound. Naturally, he understood it with just a little bit. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't recognize those ancient characters, Yang Kai wouldn't have needed village chief's guidance. Returning to his wooden house, Yang Kai's stomach was rumbling. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. This feeling of hunger made him miss it. He had no choice but to cut some beast meat and cook it in a pot. After eating a full meal, Yang Kai began to practice the wizard's barbarian method. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he started to practice the method. Last night, no matter how he tried, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But now it really began to flow into his body. Under the guidance of the wizard's barbarian method, it slowly turned into his own strength. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt an energy source in his abdomen. Traces of inexplicable energy spread out from his abdomen and filled his meridians and dantian. This energy source was somewhat different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But under the transformation of the wizard's barbarian method, all techniques returned to the same place. It was the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood. Yang Kai instantly understood the truth of the matter. What he had eaten before was the monster beast's flesh and blood. At this moment, under the guidance of the barbarian method, The essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was completely transformed into his own strength. Moreover, the power of refining the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was more convenient and faster than swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a rumbling sound came from his abdomen again. The monster beast's flesh and blood had been completely digested. He actually felt hungry again. Yang Kai frowned. The sudden decrease in his cultivation efficiency made him quite unhappy. He quickly got up and cooked another pot of beast meat. Soon he was full and started to cultivate again. At midnight, the entire monster beast had been eaten by Yang Kai. Only the bones were left. If the other villagers knew about this terrifying way of eating, their eyeballs would probably pop out. How could the flesh and blood of the monster beast be eaten so easily? If there wasn't a strong power to suppress it, the demonic qi hidden in the flesh and blood would definitely affect one's mind. However, Yang Kai's strong foundation was there. Not to mention an insignificant monster beast. Even if a level 12 monster beast came, he would still eat it without hesitation. After a while of cultivation, Yang Kai deeply understood the simple and violent way of the ancient barbarian wizard's cultivation. Just like demonic beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. The biggest way for them to become stronger was to devour their own kind, using food to become stronger. The more they ate, the stronger they would become. From a certain point of view, the ancient barbarian wizard's cultivation method coincided with the monster beast's way of survival. Then, after countless generations of improvement and evolution, it created the current state of many cultivation methods in the world. After the monster beast's flesh had been eaten, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration. He took out a round and rolling monster beast's inner core from his bedside. Since the flesh and blood could be eaten, the monster beast's inner core should also be eaten, right? It was just an insignificant monster beast's inner core. With Yang Kai's current body, he could safely digest it. If it was someone else, they might have to think twice. Otherwise, the village chief wouldn't have told Yang Kai to drink the inner core with wine. However, Yang Kai just opened his mouth and swallowed the inner core into his stomach. Circulating his cultivation method, Yang Kai quickly felt a burst of energy in his lower abdomen. It was more than 100 times fiercer than before. The monster beast's inner core was the essence of its body. It was the most valuable part of the monster beast. Even if a wizard like the village chief directly swallowed it, he would most likely explode and die. However, for Yang Kai, at most he would feel a little hot in his abdomen. Then, there was no then. Chapter 2807. You. In front of the shabby wooden house, the village chief stared at Yang Kai in shock. His mouth opened and closed and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't even speak properly. After a night, he found out that Unyielding had become a real wizard's disciple. A wizard's disciple. He had worked hard all his life to become a wizard's disciple, but he didn't expect Unyielding to achieve it in just one night. In comparison, he felt like he had lived a dog's life. He could feel that Yang Kai's blood was extremely vigorous. The wizard's power lingered around his body, and it seemed that he was more than twice as strong as a wizard's disciple. Village chief, time is of the essence. Let's not talk nonsense. If you have any special skills, quickly teach me. Yang Kai walked straight into the village chief's wooden house. He had been in the village for 3 days and there were only 2 days left. Naturally, he had to hurry up. The village chief was stunned for a moment, but he followed him in. The two of them spent the whole morning teaching. In addition to teaching Yang Kai a few wizard skills, the village chief also explained to him the division of wizard's power. Yesterday, Yang Kai had just activated the power of a wizard and received the recognition of the barbarian god. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real wizard. But today he was a real wizard's disciple and also a wizard's beginner. Above the wizard's disciple there was the wizard, then the wizard, the great wizard, the wizard king, the wizard saint, and the highest realm was the wizard god. Every realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. For example, the village chief was a mid-rank wizard's disciple. But today Yang Kai was a real high-rank wizard's disciple. He was 1 rank higher than the village chief. He was only 1 step away from becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, he could learn more powerful wizard skills. Unfortunately, the village chief didn't know how to teach him, so naturally he couldn't teach him. According to the village chief, the most powerful wizard god was only a legend among the many realms. It had not appeared for many years. There were a few wizard saints, but they were all in the most powerful tribes. Songnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. The most powerful wizard in the tribe was only a wizard king, which was one realm lower than the wizard saint. After a whole morning of teaching, Yang Kai not only learned more ancient characters, but also gained a deeper understanding of the ancient world. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had learned bloodthirst. This was Yang Kai's first harvest in this secret realm. The wizard training method that he had learned yesterday was of no value. It only allowed him to cultivate in this world. Once he left this secret realm, the cultivation method would become useless. Sometimes the bloodthirsty technique could be used. However, the village chief had also said that the bloodthirst technique he had grasped was only the lowest level of bloodthirst technique. Not to mention the short duration. The after effects were also very serious. The bloodthirst technique that the great wizard of the big tribes had mastered was much better than his. Although there would be after effects, it would not make people weak for a few days. However, using that kind of bloodthirst technique required a lot of power as support. At noon, Yang Kai walked out of the village chief's house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to improve, but the village chief had nothing to teach him. Other than those ancient characters, the village chief had already taught him everything he had learned in his life. Yang Kai had digested everything in one go, which made the village chief feel like he was a celestial being. From now on, come here every day to learn for 2 hours. You will have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. I have nothing else to teach you. When the village chief sent Yang Kai out, his tone was a little lonely but also a little gratified. Although no matter which era it was, the new generation would replace the old generation, Yang Kai's outstanding performance still made the village chief feel that he was incompetent and powerless. Waves of painful shouts and screams entered his ears. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the village was under attack again. When he looked up, he found that he was thinking too much. He saw that in the spacious area of the village, there were many barbarian people who were in extremely strange positions. It was even more shameful for humans. Their muscles were trembling non-stop and large drops of sweat rolled down their skin, wetting the ground. Under all kinds of positions, these barbarian people seemed to be persevering with great difficulty. From time to time they would let out 1 to 2 screams, but they were still persevering. Yang Kai's eyesight was outstanding. With a glance he could tell that this was a kind of body refining technique. He immediately walked over with some surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of effect this kind of body refining technique would have, he knew that this body refining technique was definitely not ordinary by looking at the physique of the barbarian people in the village. Anyo. Ahu, who was bending his body into the shape of a bow, suddenly shouted when he saw Yang Kai coming over. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. His bent body suddenly bounced up and flew more than 10 feet away. He heavily hit a big tree and spat out blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly walked over and helped Ahu up. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ahu grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be used to it. "Congratulations, I heard from the village chief that you have activated the power of a wizard?" "It was just a fluke." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ahu shook his head. "This is not a fluke but a gift from the barbarian god." He patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and said, "Anyo, you are a wizard, so you will be the next village chief. Practice hard, the future of the village depends on you." Yang Kai responded with a few words with a wry smile, thinking that he was going to leave in 2 days. How could he have a future? But Yang Kai did not say much in front of the characters in the illusion. He changed the topic and said, "I see that you are practicing." Ahu said, "Yes, do you want to practice with us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't know how to do it." "Come on, I will teach you." Ahu was very enthusiastic. He pulled Yang Kai to join the practice army, laughing very happily. Anyo was really different. After receiving the favor of the barbarian god, he really changed. In the past, Ahu wanted to ask him to practice with him, but he was rejected every time. It seemed that he would rather hide in his house than communicate with the villagers. But today Anyo took the initiative to practice, so Ahu was naturally overjoyed. Although Anyo was a wizard, a strong body was still the foundation. Then, Ahu began to teach Yang Kai how to practice. These barbarians were not wizards, so they did not have the power of a wizard. Their practice was naturally aimed at the physical body. In other words, they were practicing the physical body. Ahu explained to Yang Kai the various postures of this body-tempering secret art to the surrounding barbarians who were using all kinds of strange postures. Yang Kai naturally memorized everything. The role of the physical body was not only important in the ancient barbarians, but also in today's world. Most of the cultivator today only focused on the improvement of their cultivation, but they ignored the refinement of their physical body. They did not know that the physical body was the carrier of all power. Only when the physical body was strong could they exert more power. Yang Kai himself benefited from a strong physical body, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. In less than half an hour, Kai Yang had completely mastered the barbarian body secrets. He was shocked. Although he did not practice it himself, the body refining technique was undoubtedly a very advanced body refining technique. Did the ancient barbarians use this kind of technique to refine their bodies? No wonder they were all as strong as dragons and tigers. It did not matter whether this place was an illusion or not, or whether the people and things he met were illusions. The body refining technique alone was enough to make Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. Yang Kai's physical body was indeed strong. The body refining technique did not give him much room for improvement, but what about the disciples of the High Heaven Palace? What about his friends and family who were still in the territory of the hometown star? If they practiced the body refining technique, their physical attributes would definitely improve by a few levels. It would also be easier for them to improve their cultivation. After testing it himself, Yang Kai was even more certain of his guess. The body refining technique was really not to be underestimated. Even with his current physical body, he still felt a little tired when he practiced it. While his whole body was aching, his body seemed to have become more condensed. He spent the whole afternoon practicing. When night fell, many of the barbarians returned home exhausted. Ahu warmly invited Yang Kai to his house. Yang Kai thought that since he did not have any food at home, he might as well go to Ahu's house to eat and drink. He immediately nodded and agreed. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai repeated the same life. In the morning he would go to the village chief's house to learn the ancient language. After that he would train his body with Ahu and the others. At night he would return to his wooden house to meditate and train. Without the supplement of the monster beast's flesh and blood essence and inner core, Yang Kai's training speed slowed down. After 2 whole days he still could not cross the threshold of wizard. However, it did not matter. It was already the 5th day and the 1-month deadline was almost up. It was time to say goodbye to this world. He sat in his wooden house and did not want to see anyone, waiting to be expelled from this world. 3 days later, Ahu came to knock on the door. Not long after, the door opened. Yang Kai looked at him with his blood-red eyes. "Anyo, why haven't you appeared for a few days? The village chief asked me to ask about the situation. Everyone is very worried about you." Behind Ahu, hundreds of villagers stood there neatly. Even Ah, who was angered to tears by Yang Kai that night, was standing in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. "Did something happen?" Ahu asked nervously. "Nothing, I'm practicing the wizard skills that the village chief passed to me. Sorry for the trouble." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Ahu was relieved. "That's good," we thought. "Oh right, the village chief said that he wants to go to the canyon to bring back the dead beasts. He needs you to lead the way. It's going to snow soon. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave the village. But you go first. I'll follow you later." Yang Kai replied and closed the door. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai roared in his heart. Chapter 2808. A month had passed, but he was still here. This was impossible. Lan Sun had said before that the 5-colored treasure pagoda could only be opened for a month. Once the time limit was up, the entrance would close and the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda would produce an irresistible repulsive force, repelling any cultivator who entered. In other words, as long as the time limit was up, no matter where Yang Kai and the others were, they would return to Star Soul Palace. But in fact, 3 days had passed and Yang Kai didn't feel the repulsive force of this world at all. Over the past 3 days, Yang Kai had tried various methods in the house, but he couldn't leave. After thinking about it, he felt that either there was a problem with the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or he was trapped in this sealed world. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If there was a problem with it, it would have happened long ago. So the latter was more likely. Was there something special about this sealed world? Why had he been intercepted and left behind? However, after 3 days of thinking, Yang Kai gradually calmed down. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the wealth of Star Soul Palace, and now that he had fallen into it, Star Soul Palace would definitely make some efforts. If the elders were powerless, the great emperors would definitely take action themselves, so it was useless to worry about his situation now. It was better to wait for outside help while looking for a way out. After packing up, Yang Kai followed Ah Hu and the others out of the village. The canyon was more than 100 kilometers away from the village. Last time, Yang Kai had chased them for a full day before arriving. Although he didn't have to rush this time, he couldn't delay. Once the snow closed off the mountain, these barbarians would find it difficult to move. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, a group of more than 100 people finally arrived in front of the canyon before evening. Kai Yang's forward steps suddenly came to a halt, and he raised his hand up high. The hundreds of villagers following behind him stopped in their tracks, like a well-trained army. For a moment there was silence, but after such a long journey they were all out of breath. Ah Hu came up and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's someone," Yang Kai replied. Tiger's expression changed. "Are you sure?" Every barbarian here was an expert in jungle survival. They had the superior instinct of a wild beast when it came to tracking and counter-tracking. Ah Hu didn't notice anything unusual here, but he didn't dare to take it lightly when Yang Kai said it so seriously. There were no footprints left on the snow. However, it was also possible that it was covered by today's small snowflakes. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to a woman in the crowd. Hua immediately took off the bough on her back and ran towards the side wall of the canyon as fast as the wind. Soon she disappeared. The group of people stood in place and waited for a long time before Ah Hua walked back against the biting cold wind. She said with a serious face, "There is indeed someone." There was a bonfire deep in the canyon. "It's impossible to count the number of people. It's too dark." Ah Hu said angrily, "People from other tribes must have found the dead ferocious beasts here. Damn it, if only they had come here a few days earlier." The barbarians didn't coexist peacefully. Instead, there were often conflicts, especially when it came to fighting for food. There were 300 ferocious beasts killed by Yang Kai in the canyon. This was a large amount of materials, enough for a village to eat for a whole winter. "I hope they are also from the southern barbarian tribe. We can negotiate with them. You wait here. I'll go and see what's going on." Saying this, Ah Hu was about to walk into the canyon. Songnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. If they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, it would be easy to negotiate. "Wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "Don't trouble yourself." Ah Hu looked at him curiously. Yang Kai gently took a breath and slightly raised his hand. There was an ancient and rough language in his mouth, and there was a weak power fluctuating in his body. In the next moment, the air in front of Yang Kai suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread out, a translucent image suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The image seemed to be facing the entrance of the canyon. Under the control of Yang Kai, the image kept moving inwards. Eagle Eye Skill. Ah Hu's eyes lit up. This was the village head's Eagle Eye Skill. This magical wizard skill could give the user an eagle's vision, which was most suitable for reconnaissance. Didn't Onyo just become a wizard a few days ago? He even learned such a brilliant wizard skill. No wonder the village head said that the village had a successor and everything in the future depended on Onyo. Hundreds of villagers stood behind Yang Kai. All of them were inexplicably excited and their eyes were full of worship. The Eagle Eye Skill silently continued to move into the canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was clear at a glance. When Yang Kai pushed his Eagle Eye into the interior of the canyon, he saw the light of a dozen bonfires in front of him. Beside each bonfire, there were 7 or 8 burly barbarian race people gathered. Above the bonfires were roasted golden beast meat. The barbarian race people were all smiling and talking cheerfully. Ah Hu and the others' eyes suddenly turned red. The meat was originally the property of Songnan village, but now it was taken by a group of people who came out of nowhere. The hatred of stealing food was irreconcilable. Ah Hua's face slightly changed. She whispered, "They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe." She saw the ferocious patterns painted on the barbarians' faces. They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe. Ah Hu's face also became a little ugly. Why are they a group of barbarians? Yang Kai leisurely glanced at him. In his heart he thought, "In my eyes you are no different. How dare you call others barbarians?" At this moment, beside a bonfire, a burly figure suddenly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes like dancing flames stared straight at the eagle-eye skill. In the eyes of the villagers of Tsongnon village, this barbarian seemed to be staring at them. They could not help but feel a little creepy. Humph! The burly man suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly pointed forward with a crutch in his hand. The next moment the eagle-eye skill was directly broken, and the air in front of Yang Kai burst into a ball of fire. We are discovered. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That is their wizard. Ahu's face was livid. In this desolate area, not only did they run into the Raging Flame tribe, they even had a powerful shaman accompanying them. This was bad news for the villagers. Among the barbarian tribes, the Wrathful Flame tribe was the third most ferocious tribe, second only to the Bone-Eating tribe and the Blood-Flowing tribe. "Anyo, let's quickly retreat," Ahu hurriedly said. Although the villagers of Tsongnon village were strong, they did not have much confidence in fighting against the Wrathful Flame tribe. After all, they had been on the road for a day, while the Wrathful Flame tribe had been waiting for exhaustion. There was a huge difference in physical strength. Most importantly, Anyo was still with them. He was the future hope of the village and they could not afford to lose him. Therefore the smartest thing to do now was to quickly leave. As long as they could protect Anyo, what did it matter if they gave up the food? It's too late. Yang Kai shrugged and raised his head to look at both sides of the canyon. A group of villagers followed his line of sight and looked up. Their hearts immediately sank. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, there were suddenly more than a dozen figures, all of them holding bows and arrows, aiming in their direction. However, the other side did not immediately shoot, presumably to let the villagers of Tsongnon village know the difficulties and retreat. Although the Wrathful Flame tribe was aggressive, they were not as ferocious as the Bone-Eating tribe. If they had encountered the Bone-Eating tribe this time, they would have already been rained down with arrows. The Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that even barbarians were treated as food. They were an anomaly among the barbarians. If they did not have a powerful wizard saint holding the fort, they would have long been annihilated by the other barbarians. Ahu and the other archers reacted quickly. When they sensed that they had been targeted from afar, they immediately spread out and drew their bows, preparing to counterattack. However, whether it was in terms of numbers or the location of their counterattack, there was a huge gap between them and the other side. If they really fought this battle, Tsongnon village would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Since the other side is so enthusiastic, let's go meet them. Yang Kai grinned and suddenly raised a finger. A white light jumped out from his fingertip. Wizard! Someone on the cliffs on one side of the canyon exclaimed in surprise. In ancient times there were very few wizards. Any wizard was a valuable asset to the barbarians, so when they saw Yang Kai use the wizard's abilities, the archers of the Wrathful Flame tribe frowned. Killing a few ordinary villagers because of disputes was not a big deal. Countless barbarians died because of internal strife every year, but if a wizard died at their hands, then the situation was different. It was very likely that it would incur the wrath of the wizard king or wizard saint. The only ones who could kill a wizard were fellow wizards. "I want to see your leader," Yang Kai shouted, his voice echoing at the entrance of the canyon. The Wrathful Flame tribe did not dare to ignore a wizard's request. Immediately, someone rushed down from the cliffs and went deep into the canyon. It seemed that he was asking for instructions. Soon the archers on both sides of the cliff withdrew. Instead, a tall figure came out from the entrance of the canyon. He was alone, but there was no fear on his face. He went straight to Yang Kai and the other barbarians. A fierce aura suddenly hit them in the face. Tiger snorted and stood beside Yang Kai. He and the barbarian warrior stared at each other like two big bastards. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. Yang Kai patted Tiger's shoulder and signaled him to calm down. He smiled at the barbarian warrior and said, "Hello, friend from the Wrathful Flame tribe. I want to see your leader." The barbarian warrior moved his eyes away from Tiger and looked down at Yang Kai standing in front of him. He was somewhat surprised. "Are you their wizard?" "It's the real deal." The barbarian warrior frowned. "How can you be so weak?" Chapter 2809. Even if he was a wizard, he shouldn't be so weak. The young man in front of him looked like a child. His arms and legs were thin and his body was crooked. He could probably kill him with a single finger. Anyo's strength is not something you can understand. Tiger sneered. Many villagers also looked at the barbarian warrior with sarcasm. They used to think that Anyo was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. He was even weaker than those 13 or 14-year-old children. However, the invasion of the beast tide a few days ago made them change their view of Anyo. Anyo's terrifying fighting power and invincible bravery made them unable to look up to him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that such strength could be hidden under such a body. The barbarian warrior of the Furious Flame tribe sneered. Apparently, he didn't think that Tiger's words had any deterrence. He just turned around and said, "Master Ye is waiting for you inside. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yang Kai stepped forward to keep up with him. Hundreds of villagers also followed closely behind. Tiger and the others entered the canyon and looked around. They saw that the archers of the Furious Flame tribe were still on both sides of the cliff. They were like shadows following them. The archers never put down their bows. Apparently they were warning everyone. However, if they acted rashly, they would be met with a strong attack. Not long after, a group of people walked into the deepest part of the canyon. Under the illumination of the fire, hundreds of people of the Furious Flame tribe looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. The barbarian warrior who led the way came to a bonfire and whispered something to a burly barbarian who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The barbarian raised his eyes slightly and looked at Yang Kai and the villagers behind him. This was the wizard of the other side. Yang Kai had seen him in the Eagle Eye before, so he naturally recognized him at a glance. Ye quietly looked at Yang Kai. His eyes flashed with an unconcealable look of amazement. Obviously, like the previous barbarian, he felt that Yang Kai looked too weak. The wizard of the Furious Flame tribe didn't pay much attention to the cultivation of physical strength. They spent most of their time in meditation. Therefore, their physical quality was certainly inferior to the other tribes. However, it was the first time that Ye had seen someone as delicate as Yang Kai. "How should I address you?" Ye looked at him seriously for a while and asked. "Anyo." Yang Kai smiled. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing. "So, Wizard Awesome, may I ask what brings you here?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm here to retrieve my loot." Fong frowned. "Your loot?" Yang Kai pointed with his hand. "The ones you're roasting over the bonfire and the ones over there are my spoils of war." Many of the Raging Flame tribe's tribesmen who were looking at Yang Kai with ridicule on their faces suddenly stood up and glared at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to beat him to death right here and now. Ye frowned, then laughed. "Are you saying that these dead beasts are your spoils of war? What evidence do you have?" Yang Kai shrugged. "There probably isn't any special evidence." He paused for a moment before continuing. "A few days ago, our village was attacked by a beast tide. The villagers managed to repel the beast tide with great difficulty, so I chased them to this valley and killed them all. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the food with me, so I could only go back to ask for help. I didn't expect that you would be one step ahead of me." Ye's expression suddenly became very interesting. He looked at Yang Kai in amazement. "You just said that you chased them here alone, and then kill all these beasts?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and added, "Yes, there was also a savage beast. There was also a savage beast." Ye's expression became even more interesting. "Ha ha ha ha." The people of the Raging Flame tribe suddenly burst into laughter as if they had heard the best joke in the world. Ye couldn't help but laugh as he kept shaking his head. If Yang Kai and the other villagers had defeated the beasts in this valley, it was still reasonable. But he actually said that he had killed more than 300 beasts and a savage beast alone. Even the slightest rational people wouldn't believe such words. The barbarian warrior who had led Yang Kai and the others in suddenly looked at Ahu sarcastically. "Is your wizard a fool? What did you say? Say it again." Ahu suddenly became angry. The wizard was the leader of the village. Any wizard was the supreme symbol of the village. Insulting a wizard was equal to insulting the village and the tribe that the wizard belonged to. How could Ahu and the others bear this? "Ahu!" Yang Kai shouted and shook his head at him. Ahu clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger. "Well, I probably know why you came here." Ye smiled calmly. Apparently he had met many young people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like Yang Kai. "Well, since you are fellow tribesmen and have come from afar, I won't embarrass you." He turned to the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe and said, Give them 10 beasts and let them go. Although the barbarian warrior was very reluctant, since the wizard had spoken, he had no right to refuse. He could only do as he was told. Master Yi is very generous. Yang Kai smiled but didn't appreciate it. Young man, don't challenge my patience. Ye's expression suddenly became serious. You should be familiar with the name of the Raging Flame tribe. If I was young, you would be lying on the ground now. So, quit while you're ahead. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Ye's teachings, Anyo will always remember them. But I insist that Master Ye should return all my trophies. These things don't belong to you. When he finished, he looked at Ye with burning eyes. Ye stood up and cast a shadow on Yang Kai. He looked down at him and said, You're asking for trouble. The two wizards suddenly started to fight. Naturally, the villagers also reacted. The sound of arrows clanging was heard. All the archers pulled their bowstrings and aimed at the strongest warriors of the other side. Tiger and the others also took out the stone axes and stone spears from their waists. Hot air was coming out of their nostrils. They were ready to fight. A war was about to break out. You will die. Ye said in a cold voice. You won't have it easy either. Yang Kai smiled. It seemed that he didn't care who would live and who would die in the end. Do you insist on fighting? I told you that these were my spoils of war, but you didn't believe me and were only willing to give me 10. But you know the truth. When you came here, these beasts had already been dead for a few days, so they don't belong to you. Ye said angrily, they are ownerless. They belong to whoever finds them. Master's here. Evidence. Yang Kai said, I can't prove it. Ye sneered. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai said again, then there is only one way in front of us. That is to solve this dispute in the wizard's way under the witness of the barbarian god. Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Are you challenging me? Yang Kai smiled and said, This is the only solution. Do you want to see both sides' clansmen fight to the death? Winter is coming. If our people are hurt, I'm afraid that this winter will not be good. Ye thought for a while and nodded. It's as you said, but... He grinned. Do you think you can win? We haven't fought yet, who knows? Yang Kai chuckled. Well, since you insist, I, the wizard Ye, accept your challenge in the name of the barbarian god. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Back off. Hearing this, many barbarians of the Furious Flame tribe put away their weapons and stepped back. Yang Kai turned back and said, You guys step back too. Tiger and others looked at Yang Kai worriedly. Although they were confronting Yang Kai just now, they heard clearly what he said. Although they had never seen the wizard's duel, they were not unfamiliar with it. It was a sacred battle under the witness of the barbarian god. One's life and reputation were at stake. The winner could take all the fruits of victory, and the loser usually had a miserable ending. Nyo. Tiger opened his mouth. He wanted to persuade Yang Kai, but he knew that it was useless now. Since the wizard Ye had accepted Yang Kai's challenge, this battle was inevitable. Once he flinched, it would be a blasphemy to the barbarian god. No one could tolerate such behavior. Thousands of words turned into one sentence. Be careful. Yang Kai nodded and gave him a look that said, Don't worry. Tiger and others were worried. How could they not be worried? Just a few days ago, Yang Kai was still a useless wizard. Although his performance during the Beast Tide was extremely amazing, and later he became a noble wizard, after all, it was just a short time. On the other hand, the wizard was not as old as the village chief, but he was in the prime of his life. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than that of the village chief. Did Nyo have a chance of winning? Unlike the villagers of Tsongnan village who were worried, the villagers of the Furious Flame tribe were relaxed. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and pointed at Yang Kai. Their faces were full of sarcasm, as if they were laughing at Yang Kai for overestimating himself. People with discerning eyes could see that this wizard Nyo could not be the opponent of Master Ye. He would definitely have a miserable ending. Soon the field was cleared. In the depths of the canyon, only Yang Kai and Ye were standing face to face, about 10 feet apart. This distance was often used by wizard duels. The biting cold wind was blocked by the two sides of the canyon, but it was accompanied by the sound of a horn. The bonfires around them were crackling. Ye smiled and said, Wizard Nyo, I am an intermediate wizard. Judging from your aura, you should be just an apprentice wizard, right? Yang Kai replied, Pastor Ye, you have a good eye. The village chief said that I am now an advanced wizard apprentice. Ye nodded. Your courage is commendable and you are still very young. If you practice hard you may have a better future. Unfortunately you are too arrogant. Yang Kai said, Master Ye, if you want to lecture me we will have time later. If you don't then I will. Ye sneered. Obviously he did not want to bully the weak. Clearly he wanted to let Yang Kai make the first move. Since this was the case Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. He moved his feet and rushed toward Ye like a whirlwind. Ye's sarcastic expression immediately froze on his face. What the hell? Why did he rush over? Chapter 28:10. The barbarians' battle had always been known to be simple and violent. Bravely moving forward was their instinct, but that was only limited to ordinary barbarians. The battle between wizards was not a battle of brute force, but a battle of one's own cultivation and the wizard's skills. When he agreed to this wizard's challenge, Ye had already thought of several ways to defeat him in an instant. He was just an upper-level wizard and he couldn't do anything to him. Whether it was in terms of level or combat experience, this wizard couldn't be compared to him at all. So when Ye saw Yang Kai rushing straight at him he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Wasn't he a wizard? Why didn't he use wizard skills? Why was he acting like an ordinary barbarian? The sudden shock made him hesitate for a moment, but in the end he was an experienced mid-level wizard. He quickly came back to his senses. His mouth spoke an ancient and rough language and the wooden staff in his hand gently waved forward. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and turned into a solid and transparent shield in front of him. Then he didn't stop and pointed his staff forward. A fireball the size of a washbasin burst out and rushed toward Yang Kai. He won. The two simplest wizard skills, one for defense and one for attack, perfectly demonstrated Ye's super ability as a wizard. That fireball was impossible to resist even for a low-level wizard, so this upper-level wizard could only regret. Ye stood there calmly with a mocking expression in his eyes. He was quietly enjoying the scene of Wunyou being defeated by him. When the fireball shot out, the villagers of Tsongnan village all cried out in alarm. Everyone's face was filled with worry and dread. Ah Hu opened his mouth to shout out a warning, but Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him and went straight to meet the fireball. There was a loud bang. When the fireball burst out, the valley was illuminated and everyone couldn't open their eyes. The hearts of the hundreds of villagers of Tsongnan village suddenly sank to the bottom. It's over. Unyielding is over. How could he survive being hit by such a big fireball? The future hope of Tsongnan village had fallen just like that. Tiger clenched his fists. He blamed himself in his heart. He should have stopped the duel between Unyielding and the wizard Ye. Even if he had to take the risk of blaspheming the barbarian god, at least it was better than him losing his life. A moment later, Ah Hu and the others regained their vision. When they looked at Ye angrily, their eyes suddenly widened as if they had seen a ghost. A few of the villagers rubbed their eyes hard trying to see more clearly. As for the originally gloating Raging Flame Tribe's members, their expressions suddenly changed as they were startled. He saw Ye standing stiffly in the same place. Wunyou, who should have died under the huge fireball, actually rushed in front of him and looked at him with a smile. Unyielding didn't have any serious injuries on his body, only his hair seemed to be burned a little. Master Fong. I think I won, what do you say? Yang Kai looked up at Fong with a smile. Fong's face slightly twitched a few times. He couldn't understand how such a scene could happen. His fireball should have hit the other side, how did he dodge? But if he were to admit defeat, the battle has just begun. Fong growled, his mouth once again echoing with the ancient and rough language. He lifted his crutch and pointed it at Yang Kai. But this time he didn't have the chance to release the wizard's spell. Just as he lifted his crutch, Yang Kai threw a punch. The magical shield in front of Fang's began to distort. It was like a squashed balloon. The terrible power quickly exceeded the limit of the wizard's shield and it shattered. Fang's eyes widened in a split second, his whole body cold. Yang Kai closed the distance. The reason why he didn't dodge and insisted on releasing the wizard's spell was that he had absolute confidence in his wizard shield. He believed that this wizard couldn't break his wizard shield, so he stood there honestly. But who knew that the wizard shield that he was so proud of couldn't even take a punch from the opponent? The wizard's spell just now was not wrong. How could it be so weak? Boom, the fist hit his face. Fang's face was distorted in an instant. At the same time his body, which was almost half the size of Yang Kai, flew high like a kite and landed heavily on the ground, making a sound. Before he could stand up, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him like a cheetah. One hand grabbed his neck, the other hand raised high, clenched into a fist and grinned. "Master Fong, do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat?" The body that was supposed to be weak and small suddenly became as majestic as a towering mountain in Fong's vision. You cheater!" Fong shouted angrily. His eyes were full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for this wizard's tricks that caught him off guard, he might not have lost this battle. He was an intermediate wizard, and this wizard was only an advanced wizard. There was a difference of 2 ranks between them. Yang Kai sneered, "Next time when you meet a savage beast, do you expect it to compete with you in wizard spell and not get close to you?" Fong was stunned and suddenly stopped talking. "Let go of Master Fong. Quickly let go." The Raging Flame Tribe's barbarian tribesmen immediately surrounded Yang Kai. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Yang Kai with hostility. Although injuring a noble wizard was a big crime for any barbarian, but seeing their own wizard being pressed to the ground, the people of the Raging Flame Tribe couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Kai turned his head and coldly glanced at the barbarians of the Raging Flame Tribe. The corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a disdainful smile. "Everyone back off." Fong waved his hand and shouted. Many of the Raging Flame Tribe's clansmen heard this, and although they were unwilling, they still obeyed and retreated. However, they still didn't give up their vigilance against Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really killed Tooth Pain, then he would definitely provoke the crazy revenge of the barbarian tribe. After experiencing the humiliation of being defeated by the weak, Fong's expression calmed down a lot. He sighed and said, "You are right, I was careless." He didn't admit that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai. He just felt that he was too careless, and that was why he failed so miserably. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking but didn't feel like talking to him. He tilted his head and said, "Then this fight," Fong dejectedly said, "you won, all the spoils are yours." There was no need to continue the fight. He was pressed to the ground like a grasshopper, so he didn't have the face to struggle. "You let me win." Yang Kai grinned and loosened his grip on Fong's neck. He got up and pulled him up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in his cheek. Just a moment ago when Kai Yang had punched him, 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. His face was numb, but now that the numbness had passed he could feel the pain. He didn't say anything. The loser didn't have the qualifications to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look and waved his hand. "Let's go." The people of the Raging Flame Tribe didn't say a word. They lined up behind their wizard, ready to take advantage of the night to return to the village. "Master Fong, wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "What's the matter?" Fong looked back and puzzledly looked at Yang Kai. "Master Fong, don't you want these beasts?" Yang Kai asked while pointing at the frozen bodies of the beasts. Fong's expression changed. He angrily said, "Wizard, are you humiliating me?" He had lost the duel, so he was no longer qualified to touch these beasts. Yang Kai's question at this moment seemed like a deliberate provocation to him. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant, but Senior Ye, you've mustered such a large force and so many of your clansmen have come from afar. It should be to look for winter food reserves, right?" Fong took a deep breath and said, "Aren't you also here?" Yang Kai smiled. "In that case, I'm willing to give Master Fong a part of it." "What?" Fong was startled. Even the barbarians of the Furious Flame Tribe were extremely surprised. They looked at Yang Kai with astonishment. "I didn't count the last time I came here, but there should be 300 to 400 beasts in this valley. Master Fong, you see, I only have 100 villagers. Even if each of us can take 2 beasts back, there will still be a large number of them left here. The snow is coming, so we don't plan to come back this time. In other words, I'm afraid that the remaining beasts will be frozen here. Master Fong, if you don't mind, you can take the rest of the beasts back to the village. Although there aren't many of them, it should be enough to get through the winter if you use them sparingly." Are you really willing to do this?" Fong couldn't believe his ears. This wizard was willing to give him a part of the spoils? He was right. There were indeed 300 to 400 dead beasts in this valley, but they didn't have enough people. It was impossible to bring all the beasts back to the village. Even if they took the rest of the beasts, there would be at least 100 of them. Each of these beasts was incomparably huge. It was enough for a person to eat for a whole month. If they used it sparingly, they would be able to get through the winter. But how was this possible? There was actually someone who was willing to give away the food in their mouth. This was like giving away your wife to other people to play with in today's world. In Fang's opinion, it was really unreasonable. But in any case, if this wizard was sincere, then the whole village should be grateful. Of course, in the name of the barbarian god, I, the wizard, will give the rest of the beasts to you. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Fang no longer had any doubts. If a wizard said it in the name of the barbarian god, then there wouldn't be any falsehood. He quietly looked at Yang Kai. After a while, he suddenly bent down and put his hand on his chest. Wizard, please forgive my previous rudeness and arrogance. Thank you for your generosity and generosity. The villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame Tribe will remember your kindness. You will be our friend forever. The other villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame Tribe also bent down and put their hands on their chests. This was the most noble etiquette of the barbarians. Ahu and the others stood behind Yang Kai. There was a touch of glory on their faces. Chapter 28:11. The bonfire was jumping and the smell of barbecued meat filled the entire canyon. The villagers of Lianhua Village and the villagers of Tsangnan Village were very harmonious, talking and laughing together. The two leaders of the wizard abandoned their former enmity, shook hands and made peace. Their respective villagers also put down their vigilance and hatred, happily living together. The barbarians of Lianhua Village contributed the fruit wine they brought. The villagers of the two tribes ate the meat and drank the wine, as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. Beside the beautiful women of each village, there were many men from the other village. They were pursuing each other, intending to leave a spring dream in this canyon. Tiger and another villager of Lianhua Village were fighting in the open field. In the daily life of the barbarians, there was very little entertainment. The most common was this kind of close combat, and the friendship between the barbarians was based on fists. The villager of Lianhua Village who was fighting with Tiger was much stronger than him, and Tiger was young and full of vigor. For a time the two people were very anxious and they were evenly matched, making the other people who were watching constantly cheering. Yang Kai glanced at the battlefield and saw Tiger eat a fierce punch from the other side, bending like a shrimp, but taking advantage of the moment when the other side was careless, he suddenly attacked and kicked the other side's knee. The villager of Lianhua Village was caught off guard and knelt on the ground. Turning his head, Yang Kai said, Master Ya, you just said that wizard's shield, is it like this? When the words fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The fluctuation of spiritual power spread out, and the air in front of him rippled, turning into a transparent shield in front of him. Ya opened his mouth wide. After a while he said, Yes. That's it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded and said, But this wizard's shield seems to be able to defend against a lower-level wizard. If a wizard of the same level cast a wizard, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist. You said, At least there is a buffer time enough for people to dodge. At a critical moment this can be a life-saving wizard. Yang Kai said, Master Ya is right. But I think it's better to cast the wizard's shield like this. While speaking, Yang Kai demonstrated. He was going crazy. After discussing with this wizard, he found that the other side's understanding of wizard was very shallow. Many of the commonly used wizard spells were not released as if he had just learned wizard a few days, but this wizard's amazing understanding and creativity made him shocked. He explained and demonstrated a few commonly used spells, and the other party was able to cast them with ease. If it wasn't for his expression, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. You would have doubted whether he was pretending. Only those great wizards could do this kind of thing, right? Yet as an intermediate wizard could only follow the lead of others. He followed the footsteps of others. He didn't have the ability to improve the wizard spells he learned, but he saw one miracle after another from this wizard. For the whole night the two wizards got together to communicate and both of them learned something. Yang Kai learned several simple and practical wizard spells. And Ya, after being inspired and demonstrated by Yang Kai, had a deeper understanding of those wizard spells. Although his level didn't increase, Ya felt that his strength had increased greatly. As long as he was given some time to digest what he learned tonight, even if he met a top wizard in the future, he would have the power to fight. At dawn, the people of the two villages were ready to go, and they parted ways at the entrance of the canyon. Ya looked at Yang Kai reluctantly and said, Master Bull, please come to my Sickle Fire Village as a guest. We will treat you and your people with the best food. Yang Kai laughed. If there is a chance, Master Ye, please come to Tsongnan village when you are free. Ye's eyes lit up and said, okay, when the snow melts and spring comes, I will definitely go. See you later. Yang Kai clasped his fist. Ye was stunned. Although he didn't know what kind of etiquette it was, he still learned it. Yang Kai turned around, grabbed the hind legs of two beasts, dragged them on the snow and led hundreds of villagers away. Ye watched Yang Kai leave and whispered, I saw the rise of a new star. What? The villagers next to him asked suspiciously. Nothing, let's go home. Ye waved his hand and the villagers of Sicklefire village each dragged a beast and returned home. Each person dragging two huge beasts in the snow was not a simple matter. The group of people of Tsongnan village returned to the village from the canyon 2 days later. Hundreds of villagers were warmly welcomed as heroes. After returning to the village, they immediately began to clean up the storage work. The village chief also trembled as he came over and asked if there were any accidents on this trip. Ahu told the village chief everything that happened with the people of Sicklefire village. The village chief listened and nodded to Yang Kai. Anyo, you did a good job. Although you are from different tribes, after all we are all people. When you can help, don't be stingy. I also think so. Yang Kai nodded. While you are tired, go back and rest. I will talk to you tomorrow. The next day, Yang Kai went to find the village chief early in the morning. Anyo, I want you to be the village chief of Tsongnan village. Are you willing? After meeting, the village chief went straight to the point. Yang Kai froze for a moment and then immediately refused. This is not possible. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The village chief smiled as if he had already expected this. He sighed and said, let me finish. Yang Kai nodded. The village chief then continued, I am old and I don't have many years left to live. When I die, you will also take over the village chief position. Originally, I was worried that without the protection of the wizard, the village would be annexed by other villages. You also know what the villagers' lives will be like after the annexation. Fortunately, the barbarian god favored you and let you open the wizard's power. And now you are a high-grade wizard, which is higher than me. You are fully capable of taking over the village chief position. You are young, so I was not relieved to give the village chief position to you. But seeing how you handled the matter of Sicklefire village, I know that you will not let me down in the future. You will not let the villagers down. You are a kind person and you are a smooth person. I didn't see it before, so if you become the village chief, it will be better than me. The villagers will also believe in you. After experiencing the invasion of the Beast Tide and the confrontation with Fong, the villagers naturally respected Yang Kai. If he became the village chief, no one would say anything. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Village chief, I can't agree to this. Why? The village chief showed a trace of disappointment. He didn't expect that after saying so much, Yang Kai would still refuse. Yang Kai sighed. After all, he couldn't say that he was just here to gain experience in the sealed world. This village chief and all the other villagers might just be derivatives of the sealed world, and he would have to leave this place one day. I want to take advantage of my youth to go out and see. In the future, I probably won't have much time to stay in the village. You want to leave the village? The village chief looked at Yang Kai in surprise, but soon he was relieved. Yes, your talent is extraordinary. Being trapped in a place is not good for you. Go out and see more, it will be helpful for your growth. Village chief, I'm sorry. The village chief smiled. Don't be sorry. You are a villager of Tsongnan village no matter where you go. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's learn how to read. As usual, the village chief continued to teach Kai Yang how to recognize those strange ancient characters, as if nothing had happened. 2 days after Yang Kai brought the villagers back to the village from the canyon, snow fell and the whole world seemed to have become frozen. In such an environment, even the beasts were not willing to go out, let alone people. The villagers also hid in their houses and didn't come out easily. Yang Kai's daily life was very regular. In the morning, he would learn the ancient words from the village chief. Then he would go back to his wooden house to train his body. After that, he would accumulate the power of the wizard. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt that some barrier in his body had been broken. The power was flowing in his meridians and his strength seemed to have skyrocketed in an instant. Wizard. From unlocking the power of a wizard to becoming an upper wizard, it only took one night. But from upper wizard to wizard, it took Yang Kai half a month. In these 10 days Yang Kai had been waiting for this mysterious place to push him out, but it didn't happen. He started to wonder if he really fell into this mysterious place and couldn't get out. But no matter what, Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. This world was very strange. It suppressed his power of the Emperor realm, and even his divine sense couldn't be released. If not, he wouldn't be unable to open the dimension ring. According to the village chief, only when he increased his power to the level of a wizard would he have something like divine sense. So his current goal was to quickly cultivate to the level of a wizard, then open the dimension ring and take out the million monster beast cores. As long as he had the million monster beast cores as a foundation, the speed of his promotion would increase exponentially. When that time came, the Wizard King Wizard Saint would be within his reach. Maybe, when the power of a wizard increased to a certain level, he would be able to find a way to leave this world. But from a wizard to a wizard, it was a huge leap. Yang Kai estimated that with his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a year and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. Being trapped in this mysterious place, his own power was the foundation of survival. He couldn't wait to become stronger. And the best way to increase his power was to find a monster beast. By killing a monster beast, he could obtain the flesh and core of the monster beast. Especially the core, he could directly consume it to increase his power. As long as he had enough monster beast cores, he could easily break through to the level of a wizard. Chapter 28:12. This won't do, absolutely not. Inside the wooden house, the village chief shook his head as if he had been provoked by something. He looked at Yang Kai bitterly and said, "Anyo, do you know what you are saying?" Yang Kai sighed. "I'm just going out to train for a while. I'll be back in the spring." The village chief said, "Now that the winter has come, the snow has sealed the mountain. Even if you are already an upper-level wizard. Hey you. When did you become a wizard?" When Yang Kai came over, the village chief did not carefully observe his status. Now he was shocked. Anyo in front of him had become a wizard. This did not mean that the village chief had the ability to recognize a wizard, but his vision was brilliant. Yang Kai's aura was definitely not something a wizard could have. How could it be? Half a month ago, Anyo received the blessing of the barbarian god and activated the power of a wizard. It was shocking enough that he broke through to an upper-level wizard overnight, but he did not expect that he was now a wizard. That was the realm that he had dreamed of his whole life but could not reach. Yang Kai smiled. "Village chief, do you think that a wizard like me does not have the power to protect myself outside?" The village chief said, "Even if you are a wizard, how many wizard spells do you know?" "The wizard spells that you know are all taught by me." Before he could finish his words, the village chief's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the witchcraft shield in front of Yang Kai and the fireball technique in his palm. The village chief opened his mouth but found that he could not find a reason to stop Anyo from taking the risk. Yang Kai said, "Village chief, I just came to inform you. Even if you don't agree, I will find a chance to slip away." The village chief sighed heavily. After a long time he said, 3 days, give me 3 days, I will teach you more things." For the next 3 days, Kai Yang stayed in the village chief's house, living with him. In these 3 days, the village chief did not teach Yang Kai any particularly powerful wizard skills, nor did he teach him any cultivation techniques. In terms of cultivation, the village head was powerless. According to him, he had nothing better to teach Yang Kai. However, he knew that Anyo had been isolated from the rest of the world and had no communication with other people in the village, let alone understanding the outside world. For this trip, strength alone was not enough to protect oneself. Therefore, what the village chief taught Yang Kai was the knowledge of this world. There were all kinds of local customs and emergency response plans when encountering all kinds of dangers. When the village chief was young, he had also ventured outside. After 3 days, village chief had nothing left to teach Yang Kai. He had even finished teaching him the ancient characters. "I will tell the villagers that you are cultivating in seclusion. Tell them to leave you alone. Let's set off tomorrow before the sun rises. Remember to come back early." The village chief was like a parent telling a child about to go on a long journey. His expression was full of concern and worry. "I know. Go and rest. From tomorrow onwards you will face a new journey." The next day, Yang Kai set off before dawn. At this time the villagers were still sleeping soundly. However, when Yang Kai left the village, he seemed to feel something and looked back. He saw that on the fence, a Hua who was in charge of the night watch, was standing quietly. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. Yang Kai took large strides and soon disappeared from Hua's sight. 5 days later, at the foot of a mountain thousands of miles away from Tsangnan village, Yang Kai took out a yellowed animal skin paper and compared it with his route. He looked at the continuous mountain range in front of him. It should be here. Luo Baishan. This was the goal of Yang Kai's trip. When the village chief was training in the outside world, he didn't travel too far. This Luo Bai mountain was a point on his journey, and the yellowed map in his hand was given to him by the village chief before he left. According to village chief, there were many savage beasts living in Luo Baishan. Some of them were even as strong as Great Wizard. Village chief repeatedly warned Yang Kai to act according to his ability. However, Yang Kai's purpose was to find trouble with the savage beasts. How could he take village chief's warning to heart? After a short while, Yang Kai stepped into Luo Baishan. Another half a day later, in a cave, Yang Kai was breathing out hot air. He stepped on the corpse of a monster beast and said with dissatisfaction, "So weak." In his opinion, this monster beast was only equivalent to the 3rd or 4th rank. Now, even if he didn't use the power of a wizard, he could easily kill it with his body. However, it was better than nothing. Taking out the inner core of the monster beast, Yang Kai casually cleaned it and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine it. His abdomen made a strange sound as if thunder was rolling. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the inner core. Silently probing himself, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The result was not ideal. After refining the inner core of a monster beast, the increase in his strength was not very obvious. This monster beast seemed to be even weaker than the one he killed in the valley last time. Naturally, the energy stored in the inner core was not much. At this rate, even if he refined 1,000 inner cores, he might not be able to become a wizard. His goal was not far away. As long as he could become a wizard and have his own divine sense, it would be enough. Although he was not satisfied, he didn't have any better ideas. He could only persevere. While waiting to meet a stronger monster beast, he could slowly rely on numbers to accumulate power. In the following days, Yang Kai kept wandering in the Luo Bai mountain. He went all the way into the depths, specifically looking for monster beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai killed a lot of monster beast and obtained a lot of monster beast inner cores. However, with so many monster beast inner cores in his stomach, it only increased his cultivation to the limit of a low-rank wizard. He didn't even break through to a mid-rank wizard. Too weak. The monster beast in Luo Bai mountain was too weak. It couldn't satisfy his needs. He originally planned to become a wizard in a month, then open the dimension ring and go into seclusion for 2 months. Finally, he would return to the village as a wizard king or even a wizard saint. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. He could only continue to go deeper and deeper, with an inexplicable expectation in his heart. On this day, Yang Kai was refining an inner core that he had just obtained. Suddenly, his ears moved and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He heard a series of footsteps approaching the cave he was hiding in. And the footsteps didn't sound like they belonged to a person. There were actually other people in this damned place. It was winter and cold now. Other than him, who else could be wandering outside? Weren't they afraid of freezing or starving to death? While he was puzzled, those people had already entered the cave. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and said, "Be careful, there's the smell of blood." The footsteps suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. However, Yang Kai could feel that the other party was slowly approaching him. Sure enough, not long after, a barbarian suddenly appeared and stopped 5 feet away from Yang Kai. When he first saw Yang Kai, the barbarian was obviously shocked. His expression became extremely stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet his fellow barbarians here. Following closely behind this barbarian, several other people appeared one after another. However, all of them looked extremely distressed, as if they had just experienced a great battle. The most miserable one had even lost an arm. Blood flowed endlessly and his face was pale from the pain. Yang Kai only needed a glance to know that this barbarian's arm had been bitten off. However, a barbarian was a barbarian after all. Even if he had suffered such a serious injury, he did not make a sound. His other hand was still holding a cracked stone spear. "Who are you?" The barbarian leader looked at Yang Kai and asked. This guy in front of him had tender skin and did not look like a barbarian at all. Where did he come from? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at him but did not pay any attention to him. This arrogant and haughty attitude immediately annoyed the other party. Just as he was about to explode, a tall and slender woman suddenly appeared behind him. The woman had a cold expression and said, "Don't disturb him. He's cultivating." This woman seemed to have great prestige, so after she opened her mouth, the barbarian who had spoken up earlier was still angry, but he didn't say anything else. Instead he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and frowned. "Cultivating? Is he a wizard?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with surprise. "He is indeed a wizard, and a wizard." "Wizard?" The barbarian warriors were shocked. They could not believe their ears. But these words came from their wizard. Even if they did not want to believe it, they had to believe it. How could such a person be a wizard? The woman stepped forward and looked at Yang Kai. "My companion was injured in the battle just now. We need a place for him to heal in peace. There is no suitable place nearby, so we can only choose here. But don't worry, we won't disturb you." Yang Kai gently nodded. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. The other party probably thought that he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so she couldn't speak or disturb him. How could she know that Kai Yang was simply too lazy to pay attention to them? All he wanted to do was quickly refine the monster core in his abdomen. "Thank you." The woman said thank you. Then she led the others to a distance and arranged for the injured barbarian to sit down and heal him. Although Yang Kai did not know what method this woman used, Yang Kai felt that she should also be a wizard. Most likely she was an upper wizard. In other words, her realm was higher than his. But she was a good person. She did not have any hostility towards him. After all, from her point of view, he was in a state where he could not stop his training. If she had any evil intentions, now was the best time to attack. Outside the cave, a few barbarians gathered together and watched their wizard heal their companion. The wizard's spell that the woman used was very cold. It had the characteristics of freezing everything. Soon the wound was frozen. She took out some herbs from the animal skin bag and gave them to the barbarian. Soon the barbarian's expression eased a lot. He should not be in as much pain as before. The woman was also slightly relieved. At this time a strange voice suddenly came from the side. "He is poisoned. If you don't help him expel the poison, he will not live for long." Chapter 28:13. As soon as he said that, several barbarian warriors suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. They felt a chill down their spines. Although they were worried about the safety of their companions, their instincts as warriors still existed. However, none of them noticed that someone was approaching them from behind. This was simply inconceivable. If this person had any evil intentions, then they were afraid that they would have to give up their lives here. After all, this was a wizard. The woman who was called a wizard also trembled, but her reaction wasn't as intense as the barbarian warriors. She turned around and gestured to her companions to not be so nervous. Then she said, "I know that he was poisoned. I also used the poison extraction technique." The effect wasn't ideal. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Do you want me to help?" The woman frowned. There was a look of distrust in her eyes. First of all, the wizard in front of her was a stranger. Who knew if he was good or evil? It was normal for wizards and barbarians to be impulsive when they were in different tribes. Second of all, Yang Kai was only a low-rank wizard. As a high-rank wizard, she couldn't do anything. How could Yang Kai solve this problem? Yang Kai shrugged. "I was just saying it casually." "Which tribe are you from?" the woman asked. Yang Kai said, "The Southern Barbarian tribe." He paused for a moment, then said, "You are from the Snow Frost tribe, right?" Thanks to the guidance of the village chief before he left, Yang Kai was able to recognize the origin of these barbarians. In this ancient world, some barbarian tribes had very obvious characteristics. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe he met in the canyon last time had a flame flower-like totem on their faces. That was the sacred green lotus flame of the Raging Flame tribe. Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe didn't have any totem on their faces, when the woman used the wizard technique, Yang Kai had a guess. However, not every barbarian tribe had very obvious characteristics. For example, the southern barbarian tribe where Tsongnan village was located didn't, so the woman couldn't recognize his origin. Being exposed by Yang Kai, the woman did not have the intention of concealing. She nodded and said, "That's right. We are from the Snow Frost division. Do you have a way to cure him?" We can give it a try. The woman frowned. Although she didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability, she had no choice but to try her best. After all, her poison tribesman's wound had been suppressed by her wizard. He also used the poison extraction technique to remove some of the poison, but it wasn't completely expelled. The bone-eroding wolf's bone-eroding poison was extremely ferocious. Even a little bit of it was enough to turn the strongest barbarian warrior into a puddle of thick water. If left alone, it would take at most 3 days. Their clansmen must die. However, 3 days was not enough for them to return to the tribe. Why don't you give it a try? The woman moved aside. Yang Kai stepped forward. However, a warrior of the Frost tribe shouted in a low voice, "Master." The woman raised her hand to stop the man from speaking. However, the gazes of the barbarian race warriors towards Yang Kai were obviously filled with distrust. Yang Kai didn't care. He walked straight to the injured tribesman and squatted down. He carefully examined the wound and felt some admiration in his heart. Fortunately, the barbarian warrior was strong and vigorous. Otherwise, such an injury would be enough to kill him 10 times over. However, he had lost an arm. Although he was poisoned, he didn't make a sound. His mind seemed to be very clear. Because of the pain, his face was pale and distorted. After looking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the barbarian warrior a few times. His strength was neither light nor heavy. His spiritual energy surged. After a few slaps, the barbarian warrior's pale face suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yang Kai was already prepared. He dodged. He didn't hesitate to shatter the frozen part of the broken arm. He grabbed the barbarian's shoulder with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the barbarian's body. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians of the Frost tribe, the injured barbarian's body suddenly trembled violently. Then a roar was heard. It was like an injured beast. It made people feel shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the broken arm. When the blood fell to the ground, there was a burst of sizzling sound. It corroded holes in the ground. One could see the intensity of the poison. The spurting of blood lasted for 10 breaths of time. During the whole process, if it weren't for the female wizard, the other barbarian warriors of the Frost tribe would have already stopped Yang Kai. After 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai stopped. He turned to the woman and said, "Seal his wound." Hearing this, the woman raised her hand and a cold air rushed toward the broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound was frozen. The barbarian warrior's face was as pale as paper because of excessive blood loss. His breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It was as if he was dead. When Yang Kai got up and took a few steps back, the barbarian warriors immediately rushed forward to check his condition. After a while, one of the barbarians raised his head and said, "He seems to be a lot better. It's just that he lost too much blood." He glanced at Yang Kai and his eyes became somewhat complicated. The female wizard nodded and said to Yang Kai, "My name is Feather. What's your name?" "Bull." Yang Kai smiled. "So it's the wizard Bull. Thank you, barbarian god, for letting us meet here." Feather, who had been cold, finally showed a trace of a smile. Yang Kai said, "Although the poison of your companion has been removed, it will still be very troublesome if we leave him alone. It's best to take him back for treatment." "I understand. Then Wizard Bull, please wait for a moment." While speaking, Feather walked to the side of the barbarian warriors and whispered a few words. Then one of the barbarian warriors carried the injured companion out of the cave. It seemed that they were going to take him back to the village for treatment. After returning to the village, Feather asked another barbarian warrior to take out some dried meat and water. She personally handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Thank you for saving my people. Barbarians are a family. Master Feather, you are welcome." Yang Kai grinned and did not refuse. He took the dried meat and water and began to eat and drink without any scruples. Yuta had a good impression of Yang Kai's forthright demeanor. The disdain and rejection he had felt when he saw Yang Kai's thin and weak physique had completely disappeared. Barbarians are a family. This was an interesting way to put it. Previously, I also used the poison extraction technique. But why is the effect much worse than yours? Feather humbly asked. Before coming to this cave, she had simply treated the injuries of her people. It was precisely because the remaining poison could not be extracted that she could only freeze the wounds and let her people take some herbs. She hoped that those herbs would be able to remove the poison. Although she knew that there was not much hope. You want to say that your rank is higher than mine, but why is the effect of the poison extraction technique not as good as mine? Yang Kai naturally knew what she meant. He smiled and said, sometimes fine control is more important than great power. Feather heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while she nodded and said, thank you. Yang Kai finished the dried meat in his hand and drank a mouthful of water. It's so cold. What are you doing outside? Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe were not afraid of the cold, under normal circumstances, they would not go out casually. In the cold winter, both wild beasts and barbarian beasts were very active because they were looking for food. The risk of being outside was much higher than usual. Where is Master Bull? Feather did not answer Yang Kai's question. Instead she asked him a question. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned. Feather was startled for a moment. Then she showed an admiring expression and said, we came out to collect herbs. We need them for the ritual in spring. Ritual? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Songnan village was a small village. He did not know if there was such a thing as a ritual. However, he knew that in ancient times rituals were very common. Even the great wizard would often perform a ritual. The object of the ritual was either the heavens or the totems of their tribe. The latter was more common. He smiled and said, it seems that your progress is not smooth. Feather said sadly, those herbs were guarded by a few bone-corroding wolves. We were ambushed. How many? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression. How many specifically? Feather said, 6. If not with my strength they would not have hurt our tribe. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. After a moment he sat up straight and asked in a deep voice, Master Feather, when you go to collect herbs again, do you need a strong helper? Feather was stunned and looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes also lit up. She was just thinking about whether she could ask this wizard for help. But after all, they were not familiar with each other and they were not from the same tribe. Feather really did not know how to ask for his help. She did not expect that wizard would take the initiative to ask for help. Although the self-proclaimed strong helper's words made her speechless, these details did not matter. The two wizards' words were enough to ensure the safety of the tribe. Wizard, what is your condition? Although Feather was happy, he did not lose his ability to judge. The southern barbarian tribe shaman, whom he had met by chance, had inexplicably taken the initiative to help. Those few savage beasts belong to me. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Feather would not agree to this condition. Although the herbs were precious, the value of the savage beasts was not low. There were several of them and one of them was an upper-rank wizard. But the other side was only a lower-rank wizard. Giving him 2 was an acceptable condition. But because Yang Kai helped the tribe first, Feather just thought for a moment and agreed, okay, the savage beasts belong to you and the herbs belong to us. Since she had made the decision, the other tribe members naturally had no objection. Yang Kai stood up and said, then let's not waste any time. Let's go. Feather frowned and said, but my tribe just fought a big battle. They need to rest for a day. The barbarian's physique was extremely strong, but in the previous battle Feather had blessed them with bloodlust. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, the loss of innate blood made them a little weak. They were not as strong as they were at their peak. Don't bother, just follow me. Yang Kai took the lead and walked out of the cave, waving at Feather and the others. Several barbarian warriors looked at Feather with hesitation. Feather was also having a headache. He thought to himself, how can this Wunyou act so hastily and recklessly? But since it was already like this, she had nothing to say. She could only lead the team and follow. Chapter 28:14. In a mountain valley, Yang Kai, Feather, and the others were quietly lying in wait. Feather pointed to the front and said, the snowflakes we need to collect are in front of us. Those bone-corroding wolves are also there. Yang Kai looked up and found that there were indeed traces of a battle. There was also a large pool of blood on the ground, the color was bright red and the snow on the ground was full of messy footprints. Wizard Bull, later we will cast wizard spells on my people. You will be in charge of the left side and I will be in charge of the right side. Although there are 6 bone-corroding wolves, they are not difficult to deal with. We just need to be careful not to get bitten. Before we were also. Feather stared ahead and seriously discussed the battle plan with Yang Kai. But halfway through she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw that the wizard bull had disappeared. Where did he go? Feather was shocked and asked her people. The people seemed to have just reacted. When they looked around, one of the barbarian warriors opened his eyes wide and pointed to the front and said, He. Feather looked in the direction of his finger and her face changed. This idiot. This shaman bull actually swaggered over just like that. Once those few bone-corroding wolves were alerted, they would definitely fall into a bitter battle. She originally wanted to cooperate with the other party and sneak attack and kill 2 of them first. But now it seemed that this battle plan was impossible to implement. When she was about to call Xianxia back, she saw that Xianxia suddenly stood in the mountain valley and opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. He took a deep breath and enthusiastically shouted, Dear friends, I am coming. La 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 la. The echo echoed in the mountain valley. The snow on the trees was shaken off. A few bone-corroding wolves that smelled the scent of living people walked out of their hiding place. They bared their teeth, saliva dripping down the corner of their mouths, and their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Feather, who was always quiet, suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth. Master, what should we do? One of the people asked. Retreat. Feather made a prompt decision. This wizard bull is mentally abnormal. Why didn't I see it before? If he had known earlier, Feather would never have accompanied him here. But now it was all good. Even if he was a wizard, he would still die if he provoked 6 bone-corroding wolves without any preparation. Although he had saved the lives of his clansmen as the leader of his clansmen, Feather naturally couldn't go crazy with him. Right now he could only leave first. As for the favor of saving his life, he would wait for his clansmen to recuperate for a while before coming back to avenge him. This could be considered as an explanation to him. The few of them moved like the wind. As soon as Feather finished speaking, under her leadership, several barbarian warriors prepared to retreat. When he turned around, Feather looked at Xianxia with pity. After the bone-corroding wolves appeared, they did not stop. Instead, they pounced on him like the wind, opening their bloody mouths wide enough to swallow an entire sheep. Then Feather saw an extremely shocking scene. The crazy wizard bull laughed out loud as he punched left and right. A left punch. A right punch. Blossoms of blood bloomed in the air, accompanied by the sound of skulls exploding and the short but urgent whimpers of the bone-corroding wolves. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bone-corroding wolves were sent flying. Their heads exploded while they were still in the air. Feather was stunned and stood there stupidly. It was as if an invisible wizard king had cast a spell on him. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes were about to pop out. Master! The few barbarian warriors who were retreating quickly suddenly realized that their shamans weren't following them, so they hurriedly turned around. The next moment, the few barbarian warriors were also stunned. What happened? Why were there 4 bone-corroding wolves lying on the ground? Why did the heads of these bone-corroding wolves all explode? What was the truth at the moment when they turned around? In the battlefield, the death of 4 of their companions did not make the bone-corroding wolves retreat. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature. The remaining 2 charged quickly, leaping high into the air and pouncing towards Xianxia from both sides. Their huge bodies were like cannonballs with the force of impact. Xianxia punched the left bone-corroding wolf with a backhand, cracking its skull and splashing its brain matter. It died instantly, but his right arm was viciously bitten by another bone-corroding wolf. With a cracking sound, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Before Xianxia could do anything else, an icicle-like object flew quickly and directly stabbed into the eye of the last bone-corroding wolf more than a foot deep. It was Feather who finally reacted and supported with an icicle from afar. This simple attack showed Feather's strong foundation and rich battle experience as an upper wizard. The bone-corroding wolf whimpered and let go of Xianxia's arm. Xianxia stepped forward and punched it, killing it with 2 punches. Taking a light breath, Xianxia had a disdainful expression on his face. You were bitten, hurry up and expel the poison. Feather quickly stepped forward and reminded him, not bothering to ask how Xianxia created a miracle. But as soon as she said that, she was stunned. Because Xianxia's right arm that was bitten was unscathed. How was that possible? She clearly saw him get bitten. With the terrifying strength of the bone-corroding wolf, how could he resist? Thinking about it carefully, that cracking sound did not seem to be the sound of his bones breaking, but the sound of the wizard's shield being broken. So that was it. He must have cast a wizard's shield the moment he was bitten. What a fast reaction. Don't come over. Xianxia suddenly shouted in a low voice. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards the depths of the valley. He licked his lips and said, "There's another big guy." What? Feather did not know what was going on. He looked in that direction and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His hands and feet turned cold as he cried out, "Bone-corroding wolf king." Over there, a bone-corroding wolf that was twice as big as the one just now was walking towards them. Its powerful aura made Feather feel suffocated. Why was there a bone-corroding wolf king here? Wolves were pack animals regardless of whether they were wild or savage beasts. Although there were 6 bone-corroding wolves gathered here, this scale was not enough to give birth to a wolf king. However, Feather quickly understood. This bone-corroding wolf king seemed to have been severely injured. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Looking at the wounds, it seemed to have been inflicted within the past month. This wolf king had been defeated in a battle within the tribe and was then exiled to this place. A defeated wolf king was no longer the wolf king of the pack. A younger and stronger wolf king would replace it. But this was still not something that a wizard could resist. The bone-corroding wolf king was a powerful savage beast that could rival a wizard. Although it had not recovered from its injuries, its majestic aura was still present. "Run!" Feather roared at Xianxia. He regretted not retreating immediately. She wanted to retreat, but when she turned around and saw the miracle in front of her, she could not help but run back. Who knew that she would step into a quagmire? It's really over now. I'm afraid that all of us will die here. Now she couldn't blame Xianxia for this. She could only blame herself for not investigating the situation before coming here, not even noticing the bone-corroding Wolf King's presence. The Wolf King's aura was so powerful that it was almost tangible. Feather could only feel his body trembling slightly. Facing such a terrifying existence, the wizard's face was full of mockery and disdain. He stretched out his arms and shook his legs, causing a series of crackling sounds to be heard. The onlookers did not know whether to laugh or cry. This action obviously angered the bone-corroding Wolf King. It opened its mouth and a ball of dark green light shot towards Xianxia like an arrow released from a bow. Xianxia raised his hand. The temperature of the air suddenly increased, and a huge fireball the size of a wash basin flew towards him. With a bang, the fireball and the poison ball collided in midair, creating a loud noise. Immediately after, sparks flew in all directions and the poison shot out. After landing on the ground, there was a sizzling sound. Huge holes were melted in the snow at an extremely fast speed. While Feather and the others were stunned, Xianxia took advantage of the fact that the Wolf King was not paying attention. He rushed forward and started an intimate and exciting battle with the Wolf King. The group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians were stunned. Feather's eyes were also staring blankly. Is this still a wizard? Is this really a wizard? Why is it that no matter what opponent he encounters, he will bravely and fearlessly charge forward? He was like this when he faced the 6 bone-corroding wolves, and now he is facing the bone-corroding Wolf King. How can there be such a wizard? Feather only felt that her outlook on life was about to be turned upside down. Decades of training and belief had collapsed in an instant. She had never thought that a wizard could fight in such a barbaric and cruel way. He was even better than the strongest warriors in the tribe. It could be seen that this wizard was extremely skilled in close combat. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Not only did he have the courage and meticulousness of the strongest warriors, he also had the ability of a wizard. During close combat, all kinds of simple and practical wizard spells were at his fingertips. However, at the crucial moment they played an unimaginable role. For a moment he was evenly matched with the Wolf King, who was comparable to a wizard. "Master, what should we do now?" This was not the first time the Snow Frost tribe barbarians asked Feather this question. However, what they saw in front of them was beyond their understanding, and they had lost the ability to judge. Feather only hesitated for a moment before she decisively said, "Help." Then she started to sing in an ancient and choppy language. She cast the bloodthirsty spell, lightness spell, bone armor spell, and several other types of witchcraft on the barbarian warriors. The bodies of the warriors suddenly expanded and their eyes turned red. They looked at each other with a calm expression on their faces. Then they started to approach the battlefield as if they had a tacit understanding. Feather took a light breath and raised her hand. A huge icicle appeared in front of her. In this cold environment, the ice wizard spell that she practiced could be blessed by the heavens and earth. It became more powerful and easier to cast. With a whoosh, the huge icicle trembled slightly and disappeared like lightning. When it reappeared, it had already hit the bone-corroding Wolf King who was fighting with Yongkai and penetrated its flesh. The Wolf King roared and shook its body, shattering the icicle. At this time, several barbarian warriors came from the left and right. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the Wolf King. Every strike was powerful and powerful. Chapter 28:15. Half a day later, the dust settled. Feather gasped for breath, her face slightly pale. She looked at the corpse of the bone-corroding Wolf King lying on the ground in disbelief. In this battle there was no loss of people. Several of her clansmen only suffered minor injuries. And the biggest reason for this was because of the delicate skin and tender flesh of the shaman bull. He had entangled the bone-corroding Wolf King with his own strength, so the Wolf King had no time to care about other things. He led a few of his clansmen to continuously injure the Wolf King. After half a day of fierce fighting, they finally killed it. Could be said that the Wolf King was slowly tortured to death. Feather's heart was filled with complex emotions as she looked at the voodoo bull that was searching the Wolf King's corpse. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this victory came so miraculously. That was the Wolf King that was comparable to a sorcerer. Even if it was seriously injured, it wasn't something that they could deal with. But under this wizard ox's various magical methods, the Wolf King had no power to resist. How did he do it? From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any powerful wizard spells. She knew most of the wizard spells he used, but they were definitely not as effective as his. Ha, found it. Laughing heartily, Kai Yong pulled out a bloody monster core from the Wolf King's corpse. Carefully wiping it on the snow, he stored it away like a treasure. After that, he didn't even look back as he walked over to the other 6 dead bone corrosion wolves and did the same thing as he did before, taking out the 6 inner cores. Feather calmed down and signaled to her clansmen. Immediately, one of them went to collect the snowflakes. Feather walked straight to Yongkai. She said, "Master Ox, do you need dantian that much?" Yongkai played with his bulging cloth bag and said without raising his head, "Of course." He wanted to quickly accumulate strength, so he had to rely on the monster beast's dantian. Feather said, "Although I don't know why you need so many dantian, there is a place that you might be interested in." Where? Yongkai looked up at her. Snowfrost City. Yongkai raised his eyebrows and asked, "A city of your Snowfrost tribe? Not bad. There are many inner cores there." Feather smiled. Snowfrost City is the tribe's only city. 80% of the tribe's wizard population is gathered there. Even shamans from other tribes often appear in Snowfrost City, especially in winter. Only Snowfrost City is not affected by winter and is open all day. In the city there are a lot of transactions every day. The inner cores of savage beasts are not rare there. They are of a higher grade than the inner core of the bone-eroding Wolf King. As long as you can take out goods of similar value, Lord Ox, you can take out goods of similar value. I believe that other wizard would be willing to trade with you. Oh. Yongkai rubbed his chin, feeling tempted. If Snowfrost City was really as good as Feather said, then he could go and take a look. At the very least, it would be much faster than him searching for savage beasts and killing them to obtain their cores. Of course, he didn't have any goods that he could use to exchange. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look? Feather struck while the iron was hot. He saw that Yongkai was already interested. Master Feather is very kind. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Yongkai smiled. Feather nodded. Then let's set off together. At this time, the barbarian warrior who collected the snowflakes also came back. He whispered something to Feather. Feather looked up at Yongkai and said, "Master Ox, these corpses of savage beasts. Do whatever you want." "Thank you." Feather thanked him and then ordered a few people to deal with the corpses of the bone-eroding wolves. If a magus could consume the meat of a savage beast for a long period of time, it would be beneficial to his strength. Therefore, even though Feather was a high-ranked magus, he couldn't bear to leave so many savage beast corpses here. It was a waste of natural resources, especially the bone-corroding Wolf King's corpse. That was a great source of nourishment for a great magus. This wizard was awesome. Feather didn't know what he was planning to do. He only wanted inner cores and not beast meat. Although inner cores were quite valuable, the most common use was to drink wine. Some pharmacists could also use the inner cores of savage beasts to make potions, But this wizard didn't look like a pharmacist at all. It was naturally not the first time these barbarian warriors had dealt with the corpses of a monster beast. They were very skilled, so in less than half an hour, the corpses of the 6 bone-eroding wolves and the Wolf King were cleaned. 7 wolf skins, plus the most delicious and tender parts of these savage beasts. Everyone carried them back. Everything was ready and everyone set off immediately. Snow Frost City was not close to Mount Luobai. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. This was under the premise that Feather had blessed everyone with the swift technique. Without it, their speed would only be slower. On the way, Yang Kai asked Feather for advice. Naturally, he learned the swift technique very quickly, which made Feather quite surprised. 3 days later, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Several barbarian warriors, including Feather, couldn't help but show a sincere smile. "Master Ox, we've arrived at Snow Frost City." Feather pointed ahead. Yang Kai looked with full eyesight and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had come to an ancient barbarian city, but what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that since it was a city, it should at least look like a city, but there was no sign of a city there. Instead, there was a huge towering tree standing on the horizon. Even from a distance, Yang Kai could feel its majesty. The tree covered the sky and the earth, towering into the clouds. It was hard to imagine how tall it was. Under the canopy of the big tree that was like the sky, buildings were built on the ground in a disorderly manner, like a game of chess that had been messed up. Many people could be vaguely seen moving around. "This is Snow Frost City?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Feather. Feather smiled slightly. "Yes, this is Snow Frost City. It is also the foundation of our Snow Frost tribe. Do you see the evergreen divine tree? That is the Azure Master, the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe." "Azure Master?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "You mean that tree is alive? If it was alive, wouldn't it be a tree demon?" However, such a big tree demon was rare. Feather's expression turned solemn as he said, "Lord Qing has lived for thousands of years and is immortal. Lord Nyo, if you enter Snow Frost City, you must remember not to blaspheme Lord Qing." Immortal? Wasn't that the immortal tree? But compared to the evergreen divine tree, the difference was like the difference between an ancestor and a grandson. However, seeing how serious Feather was, Yang Kai also realized that the evergreen divine tree should have a supreme position in the hearts of the Snow Frost tribe's clansmen, so he immediately nodded and said, "I will remember." Feather smiled again and said, "Master Nyo, you don't have to worry too much. The Azure Master is tolerant of all things. As long as you don't deliberately blaspheme it, my clansmen won't make things difficult for you." While talking, the group gradually approached Snow Frost City. As they got closer, the shock of the evergreen divine tree grew stronger. The entire Snow Frost City did not have the city walls or spirit arrays of later generations, but the huge canopy surrounded an area of hundreds of kilometers. The clansmen of the Snow Frost tribe had lived within the protection of this canopy for generations. Although it was winter, there was no snow in Snow Frost City. Instead, it looked like spring was in full swing. Half an hour later, when Yang Kai followed Feather to the edge of Snow Frost City, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Yang Kai's hair stood on end as he looked around vigilantly, but he found nothing. Feather said, "Master Nyo, you don't have to be nervous. Anyone who enters Snow Frost City will be inspected by the Azure Master. If they are hostile to the Snow Frost tribe, they will be immediately expelled." Yang Kai sighed. "The Azure Master is so powerful." This was not flattery but the truth. The divine sense just now was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. It was obvious that this tree demon was really an incredible master. Feather said, "Of course, the Azure Master is the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. He has been protecting us for thousands of years, but unfortunately..." "Unfortunately what?" Feather said sadly, "I heard that the Azure Master fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago, and no one can wake him up now." "Then just now?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Since he was in a deep sleep, what happened to the divine sense? Feather smiled slightly. "Even in a deep sleep, the Azure Master still has the ability to distinguish the enemy. Isn't this nonsense?" Yang Kai thought that if he was in seclusion he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless he was in a life-and-death crisis. No matter how powerful the evergreen divine tree was, it was impossible for him to do this. However, since he said so, Yang Kai didn't argue. While talking, they had entered Snow Frost City. After such a long time of running and tiring, the barbarian warriors finally returned safely. They all looked a little excited and a faint glory appeared on their faces. Standing in Snow Frost City, Yang Kai felt a long-lost feeling. The shouts and haggling voices that rang in his ears gave him the illusion that he had returned to the star boundary for a moment. Master Ox, thank you for your help in Mount Luobai. We will part ways here. I still have to meet the wizard master to hand in the mission goods. Feather turned around and said to Yang Kai, You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Yang Kai nodded. Feather stretched out her hand to a barbarian warrior next to her, and the barbarian warrior immediately took out something like a water bag and handed it to her. Feather took it and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, Take this and water the Azure Master's foundation. You can find a place to live. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He recognized this water bag. Previously in Mount Luobai, several barbarian warriors used this water bag to deal with the monster beasts' corpses. They used this water bag to store the monster beast's blood. At that time he didn't know why Feather and the others wanted the monster beast's blood, but now it seemed that there was another use for it. Chapter 28:16. Feather led a few barbarian warriors to a tall building. Yang Kai stood in the Snow Frost City and pondered for a while. He did not rush to find a place to live according to Feather's instructions. Instead he began to wander around the noisy Snow Frost City, looking around while walking. The reason why he agreed to come to Snow Frost City was that he wanted to get some maidens as soon as possible. However, he had nothing on him now. Other than the 7 maidens of the bone-eroding wolf, he only had a bag of wolf blood. However, no matter which one he needed, Yang Kai could only check the market here first and then make a plan. He believed that with his ability, even if the starting point was very low, he would soon use his advantages to bring about a snowball effect. Along the way, Yang Kai seemed to be quite an anomaly in this city where the barbarian race was rampant. It couldn't be helped that his figure was too small and weak, without the slightest trace of the barbarian race's beauty. Therefore, no matter where he went, he would attract the different and disdainful gazes of the barbarians. Yang Kai had long been accustomed to this. It seemed that every barbarian who saw him for the first time would look at him with this kind of gaze. Snow Frost City was really prosperous. Even compared to the big cities of later generations, it was not inferior at all. In the messy buildings there were countless stalls and goods. Wizards of different tribes gathered here. Yang Kai, a small low-rank wizard, was completely unpresentable. According to the knowledge taught by the village chief before he left, Yang Kai identified the origin of the wizard one by one. People from all over the world gathered in one place. Such a grand occasion was rare to see. This was a scene that could only be seen in Snow Frost City in winter. Because the cities of other tribes did not have such unique conditions as Snow Frost City in winter. This place was protected by the evergreen god tree. Even in the cold winter it was full of spring. The cities of other tribes did not have such good conditions. Naturally, it attracted many wizards to come here to gather and communicate. After the winter was over, most of these wizards who came from afar would return to their tribes and cities. Therefore, every winter Snow Frost City was the most prosperous city. Yang Kai kept staying at the stalls, checking the goods on those stalls. He bargained with the stall owners. Contrary to his expectations, he thought that in this ancient era, the method of trade should be bartering, but after some investigation he found out that this was not the case. However, he discovered that he was gravely mistaken. Unexpectedly, Snow Frost City had its own currency. It was a kind of green leaf-like thing known as the green coin. The village chief had not taught Yang Kai about the existence of green coins in this world, so Yang Kai deduced that this should be a feature of Snow Frost City. Green coins did not have any use for cultivation. Legend had it that they were the fallen leaves of the evergreen divine tree and would not decay. It can only be used as a transaction, and it is only limited to transactions within Snow Frost City. However, this was enough. There was a currency of equivalent value that was extremely useful for the circulation of goods. The transactions in Snow Frost City were endless. Yang Kai strolled around for 3 days without stopping. He already had a vague plan in his heart. 3 days later he slowly walked to the evergreen divine tree. He took out the water sack that Feather had given him and poured out the wolf blood. He watered it on the foundation of the evergreen divine tree. Dark red blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, a green light shot out from the crown of the tree and struck Yang Kai's body. At the same time, an inexplicable pulling force guided Yang Kai. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting him up and slowly floating up. After flying up hundreds of feet, the lifting force stabilized. In front of Kai Yang was a clean and comfortable tree hole that was neither too big nor too small. This was his residence for the next 30 days. There were two ways for outsiders to find a place to live in Snow Frost City. One was to live in a place similar to an inn, but that required paying green coins. The second way was to use the monster beast's blood to water the foundation of the evergreen divine tree, like Yang Kai. The evergreen divine tree would choose a tree hole for the water to live in. There were countless such tree holes on the towering evergreen divine tree. Each tree hole was a natural residence. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, no matter what one did inside, they would not be disturbed. The tree hole was not big and could barely accommodate 3 people, but it was enough for Yang Kai. The environment inside was also very comfortable. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and cultivated while perfecting his plan in his mind. The next day he walked out of the tree hole and slowly landed on the ground under the guidance of the evergreen divine tree. Then he walked straight in a certain direction. Not long after, Yang Kai came to a shop that specialized in purchasing monster cores and took out all the 7 monster cores in his hand and sold them. After a while, Yang Kai left the shop with a bag of green coins and turned into the crowd. After an incense stick worth of time, after some hard bargaining, Yang Kai reached an agreement with an unfamiliar stall owner and bought all the herbs in his stall for 50 green coins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Realizing that he had met a big customer, he enthusiastically packed the herbs for Yang Kai. After a while, the same scene happened at another stall. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to spend all the green coins in his hand, but in exchange he did get a lot of relatively common herbs that were not very valuable. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai took out all the herbs. Without needing to examine them carefully, Yang Kai casually took out a few herbs and summoned a bright and warm flame from his palm. Tossing these herbs into the flame, Yang Kai began to concentrate on his refinement. Just as alchemists were rare in the later generations in ancient times, the status and number of alchemists were also the same. Every alchemist was a rare talent in their tribe, and each tribe's alchemist would only concoct potions for their own clansmen. In this era, martial Dao was not prevalent and alchemy was still under development. The process of alchemists concocting potions was simple and crude without much attention to detail. They just mixed a variety of herbs together and simply blended them together, completely unable to display the efficacy of those herbs. Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor. Even if his cultivation was sealed, even if he could not use his divine sense with his current means, he could casually refine something that would not be worse than the alchemists of those big tribes. These refined potions were his way of making money, but also the starting point of his snowball effect. Times were different, so he did not dare to do anything too shocking. Not to mention his current strength was low, so it was impossible for him to perfect the refining process. Even so, the potions he refined and configured were the embodiment of tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. It was simply not something that today's alchemists could match. Half a day later, all the herbs were consumed and Yang Kai had a pile of bottles and jars. In this era, jade bottles used to hold pills were extremely rare, but Yang Kai did not ask for too much. What he was refining now was not a pill but a pile of paste, so it did not matter if he stored it in stone jars. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai left the tree hole again. In the busiest area of Snow Frost City, the flow of people was like a tide. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in a corner and placed the things he had refined in front of him. He then took out a piece of wood and used his finger to draw a sword. Next he wrote a large character on it and inserted it into the ground beside him. After that he put on an aloof look and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A barbarian stall owner next to him glanced at Yang Kai and then looked at the huge word medicine on the wooden board. He could not help but sneered. How could this black, mud-like substance be medicine? Did he really think he was an alchemist? Alchemists had always been noble, so how could they come to set up a stall? If it were not for the wizard's aura coming from this guy, the barbarian stall owner would not even think that he was a barbarian at all. Unless the barbarian god sent a miracle, these things could not be sold at all. In fact, as he expected, for 2 days, no one cared about Yang Kai's stall. Although this was a rather prosperous area with people gasping for breath, Every barbarian who passed by Yang Kai's stall just glanced at the paste and walked away. However, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. He just sat there cross-legged, not in a hurry, which made his neighbor admire his composure. In 2 days his goods were basically sold out and he was about to close the stall. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but the barbarian stall owner could not help but say, "You can't sell things like this." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. He grinned and said, "In your opinion, how should I sell them?" The stall owner said, "You should at least shout a few times. Although these potions don't look very good, if you shout too much, someone will come to buy them. Good wine fears no dark alley. My potions are good. Even if I don't shout, someone will come to buy them." The stall owner pursed his lips. Obviously, he did not agree with this statement. Although it sounded reasonable, he shook his head and said, "Unless a miracle happens, you can't sell them in your lifetime." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need for a miracle. I just need an opportunity. Oh, here comes the opportunity." While speaking, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The neighboring stall owner was stunned for a moment. Following his gaze, he saw several barbarians of the Snow Frost tribe supporting each other as they walked towards him. Their bodies were bathed in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a great battle. Moreover, it was definitely an extremely difficult battle. This was because each of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. The leader of the barbarians had a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were churning. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of opportunity was this? The neighboring stall owner was somewhat puzzled. While he was still in doubt, the barbarian warriors had already walked past him. But at this moment, the guy who sold the potions suddenly smiled and said, "Brave warriors, please wait a moment. I see that you have a plump forehead, a round earth pavilion, and a rich vitality. You seem to have some fate with this wizard. Now this wizard has something to give you. I hope you will kindly accept it." Chapter 28:17. Alchemy was Yang Kai's old profession, so if he wanted to earn enough necessities with limited financial resources in an unfamiliar environment, alchemy was the best choice. In Snow Frost City, the barbarian soldiers stopped. The leader turned his head and looked around, then looked down at Yang Kai and said with a murderous look, "You are talking to us?" Smiling from ear to ear, Kai Yang replied innocently, "That's right." The barbarian soldier frowned. Although he didn't understand what this guy said just now, the last sentence couldn't be simpler. This guy had something to give him. Although there was no reason to miss a free gift, looking at this person's expression, the barbarian soldier felt a little distrustful. He shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Hero, wait a moment." "What's the matter?" The barbarian soldier was quite impatient. Yang Kai said, "Hero, you are seriously injured. This wizard happens to have some healing medicine here. I would like to give it to you." While speaking, he pointed his hand. The barbarian soldier stared at the few stone jars in front of him and frowned. "You call these medicine? It's the real deal." The barbarian soldier sneered with a disdainful look. The neighboring stall owner couldn't stand it anymore. He packed up his stall and prepared to leave so as not to dirty his eyes. It's not a loss to try. Anyway, it's free. If it works, it's naturally the best. If it doesn't, you can smash my stall, Yang Kai said with a smile. Is this really medicine? The barbarian soldier saw that Yang Kai was serious. It didn't seem to be nonsense. He was a little curious. It's a good healing medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll really smash your stall. Although the other party claimed to be a wizard, the barbarian soldier didn't take it to heart. This was Snow Frost City and they were members of the Snow Frost tribe. If a foreign wizard didn't follow the rules, he would offend them. They wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try it. Yang Kai shouted. The barbarian race warrior nodded and squatted down in front of Yang Kai. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown involuntarily. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, not knowing whether or not to try this suspicious thing. Yang Kai said earnestly, "Good medicine is bitter. Although the smell of our medicine is a bit different, its effects are excellent. I hope it works as you say." The barbarian soldier said. With a resolute expression on his face as if he had made a great decision, he reached out and scooped out some paste from a stone jar. Under Yang Kai's instructions, he carefully and evenly applied it to the wound on his abdomen. That wound was more than a foot long and his flesh was overturned. This kind of injury was not very serious for a barbarian. However, it would be troublesome if he did not do anything about it. The barbarian warrior's eyebrows twitched when he saw the stinky paste smeared on his body. Then he revealed an extremely surprised expression. His companions also looked at him curiously. They wanted to know if the medicine had any effect. A cool feeling spread from his abdomen, alleviating the pain. The next moment, the barbarian soldier was surprised again. He seemed to have felt something. He quickly looked down and his eyes widened. He saw the wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood began to wriggle. Along with the wriggling, many granules began to grow from his wounds. The places where his flesh and blood had been twisted began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming scabs. His companions also noticed this and cried out in alarm, looking at the changes in the wound in disbelief. The neighboring stall owner, who was about to pack up and leave, was also stunned. He stared at the wound with his eyes wide open. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs and stick them on the barbarian's stomach to see clearly. The strange behavior of these people quickly attracted the attention of the passing barbarians. They curiously looked at the wound after they understood what had happened. Half an hour later, the barbarian warrior stretched out his hand and wiped his stomach. The dregs of the medicine and blood fell off. A wound that was more than a foot long appeared in front of everyone. Although it hadn't completely healed, this kind of miraculous effect was enough to make people gasp in amazement. One had to know that an hour ago his wounds were still hideous. It's really useful. When the soldier who was testing the medicine raised his head again, he stared at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude and reverence. Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. The medicine he had refined was useful. But it was limited to barbarians with strong physiques and abundant blood energy. The effect wouldn't be so good if it were a cultivator of the later generations. This was because a large part of the effect of this medicine was to stimulate the flow of blood around the wound, which would increase the speed of healing. Only the ancient barbarians could use this healing medicine to achieve such an immediate effect. "Are you a pharmacist?" the barbarian asked. "For the time being, I am." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately put away their contemptuous expressions. No matter how weak Yang Kai looked, he was a pharmacist. He was worthy of respect. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. He smiled and said, "Warriors often fight. If you encounter an enemy in the wild and get injured, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. However, if you carry this wizard's holy healing medicine with you, you won't have to worry about it. This wizard's holy healing medicine can instantly restore your vitality. This is the first time this wizard has come to Snow Frost City, so I'll sell it to you cheaply." If it was before the barbarian soldier tested the medicine, no one would have asked about Yang Kai's words. But after witnessing the miraculous scene with their own eyes, no one doubted the efficacy of this medicine. The pharmacist was right. It was very troublesome for the barbarian soldiers to be injured in the wild. Although everyone knew a little bit about healing, how could they compare to the other party's healing medicine? If they could carry a little of it with them, they could heal their wounds anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the healing effect was surprisingly good. "How much?" someone asked immediately. 10 green coins for one." Yang Kai had a plan and immediately reported the price. 10 green coins. This price was neither high nor low. Any adult barbarian soldier could afford it. At the same time, it would maximize Yang Kai's own benefits. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately shouted, "I'll take one." Looking at the heads in front of him, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. After all, these were all money. Several large jars of medicine were sold out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The people who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Yang Kai closed his stall and said with a smile, "Today's medicine is sold out. If there are friends who want to buy medicine, please come early tomorrow." Turning around and leaving, the neighboring stall owner looked at his back enviously. He only felt that this figure looked so unfathomable. Selling medicine at once increased Yang Kai's assets by more than 10 times. Just like a few days ago, he took all his green coins and frantically swept through the stalls in Snow Frost City before returning to the tree hole to refine medicine. When Yang Kai came to set up the stall the next day, he saw that countless customers had already gathered in front of the stall. Some of them wanted to buy yesterday but couldn't, while others were inexplicably heard from others. A miraculous pharmacist had appeared in Snow Frost City, and the potions he concocted could quickly heal external injuries. This news had spread throughout Snow Frost City overnight, and it was confirmed by many barbarian warriors of the Snow Frost tribe. The people of this era were still relatively simple and there wasn't much deception. Naturally, the news that spread like crazy couldn't be false. So even though Kai Yong had brought 10 times more medicines than yesterday, it only took him less than half a day to sell them all. His assets, as he had expected, had completely snowballed and it was only getting bigger and bigger. This was the case for 5 days in a row, and that crazy momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down. This situation made Yang Kai happy. He silently calculated the wealth in his hands and felt that he could finish his work in half a month. At that time he would have enough green coins to buy enough maidens. As long as he raised his low-rank wizard realm to wizard realm, then the bumps in the early stage would no longer exist, and his future cultivation would be smooth. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished selling medicine and was walking on the streets of Snow Frost City to buy some raw materials. Suddenly he frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his waist and his face suddenly turned black. The animal skin bag that he used to store the green coins was gone. The animal skin bag contained thousands of green coins from today's medicine sale. Most of them were stored in the tree hole by Yang Kai, so there was no need to worry about their safety. A thief? How could there be a thief in this era? If it weren't for the empty feeling in his hand that made Yang Kai understand that this was not an illusion, he wouldn't have believed his judgment. Since entering this secret realm, the barbarians he had come into contact with, whether good or evil, good or bad, were all simple and straightforward people. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't expect that someone would steal his money bag in such a place. In a moment of carelessness, he actually overturned his boat. A great shame. The dignified the Emperor realm had his money bag stolen without anyone noticing. This shame could not be washed away by the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as his eyes wandered through the crowd. Soon he locked onto a burly barbarian who was walking through the crowd. The barbarian race's clothes were relatively simple, regardless of whether they were men or women. However, this barbarian was wrapped tightly from head to toe. It was impossible for Yang Kai to miss such a big flaw. With a light snort, Yang Kai did not intend to alarm others. His figure flickered as he quietly followed behind this person. This guy was also vigilant. He turned left and right in the crowd, not taking the usual path at all. After walking around for half an hour, he suddenly turned into a remote area with few people. Chapter 28:18. The tall barbarian, who was hiding in a hidden place, took out an animal skin bag from his bosom, opened it and looked inside. Suddenly he let out a low chuckle. Thousands of green coins, this was a lot of wealth, enough for him to spend for a year. Not bad. Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind him, startling the barbarian. He quickly turned around and stared vigilantly at the person who had just spoken. However, the moment their eyes met, the barbarian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He recognized that this person was the owner of the money bag. In Snow Frost City there were not many barbarians as thin and weak as him. Could be said that he was the only one. However, even though he recognized him, the barbarian did not intend to admit it. Putting on a fierce look, he asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai was suddenly amused. "You stole my money bag and can still pretend that nothing happened. I have to say, your existence has subverted my understanding of the barbarian race." "What do you mean by your money bag?" "The one you are stuffing into your bosom." Yang Kai looked at the barbarian's movements coldly. "I don't understand what you are talking about." The barbarian put away the money bag as if nothing had happened and said impatiently, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Yang Kai was shocked and cursed angrily. "Shameful thief, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe to deal with you?" The barbarian looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and sneered, "Call them." He actually had a fearless look on his face, making Kai Yang a little dumbfounded. It was obviously impossible to call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe. Although he believed that this guy was a thief who had stolen his money bag, there was no real evidence. Calling the guards over would be a waste of time. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble others with this kind of thing. Clicking his tongue twice, Yang Kai said, "Boy, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." The brawny barbarian raceman still sneered, "Less nonsense, if you dare to be long-winded again, I'll beat you to death." While speaking, he waved his big fist at Yang Kai, looking very intimidating. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's face suddenly changed because he saw Yang Kai take a step forward and rush towards him. A fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. "You're courting death." The barbarian was furious. He had never thought that this seemingly weak person would actually take the initiative to attack him. Shocked and angry, he also threw a punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, Kai Yang suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that there wasn't any berserk power that he had imagined coming towards him. His opponent's extremely intimidating figure and fist were simply like an embroidered pillow. The barbarian's face was filled with shock and fear. That huge body flew out with its back facing the sky. In midair, the sturdy body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a petite and exquisite figure with a curvaceous figure. At the same time, a green leaf floated down from the sky. Kai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stood there stupidly for a long time without returning to his senses. Turning a barbarian into a girl with one punch, this was definitely not his fault. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the girl who fell to the ground struggled to get up. She looked at Yang Kai with a look full of fear. Look at this time. Yang Kai found that this girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and she had the aura of a wizard. Yang Kai couldn't tell what level of wizard she was. He had only been in this world for a short time, so he didn't have much contact with wizard, so he couldn't accurately judge the level of power of a wizard. After the girl's body changed, the clothes on her body became loose, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. This showed how good this girl was. She suddenly showed her original form. The girl's expression was extremely flustered. Looking around, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up the green leaf that had just fallen to the ground. She placed her hand on top of her head, and her petite body twisted and changed again, returning to her previous burly figure. "You're from the Floating Wanderer Division." Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exposed the girl's identity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl who had transformed into a brawny man avoided his gaze and retorted stubbornly. "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked at his opponent with a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. "I'm talking nonsense? What floating tribe? I'm from the Cloudstream tribe." "Hee hee." Yang Kai chuckled. Suddenly he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Everyone come and take a look. There's a thief from the floater department here. Everyone." "Shut up." The girl's expression changed greatly. She reached into her bosom and took out the money bag. She threw it directly to Yang Kai and said, "Here's your money bag. Don't shout anymore." Yang Kai threw down the money pouch and looked at the girl with a teasing look. "Since you're not from the floating department, why are you so nervous?" The girl forced herself to say, "How am I nervous?" According to the knowledge taught by the village chief, the entire ancient barbarian tribe basically valued strong physiques. However, there was one tribe that was different. That tribe was the floating department. The people of this tribe had no fixed residence. They wandered from place to place. Moreover, there were very few of them. It was rare for ordinary people to see them. They didn't pay attention to cultivating their bodies. Therefore, the physiques of their people were very different from those of other tribes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the people of the floating department didn't keep their hands clean. Every member of the floating department was born to be a thief. Therefore, this tribe had a very bad reputation among the ancient barbarian tribe. The reason why Yang Kai was despised everywhere he went was because his physique was too weak, and he didn't receive any respect from others. But on the other hand, it was because some people had mistaken him for a member of the floating tribe. Yang Kai's experience was the epitome of the floating department's experience in the outside world. Yang Kai clicked his tongue twice. He circled the girl a few times and said with great interest, "I've heard about the uniqueness of the floating department. Today is the first time I've seen it. It's really interesting. Come, let me see your real body again." That malicious look made the girl's skin tighten. She said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai shrugged and said, "I'm just looking. I don't want to do anything." "Don't even think about it." Yang Kai held the horn in his hand to his mouth. When he was circulating his qi, the girl said, "Enough." She glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile. In the end, the girl was defeated. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green leaf from the top of her head. At the same time, her tall and sturdy body immediately shrank and turned back into a girl. You'll regret this. The girl bit her red lips. It was as if Xianxia had killed her father. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. That's good. You're a girl. Why do you have to dress up as a man? Xianxia chuckled. After seeing the wild beauty of the barbarians, he felt that the girl's normal appearance was more amiable and comfortable. Have you seen enough? The girl said impatiently. She put the green leaf on top of her head. The next moment she turned back into a tall and sturdy man. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still asked curiously, is this an illusion? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power when you used the wizard technique? This mysterious azure leaf seemed to have an incredible effect. With this azure leaf, the young girl's appearance greatly changed, revealing her true form as soon as she threw it. Xianxia thought that this azure leaf was a tool the young girl was using to cast her illusions, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that wasn't the case. The green leaf looked similar to a green coin. It was obviously the leaf of the evergreen god tree. Moreover, he had never heard of such a prop being used to cast the wizard technique. It's none of your business. I've already returned the purse to you. What else do you want? The girl was extremely impatient. It was her biggest mistake to let Xianxia see her true appearance. It could be said that the girl would not be able to control herself in the future. Fortunately, Xianxia was not as despicable as she thought. He only pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was silent for a moment and then replied, "Dai. My name is Onyo." Xianxia replied with a smile. "Wizard Nyo. I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Dai said. Seeing that Xianxia did not object, she immediately turned and left. Xianxia looked at her back as she disappeared. He chuckled and continued to purchase medicinal materials. The next day, when Xianxia finished refining enough healing medicine and walked out of the tree hole, he did not immediately fly down. Instead, he controlled the direction and floated to another tree hole not far away. He reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. Soon a head popped out from the tree hole. She looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, How did you know I live here?" This neighbor was Dai, who he met yesterday. Seeing Xianxia again and directly coming to her door, Dai's eyes were filled with panic. "Yesterday I accidentally saw you coming back here. What do you want?" Dai was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if Xianxia caught her stealing the purse yesterday, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Xianxia knew her identity as a member of the floating corps, she was at a loss. She had lived here for more than 10 years and this was the first time someone saw through her true identity. "Don't be nervous." Xianxia smiled. "I just need your help with something." "What is it?" Dai frowned. "You should know that I've been selling medicine these past few days, right? It's because that's why you targeted me, right?" Dai frowned and replied with silence. "Since then it's easy," Xianxia said as he handed over the jars in his hand. Dai did not take them and just looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "Help me sell medicine. You should know the price. I'll give you 10% of the profit." Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this and exclaimed, "Really? I've already given you everything, how could it be fake?" Dai quickly took the jars and was overjoyed. One must know that this wizard in front of her was so awesome that he could earn thousands of green coins a day just by selling healing medicines. 10% of the profit was equivalent to hundreds of green coins. Although it was not a lot, it was more than what she stole. Why? Dai did not understand. Logically speaking, since she stole this man's purse yesterday, he should be magnanimous enough to not find trouble with her and not expose her identity. So why did he want to share the profit with her? Chapter 28:19. Why? No barbarian would let go of such a good thing, so why did it fall on her? Because I don't know anyone else. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and smiled, "And since I have something on you, I'm not afraid of you taking my property." The corners of Dai's mouth twitched slightly. What he said was true. As long as this wizard in front of her had her weakness, she couldn't do anything to harm the other party. However, with 10% of the profit, it didn't matter anymore. After sending Dai away, Xianxia immediately went to Snowfrost City and found a shop that he liked before. He spent a lot of green coins to buy a lot of inner cores. During this time, he had accumulated enough financial resources to buy inner cores to support his own cultivation. Therefore he needed someone to help him sell medicine. After all, selling medicine was a waste of time. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai pinched a longan-sized inner core and sighed softly. The early snowball had already started rolling. As long as he bought some inner cores every day and refined them, he would be able to promote to a wizard after this winter. Yang Kai was convinced of this. Swallowing the inner core into his abdomen, Yang Kai operated his cultivation method. Soon, a rolling sound of thunder came from his abdomen, and his aura expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Dai returned from selling medicine and obediently handed over 90% of the proceeds. She also got new potions from Yang Kai and prepared to sell them the next day. After not seeing him for half a day, Dai was surprised to find that the wizard in front of her had already become a mid-rank wizard. When she saw him in the morning, he was clearly a low-rank wizard. How did he become a mid-rank wizard in half a day? However, even if she was puzzled, Dai didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not wise to get to the bottom of it, especially when her little secret was still in the hands of Yang Kai. The two cooperated seamlessly. Yang Kai took a little time every day to refine potions and go out to buy inner cores, while Dai was responsible for the sales and buying materials. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Yang Kai's cultivation had made a breakthrough. Refining a dozen inner cores every day had allowed his strength to increase rapidly. Now he was already an upper wizard. As long as he had enough dantian, he would definitely be able to become a wizard in no time. Possessing one's own consciousness. At that time, he would be able to completely extricate himself from his current predicament. However, good wishes always had some twists and turns. On this day, Butterfly only returned from selling medicine in the evening. After entering Yang Kai's tree hole, she placed the stone jar in front of her. Yang Kai was surprised. Why aren't they sold out yet? In the past, all the medicines he refined every day were sold out. This was the first time he had a surplus. Butterfly said weakly. He probably bought everything he needed. Haven't you noticed that I've been coming back later and later? Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. These days he had been focused on improving his wizard level, so he didn't pay much attention to Butterfly's situation. Now that she mentioned it, he realized that she was right. In the beginning, it only took her half a day to sell all the medicines she refined, but as time went by, it took her longer and longer. Until today, she didn't return until evening. Moreover, the healing medicine hadn't been sold out yet. The market is saturated. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although Snow Frost City wasn't small and there were many barbarian warriors, the continuous sales for more than a month had caused the market to shrink. After all, it wasn't easy for the barbarian warriors to earn green coins. Although they didn't feel any pressure to pay for a healing medicine worth 10 green coins, they wouldn't buy it without a limit. Under normal circumstances, everyone should keep a spare copy on them. When it was consumed, they would buy a new one. Therefore, the more time passed, the more the purchasing power of the barbarians in Snow Frost City decreased. Thinking about this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take a rest. You can sell it tomorrow." Butterfly naturally had no objection. After getting along with Yang Kai for more than a month, she had gradually become familiar with him. She no longer had the vigilance and fear of him before, so she turned around and left. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai frowned. Since the market was saturated, then it would be harder and harder to sell the healing medicine he had concocted. If the potions were hard to sell, he wouldn't have enough green coins to buy the nadens, which would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any good way to improve the situation, unless there was another city similar to Snow Frost City for him to use. But in this cold winter, how could there be a second Snow Frost City in the entire barbarian race? Sure enough, as Yang Kai expected, in the following days, the healing medicine became harder and harder to sell. The amount that Yang Kai refined every day, even if Butterfly spent a day, she might not be able to sell 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was shrinking day by day. The number of nadens he could buy every day was getting smaller and smaller. Although the wizard realm was close at hand, without enough nadens to support it, he could only sigh. In this situation, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would consume all the nadens in his hand and then make plans. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At a critical moment in his cultivation, Yang Kai didn't want to complicate things. He thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being stared at was getting more and more obvious. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure standing not far away. This person was an old man, but he didn't have the usual burly body of the barbarians. He looked like he was about to die, and his hair and beard were all white. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face, looking at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai was calm on the surface, but in his heart, alarm bells were ringing. How was this possible? The place he lived in was the tree hole of the evergreen divine tree. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, it was impossible for anyone as powerful as a shaman king or a shaman saint to enter without his permission. However, this old man had appeared before him without a sound. How was this possible? However, since the other party didn't show any malice, Yang Kai didn't make too much of a fuss. He just stared at him quietly. In the tree hole their eyes met. The old man wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a sense of scrutiny and nodded from time to time. Yang Kai felt a little uneasy under the old man's stare. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" "Trespassing?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "That's an interesting way to put it. However, my appearance here doesn't count as trespassing." Yang Kai sneered, "This tree hole is where I live. Barging in without my permission is tantamount to trespassing. I can see that old sir is quite old, so I'm afraid your mind is still not clear. Quickly leave while this sorcerer is still in a good mood. Otherwise, if this sorcerer becomes angry, don't say I don't know how to respect the old and love the young." The old man smiled. "What? You still want to hit people?" Yang Kai said as if it was a matter of fact. When necessary, using force is also one of the ways to solve problems. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable despite your young age. Don't be so long-winded." Yang Kai waved his hand. "If you don't leave, then I won't be so polite." The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be so agitated, don't be agitated. I just suddenly woke up and felt a familiar aura. That's why I came to take a look. I don't mean you any harm." Yang Kai said with disdain, "Jackals and wolves are also very friendly to domestic animals." The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the tree hole. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw Dai standing outside. His heart filled with joy, he quickly let her in. Although he had never truly fought against Butterfly during the past few days, he had learned that Butterfly was definitely a powerful senior magus, and was much more powerful than himself. The reason why he was able to knock her down with one punch last time was because she underestimated him. If she really used her wizard skills, he might not be a match for her. He didn't know how she trained at such a young age. No matter what this old man's background was, for him to inexplicably appear in his tree hole, Kai Yang had to treat him as an enemy. Originally, he was worried that he alone wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Dai was here, things were much easier. 2 against 1, even if they couldn't win, they could at least make some noise and let the people of Snow Frost Tribe know. Butterfly didn't know the situation, so she came in and said with disappointment, "I didn't sell anything today." While speaking, she put down the stone jar in her hand. The next moment, Butterfly opened her eyes wide and looked at the white-haired old man in the tree hole in astonishment. Yang Kai tried to signal her with his eyes, but Butterfly ignored him and just stared in front of her. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face and she called out, "Grandpa Qing, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" While speaking, she pounced forward and affectionately grabbed the old man's arm and smiled sweetly. Kai Yang stood there stupidly, then suddenly shivered, goosebumps appearing all over his body. If Butterfly had said such a line in a normal manner, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A beautiful girl acting coquettishly was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now she was a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. This sudden action made Yang Kai want to poke his own eyes out. He felt that his injuries were even greater than being hit by a sorcerer saint's full-force attack. Instead, the old man smiled and said, "Why are you here? Do you know each other?" An unnatural look appeared on Butterfly's face. Apparently, she was recalling the scene when she first met Yang Kai. But she still nodded and said, "We know each other. During this period of time, we cooperated to sell medicine and earned a lot of green coins." "Sell medicine?" When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over the few stone jars. Immediately, an interested expression appeared on his face. He extended his hand and a suction force appeared. There was no energy fluctuation coming from his body, but one of the stone jars flew into his hand. He carefully examined it. Chapter 28:20. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Although this move looked simple, it also showed the old man's perfect control over his strength. He thought that by teaming up with Dai, even if they could not defeat the old man, they could at least create some trouble for him. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This old man's strength was simply unfathomable. If he really had malicious intentions, even if he teamed up with Dai, he was afraid they would not be enough to deal with him. At this moment, the old man was obviously very interested in the potion refined by Yang Kai. After sniffing it for a while, he wasn't satisfied and actually put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste it. Immediately, his eyebrows rose and he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Did you refine this potion?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. It's a good healing medicine." The old man was not stingy with his praise, but it can't be used too often. If you use it too much, I'm afraid it will cause some damage to your foundation. He could see the drawbacks of this healing medicine at a glance. After all, Yang Kai's medicine was only made with very common herbs. Logically speaking, it should not have such a strong healing effect. However, it could stimulate the vitality of the barbarian's blood, making their self-healing speed faster. The same principle applied to the bloodlust technique. Using it once or twice was fine, but if it was used too often, it would damage one's foundation and cause them to age faster. However, this was not a big problem. After all, it was a wound medicine, so it was impossible for people to use it too often. I didn't expect the pharmacists of today to be so powerful. The old man was obviously interested in the healing medicine. Holding the stone jar, he began to identify the herbs used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang pulled Dai to the side and quietly asked, "This old man, who is he?" Dai smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qing tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head. Dai said, "Since Grandpa Qing didn't say, I can't say." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, "Hurry up and give me back the green coins you earned during this time." Dai was shocked and jumped back vigilantly. "Don't even think about it, it's mine." Yang Kai sneered, "It seems you want to let everyone know your little secret." Butterfly couldn't help but grit her teeth as she looked at Yang Kai with disdain. "Despicable, despicable. Kimless." Yang Kai sneered, "Try something new. Young man, you already have a guess in your heart. Why make things difficult for a little girl?" At this moment, the old man put down the stone jar in his hand and turned his head with a smile. Yang Kai frowned. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he slowly said, "Although I have a guess, I can't be sure." The old man smiled and said, "Whatever you think is the truth." Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the old man in shock and asked in a low voice, "Old sir, are you really the evergreen divine tree?" This old man had mysteriously appeared in his tree hole and Dai called him Grandpa Qing. With Yang Kai's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he couldn't connect the dots. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to believe them. The old man waved his hand slightly, "Divine tree or whatever, it's just an exaggeration the Snow Frost tribe gave me. Many years ago I was just an ordinary evergreen tree." Many years. Could be traced back to thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing the old man admit it, Yang Kai was relieved. Thinking about it, it was rumored that even the Wizard King Wizard Saint couldn't enter the evergreen divine tree's tree hole. For the old man to suddenly appear in his tree hole, besides the evergreen divine tree itself, who else in this world could do it? Because of this, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. After living in the Snow Frost tribe for so long, although he didn't interact much with others, he had heard many legends about the evergreen divine tree. However, he had heard many legends about the evergreen god tree. This was a tree of peace, a tree of protection. Naturally, it wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Senior Qing, please forgive me. Just now I spoke arrogantly and offended you. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. Qing chuckled, "There's no need for that. Dai is under your care, so why would I blame you?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior and Dai. One was the evergreen divine tree. The other was a barbarian from the floating tribe. The two didn't seem to have any relationship, but in fact, Dai seemed to be very familiar with Qing and even called him grandpa. 16 years ago someone abandoned a baby girl under the tree. Qing didn't explain too much and just patted Dai's head lightly. Dai didn't seem to mind and just giggled, enjoying the rare doting. Yang Kai understood. It seemed that Dai was raised by Qing, so it made sense that she called him grandpa so intimately. As for Dai's transformation technique, it was probably Qing's protection. Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of wizard technique Dai used to transform her petite figure into a burly figure. After all, it was just a green leaf. But now it seemed that it wasn't Dai's wizard technique but Qing's power. Under the evergreen divine tree, Qing could control everything. He gave Dai a green leaf that contained mysterious power, so it was easy for him to hide her appearance. Grandpa Qing, didn't you just wake up last year? Why are you awake again so soon? Dai asked curiously. Hearing this, Qing looked at Yang Kai and said, I feel a familiar aura. He said so before, but Yang Kai didn't believe him. Now that he said it a second time, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't doubt him. A familiar aura? Dai also turned her head curiously towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Could it be the aura of the immortal tree? If there was any aura that made Qing feel familiar, then it was undoubtedly the immortal tree. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was slightly different from the evergreen divine tree, it was still a tree in the end. However, this didn't make sense. The immortal tree was still in the sealed world bead, so its aura shouldn't have leaked out. Although Yang Kai was a little suspicious, he couldn't explain too much. Very few people knew about the secret of the immortal tree. Qing looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before shaking his head. Strange, this aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, but it's also very different. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking about something and his expression kept changing. Yang Kai and Dai looked at each other. They didn't want to disturb Qing, so they could only wait in boredom. Half a day later, Qing suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. I'm old, I almost fell asleep again. Although he was old, he spent most of his time in deep sleep. It was a coincidence that he woke up this time. Dai immediately said coquettishly, Grandpa Qing isn't old. Qing smiled and said, I'm awake anyway. Little Dai helped Grandpa scratch the itch. I'm not feeling well again. Hey. Dai's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found money. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Wizard Awesome, do you want to come with me? Yang Kai was confused. Scratching an itch actually required help? However, seeing that there were so many youths, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He could only show his good character of respecting the old and loving the young. He walked forward and stood behind Qing, reaching out to scratch him. Dai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Qing also couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stared at Dai unhappily. He was already so hardworking, but this guy was actually laughing. Moreover, he had a mocking expression on his face. It was simply too hateful. Dai laughed until her stomach hurt. She bent over and said, Scratching Grandpa Qing's itch is not like this. You teach me. Yang Kai stepped back and signaled to Dai. Dai stopped laughing, but she still couldn't help but smile. She looked at Qing and said, Grandpa Qing, let's begin. Qing nodded and pointed forward. The not-so-spacious tree hole suddenly split open, revealing a dark passage. No one knew where it led. Dai said to Yang Kai, Follow me. While speaking, she walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything and followed her. The moment he entered the passage, his body couldn't help but slide down. It was as if there was a sliding path under him, leading him to an unknown territory. A moment later, when Yang Kai's feet touched the ground, Dai had already cast an illumination technique, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She then pointed around and said, The reason Grandpa Qing felt itchy is because of their existence. Our mission is to clean them up. As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up around them. Yang Kai looked up and was shocked. So many monster beasts. Dai said, They are all parasites on Grandpa Qing's body. They reproduce very quickly. I used to come here every year to clean them up. With your help this time, it's a bargain for you. Yang Kai asked curiously, You said I'm here to help, how can there be a bargain? Dai pursed her lips and smiled. I saw that you recently bought a lot of monster cores. It seems to be for cultivation. There are so many monsters here, don't you have any ideas? As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was really a case of a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Yang Kai's healing medicines could no longer be sold, so he was worried about how to earn enough green coins to buy monster cores, but now an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside Qing's body was a world of its own, and inside this world, countless parasitic monster insects absorbed Qing's strength to survive, growing at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that these monster insects of different sizes and appearances were all monster cores. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding monster insects could no longer hold themselves back and swam out from their hiding places, hissing as they surrounded the two of them. In an instant, Yang Kai and Dai seemed to have fallen into a world of monster insects, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Let's make it clear first, whoever kills it gets it, don't steal it from me when the time comes. Dai warned Yang Kai vigilantly before raising her hand and sending 3 streaks of energy forward. As soon as she attacked, Yang Kai felt a powerful fluctuation of power. A great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never thought that Dai, who had worked so hard to sell medicine without complaint, would turn out to be a great wizard. Although he could not feel her specific rank, her strength was definitely not something a wizard could display. Chapter 28-21. As soon as Butterfly made her move, she displayed her extraordinary cultivation and strength. 3 streaks of air pierced through the air. Accompanied by 3 soft sounds, 3 plump monster beasts slithering over were immediately split into 2. Pale yellow juice splashed out, and the air was instantly filled with a nauseating smell. More monster insects pounced over, spitting out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Butterfly nimbly dodged, not letting the venom touch her body. When she found an opportunity, she would use her powerful wizard technique, killing and injuring the monster insects. On the other side, Yang Kai had also charged into the swarm of monster insects. He swung his fists, looking just like a real barbarian race warrior. His fighting style was the complete opposite of Butterfly's elegance, but the speed at which he killed these insects was not inferior to his opponents. Not only that, his body was not stained with dust, and all the venom and sap that splashed in front of him was blocked by his witch shield. In less than an hour, the nest of monster insects was cleaned up. The two of them did not say a word and began to search for monster cores among the corpses. However, after obtaining the monster cores, Yang Kai found that the monster cores of these monster insects were somewhat shrunken. They were not as round and full as the monster beast's monster cores outside. Instead, they were all crooked. Not only were they large, but the energy contained inside was also pitifully low. This was probably due to the environment of this place. These monster insects parasitized the evergreen god tree and lived by absorbing the energy of the evergreen god tree. Although they could grow quickly, their foundation was definitely not as solid as the monster beast outside. Even the quality of their monster cores was somewhat lacking. However, it did not matter. There were a lot of monster insects. If the quality was not good, they could make up for it with quantity. Since coming to this ancient world, Yang Kai's appetite was very good. He had refined and swallowed at least 800 monster beasts' monster cores. As long as it could help him quickly advance to the wizard realm, he would not miss any of the monster cores. After collecting all the monster cores, Butterfly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Qing, next place." As soon as she finished speaking, the place where the two of them were standing suddenly cracked open, leading directly to the next demonic insect nest. After passing through several places, Yang Kai and Dai joined forces. The monster insects didn't even have the strength to fight back and were all killed. Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Since Senior Qing can feel the existence of these monster insects, why doesn't he remove them himself? Instead, you want to rely on others? Although he didn't have much experience with Azure's strength, he had some guesses. The parasitic demonic insects in his body were not something powerful. In the end, it was just a disease. If he really wanted to, he could easily solve it himself. But in reality, he had been asking Butterfly for help. Butterfly replied, "Grandpa Qing never kills." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Although Yang Kai could not agree with Qing's way of life, he could more or less understand his way of thinking, considering that this was a tree of blessing. Without another word, he and Butterfly focused on cleaning up the demonic insects inside the tree. 3 days passed in a row. Yang Kai and Butterfly didn't know how many demonic insect nests they had visited. Although the quality of the dawn they harvested was still low, the quantity was endless. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Butterfly was slightly panting, but Yang Kai was still full of energy. Butterfly was amazed by him. "It's about time you two little guys come back." Qing's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. At the same time, a passage suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of the passage there was a faint light. Yang Kai and Butterfly looked at each other and walked toward the passage. Not long after, the two returned to Yang Kai's tree hole. Qing was still standing there looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "Thank you, young man. Helping people is the foundation of happiness. Senior, you don't need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned widely as he held up his bag of monster cores. "With these Dawn, it shouldn't be a big problem to become a wizard." On the other side, Butterfly said apologetically, "Grandpa Qing, wait until I become stronger. I will definitely help you get rid of that insect king." Yang Kai was surprised, looking up. "There's still an insect king?" Butterfly said, "Why else do you think those insects are endless? Every time Grandpa Qing wakes up I have to kill them, but the second time I go there's still a lot of them." "Senior, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai immediately put down his bag and said excitedly, "Open a passage, I will go and meet that insect king." Butterfly looked at him like he was crazy. Qing smiled, "You are not strong enough, you are still not its opponent." Butterfly also said, "That is an existence comparable to the Wizard King. Be careful it doesn't swallow you in one bite." As for how strong a Shaman King was, Yang Kai had never personally experienced it. This world's classification of strength was very different from his previous lives. But in this ancient world, a Shaman King was already a hero who presided over a region. If converted to the realm of his previous life, a Shaman King was definitely at the Emperor realm. For example, Butterfly was probably around the Dao Source realm. After being mocked by Butterfly, Yang Kai was about to refute when he heard Qing say, "You have a guest. She has been waiting for you for 2 days, you should meet her first." Yang Kai frowned, poked his head out of the hole suspiciously and looked down, only to see a familiar figure walking anxiously down below. Feather. Yang Kai didn't expect that the guest Qing was talking about was actually her. Although he and Feather were acquaintances and had fought side by side, they were not close. After bringing Yang Kai to Snow Frost City, Feather had not contacted him again, so why was she looking for him at this time? Qing suddenly said, "Young man, please help me scratch my itch, this azure leaf will be my thanks." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and a green leaf suddenly appeared between her fingers, which she flicked slightly and floated towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the azure leaf but did not feel any power fluctuations from it, so he asked curiously, "Dare I ask, Senior, what is the use of this azure leaf?" Qing smiled slightly and said, "It's not very useful, but within the range of my shelter I can return to your residence with a single thought. So that's how it is." Yang Kai raised his brow and solemnly put away the azure leaf. Although this azure leaf could only allow him to return to the tree hole and seemed to be of little use, since it was given to him by Qing, he could only accept it. Qing did not say anything more and her figure flickered, disappearing. After 3 days of fighting, Butterfly also seemed a little tired, so at this time she also said goodbye and returned to her tree hole to rest. After the two left, Yang Kai poked his head down and greeted, "Are you looking for me?" Feather raised her head when she heard this and showed a look of surprise. She chanted an incantation and a blue light enveloped her, slowly floating up and soon entering Yang Kai's tree hole. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Feather was about to open her mouth to explain the purpose of her visit, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, and immediately said in shock, "You are an upper-rank wizard. How long has it been?" At most it has only been a little more than a month. The last time when she brought him back from Luobai Mountain he was only a lower-rank wizard. How could he be promoted to an upper-rank wizard in such a short time? If she did not see it with her own eyes, Feather would not believe that there was such a nonsense in this world. She herself did not have the slightest change in this 1 month. Yang Kai shrugged and did not explain. As the foundation of the Emperor realm, he did not have any bottlenecks in the ancient wizard's cultivation. He only needed to accumulate power for a certain time, and then he would be able to break through. And this was because his cultivation method was too inferior. The cultivation method he used was only taught to him by the village chief. What kind of good cultivation method could there be in a place like Songnan village? If he could obtain a set of cultivation methods used by the wizard saints, his cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After being shocked for a while, Feather came back to her senses and softly said, "Wizard Bull, the cart master wants to see you." "The cart master? Who is he?" Yang Kai frowned. Feather's face revealed a trace of reverence as she replied, "The cart master is one of the great wizards of the Snow Frost tribe." "Why would a great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe want to see me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. It was not that he had never seen a great wizard before. Butterfly was a great wizard, but because of her sensitive background, she never dared to reveal herself. Otherwise she would also be an influential person. Therefore, although Feather spoke with a solemn expression, Yang Kai was not nervous at all. Feather hesitated for a moment before asking, "That healing medicine, is it really you who made it?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Feather was in awe. "I didn't expect you to be an apothecary." "It's like this. During this period of time many of our clansmen have bought healing medicines from you, and they all feel that the effects are very good. Therefore our Snow Frost tribe wants you to concoct more as a backup. Of course we will prepare the materials for you. You only need to concoct the medicines." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. If it were 3 days ago he would have been very happy to hear this news because at that time, the demand for healing pills had been very low and he had been worried about how to earn more monster cores. Now that Snow Frost tribe had this intention, he didn't need to worry about not having enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now he had a full harvest and was thinking of going into seclusion to refine the monster cores so that he could quickly reach the wizard realm. The Snow Frost tribe's sudden move made him feel a little helpless. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "All right, you lead the way." In any case, it didn't take much effort to make those healing medicines, so it didn't matter if he cultivated while refining them. Seeing him agree, Feather was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much. Barbarians are a family." Yang Kai laughed. After leaving the tree hole under Feather's lead, the two walked all the way to the most magnificent palace. In the ancient world, such a palace was very rare. The places where the barbarians lived had always been simple and crude. Only those with high status could live in such a palace. The palace complex in Snow Frost City was the royal palace of the Snow Frost tribe, where the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe lived. The great wizard called Che also lived in this palace. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it was already an honor for him to come in contact with a great wizard. It was impossible for him to see the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe. Chapter 28-22. He followed Feather all the way into the palace. After an hour they finally arrived in front of a tall and powerful great wizard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of wizard arts that the great wizard practiced. His aura was like thunder and his eyes were sharp. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. "Master Che, this is the wizard Bull." Feather respectfully bowed to the wizard and introduced Yang Kai to Che. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Wizard Bull greets Master Che." Che nodded slightly and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder rolling. "You are the wizard who made the healing potion?" "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Che. Che said with interest, "It's rare to see a barbarian like you. Are you from the floating tribe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Southern barbarian tribe. I'm just a little weak." No shaman or barbarian would deny their origins. That was a form of contempt for themselves. Therefore, even though Yang Kai looked very weak and looked very much like a member of the floating department, since he said so, Che did not question him. Che pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Potioneers don't need a strong body. The healing potion you made is very popular in my tribe, so you don't have to belittle yourself." "Thank you, Master, for your praise." Yang Kai's neither servile nor overbearing appearance made Che look at him in a new light. It was rare to see a high-rank wizard who could be so free and easy in front of him. Wait, didn't Feather say that he was only a low-rank wizard? How could he be a high-rank wizard? There was a difference of 2 ranks. He believed that Feather wouldn't make a mistake in this information. Although he was suspicious, Che didn't ask much. He just said, "I believe Feather has already told you why he invited you here." Yang Kai replied, "Feather did say so, and I, Wizard Bull, am also willing to contribute to the Snow Frost division." Che's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Very good. Since that's the case, Feather, bring the wizard ox in. Go ahead and report it." "Yes." Feather answered and led Yang Kai inside. Not long after, the two of them entered a side room. To Yang Kai's surprise, there were already two people here. Moreover, they were both very old and their auras were much stronger than his own. Obviously, they were both sorcerer-level existences. Of the two old men, one had white hair and the other had flowery hair. Seeing Feather and Yang Kai come in, they all looked at Feather inquisitively. Feather nodded slightly. Only then did the two old men walk forward and say in unison, "Greetings, Master Niu." Yang Kai was stunned. "These two are..." Feather's expression was a little unnatural. "They are the helpers that Master Niu arranged for you. If you need any help, just tell them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't point it out. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. Seeing Yang Kai's deep smile, Feather's expression became even more unnatural. He even felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't question him and said, "I need some herbs, please help me get them." What do you need?" Feather quickly asked. Yang Kai immediately reported the names of the herbs, and Feather memorized them one by one. The two old men also pricked up their ears and listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single thing. After a while, Yang Kai reported the names of the herbs and the quantities needed. Feather immediately turned around and went out to prepare. Only Yang Kai and the old man were left in the room. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Seniors, how should I address you?" The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. They didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai found it funny. He thought that the ancient barbarian tribe was the ancient barbarian tribe after all. They were pure and simple. Although they didn't pay much attention to stealing skills, their conscience was probably condemned, so they didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai didn't force them. He just found a place and took out a handful of monster insect cores from his bag. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. These monster cores were the size of rice grains. Not only were they small in size, but the energy they contain was also very low. Yang Kai was able to eat a few dozen of them at a time. A strange sound came from his abdomen, causing the two old men who had come to secretly learn from him to be dumbfounded. However, the two of them didn't know what Yang Kai was eating, only that he should be cultivating, so although they were surprised, they remained silent and didn't disturb him. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. His aura suddenly became stronger. When he did the same thing again, the two old men finally saw what he was eating. The white-haired old man was shocked and quickly stopped him. "Master Niu, these are monster beast cores. How can you swallow them?" The old man also stopped him. "You can't eat them, you can't eat them." They had never seen anyone who dared to swallow a monster beast core like this. Wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? "I've always eaten like this." As Yang Kai spoke, he kept throwing monster cores into his mouth. Crunching sounds came from his mouth, which made the two old men's hair stand on end. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. "Do you two want some? They taste like monster insects. Crunchy." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, opening his palm. The two old men shook their heads like a rattledrum and they were shocked to the core. Fortunately, at this time, a large group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians suddenly came in. Each of them brought a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Feather was the leader and ordered the barbarians to put the medicinal ingredients on the side. After all the medicinal ingredients were placed, Feather said, "Wizard Niu, everything you want is here. I'll wait outside. If you need anything else, just call me." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded at her. Feather turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. Then he opened his eyes and said to the two old men, "Let's start." The two old men's expressions turned solemn as they stood up together. 2 flower rain branches, 1 earth pear fruit, 3 wolfberry grass. Yang Kai kept saying the names and quantities of the medicinal ingredients. The two old men were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately entered the state. They accurately found what Yang Kai needed from the thousands of medicinal ingredients. No matter the type or quantity, they didn't miss anything. After a while, a pile of medicinal ingredients was piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a few medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his other hand. The flame flickered and the temperature fluctuated. The two old men's expressions suddenly froze. They didn't have time to feel ashamed or guilty. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's hand movements. They were all the most outstanding pharmacists in the Snow Frost division. They were all people of virtue and prestige. This time they were arranged by Wuxia to secretly learn from him. They felt very ashamed, but they also knew that they couldn't concoct that miraculous healing medicine. Even though they knew the ingredients of the medicine, they still couldn't do anything. But the medicine that a pharmacist mastered was usually a tribe's secret. It wouldn't be easily leaked. If they wanted to know how to make the healing medicine, they could only cooperate with the wizard Nyo and help the wizard Nyo in the name of his assistant. Then they could secretly learn from him. But who knew that he had already seen through their intentions? He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Not only did he openly make the medicine, he even had the intention of deliberately teaching them. Compared to their despicable methods, this kind of breadth of mind and feelings was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This made the two respected pharmacists feel more and more guilty. Although they felt guilty, the two pharmacists were still extremely focused and persistent on the path of refining medicine. So, at this moment they were holding their breaths and watching attentively. They were prepared to thank and apologize to the wizard Nyo when the time came. With the personal demonstration of an alchemy master like Yang Kai, the two old men quickly understood the secret of refining the healing medicine. They were originally good pharmacists. Yang Kai's healing medicine wasn't difficult to make. It was just that some of the refining methods looked a little strange. The two old men only needed to ponder for a little while to master it. After all, they also had a deep foundation in refining medicine. So, in less than a day, the two pharmacists had basically grasped the refining method of the healing medicine. Under Yang Kai's encouragement, they personally experimented with it. Yang Kai didn't care about them. He refined his Niden and raised his cultivation. He only waited for them to finish refining before inspecting them and giving his own opinions and pointing out their mistakes. The quality of the healing medicine made by the two pharmacists was gradually improving. Days passed quietly. In the palace, the two old men and one young man had almost forgotten the passage of time. Although the two pharmacists of the Snow Frost tribe were old, they were excited every day. This was because the more they interacted with this wizard, the more they found that this young pharmacist grasped a terrifying knowledge of medicine. Often, a few words of advice from him would give them a feeling of enlightenment and endless benefits. The healing medicine made by them was no different from the one refined by Yang Kai himself. In other words, this healing medicine could be commonly used by the people of the Snow Frost tribe in the future. They didn't need to worry about ordinary external injuries. This was a major event that benefited the entire tribe. The two old men were grateful to Yang Kai. 10 days later, the large amount of medicinal herbs sent by Feather were all refined into healing medicine by the two old men. With such a large amount of healing medicine, the tribe didn't need to worry about external injuries for at least 20 years. They could even sell it to other tribes in exchange for other precious cultivation and living materials. While the two old men were concentrating on refining medicine, they didn't notice that at a certain moment, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, the nadins of the demonic insects he had harvested were completely used up. Yang Kai joyfully sensed his body's condition. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as lightning, frighteningly bright. The bumpy early stage had passed. The following cultivation path would be smooth. What awaited him would be a situation of rapid progress. Chapter 28-23. In the palace, the wizard Che was holding a small bottle of sticky healing medicine. After a long silence, he raised his head and asked, "Did you refine these?" In front of him, the white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other. The former replied, "Strictly speaking, we refined them under the guidance of Master Nyo." The wizard Che asked, "Did you learn?" The two old men nodded. The white-haired old man said with some shame, "He didn't hide anything. He was very willing to teach us how to make these healing medicines, so we learned quickly." "Very good." The wizard Che smiled and said, "What do you think of this wizard Nyo?" The white-haired old man said, "He's broad-minded." The white-haired old man said, "He's open-minded." Che said, "I'm talking about his ability." The two old men were silent for a moment and said in unison, "No one can compare to him." Che's eyes suddenly lit up, like a hungry beast that saw its prey. He said lightly, "It's a pity that the southern barbarian tribe didn't make good use of such an excellent alchemist." After a pause he said to the side, Feather, treat him well. Do everything to meet his requirements, but don't let him leave the palace. Feather's heart trembled. He understood Chei's intention and said with a complicated expression, yes. The white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other and sighed slightly. They wanted to say something, but when they looked up, Chei had disappeared. In another part of the palace, in a wing room that could be called luxurious in the ancient world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged, feeling the power he had lost and regained. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as the village chief had said. After reaching the sorcerer realm, Yang Kai had his own divine sense. Once he had his divine sense, all the restrictions that had been restricting Yang Kai's progress had been shattered. He could open his space ring again and many artifacts could be used. For a moment Yang Kai felt that the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. He immediately checked the small sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had devoured so many law fragments on the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had deliberately collected the power of the law of the 5 elements. According to his deduction, when the 5 elements were united, a world would be born. However, he had never had the opportunity to investigate the changes in the sealed world bead. Until now. After his soul avatar entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately noticed that this world was very different from before. Although there were no obvious changes on the surface, the sealed world bead had followed him for many years, so even the slightest change could not escape his eyes. If the small sealed world was said to be an incomplete world before, then at this moment this world had been completely repaired. Yang Kai could clearly feel that this world was filled with all kinds of mysterious laws. With the laws of the 5 elements as the foundation, they mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Under the mutual evolution, they gave birth to all things and gathered the 3,000 great Daoists of the world. This was the real world, a world without any flaws. In the past, the mysterious small world's principles were incomplete, so if one's strength exceeded a certain realm, it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in the mysterious small world. Because it could not resonate with the world principles, it could not allow the world energy to gather and undergo a baptism. But now this situation no longer existed. Even if someone broke through to the Emperor realm, it would not hinder them in the slightest. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He carefully explored the small sealed world, feeling the joy of this new world. And the completion of the small sealed world seemed to have made his medicine garden more vibrant. Many exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden swayed and grew. With the immortal tree as the center, the amazing vitality brought about by it allowed countless herbs to grow vigorously. What made Yang Kai most happy was that he felt a hazy will in the small sealed world. It was the will of this world, like a newborn baby that had just taken shape. It was confused and not fully awake yet. But Yang Kai knew that as long as it was given a certain amount of time, it would completely grow up. And at that time, that would be when he used it to comprehend the power of the world and break through the shackles of the great emperors. This was also the original intention of Yang Kai, taking great pains to repair the small sealed world. Now it seemed that he had taken the right step. He was not in a hurry to leave the small sealed world. Instead, he immersed his mind in it, turning it into an invisible force that spread out. Like a parent, he communicated with the confused will of the small sealed world. Failure after failure, rejection after rejection, Yang Kai tried again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the rejection of the will of the world had weakened slightly. It seemed that it was gradually accepting him. Just as Yang Kai was about to take it down in one go, his vision suddenly turned black. His soul avatar collapsed and returned to his physical body in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fell to the ground with a bang. His head hurt like it was splitting. Yang Kai's face was dark. He knew that this was because he had overused his spiritual energy. Although he was now a wizard and had opened his divine sense, he was still far from his peak. Using his soul avatar like this without restraint was extremely taxing on his body. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem at all. But now it was a big problem. The sound of him falling to the ground alarmed the people guarding outside the door. Feather rushed in immediately. When she saw Yang Kai's pale face and bleeding from his 7 orifices, her face changed. She hurried forward to help him up and shouted, "Wizard Awesome, what happened to you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. After seeing her appearance, he waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He flipped his palm and took out a spirit pill to replenish his divine sense. He took it without a trace and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Although Feather was worried seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, she was also a little affected. She stood next to him and paid close attention to him. What shocked her the most though was that after a short while, Yang Kai's face lit up, causing her eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Feather could more or less see the situation just now. It was obvious that this wizard awesome had something wrong in the process of cultivation. This was a matter of life and death. How could he be safe and sound in such a short time? Just when she was in a daze, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Feather was startled but still answered, 5 days. It had been 5 days since Yang Kai entered this room. Feather had also come to check once before. Seeing that Yang Kai was cultivating, she did not want to disturb him. So she had been waiting outside the door. "It's been so long," Kai Yang said as he jumped off the bed. After straightening his body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Stretching his body, he said, "Now that I've finished my business, I should go back." Feather was shocked and quickly stopped him. "You can't leave yet." "Why?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Feather thought quickly and finally came up with a good excuse. "The carriage master wants to see you." Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he still said patiently, "Then take me to see the carriage master now." Feather said with a stiff expression, "The carriage master is out and has not returned. I don't know when he will come back." Yang Kai looked at her and saw that Feather was avoiding his gaze, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't help but smile. Barbarians are naturally not good at lying. The image of a thief suddenly appeared in his mind and he added, "Most of them are." "The carriage master wants to keep me in the Snow Frost tribe?" After being exposed by Yang Kai, Feather panicked and did not know how to explain. Yang Kai patted her shoulder and said, "I have already taught you how to make the medicine. Go back and tell the carriage master that I don't like him. Although I have no intention of making an enemy out of the Snow Frost tribe, if they want to restrict my freedom, I'm afraid that the Snow Frost tribe will have to pay a price." Although his tone was light, it made Feather feel cold. At that moment she felt that she was not facing a high-rank wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint. Yang Kai walked past her, but Feather felt that her body was stiff. He could not even turn around. In her shock, she realized that she could not control her body. What kind of wizard spell was this? How could it have such a miraculous effect? After a few muffled thuds, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers guarding the door had been taken down. Feather sighed slightly. Although she felt that it was a pity, she also felt relieved. She could understand why the carriage master wanted to keep this wizard bull in the Snow Frost tribe. An apothecary who could make that kind of medicine was a huge asset. If they could keep him in the Snow Frost tribe to serve the tribe, it would be greatly beneficial to the tribe. Unfortunately, before the carriage master could explain to him in detail, the wizard bull had already forced his way out. Now that things had escalated to this point, she did not know how to deal with it. In any case, there was no room for her to interfere in this matter. In the White Mountains, she owed the wizard bull a favor. She did not want to use this kind of method to trick him, so she felt a lot more at ease. In the palace, wherever Yang Kai passed by, the barbarian warriors would silently fall down. When he was about to walk out of the palace, a tall great wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. His aura was as strong as thunder. If it was not Carriage, who else could it be? As the great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe and one of the commanders of the palace, Yang Kai had taken down so many people along the way. If he did not realize it, then he would really be derelict in his duties. Looking at the seemingly weak tribesman in front of him, Carriage could not hide the admiration and surprise in his eyes. As a pharmacist with outstanding abilities, it was already extremely rare. Who would have thought that Wu Nio's strength was also so tyrannical? No wonder he dared to travel alone in the Luobai mountain in the cold winter snow. Previously, when he heard Feather's report that he single-handedly killed 6 bone-corroding wolves and 1 wolf king, Che still couldn't believe it. But now it seemed that it was probably true. How could such a person not be from the Snow Frost tribe? However, it was not too late now. As long as he could convince him to join the Snow Frost tribe, it would be fine. A powerful wizard joining another tribe was not a strange thing in this world. And the best way to win someone over was to cater to their interests. Chapter 28-24. However, it had only been a short time, so Che didn't know what Wunyielding liked. He had been collecting information about Yang Kai these days, but he couldn't find any useful information. He only knew that Yang Kai entered Snow Frost City with you more than a month ago and lived in the hollow of the divine tree. If it weren't for the miraculous healing medicine he had concocted to sell, Che was afraid that he would have kept a low profile. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. He should stay in the Snow Frost tribe and shine brightly. Senior Che. Across from him, Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Is this how your Snow Frost tribe treats its guests? Che's expression didn't change as he said, since you are here, it seems that you understand my intentions. This wizard sincerely invites you to join the Snow Frost tribe. I don't know what you mean. Yang Kai said, I can feel Master Che's sincerity. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Che frowned, clearly displeased by Yang Kai's casual and presumptuous attitude. Although they weren't from the same tribe, a lower wizard had to show respect to a higher wizard. However, Che didn't feel the slightest bit of respect from this wizard. However, this matter was his fault, so Che couldn't blame him. It wasn't proper to arrange for someone to secretly learn from him. The other party was magnanimous and was willing to teach them, so the Snow Frost tribe was very grateful. Now that he wanted to keep this person, it would be a bit too greedy. What conditions do you have? If the Snow Frost tribe can satisfy you, I will agree to all of them. Che didn't want to give up. He still wanted to keep Yang Kai for his own use. My willingness can't be bought with money. Yang Kai shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, so far, I don't have any opinions about the Snow Frost tribe. However, if Master Che continues to talk nonsense, my opinion of the Snow Frost tribe will change. AI. Che sighed heavily and raised his hand. Wizard, you're awesome. This wizard doesn't want things to go this far, but since we can't talk, I can only keep you here. I believe you can stay in the palace for a while. According to what you said to Feather, the barbarian tribe is a family. Doesn't it matter where we serve? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, crackling and exploding towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the bolt of lightning suddenly collapsed and turned into a net of electricity. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was completely enveloped. Yang Kai was tied up like a dumpling, his hair standing on end. However, Che frowned. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, it was mainly to trap the other party. He had no intention of harming the other party. However, his expression didn't change even after receiving his wizard's spell. This gave Che a shock. The other party was only an upper-ranked wizard. Logically speaking, he should have fainted, but Yang Kai's eyes were clear. There was no sign of him fainting. Master Che. At this moment, Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth. It's not that I look down on you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. At this point, the net of electricity that enveloped him was suddenly crushed by a surge of power. Che's expression changed and he said in shock, Wizard. When Yang Kai made his move, he saw through the details. This guy. When did he become a wizard? When he saw him a few days ago. He was clearly just an upper-ranked wizard. In just a few days he actually crossed the shackles of a large realm. Although it was only from a wizard to a wizard, which didn't seem to be much of an improvement, it was a watershed in the wizard realm. Countless wizards were stuck in this watershed, unable to improve their whole life. Thinking about the information that Feather had revealed, Che's eyes lit up. He had found a treasure. This wasn't a simple wizard. This wizard's strength had increased at a terrifying speed. A month ago he was only a low-ranked wizard, but a few days ago he was already an upper-ranked wizard. This time he was already a wizard. Such a rapid improvement meant that he had received the blessings of the barbarian god. If he had more time, he would have become a great wizard, a wizard king, or even a wizard saint. The Snow Frost tribe didn't have a wizard saint, only a few wizard kings, so there was still a gap between them and the top tribes. However, if the Snow Frost tribe had another wizard saint, the status of the entire tribe would rise by a lot. No matter what, he couldn't let this wizard leave today. He had to keep him here no matter what. Even if he hated him, he had to make him a member of the Snow Frost tribe at all costs. When he reached the peak of the wizard saint, the Snow Frost tribe would shake the world. As his thoughts raced, Che made up his mind. His aura began to roll and arcs of electricity flowed around his body. He smiled and said, Wizard, you're amazing. This wizard thinks more and more highly of you. Stay and become a member of the Snow Frost tribe. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was born a member of the Southern Barbarian tribe, and when I die I will be a ghost of the Southern Barbarian tribe. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the ability. Che still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and condensed a wizard shield in front of him. As a great wizard, his years of immersion in wizard spells had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of mastery. The power he used was just right, not a single bit more, not a single bit less, and not a single bit more was wasted. This kind of wizard shield was definitely not something a newly promoted wizard could break through. Che was full of confidence, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed. Because a clear cracking sound entered his ears, and the wizard shield he had just set up shattered in an instant. A fist that wasn't very powerful was rapidly growing in front of him. The wizard shield had been broken. It was hard for Che to imagine what kind of violent power was hidden in that weak body. This kind of brute force was not inferior to the strongest warrior of the tribe who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique. With a bang, Yang Kai's fist hit Che's face and directly broke his nose. When blood splashed, Che was already flying upside down. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy after his success. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. He saw that the flying Che burst with a puff, and with a surge of spiritual energy he turned into a withered tree. At the same time, thunder roared behind him and a powerful force seemed to shroud him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he didn't know when Che had appeared behind him. He was floating in the air, and in his hand was something like a beast bone. It was unknown what kind of beast the bone belonged to, but it showed a purple light, and on the beast bone, there were frequent flashes of lightning. Che raised the beast bone and pressed it down, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, mixed with an unparalleled power. Yang Kai's feet moved and he dodged. Countless bolts of lightning fell and huge craters appeared on the ground. Che raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Yang Kai was so fast. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could already see that this wizard was not to be underestimated. Although it hadn't been long since he became a wizard, and it seemed that he only relied on the explosive power of his physical body, this kind of strength was not something that a wizard could contend against. Unfortunately, he was a great wizard. He was a whole realm higher than him. With a wave of his hand, an electric python flew out from the beast bone. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and when the python opened its mouth, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Che seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and predicted where Yang Kai would land in advance, successfully catching him off guard. Give up. With your ability, you won't be able to contend against me. The Frost tribe is looking forward to your joining. Che said with a face full of sincerity. Yang Kai sneered and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The myriad sword appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of the sword, a sword light flew out like a waterfall. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through the body of the electric python, splitting it into two. It flew past Che's body and shattered a palace in the distance. The corner of Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Songnan village was located in a remote area, and there were no strong people in the village. Naturally, there were no decent weapons. The villagers fought with stone spears and stone axes, but the Frost tribe was different. The strong warriors in the tribe all had their own weapons, which were made of refined iron. Some of the strong warriors even had great wizard's weapons. The beast bone on the driver was also a kind of wizard's weapon. He wasn't an inexperienced person, but when he saw the myriad sword, his heart trembled. That sword was definitely a wizard's weapon, and it was an extremely high-level wizard weapon. Che had only seen such a high-level wizard weapon once, and it was owned by the wizard king of the Frost tribe. How could a wizard have such a powerful wizard's weapon? Moreover, with his strength he could use it freely. Even a great wizard like himself couldn't use such a wizard's weapon. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Yang Kai pointed the sword at the wizard Che, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, "Master Che, I'll say it one more time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back." Yang Kai's confident tone shook Che's heart, but he grit his teeth and quickly said, "The Frost tribe needs you, please stay." Stomping his foot in the air, a Thunder Realm territory suddenly spread out wildly with him as the center, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Inside this Thunder Realm territory, Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Territory. Xianxia grinned. This Thunder Realm territory was somewhat similar to the territory controlled by an Origin King Realm cultivator, but there were also big differences. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the martial Dao had become more prosperous, but there had also been some changes. Chei's Thunder Realm territory was more powerful than any Origin King territory Xianxia had ever seen. Even if an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator were to fall into it, they would likely have to struggle. Chei had obviously fought a bloody battle, his hair and beard wild as he shouted, "Enter my thunder prison and submit to my control. Wizard cow, surrender, you know I don't want to hurt you." Xianxia said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Chei shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I will have to show you the power of this wizard in order to change your opinion of my frost tribe." Chei raised his hand and shouted, "Bind." Chapter 28-25. As soon as the wizard's words fell, the surrounding thunder force condensed and wrapped around Xianxia, directly suppressing him on the spot. Chei raised his head and asked proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to reconsider?" Within the Thunderworld territory he was already in control of everything, so this wizard in front of him would not be able to cause any trouble. Xianxia struggled a few times, but his body was firmly locked in place, unable to move, so he could not help but praise, "Impressive." Chei's brow furrowed slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. The faint praise of this wizard made him feel extremely amused, as if he was not facing a newly promoted wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint, standing in a position he looked up to and commenting on the methods he was so proud of. Why did he have such a strange feeling? The other party was just a wizard. But in the next moment Xianxia took a deep breath, puffed up his chest and gently swung the myriad sword in his hand. The tip of the sword suddenly fluctuated, creating strange ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever these ripples passed, the Thunderworld territory suddenly loosened and showed signs of collapsing. Chei turned pale with fright and he no longer dared to hold anything back. His body trembled as he increased his control over the lightning domain. Just now, when he displayed the Thunderworld territory, he did not use his full strength. After all, the other party's cultivation was a great realm lower than his own. But who would have thought that this wizard actually had the ability to shake his own Thunderworld territory? But it was all in vain. The ripples from the wizard's sword seemed to contain incredible power, and no matter how he increased his control, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of his Thunderworld territory. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Chei's forehead as he stared at Xianxia like he was looking at a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. The myriad sword danced gently as the power of space principles lingered around it. Xianxia took a step forward, broke through the Thunderworld territory and walked towards Chei step by step. In the later martial Dao world, an origin returning realm cultivator had to master Sure while an origin king had to master territory fields. Once one reached the Dao source realm, they would be able to communicate with the world principles. As for those in the Emperor realm, they would be able to control the world principles. The carriage was in the territory of the Lightning realm. Strictly speaking, it was better than the territory domain of an origin king, and it also allowed Xianxia to communicate with a trace of world principles. However, Xianxia's power was far superior to his. If Chei had not tried to display his slight skill in front of an expert by trying to bind Xianxia with this thunder-bounded domain, he would have had a real fight with him. Xianxia might have to expend some effort. After all, Xianxia's cultivation was currently limited, so the power he could unleash was limited. However, Chei didn't understand the situation and wanted to crush Xianxia with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. This gave Xianxia the opportunity to break through the situation easily. The power of space principles was extremely mysterious, and now that it suddenly filled the territory of the Thunderworld, it instantly caused the territory of the Thunderworld to tremble. Wherever Xianxia's figure passed, the lightning in the sky turned into a blank, and all the territory was wiped out. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. It was clear at a glance. When the other party's footsteps landed, Chei could even hear the sound of his own territory collapsing. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Xianxia's mouth was full of a mocking smile, while Chei's expression was no longer as calm and aloof as before. When Xianxia's final step landed, it was as if he wasn't stepping on the void but on Chei's heart. The powerful Great Wizard, one of the commanders of the Snow Frost Division, The wizard Che trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood. The territory of the Thunder World instantly collapsed, and his figure staggered backwards. She clutched her chest and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. The destruction of his territory was equivalent to his foundation being damaged, and his injuries were not light. Previously, this wizard had boasted that it was impossible for him to stop him. He thought that he was just spouting nonsense, but now, it seemed that he was speaking the truth. How could there be such a wizard in this world? Yang Kai didn't feel the joy of breaking through the situation. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, then clicked his tongue and said gloomily, "So troublesome." Provoking. He took out a green leaf and communicated with it. When the green light flashed, his figure had already disappeared. In the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was like that of a sleeping dragon waking up. The appearance of this aura seemed to have caused an incredible chain reaction. Soon, auras that weren't inferior to the aura came from all over the palace. Those were the great wizard kings of the Snow Frost tribe. In the entire palace, all the people of the Snow Frost tribe were pale, trembling, and standing with their heads down. Several powerful divine senses swept over, and Che resisted the attack of his injuries. He reached out his hand to his chest and bowed to the void. "Greetings to the master." What happened? The aura that appeared first suddenly spoke. The voice was erratic and no one knew where it came from. Che pondered for a moment and briefly described what had happened before, focusing on Yang Kai's various incredible abilities and potion concocting skills. The wizard kings were silent for a moment, and it was unknown if they communicated with each other. The wizard king who spoke before said, "Since he is useful to the tribe, go and invite him again. However, the Green Master seems to be protecting him. Don't be too rude." Green Master. Che's expression changed. There was only one person in the entire barbarian race who could be called the Green Master by the Wizard King Master. It was the evergreen god tree that protected the entire Snow Frost city. He actually received the protection of the Green Master? While he was hesitating, a look of sudden realization appeared on Che's face. No wonder that Wunyielding suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was Master Qing's means and ability. He was just thinking about what was going on. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have taken out a green leaf before disappearing. The auras of the Wizard Kings disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they receded like the tide. Che frowned and his face was filled with difficulty. The Wizard King Master wanted him to invite the Wizard Bull over, but the Wizard Bull was protected by the Green Master. If the other party was unwilling, what ability did he have to invite him over? If it was before, he would have had the confidence to directly suppress the Wizard Bull with force. But after the battle with the Wizard Bull, Che felt that he did not have the ability to do so. That Wizard Bull could not be treated as an ordinary wizard. His strength was at least at the level of a great wizard. Could even be said that he was at the peak of a great wizard. On the other side, after communicating with the evergreen god tree through the green leaf and returning to his tree hole, Yang Kai knocked on the trunk and called out without any trace of politeness, "Senior Green." A figure flashed in the tree hole, and an old man leisurely appeared, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of us these days. The Green Mountains will not change and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." The Snow Frost tribe wanted him. Although they did not want to take his life and only wanted him to work for them, Yang Kai did not want to lose his freedom because of this, so it was better for him to leave first. With his current strength, he had a good chance of winning against a great wizard like Che, but against the entire Snow Frost tribe he had no chance of winning. Previously, he had alarmed the Wizard King, so if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of coming to Snow Frost City. Now that he had become a wizard, it would be best for him to return to a remote place like Songnan Village. With the help of the million inner cores in his ring, as long as he was given time, he would be able to quickly advance. When he was strong enough, even if the Snow Frost tribe wanted to keep him, they would not be able to do so. While talking, Yang Kai looked out of the tree hole. It was calm outside and there were people coming and going under the tree. It was a peaceful scene. Obviously, what happened in the palace had not spread here yet. Thinking about it, he had teleported back here using the green leaf. No matter how fast the Snow Frost tribe reacted, they would at least have some buffer time. With this buffer time, it was enough for him to leave the Snow Frost tribe's territory and fly far away. At that time the sky was high and the sea was wide, and what could the Snow Frost tribe do to him? Don't be in a hurry to leave. Green raised his hand and said, Senior, do you have any other advice? Yongkai asked curiously. Green reached out and stroked his beard, smiling. I see that the technique you have been using these days seems to be extremely inferior. Do you want to change it? Yongkai was startled and he said happily, yes, yes, yes. Previously he had thought about changing to a cultivation technique from the Snow Frost tribe. After all, his cultivation technique was taught by the village chief, so it could not be anything good. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the cultivation techniques of the people of the Snow Frost tribe were mostly ice-based, so it might not be suitable for him. Moreover, he did not want to get too entangled with the Snow Frost tribe, so he did not make any requests. In any case, his current cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. If his cultivation technique was inferior, then so be it. He might find a chance to change it in the future. Now that Green had said this, he was somewhat overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. After a pause, Yongkai asked again, Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Although they had not interacted much, Yongkai could tell that this elder in front of him was not someone who liked to give others benefits for no reason. He did things very clearly. If he wanted to live in a tree hole, he had to first water it with the monster beast's blood. When Yongkai scratched his itch, he rewarded him with a green leaf. Perhaps it had something to do with him being the tree of protection. He protected the entire Snow Frost tribe. If he had to give everyone what they wanted, he would have been a lamp that had run out of oil long ago. Therefore, although he was happy, Yongkai still asked vigilantly. Green smiled. There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. Tell me about it. Yongkai waited solemnly. Green said, If I told you that my lifespan is coming to an end, what would you think? Yongkai was startled, thinking that this topic had changed so quickly that his thoughts could not keep up. He looked at Green from head to toe and the corner of his mouth twitched. Senior, stop fooling around. Green laughed and did not continue on this topic. Instead he said, You are a very strange person. I have lived for so many years, but I have only seen one person like you. Therefore I have something that I want to entrust to you. What is it? Green did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and pointed at Yongkai. Yongkai was startled, but he knew that Green did not have any ill intentions, so he did not put up any defenses. When the finger touched his forehead, Yongkai felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was dizzy for a moment and mysterious words appeared in his mind. But in his current state he could not see what those words were. His vision turned black and he fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, Green's voice faintly sounded in his ears. Chapter 28-26. When Yongkai woke up, he was no longer in the tree hole but in the wilderness. The pain in his head still lingered and Yongkai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although he had just reached the realm of wizard and opened his own divine sense, his foundation was far from comparable to that of a wizard. Qing's finger had shaken his divine sense. Obviously, an incomparably huge message had been transmitted, which he couldn't bear at all and fainted. Yongkai didn't have the time to carefully investigate what message Qing had transmitted. When he turned his head and looked around, he met a pair of clear and bright eyes. After being stunned for a while, Yongkai said, Why are you here? The petite girl shrugged her shoulders and said, Grandpa Qing asked me to go out with you. He said that I have always lived in Snow Frost City and was too unfamiliar with the outside world. So this is what he entrusted. Yongkai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Qing had said that he had a small favor to ask of him, and that he had entrusted something to him. Now it seemed that Qing wanted to entrust Dai to him. 16 years ago, Dai was abandoned under the evergreen god tree. It was Qing who raised her, but Dai was different from Qing. It was impossible for her to live in Snow Frost City all the time. However, Dai's identity was too sensitive. It was not necessarily safe for her to go out alone and she might be targeted. However, it would be different if Yongkai took care of her. Before he fainted, Qing's words also seemed to mention Dai. Thinking about this, Yongkai felt relieved. Anyway, Dai was also a great wizard. She shouldn't be much inferior to him now. Even if he wanted to take care of her, he probably couldn't. Qing asked her to come out with him. He probably just wanted her to see more. Where are we? Yongkai got up and looked around and asked blithely. Dai said, Grandpa Qing sent us out with his avatar. This place is 500 miles away from Snow Frost City, east of the city. While speaking, Dai pointed to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw an evergreen tree as tall as a person standing on the side of the road. It exuded an aura of the same origin as Qing. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the evergreen tree with great interest. Butterfly said from the side, "Don't worry, the people of Snow Frost Tribe still don't know that you've left. They probably still think that you're still in the tree hole." "Senior Qing, that's a good move," Yang Kai praised. Butterfly smiled and said, "That's Grandpa Qing." Her words clearly showed her respect for Grandpa Qing. She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Where are we going? Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the map given to him by the village chief. After looking at it for a while, he found his current location on the map. After comparing it to the map, he confirmed the direction of his journey. When they left the village in winter, he had told the village chief that he would return when spring came. Now that spring was not far away, he had already achieved his goal of going out to cultivate, so it was naturally time for him to return. Songnan village was located in a remote area with few people. It was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be too late to explore this world when he regained his peak strength. "Do you know how to fly?" Yang Kai put away the map and glanced at Butterfly. Butterfly sneered and chanted an incantation. At the same time, a pair of colorful wings suddenly appeared on her back. The young girl seemed to have really transformed into a beautiful butterfly, dancing gracefully. With a flap of her wings, Butterfly flew into the air and looked down at Yang Kai. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai put away the amazement in his eyes and his figure flickered as he led the way. This was Butterfly's first time leaving Snow Frost City, so she was very curious about the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around with a happy expression on her pretty face, as if everything in this world was new to her. However, she didn't disturb Yang Kai and just enjoyed the scenery along the way, exclaiming from time to time. Yang Kai digested the information that Qing had instilled into him as they hurried along. At first he thought it was just a cultivation technique, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became because this information was not something that could be summarized by a cultivation technique. This huge amount of information almost contained the essence of Qing's life. Although Qing was a tree demon who guarded Snow Frost City all year round and never moved out, his lifespan was tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. In this long-flowing time, Great Emperor, the sea changed into mulberry fields and only Qing stood tall. He had seen all kinds of people experience the changes of time and the surging of trends. The knowledge he had mastered was profound and vast. He had the epitome of the entire ancient era. The information that he instilled in Yang Kai was all of his knowledge and experience. Cultivation techniques and wizard skills were only secondary. The most important thing was the essence that had been precipitated from his endless lifespan. What the hell? Yang Kai didn't think that a small favor was enough for Qing to give him such a precious gift. Could be said that such a gift would move even the great emperors. It would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As long as he could digest this knowledge, Yang Kai's future cultivation would be smooth. Yang Kai was sure that this was the biggest benefit he had obtained from this trip to the secret realm. There was no other thing that could compare to it. It was also thanks to the village chief's tireless teaching that he was familiar with these ancient characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb this knowledge at all. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. If the village chief hadn't insisted, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have learned the ancient characters. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. He wished he could find a place to go into seclusion and digest the knowledge that Qing had instilled. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Moreover, he was just returning to Songnan village. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fly, so it took him a long time. Now that he had flown all the way back, it took him less than 5 days to arrive at his destination. Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and couldn't help but feel like returning home with honor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Butterfly was also a little nervous. Will the people in your village hate me? Will they chase me away? Should I cast a transformation spell on myself? Outside the Snow Frost tribe, Butterfly couldn't show her burly man appearance without Qing's protection. However, as a great wizard, it wasn't difficult for her to master a transformation spell. With her cultivation, once she cast a wizard spell, no one in the village would be able to see through it. She chattered incessantly like an ugly daughter-in-law going to meet her in-laws. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly frowned and looked ahead. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed and left Butterfly behind. "Hey!" Butterfly didn't understand and shouted in annoyance. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Not far ahead there was a place that looked like a village, but there was smoke everywhere. It wasn't time to start a fire to cook, so why was there so much smoke? Frowning, Butterfly had a bad premonition in her heart. Without saying a word, she increased her speed and chased after him. After a while, when Yang Kai and Butterfly landed in the village, Butterfly turned her head and looked around. She sighed in her heart. This village had been attacked. The walls were in ruins and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Looking at the color of the blood, it should have been there for a few days. This kind of weak village was very easy to attack. In the entire barbarian race, who knew how many villages were exterminated because of this kind of thing every year? Sighing, Butterfly said, "It's not a beast, it's a human." Although he didn't investigate carefully, this point was very obvious. There were no beast tracks on the ground, nor were there any signs of being bitten. It was obvious that this was not the work of a beast. Moreover, the battle should be over soon. The people who came were either in large numbers or very strong. The latter is more likely. Although Butterfly was inexperienced as a barbarian from the floating tribe, tracking and counter-tracking were almost instinctive to her. Therefore, she was able to obtain a lot of information from the things left in the village. "Does your village have any enemies?" Butterfly asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In an instant, his divine sense surged like a tide and crazily spread out in all directions. Feeling the strength and vigor of this divine sense, Butterfly's eyes were filled with shock. This divine sense seemed to be even stronger than her own. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes turned cold and he rushed in a certain direction. Butterfly didn't know what he was going to do, but she still followed him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pile of firewood. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to push aside the firewood and accurately found a hole covered by a wooden plank. Lifting the plank, a few frightened and pale faces were immediately revealed. They were all children, about 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was no more than 10 years old and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the oldest barbarian child revealed a look of pleasant surprise and cried, "Brother Unyielding, come out first." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said. The oldest barbarian child nodded and lifted his little friends one by one, handing them over to Yang Kai. Not long after, the barbarian children were rescued, but because they had been frightened for a long time and had not eaten or drunk anything, they all appeared a little weak. "What happened? Who attacked the village?" Yang Kai looked at the barbarian child and asked. The village chief said that those people were from the bone-eating tribe. The barbarian child bit his lip and said. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene from a few days ago and his body couldn't help but tremble. "What? The bone-eating tribe?" Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Butterfly's expression also suddenly froze. The people of the various barbarian tribes had different temperaments because of where they lived and the cultivation methods they practiced. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe were extremely aggressive, while the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were gentle. But if one were to ask which tribe was the most bloody and cruel, the bone-eating tribe was the most recognized. This was because the people of this tribe, including the barbarians, could be used as food to fill their stomachs. In other words, they were a cannibalistic tribe. When there was no food, they would even kill each other to feed on their own people, let alone outsiders. Chapter 28-27. The other major barbarian tribes all kept a respectful distance from such a terrifying and savage tribe. Some people even felt that the bone-eating tribe was not a tribe of barbarians at all, but a group of uncivilized beasts. It would be best to wipe out this tribe. Unfortunately, the bone-eating tribe had a powerful wizard saint overseeing it. Unless the entire barbarian race gathered their strength, no one was willing to start a war with the bone-eating tribe. Moreover, the people of the bone-eating tribe were vengeful and not easy to provoke. It was easy to imagine the consequences of Tsangnan village being attacked by such an enemy. So many people have died. Brother Anyo, hurry and save the village chief and the others. The eldest barbarian child wept as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. It was as if to him Yang Kai was omnipotent. "How long has it been since this happened?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. 3 days. 3 days. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Yongkai did not hesitate. He turned to Butterfly and said, "Take good care of them." Butterfly grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't go looking for death." Yongkai sneered. "It's still not certain who will live or die." Butterfly shook her head. "It's already been 3 days. You might not be able to catch up even if you chase after them now. If you're captured by the bone-eating tribe, there's only one outcome, becoming food. Perhaps the people in your village are already, then they'll have to pay the price." Yongkai shook off her hand. With a single step he flew into the air. Butterfly gazed at his back and sighed, slowly shaking her head. The barbarian children's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in surprise. The eldest barbarian child said with admiration, "Brother Anyo can fly." Songnan village had nearly 300 villagers regardless of gender or age. All of them were soldiers. The bone-eating tribe had definitely mobilized many people to capture such a large number of people, so the traces they left behind when they retreated were very obvious. It was not difficult for Yongkai to follow the traces. The snow on the ground had melted and it was time for all living things to come back to life. Perhaps the bone-eating tribe's winter grain reserves were about to run out, so they came out in search of food. Then they accidentally discovered the remote Songnan village. He had become the target of their attacks. According to Yongkai's knowledge, although the bone-eating tribe had no taboos and would even eat their own clansmen, they were still humans. Thus they preferred to eat fresh food. In other words, they would not kill all the captives at once. They would only kill their prey when necessary. This gave Yongkai some time to save people. As long as he could intercept them or find their lair before the situation developed to the point of no return, everything would be fine. When the sky turned dark, Yongkai came to a stone castle. The stone castle was built against the mountain. Behind it was a cliff that was as smooth as a mirror. It occupied a large area. Inside the stone castle there were many tall and sturdy figures. The savage-looking barbarians walked back and forth with all kinds of weapons in their hands. With a green face and fangs, it looked no different from a malicious spirit. There seemed to be something hanging around the stone walls of the stone castle. Yongkai looked at it with his eyes wide open. The things that were hanging upside down were all corpses. A rough count showed that there were at least 100 corpses. There were only 300 people in the entire Songnan village, and there were already 100 corpses hanging here. Yongkai felt a chill in his heart. The chill he exuded was so thick that it was tangible. In the end he was still a step too late. Yongkai took a light breath and calmed his anger. He stood up from his hiding place and prepared to sneak into the stone castle under the cover of the night to wait for an opportunity to act. Although he had now become a wizard and ordinary great wizards were no match for him, and logically speaking, there should not be a wizard king in this stone castle. However, it was always better to be careful. At this moment Yongkai suddenly sensed something. He crouched down again, held his breath and looked in another direction. There were rustling sounds and there seemed to be some movement. Although it was faint, Yongkai could hear it clearly. He quietly released his divine sense and scanned that direction. Yongkai was surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yongkai moved like a loach towards that direction. After a short while there was a cry of alarm in the night. "Who?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone covered it. Yongkai put his hand on his mouth and shushed the barbarian warrior who was subdued by him. "Don't be nervous, I am not an enemy." The barbarian warrior was horrified. Although the opponent only used one hand, he could not break free from the clamp no matter how hard he tried. After several struggles he only felt cold all over and despair shrouded him. Under the moonlight, the barbarian warrior suddenly calmed down. He stared at Yongkai with a shocked face and said, "Master Ox." "Yes." Yongkai was startled. "You know me?" While speaking he let go of his hand. When he saw the tattoo on the barbarian's face he suddenly said, "You are from the Raging Flame tribe?" The barbarian warrior was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, Master Ox, we met last time in the canyon." As soon as he mentioned the canyon, Yongkai immediately understood. His eyes lit up. "Is Ye here?" "He is in front, I will take you there." "Good." Yongkai nodded. Although he had noticed that there were many people gathered here and he knew that they were not enemies, but he did not expect that they were old acquaintances. Fortunately, this barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe recognized him, otherwise it would have been very troublesome to explain. Following behind the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe, he groped his way forward. There were constantly suspicious looks coming from all directions, as if they did not understand why there was suddenly another person. After a short while, the barbarian warrior came to the front and shouted in a low voice, "Master Ya, Master Ox is here." Ya's voice came from the front. "Master Ox? Which Master Ox?" As soon as his voice fell, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile and said, "Master Ya, we meet again." Ya was shocked and stared. "Wizard Ox, why are you here?" Last time in the canyon, this Wizard Ox had left a deep impression on Ya. It had only been one winter, so he naturally would not forget. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "It should be the same reason as you." Ya was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. "It seems that your village was attacked too." "Why were you attacked too?" Ya said with a sullen face. "I brought some people to look for food outside, but when I came back the villagers were all taken away. I followed the traces and followed them here." "Then we have the same goal." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. Ya was shocked and changed the topic. "You are alone?" "I am the only one left in the village who can fight." Ya showed a look of admiration. If he was the only one left in the village, Ya might not have the courage to follow all the way here. His opponent represented the cruel and bloody bone-eating tribe, so he might not be able to escape. "Come with me, I will take you to see the master," Ya said, waving at Yang Kai, then led the way in front with a crouch. Yang Kai was suspicious, not knowing who he was taking him to, but he could only follow. After a while, a low voice suddenly came from the front. "Ya, what are you doing here?" Ya replied respectfully, "Master Qi, a friend from the southern barbarian tribe, is here. His villagers were also taken away by False tribe." The person called Qi was a little surprised and said, "Come here." Ya nodded, then signaled to Yang Kai and led him forward. In the dense grass, a man and a woman sat there cross-legged. Their breath was strong but did not leak out, as if they were one with nature. "Two great wizard." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The man should be Qi because he had the tattoo of the Raging Flame tribe on his face and his breath was a little hot. Obviously he practiced the fire wizard arts and wizard arts. As for the woman, although she had a big waist and a big body, she gave people a feeling of elegance and spirituality. This combination of temperament and body shape was very contradictory and funny. When Yang Kai came, the two people immediately looked at him with their sharp eyes, with a look of scrutiny, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Songnan Village Wizard Nyo greets the two master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest. Qi nodded slightly and praised, "Wizard not bad." "What wizard?" Yu was startled, thinking, "Isn't this Wizard Nyo an upper-rank wizard apprentice? Did Master Qi make a mistake?" What he did not know was that in just one winter, this Wizard Nyo had gone from an upper-rank wizard apprentice to a wizard. If he knew, he would probably cry out that the heavens were unfair. "How can there be such a skinny tribesman? You're not from the floating tribe, are you?" The woman frowned, not hiding her disgust for Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, he said, "Wizard Nyo is not from the floating tribe, he's from the southern barbarian tribe. He's generous, how can those floating tribe bandits compare to him?" He still remembered Yang Kai's kindness of giving him 100 beasts. "That's for the best." The woman nodded slightly, obviously not doubting Ya's words. "How should I address this master?" Yang Kai looked at the woman and asked. She said, "She's the bamboo master of the Raging Gale tribe." Ya said in a low voice, "The bone-eating tribe has raided 3 villages this time. One is yours, one is mine, and the last is the Raging Gale tribes. I was the one who found Master Qi and I happened to meet Bamboo Master, so we're all together now." "There's strength in numbers," Yang Kai nodded and said, "If I may ask, how are the 2 masters planning to move?" Qi said, "Wait until dawn." Yang Kai said, "Dawn is the time when people are most relaxed. It is indeed the best time to move, but both masters are great wizard. Don't you have confidence in taking down the stone castle?" Bamboo glanced at him and said, "How much do you know about this stone castle?" Yang Kai said honestly, "Nothing." Before this he did not even know that there was a bone-eating tribe here. Bamboo said, "This stone castle is a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. There are about 700 to 800 people here and there are about 20 wizards. The strongest of them is called Fault. He's a mid-rank great wizard. Yang Kai noticed that when Bamboo mentioned fault, Qi's expression became wary. He clearly felt that he was not a match for the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. Chapter 28:28. With fault strength, even if Red and I join forces, we might not be his match. Bamboo explained calmly, not feeling ashamed of being weaker than others. Fortunately, our main goal is to save people. When the time comes, as long as Red and I hold him back, the rest of you can save your people. There's no need to fight to the death with him. After a pause, Bamboo continued, "You're a wizard. You can help a lot in the battle. Since your people have been kidnapped, let's act together." Ye's expression shook as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. Wizard? Was he really a wizard? He thought that Master Red had made a mistake, but now that Bamboo Master said the same thing, there was only one possibility. The wizard bull was really a wizard. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "The two master are planning to attack at dawn, right?" "That's right. If that's the case, I might be able to help even more." Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Red raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's hear it." After a while, Ye and Yang Kai retreated. He was a little dazed, as if he had suffered a huge blow. After a long time he said, "Master Bull, be careful." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "You too." As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a spell. When the wizard's power surged, his body seemed to turn into a whirlpool and absorbed the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Ye, who was standing in front of him, was surprised to find that as the moonlight poured in, Yang Kai's body gradually became transparent and then disappeared. There was a rustling sound of footsteps coming closer and further away. Ye knew that the wizard bull should have left. However, when he saw with his own eyes that he could perform such a magical wizard spell, Ye was still amazed. That should be the legendary moon concealment spell of the Yuehua tribe. However, the Yuehua tribe had been wiped out thousands of years ago. The moon concealment spell should have been lost. Where did the wizard bull learn it? A small place like Psongnan village couldn't possibly have such a profound wizard spell for him to learn. Yang Kai's moon concealment technique was naturally not learned from the village chief but from Blue. On the way back, Yang Kai had been digesting Xian's knowledge. Therefore he had learned quite a few wizard spells. At this moment, the long-lost moon concealment spell came in handy. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was almost invisible. Only those who were within a certain distance of him or scanned him with their divine sense could discover his whereabouts. He walked all the way to the front of the stone castle and quietly climbed up the stone wall, breaking into the stone castle. On the stone walls, the bone-eating tribe's archers patrolled the area with sentries every few steps. Clearly, they knew that they might be attacked after robbing the three villages. Although these archers did not have parapsychic sense, they were all very sensitive and had a natural sense of vigilance towards danger and anything suspicious. When Yang Kai jumped over the stone wall, he almost attracted the attention of a shooter. The shooter's gaze swept over to where Yang Kai was. Fortunately, this fellow did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have been exposed. After entering the stone castle, the smell of blood immediately filled his nose. It was clearly the smell of human blood. Yang Kai had seen over 100 corpses hanging on the stone walls. They belonged to 3 different tribes. Blood dripped to the ground, the sound making his hair stand on end. At this moment, the bone-eating tribespeople were feasting heartily in the stone castle. The aroma of meat filled the air. Yang Kai looked around. The bone-eating tribe's barbarians were currently chewing on some cooked meat. Much of the meat was clearly a part of a human's body. A normal person would probably lose their appetite at the sight of it, but the bone-eating tribe's barbarians were eating with relish. Even the children who had not grown up were like this. Often, for the sake of fighting over a piece of bone with meat, the children would wrestle with each other, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, the adult bone-eating tribe members would just watch from the side and laugh. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was an anomaly among the barbarians, a group of uncivilized beasts. Now that Yang Kai had seen it with his own eyes, he could only say that the rumors were true. Gently sucking in a breath, Yang Kai suppressed the irritation in his heart and began to search around the stone castle. According to his agreement with Qi and Zhu, he first had to find where the captives from the 3 villages were being held. At dawn, he would open the gates of the stone castle from the inside and create chaos. Then the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe would coordinate with him. At that time he would release the captive warriors from the 3 tribes, which would definitely catch the bone-eating tribe off guard. There was a great wizard in the stone castle and there were several wizards as well. Yang Kai could not be too presumptuous. He did not dare to use his divine sense to avoid alerting the enemy, so he could only search around bit by bit. Midnight passed. Yang Kai had practically searched the entire stone castle, but he still had not found where the captives were being held. 3 tribes, 3 villages and at least 700 to 800 captives. With such a large number of captives, a small place would definitely not be able to hold them. However, Yang Kai did not find anything after searching around. In the end, he could only cast his gaze at the center of the stone castle. That was the core of the entire bone-eating tribe. There was a powerful and ferocious aura faintly emanating from it. It should be where the wizard lived. After a moment's thought, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and pierced into the ground. He retracted it as soon as he touched it. As expected, there was another world beneath the stone castle. Yang Kai could sense the aura of many living people hidden below. However, he did not investigate too carefully in case the wizard noticed. However, once he confirmed where the captives were being held, the rest was easy. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed where he was for a moment. After confirming that his probing had not alarmed the wizard, he flickered and hid in a hidden spot, quietly waiting for the right moment. The stone castle was bustling with noise and excitement. The bone-eating tribesmen who had suffered through the winter had reaped a bountiful harvest in the past few days. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Outside the stone castle, the Raging Flame tribe and the whole Gale tribe were lying in wait. They were like 2 venomous snakes waiting for an opportunity to bare their fangs. As time passed, the hustle and bustle in the stone castle gradually subsided, replaced by thunderous snoring. Even the archers patrolling on the stone walls began to yawn. When the first light of dawn was about to arrive in the east, the world fell into its darkest hour. A human figure appeared from his hiding place and charged towards the entrance of the stone fort like a gust of wind. With a few muffled thuds, the heads of the few bone-eating tribe members guarding the entrance split open. Their brains splattered everywhere and they died completely in their sleep. On the walls, the few archers who heard the commotion were shocked and turned to look down. All they saw was an unfamiliar figure standing on the ground and punching the stone gates. With a crash, the stone gates shattered. As the rocks flew everywhere, the earth began to tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The archers turned their heads in horror. Under the cover of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes that had been cast with bloodlust emitted a terrifying light. They were wrapped in an aura of death and swept over like a flood of fierce beasts. Enemy attack! Someone cried out in alarm. The whistle was like the wail of an alarm, jolting the sleeping bone-eating barbarians awake. At the same time, the archers on the walls knocked their arrows and fired. The barbarian archers were all master archers, so the bone-eating barbarians were naturally no exception. With a single volley of arrows, 10 some fell to the ground, dead. However, 2 figures flew out from behind the flood. Flames flickered in the hands of one of them. With a wave of his hand, 2 attacks that resembled fire dragons descended from the sky, incinerating a group of bone-eating tribe archers with a single movement of their heads and tails. The other person chanted, and a terrifying tornado immediately swept up from the stone walls. It was as sharp as a blade. All the bone-eating barbarians caught in the tornado had their tendons ripped apart and their bones dislocated. Their flesh and blood were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ghastly white skeletons. Qi and Zhu struck out at the same time, instantly eliminating the threat from the archers. Following closely behind the 2 great adepts were the adepts and adepts of the 2 tribes. There weren't many adepts, only 7 in total, but they were constantly chanting incantations as they ran, casting all sorts of spells on the warriors of the 2 tribes, making them faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Yang Kai turned around and hovered in the air. He stared coldly at the bone-eating barbarians who had rushed over from all directions. The bone-eating wizards in the crowd yelled at their clansmen, as if they were instructing them to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for instructions. Yang Kai was an obvious target, so the bone-eating barbarians could see him clearly. Before he could even get close, arrows whistled through the air in an attempt to knock him down. The wizard's shield lit up. Not a single arrow with the force of 1,000 kilograms was able to do anything to him. In the next moment, all sorts of strange wizard spells shot toward him. The wizard's shield remained standing. Ripples appeared on its surface, blocking all the attacks. The wizard in the crowd was stunned. The valiant bone-eating barbarians had already charged up to Yang Kai. Around a dozen vicious warriors leapt into the air, aimed their weapons at Yang Kai and swung them down. Yang Kai extended a hand and grasped at the air. The myriad sword appeared in his hand. With a casual wave of his hand, 100-meter-long beam of light seemed capable of shattering space, shining with resplendent light in the air. Whoosh! The dozen or so bone-eating warriors who had leapt into the air were cut in half at the waist. As they grunted, they fell to the ground. Their organs scattered and blood gushed out like a fountain. All the bone-eating barbarians stopped in their tracks. They all stared at Yang Kai in shock, as if they were looking at the most savage demon of all. The fearless bone-eating barbarians actually felt fear from this sword. How dare you act so impudently in this wizard's territory? You're looking to die. A furious roar rang out from the stone fortress. Soon after, a half-naked man with a vicious face flew out like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, he had already thrown a punch. Yang Kai's pupils constricted. He turned the myriad sword and held it horizontally to his side. With a boom, the myriad sword hummed. The blade of the sword bent, on the verge of shattering. Before Yang Kai could counterattack, two figures suddenly shot out from his left and right. It was Qi and Zhu who had joined forces to attack. The two great shamans from different tribes did not say a word and directly went to find the strongest Wu Yu. The sorcery that they had refined for many years instantly blossomed with a shocking radiance. Chapter 28-29. In a single moment, the three great wizards were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield rapidly rose until it was above the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Rumble. The 300 men from the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe had arrived as well. Wherever their iron hooves landed, the defense of the stone fort was in shambles. The nimble archers leaped onto the stone walls and drew their bows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was endless as they shot down one bone-eating tribe warrior after another. This sudden attack from both inside and outside had caught the bone-eating tribe off guard. These bone-eating tribesmen had only just woken up from their meal and sleep. They did not even have the time to react to their usual battle prowess. Several dozen of them died in a single moment. However, after a brief moment of shock, the savage and bloodthirsty bone-eating tribe finally returned to their senses. Nearly 20 wizards scattered across the tribe began to chant, casting various buff wizard spells on their tribesmen. The two groups of barbarians formed into several hundred groups and charged at each other. One side was fearless under the protection of their sharpshooters, while the other side was stimulated by the smell of blood. They roared and howled as they clashed together. The ground wailed in grief. The battlefield immediately became like a huge meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere as flesh and blood separated. Barbarians fell one after another. Yang Kai pulled his gaze away from the clouds and glanced at the chaotic and barbaric battle before him. He frowned slightly, and with a single movement he appeared above the bone-eating tribesmen. The myriad sword thrummed, and a streak of light shot out from the tip of the sword. There was no disturbance at all. It was completely silent. There was a flash of light. A long empty space immediately appeared between the bone-eating clansmen gathered together. The bone-eating clansmen who were originally in this space were all reduced to dust and vanished. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The eyes of the bone-eating tribesmen were filled with fear, while the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe were overjoyed. No one had expected this seemingly frail fellow to be so powerful right off the bat. With a swish, a streak of blood-red light shot out from below. Turning into a blood snake, it opened its mouth and bit down on Yang Kai. This was the sorcery of the bone-eating tribe. It was mysterious and difficult to defend against. When the snake opened its mouth, a nauseating stench wafted out. Clearly it was highly poisonous. If someone was bitten, they would not end up well. Yang Kai, however, didn't even look at them. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe, Yang Kai didn't even look at them. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood snake in his hand. With a squeeze, the blood snake turned into a pool of thick blood. It sprinkled down from the sky. Meanwhile, a wizard from the bone-eating tribe grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The blood snake was his trump card. a trump card that he had cultivated with his own blood essence. When it was broken by Xianxia, he had already suffered quite a bit of backlash. Without a doubt, he was very experienced in battle. When he saw Xianxia easily break through the blood snake, he knew that he was no match for this person. Thus, his figure blurred as he tried to hide in the crowd. Xianxia threw out the myriad sword, which turned into a streak of light. After circling around the crowd, it pierced through the chest of this bone-eating shaman and came out from his back. It then returned to Xianxia's hand with a twist. With a crash, 10 some bone-eating tribesmen collapsed. As for the targeted sorcerers, they couldn't escape the same fate. The sorcerer's sorcerer shield was like paper in front of the myriad's sword, unable to provide any defense at all. The bone-eating tribesmen were truly shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they took a few steps back. Even their own adepts had been killed by him in an instant. Who else could stop him now? Only Master Yu had such a possibility. However, Master Yu had been pinned down by the enemy above the clouds. He could not do anything else. Roar! The warriors of the Raging Flame tribe roared. While the bone-eating tribesmen retreated in fear, they valiantly charged. When they clashed, the bone-eating tribesmen who had the advantage in numbers began to retreat in defeat. Xianxia nodded at Feng, who was standing in the crowd. With a single step he left the battlefield. Although the might of his 2 swords had given the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Scale tribe a huge advantage, suppressing the bone-eating tribesmen's courage and confidence, they were still outnumbered. If the battle continued, they might not be able to maintain their advantage. He had a more important mission to accomplish. Thus he quickly arrived at the stone fortress he had scouted earlier. The enemy attack had mobilized all the bone-eating tribesmen, so no one tried to stop him when he charged into the stone fortress. But in other words, even if someone tried to stop him, they would not be able to stop him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Xianxia quickly found an entrance to the underground. Opening the stone door, Xianxia headed down. A pungent smell filled his nose, and he could vaguely make out the light of fire from the depths of the ground. Very soon he entered a place that seemed like an underground prison. His footsteps alarmed the bone-eating tribesmen guarding the cage. A deep, muffled voice rang out from up ahead. "What's going on up there?" Xianxia did not answer. He continued forward. "I'm asking you what's going on up there." The person did not seem to have a very good temper, so he could not help but bellow out. What answered him was a cold gleam in the darkness. Xianxia brushed past him and his head flew into the air. His burly body swayed a few times before collapsing on his back. Blood spurted from his neck, dyeing the ground red. This sudden turn of events caused the other bone-eating tribesmen guarding the prison to pale in fright. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the myriad sword had already flown out and reaped their lives like weeds. Withdrawing the myriad sword, Xianxia looked around. He saw that the underground prison had been divided into over a dozen cells. Every cell was packed. Pairs of eyes stared at Xianxia in shock and anticipation. "Anyo!" A familiar voice called out. Xianxia turned his head and saw Ahu's face. "Big brother Anyo? Big brother Anyo is here. Anyo is here to save us." In the cells, the other villagers of Tsongnan village began to shout. Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. Xianxia walked forward and placed his hand on the cell door. Wizard energy surged, and with a sudden jolt, the sturdy cell door instantly shattered. The villagers of Tsongnan village swarmed out. There was no need to say anything else. They spread out and went to rescue the captives in the other cells. Xianxia looked at them and found that apart from being a little weak, there were no other problems. However, he soon frowned and asked, "Where's the village chief?" He didn't see the figure of that benevolent old man here. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Tsongnan village villagers around Xianxia dimmed. Xianxia looked at Ahu with a sharp gaze. Ahu lowered his head and said, "When those bastards brought us back, the village chief could not bear the torture and died on the way back." Xianxia did not say a word, but his aura became bone-chilling. Ahu raised his head and said with bloodshot eyes, "Anyo, I want revenge. Revenge for the village chief." The villagers of Tsongnan village gritted their teeth and growled. Xianxia raised his head and saw the burning flames of revenge in the eyes of the villagers. He nodded slightly. At this moment, the captives in the other cells were also rescued. One person from the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe walked out. They seemed to be their leaders. However, before they could speak, Yang Kai turned his head and said, Master Qi and Master Bamboo have brought people here. Right now the people of your two tribes are fighting the bone-eating tribe. They need your strength. Master Qi is here? Master Bamboo is here too. When the people of the two tribes heard this, they were overjoyed. These two people were great wizard-level existences. With them here, the people of the two tribes were much more confident. Ahu, take everyone and fight with them. Don't let anyone of the bone-eating tribe go. Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Today we'll kill every last one of the bone-eating tribe. Kill every last one of them. Everyone shouted. Facing a common enemy, the several hundred people seemed to unite as one. Their combined aura soared into the sky. Yang Kai chanted an incantation. Exquisite wizard spells appeared in his hands one after another, transforming into a mysterious power that increased the strength of the three tribes. The several hundred people were shocked. This was especially so for Ahu and the others. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Even though Anyo was a wizard, they had never seen anyone use so many wizard spells on hundreds of people before. Moreover, they felt that the wizard spells that Anyo used were much more profound and effective than the ones that the village chief had given them. At the very least, the bloodlust spell gave them a different feeling. His originally weak body was now rolling with endless power. Even if a tiger or leopard stood in front of him, he would probably be able to tear them apart with his bare hands. Anyo, how strong was he now? The great battle was imminent. There was no time to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Go. Ahu nodded at Yang Kai. Together with the leaders of the other two tribes, they led the several hundred tribesmen outside. Yang Kai stood where he was without moving. He gently closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged and expanded like a tide. He instantly locked onto the wizard Fault, who was fighting two people on the clouds by himself. The next moment he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. His figure flickered and he turned into a spinning top. Wherever the tip of his sword passed, the ground above his head would crack, revealing a deep passage. With a crash, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. His body was wrapped in sword light as he soared into the clouds. At the same time, the wizard Fault, who was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting two people by himself and even had a slight advantage, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt an aura of death envelop him, causing his entire body to turn cold. Seeing that he was in a daze, Red, who had been targeted, quickly jumped away. He put on several layers of wizard spell shields on himself, but he was still drenched in cold sweat. That moment just now had been extremely dangerous. He had thought that even if he could not kill this wizard Fault, he could at least hold him back if he joined forces with Bamboo. As long as that wizard Nyo released his tribesmen who had been captured, they would be able to reverse their disadvantage in numbers. Then they would be able to retreat easily. This time their main goal was to save people, not to fight to the death with the bone-eating tribe. However, after they actually fought, Red realized that his judgment was wrong. Chapter 28:30. Although Fault was indeed a medium-great wizard and was only one rank higher than him and Bamboo, this guy's strength was much higher than he had expected. Both of them were unable to gain any advantage over him even after joining forces. His wizard artifact was a gourd that could pour out a sea of blood. The sea of blood was extremely corrosive. Both he and Bamboo were trapped in the sea of blood and could only unleash 80% of their strength. If not for that, the situation would not have been so difficult. Fault was obviously planning to split up and attack, using the power of the sea of blood to bind Bamboo and then kill him. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already beaten to the point where he could not retaliate. If Fault had not taken the initiative to retreat, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Why did he retreat? Red did not know the reason, nor did he know if this was Fault's battle strategy, so he could only retreat to Bamboo's side and watch vigilantly. In the next moment he understood why Fault had retreated. It was because a sensational and extremely sharp aura suddenly pierced through from below the sea of blood. Even if this aura was not directed at him, it made Red feel uneasy and his spirit waver. Fault, who was facing this aura, would not have it easy either. That was indeed the case. Fault, who had been acting as though he had nothing to worry about, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this moment. His expression was extremely nervous and he kept chanting incantations. The sea of blood churned into waves and gathered at one point, turning into a whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool emitted a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and split seas. Qi sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with horror. It was not because of Falt's strength. He was only a great wizard. Even if a medium great wizard was one rank higher than him, how strong could he be? Falt's strength was built on that wizard artifact, the blood gourd. This was definitely not a wizard artifact that a great wizard could easily obtain. This should be a wizard artifact bestowed to him by the wizard king or the wizard saint. Thinking of this, Red's heart sank. Before he could think further, that sharp aura had already collided with the sea of blood. In an instant there was a sizzling sound and streaks of sword aura appeared out of thin air. Wandering in the sea of blood, wherever the sword aura passed, blood mist would rise and a lot of it would be destroyed. Red's eyes lit up. Although he did not know where this strong helper came from, he knew that this was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. He looked at Bamboo and the two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Both of them chanted incantations, and the wizard artifact in their hands glowed as they attacked Falt. But when they made their move, more or less, it took away some of Falt's energy, causing the power he used to resist the sharp aura to become unstable. The blood-colored vortex suddenly became chaotic before it collapsed with a crash. A sword light tore through the air from within the vortex. Man and sword became one as they slashed towards Falt. The rain of arrows blocked the advance of the sword aura. Streaks of filthy blood tainted the sword aura, and the sword aura suddenly dimmed, revealing the figure of a person. With a cold snort, Yang Kai landed in the sea of blood. He looked at his surroundings in surprise. "It's you." Red looked at Yang Kai in shock. He could not believe that this strong helper who suddenly appeared was the wizard from the southern barbarian tribe. Is he still a wizard? How can he be so powerful? Even Bamboo's eyes were trembling, clearly unable to accept what she was seeing. Wizard? Falt frowned. He thought that the person who came was at least an upper-tier great wizard, but after taking a closer look he realized that the other party was only a wizard. But soon Falt revealed a look of realization. His gaze lingered on Myriad's sword for a moment. He could tell that the reason why this wizard was able to display strength that far exceeded his own was because of that sword. It was definitely a wizard artifact that not even a wizard king or a wizard saint could ignore. After figuring this out, Falt could not help but laugh. The most powerful thing about his sea of blood was its ability to corrode wizard artifacts. No matter how powerful a wizard artifact was, as long as it came into contact with blood, it would lose most of its spirituality. Using the power of a wizard artifact to fight him was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he could corrode the sword's spirituality, he could do whatever he wanted in this sea of blood. It did not matter if there were 2 or 3 enemies. He did not care. But the next moment, Falt's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. That was because Yang Kai only shook slightly, and the blood on Myriad's sword disappeared, revealing a bright and wide blade. There was no trace of corrosion at all. How was this possible? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai had turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on him again. "Be careful." He was shocked. Although Yang Kai's stunning attack just now had shocked him, this guy was still just a wizard. How could there be a good end for him if he rushed towards the enemy so rashly? Falt laughed loudly and looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. He raised his hand and the sea of blood separated. The tsunami-like blood came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly making him disappear. Crimson's mouth was wide open and his face was full of annoyance. He secretly scolded that southern barbarian shaman for not being able to do anything right. Falt's blood sea was already difficult to deal with, and now that it had corroded him, it would be even more powerful with his power replenishment. Retreat immediately. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when Falt reacted, neither he nor Bamboo would be able to escape. As for his tribesmen, he would let them escape as much as they could. In the current situation he could not care about others. Thoughts flashed through Red's mind, but he did not take action. This was because he saw that there was something wrong with Falt's expression. Logically speaking, Falt should be happy that he had just gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked shocked. Could there be some changes? Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure broke through the air from the sea of blood. His beast skin clothes had been completely corroded, revealing a body that was considered weak by the barbarians. However, that seemingly weak body was not injured at all. He moved like the wind and appeared in front of Fault in an instant. He raised his extremely wide and sharp sword high up and slashed down fiercely. That slash scared Fault out of his wits. He realized that although the slash seemed simple, he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he had been locked in place. In a hurry, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and forcefully twisted his body. With a soft sound, Fault's left arm was severed. It fell into the sea of blood and turned into pus in the blink of an eye, causing the sea of blood to churn even more violently. Fault took a few steps back and looked at Yang Kai in shock. He held his severed arm and his mind was in a daze. He had no idea how his opponent had managed to survive the sea of blood that enveloped him, nor how he had managed to sever his arm. Just as he finished speaking, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was almost touching his face. Fault was frightened out of his wits. He quickly retreated. With a thought, a blood-red vortex appeared under his feet. He fell straight down as if he was trying to hide himself. Right at this moment, the other party's right eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and a dignified vertical pupil that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. This pupil actually exuded a mysterious power that seemed to be able to affect one's soul, causing one's mind to become uneasy. That moment of hesitation caused Fault to slow down his escape. Yang Kai's myriad sword slashed down again and Fault's right arm was sent flying. The intense pain caused Fault to snap back to his senses. He let out a scream and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately hid in the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai shook his head with a vexed expression. Due to the laws of the ancient era and the suppression of this mystic realm, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Even using the demon eye of annihilation once was strenuous. However, with both his arms severed and Fault heavily injured, he probably would not dare to appear before him again. In the void, the sea of blood churned. Crimson and Bamboo were rooted to the spot as they stared at Yang Kai. Their minds were in a mess. Was what they saw real? The two of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyesight. A wizard managed to sever both of Fault's arms with just 2 swings of his sword? On the other hand, Fault did not seem to have any intention of dodging. He simply allowed himself to be injured like a fool. As grand sorcerers, the two of them couldn't understand this battle. However, the situation was not optimistic. Although Fault was heavily injured, he had successfully escaped into the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, he was truly like a fish in water. No one could guarantee when he would suddenly jump out and launch an attack. Just as they were thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them. His cold eyes caused Crimson and Bamboo to shiver. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared. The shaman bull raised his hand and a pitch-black crescent blade strangely appeared. It carried an aura of death as it slashed towards the two of them. The two of them did not doubt that if they were to take such an attack, they would definitely lose their lives on the spot. "What are you doing?" Bamboo was enraged. She thought that the wizard's mind had been tainted by the sea of blood and had attacked her own people. As she spoke, she joined forces with Crimson to cast a wizard's spell shield in front of them. However, the pitch-black crescent blade was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the wizard's spell shield and continued its attack. The two great wizards felt chills run down their spines as the aura of death enveloped them. At the critical moment of life and death, their minds went blank. The next moment, a cry of agony came from behind them. It was Fault's voice. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. They did not have the time to think about why they were not dead or injured. They quickly turned their heads and saw Fault's face filled with hatred and fear. His right leg had been severed and his body was escaping into the sea of blood, disappearing in an instant. "His target is the two of you." Yang Kai's voice was heard. "Be careful." Crimson and Bamboo were ashamed when they heard that. Just now, when did you appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. If Yang Kai hadn't struck first, one of them would have been killed. Chapter 28:31. In the void, the blood sea was still there and the three of them stood still. Yang Kai's eyes were like lightning as he searched for Fault's whereabouts with his telepathic thoughts. Crimson and Bamboo did not dare to let their guard down. The two of them stood back to back, guarding against any sneak attacks from behind. The blood sea was no longer tumbling and it was quiet. However, everyone knew that Fault had not escaped and was still there. It was not that he did not want to escape but that he could not. Once he appeared from the blood sea, that strange and powerful wizard would definitely not let him go. After witnessing the wizard's means, Crimson and Bamboo could no longer treat him as a wizard. He was someone who could beat Fault to the point that he could not fight back and even lose an arm or a leg. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide? Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Today this wizard will make you pay with your blood. As he said that, he suddenly reached out and picked up a longan-sized pearl. The pearl looked normal, but when Yang Kai activated it, it suddenly emitted a strong suction force. In front of the pearl, a pitch-black whirlpool appeared as though it led to hell. The blood sea was attracted by the suction force and surged into the whirlpool. Crimson and Bamboo's eyes lit up, and they were secretly excited. In the current situation, he did not dare to show himself. Using the miraculous power of the blood sea to hide himself, the two of them did not have any good methods to find him. If this stalemate continued, you might be able to escape. After all, they could not possibly guard the blood sea for the rest of their lives. However, seeing the power of the wizard tool that the Wizard King took out, it seemed like they could do something great. As long as the blood sea was completely absorbed, Fault would have nowhere to hide. The only question now was whether the inconspicuous pearl could absorb such a large blood sea. The answer was, of course, yes. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although Fault's blood sea was not small, it was nothing to the sealed world bead. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured. Under Crimson and Bamboo's nervous gaze, the blood sea that shrouded the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the suction force from the pearl did not weaken. The huge whirlpool was still there, and the surging suction force pulled the blood sea's water in. In less than 5 minutes, the blood sea was only half its original size. At this moment, Fault, who had been hiding in the blood sea to recuperate, finally could not sit still any longer. 80% of his abilities were entrusted to the blood sea. Once the blood sea was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. The tranquil blood sea suddenly began to churn. Beneath the churning blood sea, a figure moved swiftly like a swimming fish and charged towards Qizhu and Qizhu. It was silent and secretive, and no matter how vigilant Qizhu and Qizhu were, they were actually unable to notice it in the slightest. With a crashing sound, Fault suddenly appeared in front of Bamboo like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. His arms and right leg, which had been cut off by Yang Kai, had somehow recovered. It was just that the new skin was white and tender and not as strong as before. Bamboo was shocked. She made a hand seal and the wizard's spell shield lit up. At the same time, a wind blade slashed at Fault in an attempt to push him back. As the blood sea surged, a blood wall appeared in front of Fault, blocking the wind blade. After the blood wall dissipated, Fault was nowhere to be seen. Immediately after, Bamboo sensed that her wizard's spell shield had been broken. She was scared out of her wits and her body turned cold. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The figure was not tall. Instead, it looked a little weak, but it gave off an illusion that it was hard to look at its back. The wizard was awesome. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void. Amidst the blood mist, he seemed to have caught something and there was a groan. Fault's figure reappeared. However, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck and his strong body was lifted up by Yang Kai like a little chick. Bamboo panted heavily and there was a lingering fear on her face. Everything happened in a flash. She did not have any time to react. If the wizard had not suddenly appeared at the critical moment and accurately caught Fault, who was hidden in the blood mist, she would have been finished. How did he do it? Bamboo was confused, but she knew that now was not the time to think about it. Now that Fault had been captured, with the various means and strength that the wizard had displayed, Fault should not be able to cause much trouble. It could be said that they had won the battle. Just as she relaxed her mind, Fault suddenly revealed a strange smile and said unhurriedly, "Do you think you've caught me?" Bamboo was a little confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what was wrong. "Do you think you've succeeded?" Yang Kai asked with a sneer. Fault, who was confident of victory, immediately revealed a look of shock. Before he could say anything else, Yang Kai exerted force and broke his neck. Splash! Fault, whose neck was broken, suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood and returned to the blood sea. Blood doppelganger. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. If the wizard had caught Fault's blood doppelganger, then where was the real Fault? The two of them could not help but think of something. They turned their heads at the same time and saw that above the Blood Sea, in front of the Blood Sea, Fault had unknowingly appeared there. He was holding the Blood Sea in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the wizard artifact. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fault's abilities were built on the foundation of the Blood Sea. Now that the wizard artifact had the power to break through the Blood Sea, it was unreasonably powerful. If Crimson was in Fault's shoes, he would definitely think of a way to snatch the wizard artifact away. As long as the wizard artifact did not break through the Blood Sea, Fault would be invincible. The blood doppelganger that attacked Bamboo earlier was just a cover to attract the wizard artifact's attention and lure him away from the wizard artifact. And reality proved that Fault's trick was quite effective. The wizard artifact was indeed lured away. No one was looking after the wizard artifact, so Fault grabbed it in his hand. At this moment Fault should be overjoyed, but why did he have an expression of fear? The hand that was holding the wizard artifact's bead was trembling violently as if it was struck by lightning. Idiot! Yang Kai sneered. He strolled on the Blood Sea and walked toward Fault. Feeling Yang Kai's approach, Fault's expression was filled with fear. His wizard power surged wildly, but he still could not escape the suction force from the sealed world bead. He was firmly rooted to the spot and could not move. He thought that he would be fine as long as he stole the sealed world bead. Little did he know that Yang Kai had already merged with the sealed world bead and could command it like his own arm. The wizard artifacts of ancient times were very different from the secret treasures of modern times. If the sealed world bead was really a wizard artifact, perhaps Fault would have already gotten it. However, the sealed world bead was a world of its own. Before Fault could refine it, how could he lift it? Even if the Wizard King Wizard Sage was here, he would not be able to lift it. Instead, it was the suction force from the sealed world bead that locked Fault to the spot. Seeing Yang Kai gradually approaching, a trace of panic finally flashed across Fault's face. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off, his expression did not change much. But now he experienced what despair was. He did not beg for mercy or cower. Instead, he looked coldly at Yang Kai and sneered, "The bone-eating tribe will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a determined look appeared on his face. Wizard power surged from his body. Yang Kai frowned and stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, there was a loud bang and Fault's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky and the world seemed to be raining blood, dyeing the ground red. In such a desperate situation, Fault chose to self-destruct. It was clear that he had a strong character. However, most barbarians were like this. In a situation where death was certain, very few would choose to linger on with their last breaths. The sea of blood disappeared and the sky was clear again. The sun had risen and shone brightly in the sky. However, it could not dispel the chill of the land. The slaughter below was still ongoing. The bone-eating tribe's stone fort had 700 to 800 tribesmen, while the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe only had 300 people. However, the captives Yang Kai brought out made up for the lack of numbers, giving the Raging Flame tribe an advantage in numbers. The only drawback was that they had fewer wizards. The three tribes only had 7 or 8 wizards while the bone-eating tribe had close to 20. Therefore this battle was earth-shattering. Both sides were evenly matched and barbarians kept dying on the spot. This evenly matched situation changed the moment Fault died. When the sea of blood that covered the sky disappeared, everyone looked up to see the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups. In a sense, the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups was the final outcome. 3 figures stood in the air. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes cheered wildly while the bone-eating tribesmen looked ashen. Kill! With a furious roar, the 3 tribes launched their final charge. Without Fault, the bone-eating tribe no longer had the right to contend against the 3 tribes. Their morale fell and the stalemate was instantly broken. Bamboo and Crimson said nothing. They flew down and unleashed powerful wizard arts, killing enemies with a wave of their hands. The 20-some wizard of the bone-eating tribe lasted less than 10 breaths before the 2 of them before they were wiped out. Without the support of their shamans, the strength of the bone-eating warriors was greatly reduced. Soon they were slaughtered to pieces. In the later stages of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, no one showed mercy because their enemy was the bone-eating tribe. They were outliers among the barbarians. A tribe that should have been removed from the list of barbarians long ago. The battle lasted for half a day. When the last bone-eating tribesman died, the stone castle was covered in blood and corpses. The tribesmen of the three tribes roamed the battlefield. They did not care whether the bone-eating tribesmen were dead or alive. They would deal with them later. Afterwards they began to gather the corpses of their tribesmen. When night fell, a simple ceremony was held outside the stone castle. The corpses of the tribesmen of the three tribes were piled together, and Crimson presided over the cremation. The barbarians believed that the scorching flames could allow their tribesmen to return to the embrace of the barbarian god after death. Chapter 28:32. Outside the stone castle, the tribesmen of the three tribes were ready to set off after a night of rest. Although most of them were injured, with some even missing an arm or a leg and could only be carried by others, everyone had a joyful expression. To be able to save their tribesmen from the bone-eating tribe was already an amazing achievement. Not far away, Red, Bamboo and Yongkai were whispering to each other as they walked. "Wizard Bull, you have to be careful of the bone-eating tribe's revenge," Bamboo warned seriously. "The bone-eating tribe is a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time we've massacred a small tribe of theirs. They definitely won't let this go." Red nodded. "It's best if you find time to meet with your tribe's Wizard King Master. It's better for him to deal with this matter. After all, the bone-eating tribe was in the wrong first. If the Wizard King intervenes, this matter might not be settled." "It's not that simple." Yongkai shook his head and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but false wizard artifact is not something a great wizard like him can easily possess." When he said this, Bamboo and Red's expressions changed slightly. They had clearly thought of this as well. Yongkai continued. "To be able to possess such a wizard artifact means that Falt's background is not small. Perhaps he's a descendant of the bone-eating tribe's wizard king or wizard saint, or perhaps he's highly regarded by the wizard king. If we kill him, we'll cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if the wizard king intervenes, it might not be resolved." Bamboo said, "No matter what, if the Wizard King intervenes, there will be a chance. With our current strength, we can't fight against the Wizard King." Yongkai smiled and didn't say anything. He was now a sorcerer, and perhaps he was still not a match for a sorcerer king. But now he had already activated his spirit sense, and he could also use all of his space law abilities. Even if he really had to face a sorcerer king, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, his strength would increase exponentially. Zhu and Qi, on the other hand, would not be able to fight back if the bone-eating tribe's wizard king came looking for them. It was reasonable for them to seek the protection of their own tribe's wizard king. The three of them chatted as they walked. Although Qizhu and Qizhu's realms were much higher than Yongkai's, they had experienced a bloody battle yesterday. The two of them no longer dared to underestimate him. They didn't have the ability to force a middle-ranked great wizard to self-destruct. Therefore, the two of them took the initiative to lower their statuses and communicate with Yongkai as equals. Half a day later, the three groups parted ways. Yongkai led 200 villagers towards Songnan village. There were more than 300 villagers in Songnan village. However, after this battle, their numbers were reduced by a third. As the only remaining wizard in the village, Yongkai naturally became the leader of the village. 3 days later, Kai Yong led the 200 or so people back to Songnan village. Looking at the ruins of the village, many of the villagers were somewhat depressed. At the entrance of the village, Butterfly's figure suddenly appeared. She sized up Yongkai and nodded at him. Behind Butterfly, 7 or 8 children rushed out one after another and found their parents. They hugged each other and wept bitterly. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Butterfly made the villagers curious. Fortunately, the villagers did not have much contact with the outside world and were unfamiliar with the floating tribe, so they were just curious. However, Butterfly's body shape was similar to Yongkai's. He was not as strong as the average barbarian. Instead, she made the villagers feel close to her. Yongkai introduced Butterfly to the villagers and told them that she was his friend. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Since the village was destroyed, it naturally had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the villagers were all big and strong, so it was not a problem for them to do this. The rebuilding work took less than 5 days, and the dilapidated village was restored to its former appearance. 5 days later, everything was on the right track. In the wooden house, Yongkai sat cross-legged. After searching through the space ring for a while, he finally found a Rank 9 Monster Beast's monster core. The Rank 9 Monster Beast's monster core was not something that Yongkai would care about in the past. When he was picking up monster cores in the Savage Wildlands Beast Tomb, Yang Kai only picked up monster cores that were rank 9 and above. He did not pick up monster cores that were below rank 9. Otherwise, the number of monster cores in the millions would be even more terrifying. But now this rank 9 monster core might be a little too high level for him. Previously, the monster beasts monster cores that Yang Kai used for his cultivation were not very good. The highest level one was only equivalent to a rank 6 monster core. Now that he suddenly had a rank 9 monster core, it was like a cabbage in a clear soup facing a table full of delicacies. He did not know if he could handle it. But at this point Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. His physical body was not bad to begin with. Even if the energy in the rank 9 monster core was a burden to him, it would not cause him to be injured. Opening his mouth and swallowing the monster core, Kai Yang immediately began to use a set of witchcraft techniques. This wizard technique was not the one that the village chief taught him. It was obtained from Qing's knowledge. It was an extremely high-level wizard technique that could not be compared to the one that the village chief taught him at all. When the wizard technique was used, Yang Kai immediately felt the difference. He was an expert from the Emperor realm after all. He could tell the quality of the technique with just a try. This wizard technique that he obtained from Qing was indeed impressive. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. The most important thing was that he had just consumed a rank 9 monster core. A burning sensation immediately came from his abdomen, as if there was a flame burning within. When the surging energy contracted and expanded, Yang Kai's stomach instantly became round. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would have been enough to make him explode and die. His face was red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under the great nourishment, Yang Kai's nostrils were already bleeding. He was as still as a mountain as he guarded his mind and used the wizard technique to refine it. As he swallowed and spat it out, the air waves were like the sea. The wooden house was actually on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding spiritual energy was surging, causing the villagers to be shocked. They did not know what was going on. However, Dai Mao Lu, who was teaching the children cultivation, saw some clues and stopped Da Hu and the others from rushing into the wooden house. Dai integrated into the village very quickly. She had helped a lot during the 5 days of reconstruction. To the simple and honest villagers of Songnan village, she was already a member of the village. Moreover, everyone knew that she was a powerful wizard like Anyo. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her words. This strange phenomenon lasted for a full day before the movement from Yang Kai's wooden house gradually subsided. In the wooden house, Yang Kai's round stomach became flat again. A rank 9 monster core had been refined by him using the wizard technique and integrated into his body, turning into his own powerful capital. His sorcerer realm had increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, Yang Kai once again took out a rank 9 monster core and swallowed it. The sounds of movement and waves of air that shocked the villagers once again came out from the wooden house. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the villagers of Songnan village had almost gotten used to the various strange movements coming from Anyo's wooden house. From the initial curiosity to the current calmness, they had experienced this many times. In the beginning, this kind of movement only happened once a day and slowly subsided. However, as time went on, the frequency of this movement increased and it subsided faster and faster. Dai said that Anyo was cultivating. The villagers didn't understand the wizard technique and wizard technique, but they felt that this kind of cultivation was different from what the village chief used to do. The village chief had also cultivated before, but there wouldn't be such a big movement. However, since Dai said that it was, then it was. For a whole month, Anyo didn't show his face again. The villagers were even worried that he would starve to death in the house. And I and the others tried to send food several times, but were stopped by Dai. Now and I looked at Dai with resentment. Strictly speaking, Anyo was very irresponsible. In the past, when the village chief was leading everyone, he would guide everyone on what to do. However, ever since Anyo became the village's new leader, other than being busy for 5 days to rebuild the village, there was no trace of him after that. Ahu and the others could only act according to their discretion. If there was no other way, they would ask Dai. Although Dai wasn't very experienced, she could still control the affairs of a small village and help the villagers a lot. Now, although Dai's prestige in the village wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, it was only below Yang Kai's. On this day, the quiet village was suddenly alarmed by a sharp whistle. The villagers rushed out of their wooden houses one after another. Ahu and the other young adults all had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. This was because the whistling sound came from the fence wall. It was a warning sound. This sound meant that an outsider had come to the village. What's the matter? Ahu rushed up the fence and looked at the archers patrolling the wall. A great wizard is coming. The archer pointed forward and Ahu looked over. Sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them from the sky. A wizard. And a very powerful wizard. Only a wizard of the wizard level could break free from the pull of the earth and fly in the air like a bird. Ahu's eyes suddenly sank. He's injured. Dai's voice suddenly came from beside him. Ahu didn't know when she came, but after more than a month of contact, Ahu and the others understood that Dai was also a very powerful great wizard. Since she said so, it was definitely not wrong. Injured. Ahu frowned. When he looked over again, he did find some clues. The great shaman who was flying over was unstable and swaying. As the great shaman approached, he could vaguely see a trace of blood red. The other party was indeed injured. It's someone from the Raging Flame tribe, Dai said again. Master Qi. Ahu finally saw the other party's face and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was the Master Qi of the Raging Flame tribe. Ahu had seen him more than a month ago at the Bone-Eating tribe's stone castle. As far as he knew, Master Qi was a great wizard. What kind of person could injure him? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, the situation didn't seem optimistic. His right arm was missing and blood was gushing out, dyeing half his body red. And from the look of the wound, it didn't seem to be caused by a sharp weapon. Instead, it looked like someone had torn it apart with their bare hands. Ahu's body went cold at this thought. Chapter 28:33. Who was his enemy to be able to tear off a great wizard's arm? In just an instant, Ahu made the most appropriate response. He turned around and said, "Go get Unyielding." As soon as he said that, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that Unyielding had appeared behind him at some point, hovering in the air. Unyielding's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared ahead. His face was unusually cold. Qi, who had flown over from afar, had clearly discovered Yang Kai's existence as well. He was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror and his entire body began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand had pinched him in the air. He could not move at all. His face turned green and purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. His simple animal skin clothes burst open and his skin became transparent. His blood vessels could be seen clearly. Whoosh! When he had swelled to his limit, Qi exploded, turning into a pool of blood that rained down from the sky. Not even his corpse was left behind. Ah! Many of the villagers of Tsongnan village were shocked. They had no idea what had happened at all. They all took a few steps back from Qi's miserable appearance. When they looked over again, a burly figure had suddenly appeared where Qi had been. The person was dressed in heroic attire, and there were several skulls of various sizes on his waist. The skulls radiated with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire Tsongnan village. At this moment, the strange person who had suddenly appeared was holding something in his hand. He grinned viciously at Yang Kai as he gnawed on the food in his hand. The Bone-Eating tribe. Ahu cried out. He could tell the person's identity from the unique pattern on his face. He had long heard that the Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Unyielding and the other two tribes had cleared out a small tribe of the Bone-Eating tribe, so Ahu had been rather worried about the Bone-Eating tribe's revenge. He had wanted to find some time to suggest that Unyielding lead everyone to migrate, but Unyielding had been cooped up in his house all this time. Naturally, he could not bring this up. Now it seemed that he had been right to be worried. The Bone-Eating tribe had really come for revenge. Moreover, this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, even the great wizard Master Qi was killed by him. How could Unyielding be his opponent? When the nearby villagers heard Ahu's voice, their expressions turned cold. They had experienced the terror of the Bone-Eating tribe before. When they saw what the great wizard of the Bone-Eating tribe was holding, their faces paled. That was because it was actually a calf. Moreover, it looked like the calf of a child, definitely not more than 5 years old. With each bite, the great wizard of the Bone-Eating tribe tore off a large chunk of flesh. He chewed with relish, which made him look even more ferocious. Many of the villagers felt extremely uncomfortable. Their stomachs churned and they felt like vomiting. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at the blood that had spilled on the ground after Nakashi's death. He sighed slightly. Although he did not understand what had happened to Qi, he could vaguely guess. The great wizard of the bone-eating tribe had probably not killed Qi on purpose. Instead, he had purposely tortured and chased after him, using this opportunity to find the location of Tsongnan village. Perhaps he had used many methods to prevent Qi from heading to the main tribe of the Furious Flame tribe, forcing him to seek out reliable allies. Regardless, to be able to toy with a great wizard, there was only one possibility for this great wizard's strength: the Wizard King. "I smelled your aura," the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe suddenly said. The bone-eating tribe's great shaman suddenly spoke up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, over at the stone fort. Yang Kai sneered. "I killed Fault." The great wizard sneered. "You." He clearly did not think that Yang Kai had the ability to kill Fault. After the incident at the stone castle, he had specially gone to investigate. He had used some methods to replay the battle that day. Although it was blurry, it was enough for him to track down the murderer. Furious Flame Tribe, Furious Gale Tribe. He visited them one by one, destroying 2 small tribes and killing everyone who had participated in the battle at the stone castle. Only the last target he could not determine was him. It was as if something had blinded his investigation. In the end, he had no choice. He could only follow behind Qi and let him lead him to find the murderer of that day. The plan was very successful. Qi, who had nowhere else to go, had indeed come to an unfamiliar place. When the great wizard smelled the aura of the last target, he decisively activated the hidden hand he had left on Qi and killed him. All that was left was to destroy this small village. The dignity of the bone-eating tribe could not be violated. Any enemy who dared to taint themselves with the blood of the bone-eating tribe would definitely suffer 1,000, 10,000 times the revenge. "Do you think I don't have the ability?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Butterfly, telling her to take the villagers and hide. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously after a month of seclusion, he had to go all out against the Wizard King. He could not care less about Tsongnan village. If the villagers did not hide well, the power that leaked out would be enough to scatter their souls. The great wizard snorted and did not comment. "Fault also thinks I don't have the ability, and then he died." Yang Kai chuckled. The great wizard said condescendingly, "Are you trying to say that I, the wizard Qi, will meet the same end?" Yang Kai shrugged, but his attitude was no doubt a silent agreement. The wizard Qi stared blankly at Yang Kai for a while, then burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, and it had the effect of catching one's soul. Many of the villagers who were quietly evacuating were shocked by this laughter, and blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Only Yang Kai faced it head-on, unmoving like a mountain. Wuxia stopped laughing and frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. He found that Yang Kai wasn't pretending to be calm, but really wasn't affected at all. This was really a bit strange. A trivial great sorcerer seems to have some skill. He was the Wizard King. Even if he was just a low-tier Wizard King, he was still a Wizard King. How could a great wizard resist his laughter that secretly stimulated his power? However, the other party just stood there like an immovable mountain. His methods were completely ineffective. As he spoke, Wuxia threw down the leg in his hand and stretched out his hand to pat his waist. When his wizard energy surged, a wave of ghostly wails and howls sounded out, and the few skulls hanging on his waist actually emitted a chilly aura. Their empty eyes flickered with a dark green glow, and they flew out together. "How dare you kill my bone-eating tribesmen? Today this wizard will turn all of you into food." As the wizard Qi roared, the skulls that flew out grew in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. They spread out and blocked the village's surroundings. Each of them breathed out a chilling aura from their mouths. Wherever the aura hit, the ground and wooden houses would freeze, losing all life. In the blink of an eye, the village seemed to have turned into a burial ground filled with the aura of death. Fortunately, Yang Kai had secretly instructed Butterfly earlier. At this moment, the villagers had all gathered in the center of the village and were preparing to retreat into the tunnel, so there were not many casualties. This tunnel was excavated under Butterfly's supervision. After experiencing the bone-eating tribe's invasion last time, The existence of this tunnel was enough to ensure that the villagers would have a safe way to leave if a similar situation occurred again. Therefore, when Butterfly suggested this, Ah Hu and the others naturally did their best to cooperate. In a month's time, the tunnel had been dug to a secluded location 15 kilometers away. It was enough to create a safe buffer zone. However, the aura of death spread extremely quickly. It would take time for the 200 villagers to retreat. If they did not stop them, they would not be able to retreat safely. Fortunately, when the skulls began to move, Xianxia moved as well. With a slight sway, he suddenly appeared before a huge skull. When the wizard Qi saw this, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He said disdainfully, "You're looking to die." The skulls were his wizard artifacts. He had refined them for who knew how many years, making them even more difficult to deal with than himself. If Xianxia had attacked his main body right now, he might have had to expend some effort to repel him. However, this guy just had to come looking for trouble with his wizard artifacts. He really didn't know what he was talking about. While speaking, the wizard Qi's mind moved slightly. The huge skull's dark green light flashed wildly. Then the cold aura it spat out increased several times in an instant. It completely wrapped around Xianxia. This cold aura of death was refined from the resentment of the people he had killed and eaten. Its power was mysterious and powerful. Not to mention that the other party was a great wizard. Even if the other party was a wizard king, they would be haunted by evil spirits and their mind would be shaken. When that time came, he could play with the other party in the palm of his hand. He could kill him however he wanted. The wizard Qi could almost foresee Xianxia's end. It was nothing more than being frozen on the spot by the cold aura of death and then having his soul taken away by the skulls. However, within the dense cold aura of death, there was suddenly a burst of colorful light. Within the light, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. It circulated endlessly. It was like a pillar in a monstrous flood. It stood tall and did not fall. Instead, it was driven to expand. The wizard Qi frowned. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat impossible. The other party was indeed only a great wizard. Moreover, he should be a low-rank great wizard. There was no reason for him to be able to resist the power of his wizard tool. But what he saw in front of him was beyond his scope of understanding. Under the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, a sizzling sound could be heard. The cold aura of death that was enough to make the wizard king feel difficult to deal with was actually blocked outside of his body. Xianxia raised his sword high. His power surged. A burst of light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. In the next moment, he slashed his sword at the skull. The sword light fell as if it could split the river and split the sea. The cold aura of death was clearly divided into 2 halves. The huge sword light heavily chopped at the skull. An extremely sharp wail sounded. The dark green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered violently a few times. Under the push of the huge force, the skull was sent flying. It kept tumbling in the air, but its momentum did not decrease. It looked like it was going to fly out of the sky.